Chapter 1. The Haunted House on the Brink of Closure. I have never encountered such a lackluster haunted house before. The props are far too unrealistic after wandering through. I felt not a trace of fear, but rather a tinge of amusement. Materialists know no fear. I told you long ago, it was pointless. I'd rather be gaming in the dormitory. Character has already reached level 80. The entrance of the haunted house in the western suburbs of Zhejiang. A group of students rode away on shared bicycles, leaving without a backward glance. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ge, who held promotional flyers for the haunted house, felt a sense of helplessness. Scaring people is an art form, yet modern individuals, having been desensitized by an array of horror films, possess an exceptionally resilient psychological constitution. Entering a haunted house feels akin to strolling in one's own backyard. "Boss," a bright female voice called from behind, prompting Chen Ge to turn around. He saw a petite figure clad in a nurse's outfit, a striking zombie with an impressive bust, storming out of the haunted house in a huff. "What's the matter, Xiao Wan?" The girl, Su Wan, was one of the temporary actors in the haunted house. "Those rascals just now tried to take advantage of me." She bit her lip and clenched her fists. It turned out she was there to lodge a complaint. How outrageous. They even dared to harass a zombie. A.S. the proprietor. Chen Ge felt compelled to defend Su Wan. They'll speak with the park administrator about this and review the surveillance footage. No need to trouble yourself. I preemptively dealt with him when I sensed his intentions. Su Wan shook the hem of her nurse's uniform, revealing a smear of blood. "This isn't makeup." Well, that's not unreasonable. Girls ought to learn to defend themselves." Chen Ge wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the setting sun. "Let's call it a day. There likely won't be any more visitors. Please inform the others to leave early." Upon finishing his statement, the girl adorned with zombie makeup remained rooted to the spot. "Yes, there's something else." "Boss," Su Wan hesitated, slowly retrieving an envelope from her pocket. "This is the resignation letter from Tao Ming and Xiao Wei. They think highly of you and felt too shy to convey it personally, so they asked me to pass it on." "They're leaving?" Chen Ge paused momentarily as he accepted the envelope. "Everyone has their own aspirations. You should head home early as well." "Okay. He'll go remove my makeup." As he watched the adorably naive little zombie depart, Chen Ge silently lit a cigarette. 6 months prior, his parents had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind this haunted house. In pursuit of a lingering hope, Chen Ge had resigned from his job and devoted himself entirely to managing the haunted house, striving for excellence. Regrettably, the times have changed too swiftly. The haunted house industry faces immense competition and is inherently niche, fraught with numerous limitations. The same horror scenes, once witnessed, become mundane upon repetition, while constant renovations require substantial financial resources. For several weeks now, the haunted house's operations have been in the red, with daily ticket sales barely covering a fraction of the utility costs. "I wonder how much longer I can endure this." Upon seeing him, Chen Ge resembled a mouse spotting a cat, hastening his pace. "Are you pretending not to see?" The middle-aged man grasped Chen Ge's shoulder firmly. "Today, we need to clarify matters. You have fallen behind on your utility bills and venue rent for 2 months now. The higher-ups have been pressing me, and the pressure is mounting. Uncle Su, it's not that I refuse to pay. I am currently facing some financial difficulties. Please grant me another month." "You said the same thing last month." "I assure you, this will absolutely be the final month," Chen Ge declared earnestly, thumping his chest. "The haunted house industry is currently in decline. It fails to attract visitors. If you ask me, it would be wise to reconsider your persistence." Uncle Zu's gaze lingered on the envelope in Chen Ge's hand, his grip gradually loosening. "You're still so young. Why burden yourself so?" "Uncle Su, I understand your concern, but this haunted house holds a different significance for me. It is a cherished legacy from my parents." Chen Ge's voice dropped, as if he wished to keep this exchange private. "Thank you, Uncle Su. Do not thank me. Instead, focus on selling more tickets for the haunted house. The artificial blood in the repair room is nearly depleted. I need to procure another batch. This passage should be tilted inward. It might better obscure the visitor's line of sight. The puppet has been torn. That requires mending. Damn, where did my crafted decorative light go? Who stole it?" To outsiders, he is the owner of a haunted house, a promising young entrepreneur. Yet, the struggles he endures behind the scenes remain known only to him. The haunted house represents a form of horror consumption within a terrifying environment, both the muscles and psyche of individuals become highly tense, and the subsequent release resembles a form of massage, providing temporary satisfaction. Moreover, haunted houses are often categorized as one-time experiences. Many in the market operate on a traveling basis across various cities, continually attracting new visitors. Establishments like Chen Ge's, fixed in one location, can only endure if they possess notable fame to draw in curious patrons. Otherwise, they struggle to survive for long. That he has managed to sustain operations for such an extended period is no small feat. Dragging along a battered puppet, Chen Ge entered the repair room. He had majored in toy design and manufacturing in college, and most of the puppets and mechanisms within the haunted house were of his own design. The repair process is intricate and monotonous, requiring the sewing of the puppet's exterior, repainting, and aging. I nearly ran out of blood. I recall there being some stock in the attic. The haunted house spans 3 levels. The first 2 are dedicated to crafting terrifying scenes, while the third serves as a storage space. Pushing open the dust-laden wooden door, he found the attic brimming with various discarded equipment, most of which had been left behind from his parents' tenure managing the haunted house. Nostalgia washed over him, and thus, he seldom ventured here. Half a year has swiftly passed. As he surveyed the familiar equipment, memories of his childhood flooded back. During those days, they operated a traveling haunted house, with his parents taking him to numerous cities at tea times. When they were preoccupied, they would leave him backstage, surrounded by various spooky props, which instilled a boldness in him from an early age. After all, while his peers were busy playing with alphabet puzzles, he was already running about with a model head in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ge found himself once again beside the wooden chest containing his parents' belongings. Inside lay a coarse Faber doll and an obsidian black mobile phone. The doll was the very first toy Chen Ge had crafted in his childhood, while he possessed no recollection of the phone whatsoever. These 2 items have been discovered by the police in an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the city, but the reason for his parents' late-night visit to such a desolate place remained a mystery to all. It has been so long. Where could you possibly be? Chen Ge cradled the doll, pinching its face gently, and sighed softly. I should probably find someone to create blood plasma. If I can't endure this off-peak season, the haunted house may indeed have to close its doors for good. Although Chen Ge was merely conversing with himself, when he mentioned the possibility of shutting down, the previously silent black phone within the chest suddenly flickered to life, emitting a faint, cold glow from its screen. What's happening? Is this advanced technology? A supernatural phenomenon? While another person might have experienced a quickened heartbeat, glancing around nervously with sweaty palms, Chen Ge's reaction was far more straightforward. He picked up the phone, held it to his face, and began a thorough examination. That I've attempted to unlock this phone 100 times before, yet today it unexpectedly powers on by itself. This was found at the site where my parents vanished. Could it be that they are aware of my struggles and are trying to reach out to me? Suppressing his excitement, Chen Ge swiped the screen, revealing a pitch-black home screen with only one application icon, which appeared to be themed around the haunted house. It's not quite what I envisioned, but that icon looks oddly familiar. It seems to resemble the entrance to my own haunted house. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ge tapped on the application, and blood-red text materialized on the screen. Do you believe in ghosts? Whether or not ghosts exist is a surreal philosophical inquiry, one that poses considerable difficulty for a scientifically inclined individual like Chen Ge. There must be some truth to it that he made his choice, and moments later, new text appeared on the mobile screen. The information is quite overwhelming, yet the tone of this dramatic dialogue oddly resembles my father's. Chen Ge tapped on the haunted house application once more, and a completely new interface emerged. West Suburb Haunted House, Jiujiang City. Status: on the brink of closure. Rating: none. Visitors today: 4. Visitors this month: 10. My ghost team members: none. My props: inventory: none. Unlocked achievements: none. Current facilities and scenes: zombie resurrection, night. Subpar props, mediocre actors, lacking in narrative and logic. Scream. Index: none. Ghostly marriage and on couples in life. The deceased buried in the same grave. Ghostly wives pursuing souls. Scream. Index: half a star. Unlockable horror scenes: midnight. Escapee, deranged mental patient armed with scissors and a hammer lurks outside your apartment door. Scream. Index: 1 star. Ward 3. This abandoned hospital emits strange sounds each night. As a reporter, you shall venture inside to investigate. Scream Index. 3 stars. Deathly hearse. The hearse carrying the deceased is now on the road. If you cannot escape within an hour, you will remain trapped forever. Scream Index. 2 stars. Daily tasks. Completing the haunted house's daily tasks will yield corresponding rewards and unlock additional horror scenes. Conditions for expansion of the haunted house. When the number of visitors in a month exceeds 100 and the favorable review rate reaches over 60%, the haunted house will be eligible for expansion thrice subsequently. Upgrading to the thrill maze. The terrifying roulette consumes the fright value generated by the visitors within the haunted house, allowing one to spin the wheel of fate. Life and death are predetermined, and fortune lies in the heavens. Here, one may encounter life-extending spiritual fruits, as well as vengeful spirits brimming with resentment. Other functionalities. Unlocked. Chapter 2. Unconventional daily tasks. The application on his phone, featuring the entrance of the haunted house as its icon, bears a striking resemblance to popular simulation games currently on the market. However, instead of managing a restaurant, aquarium, or pet paradise, it revolves around a haunted house. Chen Ge stared at the screen, utterly perplexed as to why such a peculiar little game would exist on the phone left behind by his parents. He meticulously examined the application interface. Every piece of information corresponded with his haunted house, including daily visitor counts and the various attractions. Within, this game evoked a strange sensation within Chen Ge, as if the haunted house he was tasked with managing in the game mirrored his own reality. Both faced dire circumstances, both on the brink of collapse, with an abundance of similarities between the two. Could it be that this game was modeled after my haunted house? If I alter the haunted house in the game, might it also yield benefits in reality? Continuing his exploration, Chen Ge noted that the current attractions within the haunted house, such as the zombie resurrection night, had been deemed utterly lackluster, while the once sensational Ghost Marriage project, which had even made headlines, received a mere half-star rating in the game reviews. Even Ghost Marriage only received half a star. I can hardly fathom how terrifying the subsequent unlockable scenes must be. He attempted to click to unlock more scenes, and, upon touching the option, a line of text appeared on the screen, indicating that he needed to complete a certain number of daily tasks to qualify for unlocking. It seems that daily tasks are the foundation of it all. Only through the continuous completion of these tasks can one unlock the horror scenes. More frightening scenes will attract a plethora of visitors, increasing the visitor count, which in turn allows for the expansion of the haunted house, thereby creating a virtuous cycle. Having played numerous mobile games in his leisure time, Chen Ge swiftly grasped the rules. The completion of daily tasks would influence the development of the entire haunted house. Upon opening the daily tasks, 3 options materialized on the screen. Easy difficulty. The 3 essential elements of haunted house: design, story, scene, and emotion. A haunted house devoid of a story lacks soul. Please refine the background stories of the zombie resurrection night and ghost marriage scenes. Medium difficulty. Before midnight, repair all the puppet models within the haunted house. Nightmare difficulty. Surely you are still curious whether ghosts truly exist in this world. Let us engage in a little game. The truth will be revealed at the moment you open your eyes. Daily tasks refresh at midnight, and only 1 task can be accepted each day, with varying difficulties and rewards. Caution. Some tasks are exceedingly perilous. Choose wisely. After reviewing the daily tasks, Chen Ge was taken aback. The tasks in the game actually require completion in reality. Does this imply that the game can influence the real world? To validate his suspicions, he resolved to accept the task and test it out. Daily tasks are categorized by difficulty, allowing only 1 selection per day. To maximize benefits, one would naturally opt for the highest difficulty level. However, the ominous warning regarding the extremely perilous nature of certain tasks left Chen Ge feeling apprehensive. It's a tough decision. The description of a nightmare-level task is exceedingly vague, clearly a potential trap. Perhaps I should commence with a task of general difficulty instead. Completing the repairs on all the doll models before midnight is somewhat daunting, but it is certainly achievable. Chen Ge, a remarkably decisive individual, acted swiftly upon his resolution. Wasting no time, he grabbed his toolbox and a sealed container of synthetic blood, embarking on a thorough inspection of the dolls scattered throughout the haunted house. As night enveloped the surroundings, Chen Ge traversed the expansive horror venue alone. To conserve electricity, he refrained from activating the corridor lights. clutching a flashlight under his arm while hastily maneuvering the dolls in need of maintenance. Were an outsider to witness this scene for any inexplicable reason, they would likely be so terrified as to call the authorities. I am utterly exhausted. I had no idea there were so many dolls in disrepair. Clearly, past maintenance was woefully inadequate. Isn't Black Friday a banned song abroad? It is said that listening to it excessively can lead to suicidal thoughts, and the original track has long since vanished. Chen Ge discovered a CD icon within his mobile prop inventory. Surely, one wouldn't consider this as a task reward. Could it be some kind of prank? He casually tapped the CD icon, and an unfamiliar melody resonated in his ears. The sound seemed to have emerged from the very darkness itself, solitary and mournful. Chen Ge felt as though everything was slipping away from him, as if he were sinking into the depths of the ocean or traversing an endless tunnel. As the melody concluded, Chen Ge's back was drenched with sweat. He felt fortunate that he had not opted for a loop playback otherwise. He feared he might not emerge from the haunting tune. This is serious. It must be the original version. Completing tasks within the game yields real-world rewards, presenting Chen Ge with a potential shortcut to rectify the state of the haunted house. He ceased the music, carefully preserving it. After tending to all matters, Chen Ge retreated to the staff lounge. Lying on the bed, although fatigued, sleep eluded him entirely. The events of the day required considerable time for any normal individual to process. Unbeknownst to him, midnight had long since passed. Yet Chen Ge remained fixated on the ceiling, lost in thought. I simply cannot sleep. In his boredom, he retrieved his black mobile phone. It's past midnight surely. The daily tasks have refreshed. Upon opening the application, he noticed changes in the daily task section. General difficulty. One can't succeed alone. A good haunted house requires a competent team. Recruit more talent to help you navigate through challenges. Nightmare difficulty. Surely, you remain curious whether ghosts truly exist. Why not engage in a little game? The truth will reveal itself the moment you open your eyes. Daily tasks refresh at midnight, allowing only one task to be selected each day, with varying difficulties and rewards. Caution. Certain tasks are exceedingly dangerous. Please choose wisely. The emergence of 3 new daily tasks left Chen Ge feeling somewhat conflicted. The straightforward task involves installing sound detectors and surveillance equipment in the haunted house. This endeavor could be easily accomplished with sufficient funds. However, the disheartening reality for Chen Ge is his limited budget, which renders such expenditure unfeasible. Moreover, tasks of moderate difficulty are equally unkind to Chen Ge, an experienced employee who had weathered many storms alongside him, resigned yesterday, leaving him with the daunting responsibility of recruiting new staff today. Setting aside the uncertainty of attracting suitable candidates, the extensive time required for training newcomers poses a significant challenge. By the time they are capable of functioning independently, the haunted house may very well have lost its appeal. Having ruled out both the simple and moderate tasks, Chen Ge now turns his attention to the final option, the daily task. With greater difficulty comes richer rewards. Should I dare to attempt a nightmare-level task? Chapter 3. Nightmarish task. You must still be curious whether ghosts truly exist in this world. Let us engage in a little game. The truth will unveil itself the moment you open your eyes. The description of the nightmarish task is shrouded in ambiguity, leaving one perplexed about the exact requirements. Yet it evokes an eerie sensation. According to the task introduction, it seems one must partake in a game. But can mere gameplay warrant such a nightmarish classification? To complete a task of ordinary difficulty, he had tirelessly repaired all the dolls within the time limit, having not rested for several hours. As he scrolled through his phone, Chen Ge felt an increasing curiosity. Why not give it a try? Once this thought emerged, it spread uncontrollably in his mind like vines. The rewards for the nightmarish tasks are the highest, and given that he lacked confidence in accomplishing the simple and ordinary tasks that had refreshed today, a gamble seemed more enticing. Aware of the precarious situation with the haunted house on the verge of closure due to the off-season, Chen Ge recognized the glimmer of hope for change and was unwilling to forfeit any opportunity. Thus, he resolved to experience the nightmarish task sooner or later. Sitting up from his bed, Chen Ge tapped on the final task. Are you sure you wish to accept the nightmarish difficulty daily task? Acceptance may trigger unforeseen circumstances. He confirmed. The phone screen flickered, revealing the true task information. To glimpse another world, one requires extraordinary courage, remarkable luck, and a touch of assistance. The name of the game is You in the Mirror. At precisely 2:04 a.m., enter the bathroom alone, lock the door, extinguish the lights, face the mirror, and light a candle between yourself and the reflection. Then, close your eyes, concentrate, and slowly chant your name. In the darkness, anything could transpire. Perhaps a stranger's visage would emerge in the mirror, or a pair of crimson eyes might lurk in the corners, or blood could seep from the walls and door cracks. All you must do is remain undisturbed, quietly standing before the mirror. After half an hour, the task will automatically succeed, provided that you do not open your eyes during this time, regardless of what occurs. Upon finishing the task description, Chen Ge felt a chill run down his spine. Could there truly be another world invisible to ordinary people? With still some time before 2:04 a.m., he hesitated to commence, instead delving into the game's related materials. Before long, he indeed uncovered some accounts. Some individuals had been beset by misfortune after playing this game, while others spoke vaguely, repeatedly mentioning disfigured faces. Even more alarming were reports of individuals who had gone missing from their homes, suspected of being dragged into the world behind the mirror. Each account was so detailed and vivid, akin to ghost stories. The more he read, the more his curiosity deepened. After all, he operated a haunted house, constantly pondering how to frighten people and provide visitors with a more thrilling experience within safe boundaries. After perusing the various introductions to this game, he felt as though a new door was swinging open. Playing a horror game alone in a haunted house at the dead of night, what an exhilarating thought. He checked the battery level of his phone, feeling it necessary to document this historic moment. Soon, he intended to record the entire experience, if it truly turned out to be as terrifying as anticipated. Perhaps his haunted house could gain a new attraction. He rummaged through drawers in search of candles and a lighter, and by 2 o'clock in the morning, he arrived at the ground floor restroom of the haunted house with his preparations in hand. The choice to conduct this game in the first floor restroom was deliberate. Should anything frightful occur during the game, he could swiftly escape through the window. The haunted house was enveloped in a profound silence as a young man, willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of conserving battery, locked himself inside the narrow, cramped restroom with only a flashlight and a candle. The enclosed, pitch-dark environment is the most potent catalyst for igniting one's inner fears. The restroom, being the most ominous space in the entire house, was filled with an eerie presence. Mirrors, doors, and sinks, seemingly mundane objects, are indeed the most effective in evoking psychological suggestions in daily life. The designer of this game possessed remarkable insight, skillfully tapping into the vulnerabilities of the human psyche to create profound terror from a simple setting. Chen Ge had a unique and profound understanding of horror and fright, analyzing and learning as he went. After preparing, he secured his phone beside the sink, positioned to capture both himself and the mirror in front of him. At precisely 2:01, with 3 minutes remaining, the anticipation of death proved more terrifying than death itself. In the stillness of the restroom, the slightest sound became magnified, and as time drew closer, Chen Ge's heartbeat quickened. He glanced at the time on his phone screen. When the minute hand pointed at 4, he extinguished the flashlight, lit the candle, and placed it between himself and the mirror. The flickering flame became the sole source of light in the darkness, standing between the mirror and reality, as if it were a guiding spirit seeking to draw forth something from the mirror. Chen Ge stole a glance at his reflection, feeling an unsettling strangeness. Had the game begun? He slowly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and softly whispered his name. Chen Ge, Chen Ge, Chen Ge. Repeating his name gradually instilled a sense of unfamiliarity with it, akin to the experience of writing a character repeatedly until one no longer recognizes it. To avert this phenomenon, after each recitation of his name, Chen Ge counted silently to 3, simultaneously keeping track of time. After all, the prerequisite for success in this task was to keep his eyes closed for half an hour, regardless of what transpired. In the early hours past 2, alone in the haunted house, candle lit, eyes closed, standing before the mirror to engage in this game, had he not been experiencing it himself, he would find it hard to believe that anyone would undertake such an endeavor. Chen Ge quietly repeated his name, striving to quell any errant thoughts. This game was laden with psychological suggestion, where the greatest challenge lay not in confronting so-called ghosts and various legends, but in mastering oneself. As long as he kept his eyes shut, there should be no danger. It is easy to speak of, yet challenging to execute. After navigating through the initial 10 minutes, an unexpected occurrence arose. Chapter 4: Unexpected Rewards. Perhaps the bathroom window had not been securely closed, as the night breeze wafted into the room, gently caressing Chen Ge's face like an invisible hand. The door of the bathroom stall swayed slightly, emitting a creaking sound, while droplets of water from the ceiling cascaded down the pipes onto the floor, accompanied by the faint rustling of what seemed to be insects crawling in the drain. In the stillness, every sound was magnified, and in such an environment, many would feel a sense of unease. However, Chen Ge was an exception. His childhood experiences had honed his remarkable psychological resilience and steely nerves. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of thoughts, as he silently counted the minutes. After nearly 20 minutes had passed, Chen Ge sensed a sudden drop in temperature within the room, as if several ice blocks had been placed around him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Remain calm. Do not ponder the reasons. Do not frighten yourself. There are only 10 minutes left, and he must endure. A faint breeze brushed past his ears, as if something were lurking around him. He clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Yet his body remained as steadfast as a pine tree, rooted to the ground, motionless. Chen Ge, Chen Ge, Chen Ge, he whispered to himself. As the final 5 minutes approached, he felt the flickering flame in the bathroom extinguish, and in the darkness, it seemed as though another presence was chanting his name. Chen Ge. The voice appeared to call out to him, urgent, as if there were something of great importance to convey. This voice seemed to emanate from beyond the door. Should he take a look? Quickly, he dismissed the thought. The rules of the game were explicit. He merely needed to remain before the mirror. He continued to count time in his mind, the voice around him gradually becoming dissonant. He was certain that someone was calling his name, and that person was standing just outside the door. In the last 3 minutes, a jarring sound erupted from the bathroom door, akin to nails scraping and teeth gnawing, the door shaking as if it could burst open at any moment. 1,798 seconds, 1,799 seconds, 1,800 seconds. Half an hour had elapsed, and the sounds from outside vanished entirely, restoring tranquility. To prevent any miscalculation, Chen Ge did not immediately open his eyes. He counted an additional 300 seconds before taking a step back, placing his hands before his chest and blinking. The candles in the bathroom had long since extinguished, enveloping the space in darkness. A vague sense of change stirred within him. Upon switching on his flashlight, the light returned to the room, and he froze in place. The bathroom mirror was riddled with cracks, his reflection fragmented into countless pieces, appearing surreal. To his astonishment, right before the mirror stood a tattered doll, which had appeared unbeknownst to him, with button eyes glimmering, its patched body stuffed with cotton. This doll was far from endearing, yet to Chen Ge, it held profound significance. It was the very first doll he had crafted, a cherished possession from the time his parents had gone missing. The doll leaned against the shattered mirror, as if to prevent whatever lay within from emerging. The bathroom door was locked. How did the doll manage to enter? Through the window? That seems implausible. The true enigma lies in why it moved on its own. Chen Ge felt as though his worldview was crumbling, leaving him in a state of disarray. For 3 minutes, he and the doll stood in a tense standoff before he finally regained his composure. He flexed his cold fingers and cautiously approached. The doll's button eyes seemed to follow him from every angle, and as he gazed at the toy he had crafted, his lips involuntarily twitched. With great care, he avoided the doll and picked up his phone from the side. Fortunately, he had been cautious and prepared. The phone's recording had not ceased, and after meticulously saving the backup, he began to watch the footage. The video was not particularly clear. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow, and Chen Ge, standing before the mirror, appeared somewhat stiff, while the reflection in the mirror seemed far more animated. The first 10 minutes were calm, but a turning point commenced at the 11th minute. The sound of the night breeze was not captured by the recording. The video merely showed the stall door swaying gently. Suddenly, static began to fill the audio track. Although the visuals were ordinary, they evoked an indescribable sense of terror, perhaps stemming from humanity's innate fear of darkness and the unknown. As he watched the video, Chen Ge's expression soured. He remembered keeping his eyes closed and maintaining a distance from the mirror, yet the footage revealed his body slowly leaning forward, as if drawn to the glass. By the 25th minute, his upper body had bent at a sharp angle of 70 degrees, his nose nearly touching the mirror's surface. Moments later, without warning, cracks began to form on the mirror, a sight that horrified Chen Ge. Then, the most astonishing event occurred. The reflection of Chen Ge grimaced and violently smashed against the mirror. Simultaneously, the candle extinguished, and the video abruptly ended. Due to the angle of the recording, there were no images of the doll, leaving Chen Ge uncertain about what transpired in those final 5 minutes. It seemed that whatever was in the mirror had been thwarted by the doll. Perhaps it had saved him. Chen Ge picked up the doll from the sink, earnestly asking, Can you understand my words? Do you know where my parents went in the end? He cradled the doll in his arms, glanced at the bathroom door, and hesitated to step outside, curling up beneath the windowsill. He retrieved his black phone, where a message indicating the completion of a task had appeared. You are indeed fortunate. Congratulations on completing the nightmare level daily task. You have earned the task reward, the beginner talent skill, embalming. I hope you approach this talent with the utmost seriousness. Unlike beauticians, embalmers apply makeup to the deceased. The beauty you wield transcends life and death, revitalizing the cold and granting them eternal beauty. Having completed a nightmare-level daily task for the first time, he earned the title of Newcomer of Nightmare City and received additional rewards. Unlocking the 1-star horror scene trial task, Midnight Escape. Upon the completion of the trial task, this scene's facilities will manifest within the haunted house. As Chen Ge perused the messages on his black phone, he pondered thoughtfully. The development of the haunted house is inextricably linked to the makeup artist. Whether for actors or props, the expertise of a makeup artist is essential for their transformation. A skilled makeup artist can effortlessly create a more realistic effect. Chapter 5, 25 minutes and 14 seconds. Gifted skills? The rewards for tasks of nightmarish difficulty differ significantly from those of other quests. It appears that their benefits directly affect me, enabling a transformation of my very being. Yet, fortuitously, I possess a black phone, suggesting that a chance for a comeback is not entirely absent. However, contemplating such matters feels excessively distant. My immediate priority is to stabilize the business of the haunted house and resolve the pressing predicament at hand. He retrieved his mobile device. The night was exhilarating, almost culminating in an accident, underscoring the formidable challenge of completing a task of nightmarish difficulty. My strength alone is ultimately limited. It would be wiser to involve more individuals in this endeavor, seeking their counsel and strategies. He logged onto several renowned paranormal forums in the country, uploading the original video. Within mere minutes, the video he titled Who is in the Mirror garnered extensive views and shares, possibly due to the public's saturation with entertainment gossip, leading them to seek a change of pace. The video's attention escalated rapidly, akin to a snowball effect, with dozens of new comments appearing with each refresh. A prompt in the comments read, 25 minutes and 14 seconds of high energy. This video uploader is either a lunatic or a madman. What sane person would dare to undertake such a venture in the dead of night? Why did the mirror develop cracks on its own? And what was that entity that collided from within the mirror? The mirror shattered due to thermal expansion and contraction, perhaps caused by uneven temperatures within the room. You know nothing. In metaphysics, mirrors are associated with the Een. They are prone to attracting malevolent spirits. This video ought to be titled There is a Ghost in the Mirror. By the heavens, I was drenched in cold sweat at the witching hour. I truly admire the uploader's bravery. This video must be a fabrication. If not, I, Chen Ge, will publicly proclaim my name while performing a 360-degree handstand. Am I the only one who has noticed? The uploader's avatar features the facade of a haunted house in the western suburbs. Do not rush to conclusions. This is likely a promotional advertisement. Chen Ge's forum account inundated with private messages, some curious, others skeptical. He chose to ignore them all. His video was entirely genuine. Those who understood would grasp its authenticity and refrain from insults, while those who did not need not waste their time attempting to explain. Observing the continuously rising interest, Chen Ge astutely recognized an opportunity. He divided the original video, extracting the final 14 seconds and sharing it on the largest short video application in the country. Merely seconds later, unsuspecting passers-by fell victim to it. Unlike the more resilient individuals on paranormal forums and discussion boards, the innocent pedestrians, startled by Chen Ge's potent dose of fright, began to unleash their fury in the comments section. There exists no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. The inexplicable vitriol attracted even more onlookers, resulting in a chaotic comment section for Chen Ge's short video. Gazing at the comments, even through the screen, Chen Ge could sense the ire of the passers-by. However, his psychological resilience far surpassed that of these individuals. He remained unfazed, even finding amusement in their reactions. In truth, he comprehended the plight of those passers-by. At 3 o'clock in the morning, nestled beneath their covers, they sought the solace of a beautiful young lady to alleviate their fatigue, to indulge in a bit of charming whimsy, and then drift off into a peaceful slumber. However, upon clicking on this video, they were met with the unsettling sight of a living person engaging in a candlelit game with a mirror, the atmosphere utterly misaligned with their expectations. Even more disconcerting was the brevity of the video, merely 14 seconds, before the most terrifying moment unfolded. The mirror shattered, and an image broke free, as if it were attempting to breach the screen itself. Excuse me? Such a maneuver was utterly breath-stealing. The comments section buzzed with activity, and attention was unwavering. It appeared that many were quite fond of his video. A certain someone could not suppress a mischievous grin. The number of followers had surged by over 100. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly refrain from promoting his haunted house? He mused as he revised the title, adding the haunted house's address in the most prominent section of his profile, finishing with a parenthetical note declaring it a haunted house that was not at all terrifying. Chen Ge felt quite pleased with his personal homepage and lingered over the comments before succumbing to slumber beneath the windowsill. The sunlight graced his face, prompting him to stretch his aching body as he crawled from the corner of the bathroom. It was 8:30. He tidied up briefly, stowing a plush toy in his pocket, and grasped his phone as he opened the bathroom door. The wooden door bore evident scratch marks, reminiscent of rodent gnawing. What had truly lurked outside last night? Observing this, he felt a surge of gratitude for not having ventured out. Nightmarish tasks could incite unpredictable variables. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. The other props in the haunted house had not changed significantly, so Chen Ge paid them little mind as he pushed open the haunted house's door. Officially commencing a new day. New Century Amusement Park opened its doors at 9 o'clock, and at 8:45, a petite yet strikingly endowed girl sprinted towards him, her bag slung over her shoulder. "Boss," she exclaimed. A vibrant youth radiated from her, and her delicate features, illuminated by the early sun, resembled a perfectly ripe peach. Tempting enough to bite into. "Xiaowan, you arrived just in time. I've added a new background track to our repertoire. Let us go listen." Before Chen Ge could finish, he noticed Su-Wan excitedly grasping his arm. "What are you up to, girl?" "I just heard a multitude of people discussing the haunted house at the park entrance. Some have queued specifically to experience our haunted house." Su-Wan's words were laced with exuberance. "Boss, we have visitors. Isn't it quite normal to have visitors? You look as if you've never seen the market before." Chen Ge feigned calmness, nonchalantly retrieving his phone to browse his short video profile. His follower count had surpassed 500, and the comments section had rocketed into the top 10 of the newcomer rankings. Yet, unlike the flourishing comments sections of others, his was steeped in tension, with one user remarking that they had been so frightened the night before that they wet the bed, and now they had sharpened their blades. En route. "Indeed, it seems we may have ventured a bit too far." Chen Ge cleared his throat and pulled Su-Wan into the haunted house. The amusement park would commence operations in 15 minutes, and currently, we are the only 2 employees in the haunted house. Today, we must prepare ourselves for a formidable battle. Chapter 6. The beauty makeup in Chen Ge's haunted house. There exist only 2 scenes, the zombie resurrection night and the ghost marriage. The former, deemed utterly lacking by the Black Phone, prompted Chen Ge to reflect on its numerous flaws. To portray the latter scene effectively, at least 3 staff members' collaboration is essential. "Xiaowan, today our theme revolves around ghost marriage. I will adjust the background music shortly, and while you embody the ghost, remember to block your ears. Additionally, I shall personally apply your makeup today." "Boss, are you skilled in makeup?" Xiaowan chuckled mischievously. "All right, but please don't turn me into a hideous creature. Rest assured, I shall render you breathtakingly beautiful." As they entered the makeup room, Chen Ge positioned Xiaowan before the mirror, his palm gently caressing her face. Utilizing his primary talent skill, Lian Rong, he gazed into the mirror at the youthful and charming girl. A cascade of unfamiliar memories began to flood his mind. Chaotic and disordered, encompassing not only color application and makeup techniques, but also fundamental knowledge of dental science, human anatomy, skeletal studies, and thanatology. "Boss, do you truly know how to apply makeup?" 30 seconds had elapsed, and as Xiaowan sat before the mirror, feeling the strange warmth on her face, her heart raced inexplicably, a pang of embarrassment washing over her. A proficient makeup artist designs diverse styles based on varying facial structures. "Xiaowan, your foundation is excellent." In Chen Ge's mind, free of distraction, after employing Lian Rong, Xiaowan had transformed into a mere corpse in his eyes. Forceps, razor, medical clamp, sutures, alcohol, preservative needles, none of these are at my disposal. It appears I must resort to the most basic makeup techniques. Chen Ge muttered to himself, inadvertently startling Xiaowan, who was perplexed as to why the makeup for a haunted house actor necessitated such terrifying instruments. Fear nestled in her heart, yet she felt too embarrassed to refuse, tilting her head to steal glances at her boss while silently praying. "The foundation is monochromatic, the blush too bright, and where can I find lipstick?" Chen Ge grumbled, ultimately beginning to concoct his own colors. His movements were deft, fingers agile, and his color discernment exceptional, seemingly incongruous for someone who had never adorned themselves before. The scene before Xiaowan was astonishing. The entire process of color mixing and makeup application was something she had never encountered before. Boss, I believe you need not be so stringent with yourself. The haunted house is dim. Visitors cannot see clearly. Less chatter, do not fidget. Before Xiaowan could finish her retort, Chen Ge had already applied her foundation and was brushing the eyeshadow he had mixed onto her eyelids. With just a few strokes. This simple eyeshadow significantly altered Xiaowan's aura, imbuing her with an air of cold elegance and mystery. Though she initially intended to argue further, the sight of her reflection caused her mouth to slowly part. The desire for beauty is innate in all, especially within a woman. The solitary cherry red, though monotonous and lacking in depth, transforms entirely with the addition of hibiscus purple. The two hues blend seamlessly, as if they were destined to coexist. Chen Ge casually explained, applying blush to the back of his hand with a brush. Boss, what are you doing? Our haunted house's inferior blush is excessively vibrant and saturated for visual impact, so I'm first diffusing it on my hand. His movements were gentle, and after a moment, the blush indeed became delicate, revealing a subtle sheen. At that moment, Suwon's mouth formed an O shape. You're quite the hidden talent. Where did you learn all this? I have many skills. Beauty and hairstyling are merely my hobbies, Chen Ge replied with a slight smile. The joy of the occasion invigorated him, and the memories flooding back confirmed that mobile games could indeed influence reality. In just 10 minutes, Chen Ge had perfected Suwon's makeup. Take a look in the mirror. Are you pleased? As she raised her eyes, it seemed as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a figure that appeared to have stepped out of a poetic painting. Exuding the elegance of a classical Eastern woman, but there was an uncanny sense of something amiss. Staring into the mirror, Suwon couldn't help but rise, her expression shifting from shock to enchantment, only to suddenly shiver. Boss, I've never been this beautiful. Is that truly me in the mirror? Of course. Yet, she hesitated, reaching toward the mirror. Why do I feel like I'm gazing upon a corpse? Suwon's words made Chen Ge catch his breath. He finally understood the discrepancy. The art of restoration was meant to recreate the beauty of the deceased, and the makeup he had applied was not intended for the living. Stop looking. The park will open soon. Hurry and change into your costume, and remain on the second floor in the marriage venue. Remember to wear the Bluetooth headset and follow my commands. Chen Ge shifted the topic, ushering Suwon away, and then utilized the remaining time to refine the paper figures and dolls within the marriage scene. Under the influence of the restoration skill, all the paper figures seemed to come to life, imbued with vitality amidst their deathly semblance. Let us leave it at this for now. I'll redo the colors when I have more time. Chen Ge packed away his toolbox and hurried downstairs. Before he even approached the haunted house entrance, he could hear the chatter of the visitors outside. You two were duped by that scoundrel with the smoke, huh? Damn. I shattered my phone screen. What about you? You're lucky. I accidentally stripped down to my underwear, and when I slipped, this thing popped up. It startled me so much that I jumped up like a fish. And my parents, thinking I was having a nightmare, rushed in to check. What a disaster. I was completely undressed, clutching a roll of toilet paper, and my parents looked utterly bewildered. Listening to the visitors' lamentations, Chen Ge struggled to contain his laughter, took a deep breath, and maintained a serious expression as he pushed open the door to the haunted house. Welcome, everyone, to my haunted house. Observing the long queue and the fully armed visitors, a smile crept onto his lips. Little Chen, you've already formed quite the line this early. Impressive. The attendant of the nearby carousel appeared somewhat taken aback. He initially intended to greet Chen Ge, but soon sensed an unusual atmosphere among the visitors. It's rather ordinary, I suppose. Primarily, the guests seem to enjoy it. Chen Ge shrugged, unfastening the protective barrier. Who enjoys it? How shameless. I am here to cause trouble, not to sightsee. I found the main culprit. You were the one who posted that short video last night, weren't you? Where is my knife? Where is my knife? The enthusiasm of the visitors escalated to a point of chaos. Chen Ge swiftly intervened, saying, since you are all here, why not step inside and experience it? The best way to quell fear is to stimulate the senses, fight fire with fire, and numb oneself. That short video from last night was indeed thoughtless on my part. Therefore, today, all tickets for the haunted house will be offered at half price. Don't miss out as you pass by. Chapter 7. Ghost Marriage, a poison for a poison? I can hardly believe it. Brother, compensate me for a mobile screen, and we shall consider this matter settled. Do you think I can be swayed by a mere 50% discount on a ticket? Absolutely not. After several minutes of clamor, no visitors dared to enter the haunted house. They all lingered hesitantly behind the safety barrier, too afraid to cross the threshold. Even the timid Chen Ge found it hard to bear. Is there really no one who wishes to experience this? My haunted house is not frightening at all. If you don't believe me, check the reviews online. Upon his suggestion, some began to search. Indeed, all the comments proclaimed it was not scary at all. The only favorable review cited the beauty of the actress playing the ghost. Shall we give it a try then? After a prolonged wait, finally, someone stepped forward. It's merely a haunted house. How frightening can it be? I have seen real corpses. Why should I fear this? The speaker was a young man with a crew cut, his thick brows and large eyes giving him a simple appearance. Brother, cease the nonsense. Even pretentiousness has its limits. How old are you to have seen a corpse? Everyone else was merely being cowardly. Why deceive themselves? Just as the crowd scoffed, an incongruous voice broke through. He is not deceiving you. Corpses are quite commonplace for us. Turning toward the voice, a tall woman adorned with a sun hat and clad in a white skirt approached from the entrance of the amusement park. Her expression was stoic, and the temperature around her seemed to drop a few degrees. Senior, the young man scampered over, eager to assist her with her bag, but was swiftly dissuaded by a mere glance from her, leaving him standing awkwardly with a polite yet embarrassed smile. Did you call her senior? Are you still students? Chen Ge's attention was drawn to the pair. We are from the Forensic Medicine Department of Zhejiang Medical University. My name is Hashan, and this is my senior, Gao Rushue. The young man flashed a smile at Chen Ge. I shared your video on our school forum last night. My senior decided to visit after watching it. This icy beauty is actually a forensic expert? It must be said that her poise perfectly matched her profession. Beautiful lady. May I add you on WeChat? Around her, the visitors gathered, while Hashan remained at a distance, grinning. My senior is quite extraordinary. She dissected frogs and mice this morning, washed her hands, and casually went to the cafeteria for braised pork. Passing by the dissection room at midnight, she casually greeted the cadaver submerged in formalin, yawning all the while. You should spare yourselves the embarrassment. The number of men she has dissected may very well exceed the number of women you've held hands with. This unconventional introduction immediately bore fruit, creating a 2-meter radius of space around the woman. Hearing the young man's words, Chen Ge felt a twinge of frustration. Having completed a nightmarish task and earned a reward, he had finally prepared for a turnaround, only to find that the very first visitors to his haunted house were students from the Forensic Medicine Department. One's pursuit of forensic studies undoubtedly requires an extraordinary level of psychological resilience. Are we permitted to enter? An impatient woman strode up to Chen Ge, her tall stature accentuated by platform shoes, allowing her to nearly meet his gaze. The original ticket price was 20, but at half price, it was merely 10. Before we proceed, I have some background stories and essential precautions to share with you. Chen Ge recalled the 3 fundamental elements of haunted house design mentioned in the black phone, with the backstory being of paramount importance as it profoundly influences the visitor's immersion. Firstly, allow me to introduce my haunted house. Although many on public review platforms claim my haunt lacks fright, I feel compelled to share a crucial fact. Beneath our feet lies what was once the largest potter's field in Zhejiang 50 years ago. 30 years prior, the city planned to construct Zhejiang People's Hospital on this site, but due to numerous inexplicable events, the hospital was ultimately forced to relocate. My haunted house is a transformation of the former hospital premises, concealing many secrets and records left behind after its departure. After sharing this, Chen Ge gestured towards a warning sign by the door. Visitors with cardiovascular diseases or arrhythmias are prohibited from entering. Those aged 12 and above, but under 16, must be accompanied by a parent. Now, if there are no further questions, you two may follow me inside. Chen Ge lifted the opaque black curtain, secured the rusted iron gate, and led Hashan and Gao Rushue into the pitch-black corridor. In life, they were not a couple, yet in death, they were buried together. Many years ago, Zhejiang's ancient city harbored a tale about the Pingjiang Marquis, who sought to arrange a ghost marriage for his prematurely deceased child. He consulted a fortune teller to select a suitable girl based on their birth dates. However, the chosen girl was already devoted to another, to coerce her compliance. The Marquis cast her lover into the river and threatened her family's lives. Ultimately, to save her parents, the girl consented to marry a dead man. Amidst blood candles and lacquered coffins, the dual ceremonies were held. After she was sealed in the coffin for a living burial, strange occurrences began to plague the Marquis residence. A copper rooster bled, paper figures opened their eyes, and each midnight, a woman would appear within the house. This experience, titled Ghost Marriage, is an open-ended scenario. You need only find the correct exit within 15 minutes to escape successfully. Should you feel overwhelmed with fear, simply stand near the surveillance camera and shout, "I will come to your aid." Chen Ge paused at the entrance to the second floor, gesturing invitingly, "Enjoy your time." While it sounded intriguing, Hishan thought it would take more to truly frighten him. He shamelessly hid behind his senior, claiming to be unafraid. Yet his body betrayed him as he dared not take a step forward. In contrast, Gao Rushue displayed no signs of panic, resolutely venturing inside. "Senior, wait for me." After the two visitors entered the second-floor corridor, Chen Ge securely locked the exit door and dialed Su Wan's number. "Xiao Wan, the visitors have entered. Prepare yourself. And remember to cover your ears." After giving the instructions, he hurried towards the main control room, where the monitoring screens, sound control panel, and remote-controlled special effects devices were all housed within that modest space. Initially, I had no intention of utilizing this particular piece of music, as it possessed a rather eerie quality. However, with the unexpected disruption caused by the forensic science students at the outset, one could hardly tolerate such an affront. He activated the sound control panel, incorporating Black Friday into the background music library and selecting it for continuous play. Once all was set, he took his seat before the monitoring screens, intently watching Hishan and Gao Rushue, prepared to intervene at the haunted house the moment either of them exhibited any signs of distress. Chapter 8. Black Friday Senior. We find ourselves in a haunted house, not wandering through the elegant gardens of Suzhou. Could you possibly take my feelings into account? The desolate courtyard loomed ominously, a chill in the air, as specters danced and paper money fluttered. The haunted house in Yishan's eyes bore no resemblance to that of Gao Rushue's. He tread cautiously, apprehensive of any lurking shadows that might spring forth unexpectedly. "We should hasten to find the exit. I have an unsettling premonition. Since we are here, we might as well explore thoroughly. We're here to enjoy the haunted house, not to be outwitted by it," Gao Rushue replied nonchalantly. "Do you not recall what the proprietor said before entering? We must escape within 15 minutes. I sense that person harbors ill intentions should we fail to flee in time. Something dreadful is bound to occur." Hishan endeavored to persuade Gao Rushue, but to no avail. The methods of fright employed by haunted houses are rather limited. At most, staff members don costumes to chase us about. If we are unperturbed by the dead, why should we fear the living? Gao Rushue meandered aimlessly through the corridor, casually pushing open the door to a side room. The venue for the ghostly wedding was a quintessential courtyard structure, with the main house designated for the elders and head of the household, while the side rooms housed the eldest son and younger descendants. The servants resided in the ear rooms adjacent to the main house. Upon entering, the room revealed overturned furniture, tattered bedding strewn across the bed, and cotton fluff scattered about. In the center of the room, a strip of white silk hung ominously. "Senior, I will stand guard outside. Please exercise caution," Hishan began, only to be pulled inside by Gao Rushue. His expression soured as he observed the white silk swaying gently without a breeze, rendering his body somewhat rigid. "Interesting," he mused. The silk hung at a height of 1.5 meters, insufficient to hang anyone, while the disarray of furniture and signs of struggle suggested an intentional facade of suicide crafted by the haunted house. The ear room, home to the servants, indicated that even those without blood ties to the family were not spared by the vengeful spirits. It appeared that the design aimed to torment every inhabitant of the vast estate. Gao Rushue maintained her composure, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "The design of this haunted house is intricate. There may be hidden surprises." She rummaged through the room, tossing aside the bedding, revealing a paper doll lying beneath the tattered quilt. A paper figure resting on a living person's bed. Gao Rushue carelessly discarded the doll and lifted the bedboard, finding nothing but emptiness beneath. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. I had overestimated this haunted house. Let us depart. The exit is not within this room. She waved her hand and strode purposefully toward the exit. Left alone in the room, Hishan gazed at the paper doll on the floor, his teeth chattering. Perhaps due to the angle, he could have sworn that the doll was smiling at him. Copper chicken bleeding, paper doll opening its eyes. "Wait for me, Senior." The door to the ear room closed firmly, and the white silk within ceased its swaying. "Could you lower your voice? You sound like a frightened girl." Gao Rushue shot Hishan a scornful glance as she paused at the corridor's edge. "It's not that I am cowardly. This place genuinely unsettles me. The longer I remain, the more pronounced the discomfort becomes, as if the very essence of my deepest fears has been awakened." Upon hearing Yishan's words, Gao Rushue was momentarily taken aback, sensing an underlying discord. The essence of a forensic expert lies in a steady heart and steady hands. However, her tone had noticeably shifted to one of impatience when she mentioned Hishan, an anomaly that had never surfaced before. Am I truly afraid? I am fully aware that everything within this haunted house is mere illusion. Why then do I feel fear? A crack had formed in her psychological defenses, and neither of them could identify the source of their trepidation. Under the weight of self-doubt and psychological suggestion, the seed of fear began to take root. Could it be that this place harbors something truly unclean? This haunted house is constructed atop a mass grave, repurposed from a hospital building. Silence. Our school's underground morgue is no more frightening than this place. You claim to be a medical student, yet you exhibit such cowardice? Though Gao Rushue feigned indifference, her words quickened in pace. She sat beside the railing of the corridor, gazing around. The ancient mansion, the spirit hall, the withered trees, and the scattered paper money were not excessively terrifying. What am I truly afraid of? Both were captivated by the eerie environment, oblivious to the haunting melody that played on a continuous loop in the background. This piece, entitled Black Friday, insidiously wrapped around their hearts, much like a hidden river eroding their souls, gradually dragging them into an unfathomable abyss. Xiaoshan, how long have we been here? I am unsure, but I feel that we cannot escape within the next 15 minutes. Do not panic. I have given it some thought. Gao Rushue, disregarding the dust, strode towards the opposite end of the corridor. There is nothing inherently fearful about this haunted house. The proprietor has been incessantly instilling negative psychological suggestions since our entry, emphasizing terms such as mass graves, live burials, and female ghosts. He aims to frighten us into scaring ourselves. The cunning aspect lies in his imposition of a time limit without specifying what we might encounter, which consequently burdens us with pressure and leads our minds to conjure the most horrifying scenarios. What do you propose we do now? This haunted house feels distinctly different from others. Hishan is a straightforward young man. He believes whatever the senior student tells him. Your intuition is correct. A conventional haunted house would employ professional actors to portray ghosts, utilizing a plethora of equipment to create gory and terrifying scenes, guiding us through a structured experience. However, this establishment has not followed suit. It has crafted the scenes yet allows us to explore freely, devoid of direction or constraints, leaving us unaware of what may transpire next. I understand your point. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. Hishan appeared enlightened. At this juncture, it is the only explanation we can offer. Gao Rushue subtly furrowed her brow. Very well. Let us prepare to enter the next room. The adjacent room was close to the main one, serving as the abode of the head of the household. Upon pushing open the wooden door, they beheld a scattering of mourning garments and a lacquered wooden coffin in the center of the hall. The red coffin bore a large character for happiness affixed with white paper, flanked by two neat rows of paper figures kneeling in reverence. Their backs are inscribed with names, their faces adorned with makeup, and their eyes seem to glisten with life, each bearing a distinct expression, as if they are surreptitiously observing the two individuals at the doorway. Chapter 9. The medical student was frightened to tears. Senior, why do I feel as if these paper figures are watching us? Hishan clung to the doorframe, utterly unwilling to step inside the room. This is no joke. Those paper figures are definitely problematic. What if they are merely humans in disguise? I swear, I feel like if I get too close, they will rise from the ground. The paper figures, treated with Chen Ge's embalming skills, emanated an indescribable eeriness. Though they were lifeless, they exuded a hint of vitality. Gao Rushue shot Hishan a fierce glare, itching to call him a hindrance. Fear is contagious. She initially felt little trepidation, but Hishan's words began to unsettle her. Could you please say less? If you keep rambling, I might just leave you here. She ventured into the room first, surveying her surroundings. The windows on the main wall were mere decorations, offering no passage to the outside world. Senior, we should leave quickly. This place is sinister and sealed tight. The exit is certainly not here. The haunted house owner was adept at psychological suggestion, skilled at deciphering human hearts. Thus, we must act contrarily. The more implausible a location seemed, the more meticulously we should investigate. As Gao Rushue moved within the room, the gust of wind she stirred caused the paper figures on the ground to sway. Hishan stood outside, his heart racing. Yet, there were no hiding spots within, and it was glaringly apparent that an exit could not be concealed. No hiding spots. Who told you that? Gao Rushue stood in the center of the room, lifting her long, fair leg to rest a foot upon the red coffin. Come help me. I intend to open the coffin. Open the coffin? Hishan's lips twitched, his demeanor deteriorating. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Are you planning to stay in this haunted house forever? Under Gao Rushue's coercion, Hishan cautiously inched into the room, meticulously avoiding the paper figures on the ground, bending down to support the other end of the coffin lid. On the count of 3, we pushed together. All right. 1, 2, thud. Before Gao Rushue could finish counting, an unexpected sound echoed within the room. What was that sound? Hishan trembled, clutching the coffin lid. Shoo! Gao Rushue gestured for silence, scanning the area before finally glancing at the red coffin. It seems the sound came from within the coffin. Upon her words, Hishan's face turned pale, his throat quivering, and his grip on the coffin lid tightened, as if grasping a searing hot iron plate. Sister, you are my real sister. Let us leave quickly. Calm down. When we opened the coffin, a sound emanated from within. Don't you find that strange? The sound from inside the coffin is anything but strange. It's downright terrifying. As the influence of Black Friday weighed heavily on him, Hishan's fear amplified exponentially. All he desired was to escape swiftly. Think carefully. The sound from the coffin could only mean 2 things. First, there could be a staff member hidden inside, who might leap out to frighten us as soon as we open it. Second, there could be some sort of mechanism within, activated upon opening the coffin, triggering a third variable. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the coffin is a crucial prop in the scene of a ghostly marriage, if we wish to escape. Opening the coffin is an essential step. Gao Rushue gently tapped the coffin lid and urged, do not hesitate, simply open it. Although she was uncertain of the meaning behind her own words, they resonated with a certain logic. Together, Hishan and Gao Rushue exerted their strength, and the heavy coffin lid gradually shifted. As it opened a quarter of the way, an unexpected explosion erupted from within the dilapidated casket. Boom! The coffin toppled, unleashing a flurry of paper figures and joss money, accompanied by the eerie laughter of an unfamiliar woman, while the room's entrance began to close automatically. Run! Hishan was near the door. Startled, he paid no heed to his senior and darted toward the exit. Yet, before he could even peek outside, a woman's face intruded. Pale, exquisite, breathtakingly beautiful. By heavens! Caught completely off guard, Hishan swung his fist toward that face, but its owner seemed to anticipate his reaction, evading his strike as if rehearsed countless times. There's a ghost. His fist missed its target, and in a state of panic, he scrambled toward the opposite side of the courtyard. Hishan, don't run wildly, Gao Rushue shouted, just in time to see a crimson shadow closely trailing Hishan into the side room. The left and right chambers were designated for the juniors. This was bad. Hishan had rushed into the very room where the vengeful spirit had lived. Gao Rushue hurried to escape, only to find the main door had locked behind her, trapping her in the central room. Is this meant to separate us, to take us down one by one? We merely came to explore a haunted house. Is such madness truly necessary? The coffin lay in ruins, paper figures scattered about, and with her heart in disarray, Gao Rushue kicked the door. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to pry it open. In just a minute's time, the outside world had undergone a drastic transformation. What on earth is happening? This haunted house is not that vast. Hishan cannot possibly be oblivious to my calls. Could something have befallen him? Images of crime scenes flashed through her mind, and Gao Rushue was perplexed as to why these thoughts surfaced. Following the corridor, she recalled Hishan's earlier path and made her way to the west chamber. Creaking, she pushed open the aged wooden door, causing a white paper cutout of a character to fall. Upon entering, she found the room adorned as a bridal chamber, yet unsettlingly, all the decorations were white, devoid of any festive spirit and rather eerie. Where could he have gone? The atmosphere in the room was peculiar, the only source of illumination being a white lantern hanging outside. Gao Rushue advanced slowly, a chill creeping over her exposed skin as if an invisible hand brushed against her. Her shoes crunched over the joss money, and her feet occasionally brushed against strange objects. The dim light made it challenging to discern her surroundings, compelling her to grit her teeth and quicken her pace. Lifting the curtain to the inner room, Gao Rushue halted at the entrance. The room was barren, save for a bed ensconced in drapes and 2 facing copper mirrors pressed against the walls. I witnessed Hishan enter this room. It has only been a minute or 2. How could he have vanished? Could it be that the exit lies concealed within this room? Has Hishan inadvertently made her escape? A flurry of thoughts surged through Gao Rushue's mind as she took a deep breath and stepped inside. To her astonishment, with each stride she took, 2 sets of footsteps echoed in unison within the chamber. Who could be behind me? She abruptly turned her head, only to find herself staring into a bronze mirror, which reflected nothing but her own image. Chapter 10. A false alarm. Gao Rushue's chest heaved, her heart pounding erratically. It had been a long time since she had lost her composure so thoroughly. Eerie music floated around her, and in the dim light, she gazed into the mirror, her pupils gradually narrowing to mere pinpoints. In the reflection, the curtain behind her was mysteriously unraveling. A paper doll's face slowly emerged, clearly visible through the mirror, grinning at her. Who was inside? In the throes of extreme fear, a person becomes irritable and impulsive. Gao Rushua turned and grasped the edges of the curtain, yearning to unveil the truth, but the curtain was intricately designed, with multiple layers intertwining. Sheer drapes and bed curtains crossed each other. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, she not only failed to glimpse the innermost scene but also found her arm ensnared. Just when calamity seemed to compound, footsteps echoed within the room. A Haven team moved. Where does the sound come from? With the disappearance of her junior and the haunting ambience of the scene amplified by the dread of Black Friday, Gao Rushua's psychological defenses had long been in tatters. She had reached her limit, and the footsteps reverberating through the room became the final straw that broke her resolve. Her legs turned to jelly, strength abandoned her, and fear surged forth like a beast unleashed from its cage, beginning to devour her sanity. With great effort, Gao Rushua twisted her body, attempting to free herself from the curtain's grasp, but the footsteps grew nearer, yet the source remained elusive. It's impossible. The room is so small. If someone were approaching, I would see them at once. Her heart was in complete disarray. The room's simple decor, now a harbinger of unspeakable terror. Outside, the white lantern swayed, casting an even dimmer light, and the figure in the brass mirror began to blur. Gao Rushua's pupils quivered as her beautiful eyes settled upon the brass mirror, where, unbeknownst to her, her own reflection had vanished, replaced by a stranger clad in a wedding gown. True beauty has no absolute form. It is the captivating charm of a lovely person. The pale, surreal beauty sent chills down her spine, akin to admiring a long-forgotten masterpiece. Fixating on the woman in the mirror, Gao Rushua's shoulders trembled, and for the first time, terror etched itself upon her face. Having dissected countless corpses, she was intimately familiar with the sensation the woman in the mirror evoked, a feeling only encountered in the presence of the deceased. A true corpse is hidden within this haunted house. The thought surged forth, and fear engulfed her like a tidal wave. She desperately sought to distance herself from the brass mirror, but as she retreated, she collided with something solid. In that instant, the footsteps within the room ceased, and her thoughts froze. She no longer pondered the why, but instinctively, amidst the eerie background music, she slowly turned her head. Their eyes met. Behind her stood a woman, clad in a wedding gown, her features painted for the funeral, smiling at her. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the haunted house, echoing clearly even outside. Bound by unseen restraints, Gao Rushua's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor. Her complexion drained of color. The oppressive fear morphed into tears that spilled uncontrollably. For a long moment, she dared not open her eyes. Traces of tears stained her cheeks, her mouth slightly agape. Coughing reflexively in a daze. Shawan, quickly bring him out. All right. The ghostly figure opposite Gao Rushue removed the Bluetooth headset hidden in her hair and squatted in front of her. The Turin's here. Take a breath, and I shall escort you all outside. Moments later, the entrance to the ghost marriage scene swung open, and Chen Ge hurriedly rushed in. Where's the other person? There's only one. He had not spotted Ishan on the monitors, and, fearing an unforeseen incident, had rushed in. That fellow was too timid. After charging in, he fainted in front of the bronze mirror. I was concerned it might affect the experience of the other visitors, so I dragged him behind the bed. Fainted? Chen Ge was at a loss for words. The safety of our guests is paramount. Should this occur again, notify me immediately. Understood. He instructed Su Wan to assist Gao Rushue, while he dragged the unconscious Ishan from behind the bed. The poor man lay on the ground, utterly oblivious, not knowing what had transpired. Come, let us find a ventilated area. He hoisted Ishan onto his back and rushed outside the haunted house, descending to the first floor. He lifted the opaque door curtain and kicked open the protective barrier. Make way. Chen Ge laid Ishan at the ventilation outlet of the haunted house, applying pressure to his acupressure point and placing ice packs on him, a scene that left the surrounding visitors in disbelief. I've never heard of someone fainting from a haunted house tour before. Was he really scared to the point of fainting? Didn't the reviews say it wasn't frightening? Oh my. I'm starting to panic. Shortly, Suwon emerged, supporting Gao Rushue, who looked entirely different from when they entered. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, her steps unsteady, and tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. She looks like a completely different person. What on earth did she experience in there? Weren't they supposed to be unfazed? Having even seen corpses? Suwon helped Gao Ruxue up onto the steps and offered her a bottle of water. Still somewhat shaken, Gao Ruxue's hands trembled slightly as she grasped the bottle. Don't block the breeze. Clear the way. Chen Ge felt a headache coming on. It was somewhat understandable for Gao Ruxue to be frightened to tears, but why did this big fellow suddenly faint? If you're timid, just admit it. Why pretend to be brave and enter the haunted house? Bad news travels fast, and more visitors gathered at the entrance of the horror house. Even the park administrator, Uncle Su, was alerted, arriving on an electric bike. I don't know. Perhaps he suffered from heat stroke. Chen Ge's response failed to convince even himself. In this weather, Uncle Su approached and directly lifted Hishan onto the electric bike. Lend a hand. We must take him to the infirmary. Not long after leaving, it seemed that either the acupressure had worked or something else, for Hishan gradually regained consciousness. His eyelids fluttered, and he suddenly sat upright on the bike. His eyes bloodshot, mumbling, "Mirror, mirror. Calm down. Was this fellow possessed?" Sunlight streamed onto his face, and after a few seconds, Hishan returned to normal. He touched the back of his head, realizing he was surrounded by onlookers, feeling rather embarrassed. Are you feeling better now? How did you faint in the haunted house? Uncle Su, clad in the theme park uniform, displayed remarkable diligence as he handed a bottle of water to Hishan. Is there still an attraction related to mirrors within the haunted house? Uncle Su turned his gaze towards Chen Ge, whose expression at that moment was far from pleasant. Chapter 11. Does your conscience not ache? When Hishan mentioned his fainting spell in relation to the mirror, Chen Ge's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the game he played the previous night, where the entity in the mirror was obstructed by a puppet and did not emerge. According to Hishan, that creature likely had not departed and remained concealed within the mirrors of the haunted house. Boss, is this a new attraction in the haunted house? How come I was unaware? Suwon inquired, as many onlookers, oblivious to the truth, turned their gaze toward Chen Ge. He found himself in a precarious position, unable to disclose to everyone that there might indeed be ghosts in the haunted house, urging them to enter at their own peril. To express such a thought would not only lead to the closure of the haunted house, but might also land him in a mental institution. It can be considered a new project. The specific content is akin to the short video I posted last night. However, I do not recommend anyone partake in this game without professional guidance. Chen Ge gently patted Hishan's shoulder. To engage recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Much like our friend here. Now, who else wishes to visit? Do not be afraid. Occasional surprises are part of the thrill of a haunted house. Thrill my foot. People are fainting. We came here to enjoy a haunted house, not to gamble with our lives. Indeed, I want to even demand compensation for the shattered phone screen. But please refrain from posting such videos at ungodly hours in the future. Too much for me to handle. Farewell. As Chen Ge's words fell, the crowd collectively took a step back. He wore a wry smile. Surely it isn't that frightening. My haunted house is not terrifying at all. Brother, 2 forensic students who deal with corpses daily have either cried or fainted due to your antics, and yet you nonchalantly claim your haunted house is harmless. Are you fooling yourself? Does your conscience not ache? Brother, one must be kind-hearted. The surrounding visitors murmured, leaving Chen Ge speechless. Initially, when the haunted house seemed harmless, no one visited, deeming it uninteresting. Now that it had become frightening, it appeared he had overdone it, resulting in the opposite effect. Have you all come from afar merely to loiter at the entrance? Courage can be cultivated. A touch of thrill can indeed invigorate the blood. You can embellish it all you want, but I still want to step inside. Promoting blood circulation? Why not claim your haunted house cures cancer? The individual with the broken phone waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. At that moment, a middle-aged man beside him suddenly spoke up, his voice booming as if he had reached a momentous decision. Boss, give me a ticket. Goodness, there truly are those unafraid of death. Sir, do not act rashly. Others charge for their haunted houses, but this one demands lives. I respect your courage. Go forth without fear. I shall take care of your wife and niece. The man appeared to be in his 40s, slightly balding. He stepped away from the crowd and handed Chen Ge yuan. I would like a ticket for entry. Are you going in alone? Chen Ge regarded the man with newfound admiration. What is this called? Knowing the danger yet boldly proceeding into it. Having received the payment, Chen Ge handed the ticket to the elderly gentleman, who was about to impart some cautionary advice regarding the haunted house. To his astonishment, the man took the ticket and began walking in the opposite direction of the entrance. Sir, the entrance is this way. The surrounding tourists could hardly contain their disbelief. You stood at the entrance for 20 minutes, and now you think purchasing a ticket counts as visiting? Before the onlookers could voice their opinions, The elderly man's social media was already buzzing with likes and comments. HR Shaoli. Zhang, you fear even mice, yet you dare to venture into a haunted house. Impressive. My friend. Beloved daughter Wang Jing. Ha ha ha, Dad, we all know your courage. Spare us the futile struggles. His antics left the nearby tourists dumbfounded. Sir, you possess a profound depth of character. To avoid being labeled as timid, he even dragged his own wife and daughter into the fray. A young man, whose phone screen was cracked, stood beside the elderly gentleman, witnessing the entire spectacle. Without a word, he approached Chen Ge and said, "Give me a ticket as well." Confused by how events had escalated, Chen Ge accepted the payment and handed the young man a ticket. He then observed as the young man, holding his shattered phone, began snapping photos to post on Weibo, captioning it, "Oh dear, what to do? I feel my courage has shrunk again. Just a haunted house. Yet I'm drenched in cold sweat." Gazing at the cowardly comments on his post, the young man wore a peculiar smile. "Give me one too. I want one. It must be half price. I'll take two." The haunted house stood eerily empty, yet a significant number of tickets had already been sold. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chen Ge joyfully counted the cash in his hands. "Boss, we've sold more tickets this morning than in the past 2 weeks combined," Suwan said. Crouching beside Chen Ge, her excitement barely contained. "However, we must remain vigilant. Today was merely a stroke of luck. To genuinely attract visitors, we need to offer substantial content." Chen Ge securely tucked the ticket money away and glanced at the perimeter of the haunted house, where the beleaguered Yishan and Gao Rushui had yet to depart. "Are you two feeling any better?" Chen Ge approached them with a bottle of water, acknowledging that the day's ticket sales were significantly influenced by these two forensic students. Sorry to trouble you," Yishan replied, awkwardly seated on the steps, while Gao Rushui appeared somewhat pale, her gaze oscillating between Chen Ge and Su Wan. "I have 2 questions I would like to ask, if that's all right." "Go ahead," Chen Ge replied, not wishing to refuse her. "Firstly, in the West Wing, I distinctly saw that woman in the mirror. How could she suddenly appear behind me?" Gao Rushui queried, determined to uncover the truth behind her terror. "What you perceived as a mere mirror was, in fact, a triangular prism formed by 3 mirrors, with the remaining 2 sides concealed within the walls. A firm push could pivot it, revealing the exit of the ghost marriage game behind the mirror. As for the woman in the mirror, she is merely a life-sized photograph, meticulously captured in advance, enhanced by lighting and visual effects, thus creating an illusion of reality. Xiaowan has been concealed behind the other side of the mirror, and the footsteps you heard were merely sound effects." Upon hearing Chen Ge's explanation, Gao Rushui gently nodded and posed her second question. She pointed towards Su Wan and asked, "Why does this person, who is evidently alive, evoke such a peculiar sensation in me? Gazing upon her feels akin to staring at a corpse." Chapter 12. The turntable. Having devoted years to the study of human anatomy, Gao Rushui spent more time in the company of corpses than with her roommates. Social interactions were not her forte. She possessed a far greater understanding of the deceased than of the living. The makeup we as haunted house actors donned was quite distinctive, and combined with the intricate environment of the haunted house and one's own psychological suggestions, it often led to illusions. The mortuary aesthetics and the essence of Black Friday were matters best kept in the shadows, and Chen Ge would never divulge such secrets to outsiders. He brushed past the topic without delving deeper. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Bidding farewell to the forensic students, he instructed Su Wan to tidy up the props from the ghostly wedding scene before hastily retreating to the control room alone. Only Chen Ge comprehended the truth behind Yishan's fainting. The creature lurking within the mirror had not departed but remained hidden within the haunted house. Retaining its presence was ultimately a perilous risk. This was his first encounter with a nightmare-level assignment, and he had never anticipated such dire consequences. Turning off the haunted house's background music, Chen Ge accessed the surveillance footage, meticulously reviewing the video of Yishan entering the western chamber, frame by frame. Quickly making a discovery. At 9:24:11, Yishan entered the room, terror-stricken and frantic. By 9:24:14, he arrived in the inner chamber and beheld the copper mirror for the first time. At that moment, an extraordinarily eerie scene unfolded in the footage. The once panicked Yishan inexplicably calmed upon seeing the mirror, as if time had come to a standstill. He stood before the mirror, motionless. The numbers on the surveillance screen continued to shift until, at 9:24:17, Yishan abruptly raised his left hand and moved toward the mirror, as if someone were grasping his hand, compelling him to step into the reflection. At 9:24:20, Su Wan, clad in bridal attire, pursued him from behind. By this time, half of Yishan's body was already pressed against the mirror, and the footage distinctly revealed a fleeting shadow within the mirror before Yishan collapsed to the ground. Was it Su Wan's arrival that thwarted the creature's sinister intentions? Chen Ge replayed the video repeatedly. In a mere 10 seconds, an astonishing sequence of events transpired. He rubbed his temples, momentarily at a loss for an effective solution. It seemed the only course of action was to cover all mirrors within the haunted house. Once he devised a strategy to confront this creature, he would eradicate it completely. He ventured into the prop room, retrieved several pieces of black cloth, and proceeded to the ghostly wedding venue. I must inform you of something. All props related to mirrors in the haunted house are to be temporarily out of service. Furthermore, while you are in character as a ghost, please refrain from approaching the mirrors. Holding the black cloth, Chen Ge assisted Su Wan in reassembling the scattered coffin props. Though she found Chen Ge's actions perplexing, she refrained from questioning him further. After rearranging the scene in the main room, Chen Ge entered the western chamber alone. The white paper lanterns hung high, casting dim light throughout the room as he stood at the spot where Yishan had fainted, gazing intently at the copper mirror. A being residing within the mirror? Was it possible that the mirror concealed another world? Chen Ge touched the cold mirror's surface, gazing at his reflection. The longer he stared, the more peculiar it felt. When he previously handed the mineral water to Hashan, the latter instinctively reached out with his right hand, indicating that he was not left-handed. Yet, in the surveillance footage, he had raised his left hand first. Why would he act contrary to his habitual behavior? Had he already been controlled by whatever resided in the mirror, rendering him powerless? Pressing his left hand against the mirror, aligning it with the reflection, Chen Ge mused that only what was mirrored was contrary to reality. Covering the mirror with a black cloth, he sat in the haunted house and retrieved his black phone. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. The monster had emerged due to the black phone's presence, and to eliminate it, he would likely require the phone's assistance. Scrolling through the screen, he opened the haunted house icon. The application interface underwent slight changes, with the number of visitors today and for the month each increasing by 2. In the section for unlockable horror scenes, a new trial task appeared. Upon clicking, he was informed that completing the trial task would unlock the corresponding horror scene. The game was designed with remarkable fairness. Completing tasks would yield rewards, the magnitude of which correlated with the task's difficulty. If he wished to rapidly develop the haunted house and rid the mirror of its foul presence, he needed to complete as many tasks as possible. Daily tasks allowed for only one completion, so it was only natural that Chen Ge's gaze fell upon the trial task. Midnight Escape Trial Task. A dangerous mental patient resides in a dilapidated apartment building, armed with scissors and a hammer, lurking outside your door. Task location, Shijiao Peace Apartment. Task requirements. Arrive at the task site by 11 p.m. today, locate the murderer, and survive until dawn. Task hint. He conceals himself within the crowd. Beneath the guise of kindness lies a heart marred with trauma. Would you like to accept the task? Note, trial tasks exist for only 24 hours. Failure to accept within this time frame will be considered a forfeit, and this scene will remain permanently locked. Initially hesitant, Chen Ge decisively chose to accept upon reading the last line. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape fate. Now that the haunted house had begun to show promise, he must seize every opportunity to manage it better. Having accepted the task, he continued scrolling down, discovering that the terrifying roulette at the bottom had somehow been activated. Curiously, he opened the roulette interface, where a line of text appeared. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. Here, there are spiritual fruits that can extend life, as well as vengeful spirits steeped in malice. Upon the first collection of a visitor's scream, the roulette would activate, granting one chance to spin. The visitor's scream must exceed 70 decibels to be collected. And after accumulating 100 screams, one would earn a chance to spin the roulette. 100 screams for a single spin opportunity? Chen Ge held his phone, a strange expression on his face. This roulette seems exceedingly unfair. The conditions are already challenging to meet, and the final outcome remains uncertain. If a vengeful spirit were to emerge, it would surely spell trouble. He gazed at the remaining spins on the wheel, a restless sensation stirring within him, akin to the way an obsessive-compulsive individual feels upon noticing a notification on their phone, regardless of whether it is a trivial message or not. The urge to tap it is irresistible. Surely, attempting it wouldn't lead to any dire consequences, he reassured himself. With a gentle touch of his finger, the wheel on the screen began to spin immediately. As long as it was a malevolent spirit, anything else would suffice. Chapter 13. Is this heaven's wrath upon me? Chen Ge was fixated on the screen of his phone as the wheel slowed to a crawl, culminating in a soft chime as the pointer came to rest in a certain direction. The lottery concluded, and a message flashed. Congratulations. You have won a rare special item, the cursed love letter, with a probability of winning at 3 in 1,000. His eyes bulged and his complexion turned pallid. From the moment he fell from the heights of the building, he became a taboo within the campus. The crimson dancing shoes, the bloodstained school uniform. Even the name itself became a topic not to be mentioned. People feigned forgetfulness until one day, another soul received her love letter. The first lottery yielded a vengeful spirit, unlocking the rare title, the Spirit's Benefactor. The Spirit's Benefactor. While donning this title, there exists a certain probability of receiving aid from the vengeful spirit. Upon seeing the notification on his phone, Chen Ge felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. A cursed love letter? A 3 in 1,000 chance? The Spirit's Benefactor? The monster in the mirror was still trying to comprehend, and now he had drawn another vengeful spirit. Is this truly heaven's wrath upon me? He found himself regretting his earlier bravado before participating in the lottery. Stay calm. I must not lose my composure. Things have not yet reached their nadir. Drawing a vengeful spirit does not mean it will manifest immediately. I still have time to remedy this. Perhaps I should seek a divination at the nearby temple. As he tucked his phone away, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against something. Lowering his gaze, Chen Ge discovered an aged, yellowed piece of letter paper had somehow found its way into his pocket. A sense of foreboding seized him as he tremulously extracted the paper, revealing a message woven from hair that read, I like you. Calm my foot. What do you like about me? Am I supposed to change my profession now? The characters on the letter were elegant and lively. Had they not been crafted from hair, they would certainly have been more aesthetically pleasing. Standing in the West Wing, with the letter in hand, Chen Ge's face turned ashen. It was hard to fathom that the first love letter he ever received would present itself in such a form. Boss, what are you muttering to yourself about? Xiaowan entered from outside, having just arranged the paper figurines in the main room. It's nothing. I was contemplating whether a person aware of their impending demise ought to relinquish all obsessions and engage in meaningful endeavors. Chen Ge looked up at Xiaowan, who was preparing for the funeral, for instance, contributing to the continuation of humanity. Chen Ge spoke casually, not anticipating that Xiaowan would appear deep in thought, her expression gradually turning serious. Xiaowan, are you considering agreeing with me? No, I'm not prepared for that. Isn't it a bit too casual? Although we share a remarkable rapport and have worked together for quite some time, if procreation is the objective, it is not entirely out of the question. Chen Ge inexplicably felt a twinge of anxiety. No, boss, you've misunderstood. When I entered just now, I noticed you had 2 shadows, and I was simply curious. Xiaowan pointed towards the space behind Chen Ge. Is this also part of our haunted house's new project? 2 shadows. Chen Ge turned to look, and behind him, 2 shadows, one large and one small, were slowly approaching, ultimately merging into one. WTF. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Xiaowan and dashed towards the exit of the haunted house. After being re-exposed to the sun, Chen Ge finally found a semblance of calm. He did not disclose the reason to Suwan and simply sat on the steps in front of the haunted house. Boss, you've been overly suspicious lately. Is the pressure getting to you? Suwan seated herself beside Chen Ge. You shouldn't burden yourself so heavily. Everything will eventually improve. What would you like for lunch? I'll fetch it for you. Okay. After Suwan departed, Chen Ge brought the love letter before his eyes once more. I witnessed 2 shadows merging. Does this signify that I have been ensnared by a vengeful spirit, now lurking within my own shadow? Where there is sunlight, shadows are cast. Chen Ge gazed at his shadow, his eyes unwavering. I possess the title of a favored one by a malevolent spirit, which grants me a chance to receive its assistance. If this title proves beneficial, then encountering a vengeful spirit may not be a misfortune. He could only comfort himself thus, though deep down, he understood that such spirits earned their fearsome reputation due to the intense grievances they harbored before death, exuding malice and curses. Coexisting with such entities is fraught with peril. Even the slightest misstep could lead to a dire outcome. After finishing lunch, Chen Ge sat at the entrance of the haunted house, holding a promotional flyer. Observing the numerous tourists passing by, though few were inclined to venture inside. With time to spare, he accessed his short video personal profile and noted an influx of private messages. A straightforward and earnest forensic science student had secretly messaged Chen Ge, informing him that their school's forum was ablaze with activity. A group of male seniors, upon learning that the campus beauty had been frightened to tears, was sharpening their metaphorical knives, preparing to storm the haunted house. Some had even issued a call to arms on the forum, with over a dozen individuals responding. Youth is a splendid thing. A smile crept across Chen Ge's lips as he envisioned a dozen hormone-fueled young men trembling in a huddle within his haunted house. Once the trial task was completed, he would allow them to experience the new scene and witness just how terrifying the one-star horror scenario truly was. As he contemplated the trial task, Chen Ge became serious. This task could only be attempted once, and failure would result in the corresponding horror scene being permanently locked. He scrolled through his black phone, committing the task details to memory. Understanding oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. After confirming the task location, Chen Ge began to gather all pertinent information regarding it. Ping an apartment, located in the western suburbs of Zhejiang, yielded nothing from a simple search. After flipping through several pages, he finally found something related to the apartment building on a local second-hand housing transaction site. It was a complaint, stating that the seller had concealed the truth. The apartment was, in fact, a haunted house. Upon peeling back the wall coverings, remnants of bloodstains were found, and an inexplicable foul odor could be detected each night. The complaint went unaddressed and subsequently faded into obscurity. Chen Ge noted the timestamp of the message. It was posted 9 months prior. Spending a night in a real haunted house while also uncovering the hidden perpetrator presented a considerable challenge for Chen Ge. Majoring in toy design at university, he excelled in craftsmanship, yet his skills in investigation and deduction were virtually non-existent. It's quite troublesome. I am not afraid of haunted houses, but I dread the thought of a murderer residing next door, viewing me as their prey in the dead of night. Chapter 14. Missing Person Notice at 4:30. Chen Ge stood alone in the props room of the haunted house, gazing at the cluttered table, unsure of what to prepare. What essentials are needed for a stay in a haunted house? Identification card, mobile phone, power bank, lighter, fruit knife, multi-tool hammer. Yes, I must also bring this puppet. Chen Ge stuffed the puppet that appeared before him in the mirror last night into his backpack. After ensuring nothing was forgotten, he zipped up the bag and exited the room. Xiaowan, I'm leaving early today. Please lock the door when you come. I have something to attend to. He said. Boss, it's not even 5 yet. Are you off on a trip? She replied. The keys are on the table in the props room. See you tomorrow. Seeing Chen Ge's carefree demeanor, Su Wan sighed in resignation, tossed aside the haunted house flyers, and dashed into the props room. That girl. The evening breeze scattered the flyers, and Chen Ge shook his head, picking up a stone to weigh them down. I hope she doesn't see me in tomorrow's morning news. Contrary to his outwardly relaxed appearance, Chen Ge felt an undercurrent of anxiety. He had been restless all afternoon. Last night's nightmarish task had opened a portal to another world, making him acutely aware of the inherent dangers posed by the missions issued by the Black Phone. Trial tasks would undoubtedly be more challenging than routine ones. He must exercise utmost caution tonight to ensure a safe passage through the night. He set off on a shared bicycle toward Ping an apartment before darkness fell. The task details provided only a location name and to find Ping an apartment. Chen Ge relied on a complaint message from 9 months prior. He inquired as he walked, spending over 2 hours before finally arriving at his destination. Would anyone truly reside in an apartment located in such a remote area? The overgrown dirt path twisted its way into the depths of the forest, devoid of streetlights. Through the sparse branches, he could faintly discern a deep gray building in the distance. Along the way, he had asked many people, but most had never heard of Ping an apartment. In the end, a kindly elderly man in his 60s pointed him in the right direction, gently warning him that the place had a history of fatalities and was considered inauspicious. Locals would avoid it even during the day. Chen Ge, feeling a sense of helplessness, thought to himself, if it weren't for the task on the Black Phone, who would willingly seek accommodation in such a place? It was now 6:50. The task required him to arrive before 11. I still have ample time to ascertain the conditions of the haunted house. Following the winding dirt path, Chen Ge ventured deeper into the woods. After walking several dozen meters, he finally laid eyes upon the legendary haunted house. The estate was encircled by a high gray wall, with only one entrance. The rusty iron gate swung open, flanked by a brand-new padlock. The gate appeared quite dilapidated, yet the lock seemed pristine. Wait, what is this? Next to the iron gate, a white paper was affixed, initially mistaking it for a small advertisement. He scrutinized it under the light of his phone and realized it was a missing person notice. Zhang Qing, a 27-year-old woman, stands at a height of 157 centimeters and possesses a slender physique. A distinctive black mole rests near the bridge of her right eye. She has a penchant for donning crimson attire. Those with relevant information are urged to contact Mr. Wang, with promises of generous recompense. The notice concludes with contact details and an address, piquing Chen Ge's curiosity as the address of Mr. Wang is none other than this ominous residence. A sense of unease washes over him. Instinctively, he feels something is amiss. He retrieves his phone and captures a photograph of the notice before stepping into the yard. The edifice is far more expansive than he had anticipated, featuring a 3-story main building, alongside a storage facility and a structure reminiscent of a water room. The peeling paint suggests it has weathered at least 2 or 3 decades of existence. Despite its pronounced age, the building is relatively tidy, with no litter in sight and weeds meticulously cleared away. After securing his bicycle in the yard, Chen Ge, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, enters the main building. Calling out, "Is anyone there?" The long corridor is enveloped in darkness. After several moments, a door near the staircase creaks open slightly. "Hello." Chen Ge approaches the room. Yet the occupant appears reluctant to engage, allowing the door to open only a mere crack. The room remains unlit, and through the narrow opening, he glimpses a woman whose eyes are bloodshot, suggesting a chronic lack of sleep and a frail mental state. "I would like to inquire about the cost of staying in this apartment for one night." Chen Ge speaks softly, striving to sound amiable. However, to his surprise, the woman's reaction is peculiar. She smiles faintly before promptly shutting the door. What does that mean? He is left bewildered by her abruptness when footsteps suddenly resonate from the second floor. The sole motion sensor light in the corridor flickers to life, revealing a limping middle-aged man descending the stairs. The man seems to have caught Chen Ge's earlier inquiry, asking, "Are you looking to stay here? How long do you intend to rent? Are you the landlord?" Chen Ge approaches him. "I only need to stay for one night." "One night?" The limping man scrutinizes Chen Ge with an intensity that suggests he wishes to see through him completely. "Very well, show me your ID, and we can settle the payment on the second floor." As Chen Ge prepares to follow the man upstairs, a sudden noise emanates from the iron gate at the entrance, causing the limping man to furrow his brow, his expression darkening instantly. He halts in his tracks, leaving Chen Ge to wait in silence. Before long, a disheveled middle-aged man enters, his clothing tattered, clutching a thick stack of flyers. "Wang Qi, I told you your girlfriend is not here. If you persist in your harassment, do not blame me for being impolite." The limping man stands resolutely in the center of the staircase, obstructing the path. Ignoring the limping man, the middle-aged man trudges upstairs with a sullen demeanor. "I am addressing you." The limping man shoves him forcefully, causing the unsuspecting individual to collide with the wall, scattering the flyers across the floor. One of the flyers lands squarely at Chen Ge's feet. It is a missing person notice, identical to the one affixed to the entrance of the apartment building. Chen Ge's eyes narrow as he discreetly picks up the notice, subtly observing the upper staircase. The middle-aged man did not engage in a violent confrontation with the limping man. Instead, he rose from the ground and silently gathered the scattered missing person notices, resembling a mere husk of a human. "You need not concern yourself with him. He is but a madman." The limping man gestured to Chen Ge, indicating that he should proceed to the second floor. "A madman?" As Chen Ge passed by the middle-aged man, he cast a discreet glance at him. The narrative of the midnight escape had mentioned the presence of a mentally unstable individual within the apartment building. If this man is indeed mad, could he possibly be the very murderer I am seeking? Chapter 15. The landlord exhausted, numbed, and emaciated. These were the first impressions that Chen Ge had of Wang Qi. As they passed each other, Chen Ge returned a missing person notice he had just picked up from the ground. The man softly uttered a thank you, his voice hoarse and somewhat unclear. "No need to mention it. It's merely a trivial matter," Chen Ge replied with a smile, following the limping man to the second floor. In stark contrast to the first floor, the second floor exuded a damp and gloomy atmosphere. Cobwebs, mottled and intricate, clung to the corners as if scratched by a carving tool. The limping man led Chen Ge to a stop at the end of the long corridor, where he opened the door to the innermost room and retrieved a long string of keys. 50 yuan for a night. You may choose any room on the second floor. 50 is rather steep, isn't it? Chen Ge remarked. "I'm the only tenant for miles, and charging 50 is considered a bargain." As the limping man spoke, his eyes would occasionally dart back, as if he were watching something. "All right, but why am I restricted to the second floor? Are the first and third floors uninhabitable? Why do you have so many questions? If it's not for rent, it's simply not for rent." The limping man snatched 50 yuan from Chen Ge's hand and casually handed him a key, which bore a room number. "Find it yourself." With that, he slipped into the room, and as the door closed, Chen Ge heard a faint, sobbing sound from within, reminiscent of someone choking on food. Feeling a sense of unease, Chen Ge pressed the door lock. Wait a moment. What now? The limping man's tone was unfriendly, revealing his irritation. Chen Ge peered through the crack of the door and observed a cramped space. Aside from the limping man at the entrance, there was an elderly gentleman seated in a wheelchair, facing away from the door. The earlier sound had emanated from him. I'm a bit thirsty. Do you sell water or beverages? None available. The limping man snapped, his temper flaring. Why are you so irritable? A good demeanor invites prosperity. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Chen Ge alone at the threshold, increasingly puzzled. In a conventional apartment building, one would expect the reception desk to be located at the entrance. However, this apartment's reception lay hidden at the far end of the second-floor corridor. He examined the key in his hand, his mind swirling with questions. Why were the first and third floors uninhabitable? Who was the elderly man residing with the landlord? The key bore the number 208, and coincidentally, this room was adjacent to that of the limping man. Let us set aside the inquiries for now and settle in, Chen Ge thought. Feeling weary after more than 2 hours of travel, he opened the door, and a faint musty odor wafted out. It was evident that the room had been unoccupied for a considerable time. Dust blanketed the furniture, and the damp bed linens felt quite uncomfortable to the touch. Is this bed fit for sleeping? Before he could even set down his bag, a sharp crash from the neighboring room startled him, akin to the sound of a bowl shattering. He closed his door and pressed against the wall to eavesdrop. Soon, the air was filled with the limping man's curses, his anger punctuated by a few phrases in dialect, indicating that he was likely not a local. The elderly man wept silently, unable to articulate his thoughts, while the limping man scolded him for several minutes before finally ceasing. What followed was rather peculiar. The volume of the television next door suddenly increased. Chen Ge tossed his backpack onto the vanity and retrieved a fruit knife, concealing it within his pocket. The complaint left about the second-hand apartment indicated that bloodstains lingered behind the wall, and a foul odor could be detected each night, leading to suspicions that this place was haunted. However, after reviewing all available information concerning the peaceful apartment, Chen Ge found no record of any homicide occurring within its premises. Being selected by the Black Phone as a venue for trial tasks suggested that peaceful apartment concealed unspeakable secrets, a notion Chen Ge was acutely aware of. After securely stowing the fruit knife, he produced a multi-tool hammer, methodically tapping and inspecting every corner of the room, yet no discoveries materialized. It was an utterly ordinary guest room, albeit in a state of disrepair, lacking any significant abnormalities. The landlord had initially restricted him to choosing a room on the second floor, indicating that those rooms likely posed no issues. Otherwise, they would not be available for rent. Thus, it seemed imperative to investigate the first or third floors for any revelations. The trial task was set to commence at 11 o'clock in the evening, and with over 3 hours remaining, Chen Ge was reluctant to squander any time. He secured the tool hammer and stealthily approached the door, grasping the doorknob. He pulled the door open halfway, only to suddenly halt. Sweat beaded on his palm, and a chill coursed through him. The limping man stood right outside. It was unclear how long he had been there. Both men were taken aback by the unexpected encounter through the half-open door. What are you doing at my door, landlord? Chen Ge's expression grew stern. His suspicions regarding the landlord deepened. Weren't you thirsty? I brought this for you, the limping man stated, placing a thermos at Chen Ge's doorstep, his demeanor somewhat awkward. Thank you. Chen Ge chose not to confront him directly, instead bringing the thermos inside. Do you have anything else to discuss? No, just rest early, the limping man replied, casting a glance into the room as if speaking to himself, adding, the hallway is unlit and very dark at night. It's best not to wander around. This landlord, with his unsightly appearance and irritable temperament, was not one for conversation. Despite his slight disability, he was robust enough to easily overpower the middle-aged man from earlier. Chen Ge, lacking deductive reasoning, began to concoct scenarios based on the murder films he had previously watched. A naturally limping individual, bullied throughout his youth, potentially harboring deep-seated insecurities that might manifest destructively, leading to thoughts of both self-destruction and the annihilation of others. Goodness, with this line of thought, he seemed to embody all the characteristics of a serial killer. Chen Ge placed the thermos down, wrestling with a troubling question. If the landlord were indeed a murderer, would he not be spending an entire night in a haunted house? Sharing space with a killer? The mere idea sent a shiver down his spine. The old pervert might very well stand at his door all night. Even more terrifying was the fact that as the landlord, he must possess spare keys to all the rooms. Chapter 16. Do not spend the night here. The landlord harbors significant suspicion, yet one cannot dismiss other possibilities. Chen Ge scratched his head. pondering how fortunate it would be to inquire with a tenant. Since entering the apartment building, he had encountered 4 individuals: a woman lurking behind a door crack, Wang Qi, who was posting missing person notices, the irritable landlord, and an elderly man confined to a wheelchair. The elder resided with the landlord, thus could be disregarded for the moment. The woman on the first floor exuded an odd aura, leaving Wang Qi as the only seemingly normal individual who might possess knowledge about the happenings within the apartment. Chen Ge placed the thermos inside his room, secured the door, and made his way to the first floor. As he descended, the motion sensor lights flickered to life, revealing Wang Qi traversing the corridor, clutching the missing person notices. He shoved each notice through the cracks of the various rental doors, indifferent to whether anyone resided within. This peculiar behavior captured Chen Ge's attention. Typically, one would post such notices in populated areas, yet here was Wang Qi, targeting uninhabited rentals, quietly trailing behind Wang Qi. Chen Ge waited until the final notice was inserted before speaking. "Brother, I can empathize with the anguish of having a missing family member. Yet you must exhibit resilience and refrain from tormenting yourself with these futile repetitions." Upon hearing the voice, Wang Qi slowly turned around, his murky eyes seemingly perpetually unfocused. "Understand? You cannot comprehend, nor do I ever expect you to." Chen Ge chose not to engage in further triviality. He retrieved his phone and displayed the missing person report filed at the police station months prior. "I am not deceiving you. My parents vanished suddenly 6 months ago. Initially, I too was engulfed by despair. May I hear about your situation? We are kindred spirits in misfortune. Perhaps I might offer assistance." Chen Ge's earnest demeanor conveyed his genuine sentiments. After a moment's hesitation, possibly recalling Chen Ge's prior act of helping him retrieve a notice, Wang Qi's gaze softened slightly. "You cannot assist me. You seem decent, so heed my advice. Leave promptly and do not spend the night here. I have already paid." "You cannot expect me to depart without justification," Chen Ge retorted. He had come to fulfill a trial, and leaving now would equate to abandoning his mission, rendering the midnight escape scenario forever inaccessible. Which holds greater significance, money or life? Wang Qi glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was within earshot before murmuring. This apartment building was once the site of a family massacre, known by the locals. I have heard of this haunted residence, yet I have found no evidence of any related incidents. It must be mere rumor. Chen Ge expressed his skepticism. Previously, this building was named Fuan Apartment. It was only after the incident that it was renamed Ping'an Apartment. The case had garnered considerable attention at the time, with the perpetrator still at large. The spirits of the unjustly slain remain restless, manifesting in the old residence come nightfall. Wang Qi spoke with a grave demeanor, his seriousness palpable. "How can you still believe such tales in this day and age?" Chen Ge replied with a stiff smile, though inwardly he felt a greater sense of dread than anyone else. The specter in the mirror, the vengeful spirit of a love letter. He truly wished to distance himself from any further entanglements with the supernatural. "At first, I was skeptical, until my fiancée mysteriously vanished in this vicinity." He agonizingly tugged at his hair, the fatigue evident despite his attempts to conceal it. "Why would your fiancée come to this place?" Chen Ge's attention was suddenly piqued. The speaker's casual remark resonated deeply with him, as Wang Qi's fiancée's predicament bore a striking resemblance to that of his own parents. "I have no idea. In fact, I had never heard of this apartment building before. It was the police who informed me, stating that all leads had abruptly ceased here." Wang Qi released his grip, a few strands of hair slipping through his fingers. "I had no choice but to come here in search of her." "Did you uncover anything?" Chen Ge inquired, his curiosity intensifying. Wang Qi opened his mouth as if on the verge of revelation, yet he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and typed a message on the screen. "It seems my fiancée has been abducted by someone in this apartment." Upon reading the text, Chen Ge was taken aback. The unfolding events diverged significantly from his initial assumptions. "Brother, disappearance and abduction are 2 distinct concepts." Wang Qi gestured for Chen Ge to lower his voice, blocking the corridor with his back. He opened his email inbox for Chen Ge to inspect. What began as a cursory glance transformed into wide-eyed astonishment as Chen Ge discerned a message within Wang Qi's inbox, a text from his fiancée. The content was a mere 2 words, "Save me." Even more perplexing was the timestamp, which indicated it was sent around 2 o'clock yesterday morning. A person who was supposed to be missing had sent a distress message in the dead of night? After the initial shock subsided, Chen Ge quickly regained his composure. "If you received this message, why not report it to the police? Your fiancée is clearly alive. You may find this hard to believe, but every night after midnight, I receive a text from my fiancée, the content being solely those 2 words. The most crucial detail is that whenever I awaken, the message vanishes. As if it had never existed. Wang Qi pointed to the bloodshot veins in his eyes. To preserve this message, I have gone 24 hours without sleep. Does the message disappear the moment you doze off? This was the first time Chen Ge had encountered such a phenomenon. I understand you might think I am insane. But everything I say is the truth. Wang Qi leaned against the wall, putting away his phone. Even stranger occurrences happen around me, for instance. My fiancée's belongings inexplicably appear in my room without warning, as if she is persistently reminding me to seek her out. Upon hearing Wang Qi's last statement, Chen Ge's eyelids twitched. Based on his experiences over the past few days, he surmised that his fiancée was not merely missing. She had likely met a tragic end and had returned as a ghost, now haunting him. This was the only explanation that made sense, provided he was not lying. My fiancée vanished in this apartment building, and my life has been irrevocably altered due to it. This place is a house of horrors, inhabited by the souls of the wronged and the restless. Anyone who dares to approach shall be tainted by misfortune. You should leave at once. It appears that, due to an extended period of silence, Wang Qi's complexion has taken on a somewhat pallid hue. Chapter 17. The Fuan apartment. Wang Qi persistently urged Chen Ge to leave, exhibiting an excessive enthusiasm from the perspective of a stranger. Chen Ge hesitated, not immediately acquiescing, after listening to Wang Qi's narrative. He sensed that the latter might be concealing something. I have shared all that I can with you. It is still not too late to depart. After midnight, the apartment building will transform into an entirely different realm. With that statement, Wang Qi brushed off the dust from his attire and turned to exit the building. It was only when Wang Qi's silhouette vanished into the night that Chen Ge realized he initially intended to inquire about the tenants within the building. However, his confusion had not diminished. In fact, it had only intensified. Hey, newcomer. The door to a woman's room remained utterly still, while the door behind Chen Ge creaked open halfway, revealing a tall, slender man leaning against the threshold. He appeared to be in his 30s, disheveled, with hair and beard nearly merging, and a peony tattoo adorning the back of his exposed hand. Who are you? Chen Ge asked, turning with caution. The fellow who just posted a missing person notice is not one of our tenants. There is something amiss with him. The tall man tapped his temple lightly. Do not trust anything he says. Getting too close to him could lead to trouble. This was Chen Ge's first encounter with the tall man, though he appeared rather unkempt. His manner of speaking was the most rational among those he had encountered. The man's behavior was indeed peculiar, but it might stem from the profound shock of his wife's disappearance. Did he tell you that his fiancée went missing near the apartment? Yes. Did he also claim that the police informed him, which is why he continuously searches here? Correct. Haha. The tall man chuckled lightly. I have resided here for 9 months and have never seen the police. That lunatic is deceiving you, with his talk of ghosts and vengeful spirits, utter nonsense. Chen Ge expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. As he ascended the staircase, uncertainty clouded his mind. One of them must be lying, but who could it be? The faded numbers marked the corners of the floor, and the motion sensor lights emitted a dim glow. Chen Ge glanced around. This level had not been refurbished. The floor was littered with debris, and burn marks were evident, while the walls bore the scars of peeling paint, resembling intersecting wounds. Why has only the 3rd floor remained untouched? Is it due to insufficient funds, or are there other reasons? The motion sensor lights soon extinguished, plunging the entire apartment building into an abrupt darkness. Accustomed to the shadows from years of working in haunted houses, Chen Ge remained calm. He retrieved his phone, intending to activate the flashlight, when suddenly he caught sight of a figure swiftly passing through the inky corridor. Who was there? The beam from his phone illuminated the 3rd floor, yet the figure had vanished without a trace. Chen Ge contemplated entering to investigate, but at that moment, footsteps echoed from below. Descending from the corner of the staircase, Chen Ge beheld a short, stout, middle-aged man emerging from a room on the 2nd floor, a basin in hand. Initially humming a cheerful tune, the man's demeanor shifted to one of sternness upon noticing Chen Ge, prompting him to lower his head and hasten past. At this realization, Chen Ge abruptly sat upright. The task assigned to him via his mobile device merely required the identification of the perpetrator, yet it failed to specify the number of assailants involved. Contemplating this, he surmised that the murderer might indeed be more than one. Especially considering the implications of a homicide case involving an entire family, such scenarios often suggest the likelihood of collective involvement. I must promptly investigate the case from that year, he resolved. Retrieving his mobile phone, Chen Ge recalled that his conversation with Wang Qi had yielded some insights, notably He learned that the Peace Apartment was formerly known as the Fuan Apartment. Entering Jiaojiang Fuan Apartment into the search bar and scrolling through several pages, he was greeted by a series of alarming headlines that pierced his consciousness. A family of 4 brutally exterminated. The murderer vanished without a trace. Was it an accident or a calculated murder? What caused the inferno at Fuan Apartment? Bodies concealed within, revealing a deeper conspiracy. As Chen Ge perused all pertinent information related to Fuan Apartment, he felt a chill enveloping his body. The grim realities often eclipse fiction in their horror. For these events had indeed transpired and might one day befall him. 5 years prior, a villager had reported the fire at Fuan Apartment to the authorities. Following the extinguishing of the flames, the fire department commenced an investigation into the cause and assessed the damages. What began as a routine procedure soon revealed a plethora of anomalies. Cracked concrete, small shards of window glass, and faint smoke stains suggested that the fire had not only burned fiercely but at an exceedingly high temperature, spreading rapidly. The site of the fire exhibited multiple ignition points, unconnected to one another, characteristics typical of deliberate arson. The nature of the case swiftly transformed, prompting the intervention of local law enforcement, which subsequently uncovered 4 corpses amid the charred remains of the building. These were the very family managing the apartment. This incident stirred considerable public outcry, and the police exerted every effort to solve the case. However, the devastation wrought by the fire obliterated the crime scene, and despite exhaustive searches, no trace of a 5th individual was ever discovered, let alone the apprehension of the perpetrator. During the year that the apartment building remained sealed, it was later returned to the father of the original owners in accordance with relevant laws, at which point the Fuan Apartment was renamed the Peace Apartment. Chapter 18. The Haunted House live stream in the peaceful apartment. The only individual who met the age criteria was the elderly landlord, who struggled even with the simplest of meals. However, something seemed amiss. According to the news, the owner of the apartment should be an old man. Yet the landlord who welcomed me was a middle-aged man. Chen Ge rose from his seat and approached the wall, pressing his ear against it to listen. The television on the other side blared loudly, inundated with meaningless advertisements. Under normal circumstances, one would swiftly change the channel upon encountering commercials. Yet they had been subjected to several minutes of them. With his ear pressed against the wall, Chen Ge pondered, convinced he had overlooked something. He calmed his mind and retraced his steps. Upon entering the room, he heard the sound of a bowl shattering next door, followed by the landlord's cruel tirade against the elderly man. Shortly thereafter, the volume of the television was abruptly raised. The old man, confined to a wheelchair and unable to move, was clearly not the one increasing the volume. It must have been the landlord. But why would he do such a thing? Chen Ge squinted, a troubling thought creeping into his mind. Was the landlord abusing the old man, using the television's volume to mask the sounds of his violence? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it appeared. He had just moved in, and the bowl shattering resonated at a disturbingly opportune moment. Could it be that the old man had deliberately broken it? After all, shattering a bowl would hardly warrant such an explosive reaction from the landlord. Yes, he was frightened, fearful that the old man might draw his attention. But why was he afraid? And why did the elderly man seek help? The old man hailed from Jiaojiang, while the landlord was an outsider, likely lacking any profound familial ties to him. Logically, the elderly man would not entrust his property to a stranger unless he was a usurper holding the old man captive. If that were true, the landlord's true identity could be that of a greedy caregiver, a burglar, or even a murderer from years past. The implications were chilling. Chen Ge clenched his fist. No wonder the landlord had hurried to eavesdrop at my door. He was evidently guilty. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Such deductions were taxing for him, as he had never formally studied criminal investigation or logic, relying instead on his instincts. What should he do now? Storm into the neighboring room and bludgeon the landlord with a tool? No, that would be too impulsive. If his deductions proved incorrect, the consequences could be dire. Clutching the hammer in one hand and a fruit knife in his pocket, Chen Ge paced the room. Should he wait for the right moment to confirm his suspicions? No. That could alert the perpetrator. The assailant might have accomplices, and a single man would be no match for many if they turned their sights on him. His own safety would be at grave risk. At present, he possessed no substantial evidence. Everything was merely conjecture. Moreover, the primary reason for his presence here was to unearth the murderer behind the massacre that had occurred 4 years prior. Chen Ge found himself ensnared in despair. After a while, the television sound from the neighboring room abruptly ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Merely speculating based on news may not yield accurate conclusions. How I wish for a professional to assist me in analysis. Chen Ge reclined on his bed, retrieving his mobile phone. Aside from Su-Wan, it appeared that none of the contacts in his directory had ever engaged in conversation with him. To have reached this level of singularity in relationships is quite sufficient, he mused. After pondering for a considerable time, he realized that the only individual connected to the investigation he had encountered was the unfortunate child, Hishan, who had fainted from fright. The forensic expert would undoubtedly possess greater expertise than he. Upon accessing his short video profile, he immediately noticed a notification indicating dozens of private messages awaiting his attention. Curiously, he opened one, only to discover it was from the head of a studio on the platform, extending an invitation for him to join their ranks. Could this individual be a talent scout? Chen Ge, however, lacked the time to dwell on such matters. He was engrossed in searching for Hishan's ID, hardly giving the message a second thought. Yet, to his surprise, moments later, the studio sent another message. Are you there? We have viewed your videos and see great potential in you. Are you considering collaboration with us? We can connect you with prominent streamers to enhance your exposure. It is exceedingly challenging to thrive alone. Nearly all streamers on the platform band together. Please contemplate our proposal. Our studio can elevate your visibility by simply branding your videos with our logo, providing you with the best channels to reach a wider audience. I apologize, but I am not interested at this time, Chen Ge replied, feeling he had already been sufficiently courteous. In a similar predicament, others might have lashed out before promptly blocking him. Your video has the potential to become a hit, but you must understand that this is merely a possibility. The platform sees an average of 1 million short videos uploaded daily, and you are just one of the fortunate few. Modern audiences crave immediate entertainment. They lack the patience to wait. Every moment, more captivating spectacles and sensations emerge. If not managed properly, your video will soon be overshadowed. I'll consider it tomorrow. I am quite busy now, Chen Ge responded, having located Hishan's ID. What could be more pressing than the pursuit of profit? If you are truly reluctant, we can explore alternative collaboration methods, such as purchasing your filming techniques. Without further ado, Chen Ge blocked the individual and sent a message to Hishan. Please hold on. I have a crucial question to ask you. After acquiring Hishan's phone number, he dialed and, lowering his voice, relayed the entire sequence of events to him. Chapter 19. Rising popularity. Chen Ge spoke in a hushed tone, wary of being overheard by the landlord next door. He was not intentionally trying to cultivate a tense atmosphere. After finishing his account, Hishan on the other end of the line was taken aback. This earnest university student, who had ascended from a rural village to medical school, had never anticipated that his first phone conversation would revolve around such a thrilling topic as a massacre. Are you currently in that haunted house? He inquired. Yes. You think the landlord next door could be the murderer from 5 years ago? Indeed. I'm feeling rather disoriented. Please allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Hishan cradled his phone, acutely aware that the two sides of the conversation belonged to entirely different realms. In the dormitory, his peers were enthusiastically engaged in games like PUBG and League of Legends, while on the other end of the line, an oppressive silence prevailed, imbued with a suffocating sense of tension. Boss, I genuinely believe it would be wise to alert the authorities, even though you lack evidence. Ensuring your personal safety is far more crucial than the risk of making a false report, Hishan advised. His words resonated with truth. Yet Chen Ge had his own considerations. The task of surviving a night in the haunted house had been entrusted to him by a mysterious black phone, and he understood that any police intervention could jeopardize the mission's success. Given the potential for unlocking entirely new horror scenarios, it seemed a pity to abandon the endeavor so readily. It was not yet time to call the police. Your safety is of paramount importance. Hishan continued after a brief pause. How about this? Turn on your phone's location and keep the line open throughout the night. I will monitor the sounds from your end, and should anything unusual occur, I will be the first to alert the authorities. Maintaining the call was a prudent approach. Chen Ge glanced at his phone, where a short video page remained open, displaying a scrolling advertisement recruiting PUBG streamers. An idea sparked in his mind. Rather than merely keeping the line open, he could initiate a live stream from the haunted house. If anything were to go awry, the viewers in the stream could assist in contacting the police, and the footage captured could serve as compelling evidence. Naturally, if all went smoothly, he could also leverage the live stream to attract more attention and promote his haunted house. A short video from the previous night had garnered him nearly 1,000 new followers, and the influx of visitors to the haunted house had surged several times the next day, thus granting him a taste of success. His underlying goal for entering the haunted house was to earn the task rewards that would facilitate the better development of his ghost house. The prospect of live streaming would not only ensure his safety while fulfilling the task, but also draw in traffic and increase his follower count. What could be more advantageous? Quality content often requires visibility. I lack the funds for extensive advertising, yet I can utilize live streaming and short videos to garner greater attention. Chen Ge recognized that what he needed was a channel and the accumulation of followers. He was not at all concerned about content. Though the person from the studio had a disagreeable tone, he spoke a sliver of truth. Modern audiences seek rapid entertainment and crave intense stimulation. In the vast landscape of content, is there anything more captivating or thrilling than residing in a haunted house while contending with a potential murderer? With the principle of traffic first, content is king, Chen Ge possessed a unique advantage over other streamers, a competitive edge they lacked entirely. What he captured and experienced was entirely authentic, devoid of any script. Even he was unaware of what would transpire in the next moment. He was engaged in a task involving a black phone, with the live broadcast serving merely as a means to document the entire affair. Hashan, I shall terminate the call for now. Please proceed directly to my live stream room. The name corresponds to my personal short video homepage ID. After ending the call, Chen Ge activated the location system on his phone, simultaneously setting the one-touch dial to the emergency number. Once fully prepared, he launched the live streaming software from the back end of his short video platform. Short videos are easily shared and disseminated, crafted to create sensational highlights that capture attention, followed by a distinctive live broadcast that transforms casual viewers into devoted fans. The two elements complement one another. Chen Ge had inadvertently discovered the most effective path in this manner. Spending the night in a haunted house. A personal exploration. I shall unveil to you a scene of this world that remains concealed from the public eye. Chen Ge typed in the title, punctuating it with several exclamation marks to make his live stream stand out. In truth, he did not require such embellishments. The short video live streaming software paled in comparison to professional platforms. With limited categorization, most titles revolving around themes of sensuality and flirtation, featuring cute, healing chat sessions with charming goddesses lulling viewers to sleep. In contrast, Chen Ge was a veritable torrent, making it nearly impossible not to attract attention. As the live stream commenced, followers on his page received notifications, and simultaneously, his personal updates on the short video platform announced the event. Within moments, viewers began to enter. Hashan, boss, are you serious about this? Are you sure you want to live stream this? Scoundrel must die. You're the beast who posted that short video last night. I'm going to confront you. What the heck? What is happening upstairs? Hurry, tell us your story. I am but a little caterpillar, beastly broadcaster. I am now following you. Can someone please inform me what this live room is about? Can we not trouble us lesser beings and check the announcements ourselves? As Chen Ge commenced his broadcast, those who had been eagerly awaiting the update began to appear, and the viewer count gradually increased. Dear viewers, I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Chen Ge stated earnestly, setting down the multifunctional tool hammer and gazing intently at the phone screen. The short video from yesterday was no jest. It was my genuine experience. You may search for the original video on various paranormal forums. I have not added any special effects. Everything is authentic, and there was indeed something in the mirror. I understand this may be hard to believe, but I will gradually unveil the truth for you, revealing an entirely different world. Hello. Is this the contact number for the Paranormal Research Center? I've discovered a wild mental patient. I relish your serious nonsense. Collective support for the broadcaster from Room 11, Bed 3 of Fushan Mental Hospital. Let us assist rehabilitated patients in re-entering the workforce. A few comments flickered across the screen, none of which expressed belief in Chen Ge's words. Yet he felt no anger. It matters not if you perceive me as deranged. I shall prove it to you. As the popularity and fervor gradually escalated, Chen Ge gazed out at the deepening hues of the night, igniting a cigarette as he began to recount to his viewers in the live stream the harrowing tale of the massacre at Fuan apartment 5 years prior. Chapter 20. The crime scene, a bizarre inferno, a vanishing perpetrator. It was during this uncanny episode that Chen Ge first recognized his innate storytelling prowess. He adeptly merged news reports with his own conjectures, effectively reconstructing the notorious family massacre from years past. The sequence of events unfolded thus. In pursuit of fresh material for my haunted house, I ventured into the crime-laden abode, only to stumble upon a startling revelation. Every inhabitant of this apartment complex exhibited peculiarities. I began to suspect that the murderer from 5 years prior might be lurking among them. Chen Ge extinguished his cigarette and gazed at his phone screen. Intriguing, a real-life game of werewolf. Now, let the seer take the floor. I am but a humble caterpillar. One commenter quipped, "Oh, dear host, Weave your tales as you wish. Your fabrications sound all too authentic. If even one person believes you, I concede defeat. Fuwan apartment. Jiujiang City, just a moment. It appears to be genuine. Another chimed in. Hey Sean, I believe the host. I am but a humble caterpillar, even if the host speaks truthfully. How can he prove that his room is indeed the infamous crime scene? As he mentioned, the apartment was engulfed in flames, yet his room boasts pristine walls, a spotless floor, and intact furnishings. Does this resemble a crime scene? I assure you, I will not deceive you on this matter, proving it is remarkably simple. Chen Ge moved aside the dressing table and retrieved a fruit knife, gently scraping away the paint from a corner of the wall. The apartment underwent a name change and extensive renovations after the incident. However, no amount of refurbishment can obscure certain truths. He peeled back a layer of paint, revealing the charred bricks beneath, one of the undeniable pieces of evidence that a fire had once ravaged this place. Scoundrels deserve death. I'm curious as to why you would bring a hammer and knife to a hotel. Are you attempting to impersonate an accomplice of the criminal? What a shame to mar such a wall. I pity the apartment owner for a moment. How much does it cost to stay here for a night? There isn't even a television. Chen Ge observed the barrage of comments, and despite his restraint, he could no longer contain himself. Dear viewers, could you perhaps refrain from being so pedantic? Show me a modicum of respect. I am risking my life to stream this for you. Scoundrels deserve death. Tipped a coin, a token offering of 10 cents, in acknowledgement. Chen Ge conveyed the physical descriptions of the tenants within the apartment to his audience, interspersed with his own analyses. From a motive standpoint, the landlord is the most likely suspect. However, he is lame and moves quite slowly. Conversely, the tattooed man on the first floor and the short, stout man on the second floor seem more plausible suspects based on physical attributes. Naturally, one cannot exclude the woman on the first floor and the frail Wang Qi. Scoundrels deserve death. Your lengthy discourse amounts to nothing. I even suspect the true culprit might be the elderly man in a wheelchair. After all, he was the greatest beneficiary following the fire. That is indeed a possibility. The old man may now be paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair, but that does not imply that he was incapacitated 5 years ago. Moreover, the murderer did not rely on physical confrontation but rather arson. The old man could very well have had the means to commit the crime. Indeed, the paralysis of the elderly man might be a ruse. The least likely suspect may very well be the perpetrator. In truth, I harbor greater suspicions regarding the woman on the first floor. Her smile towards the host may imply something more profound. Host, do you recall the elevation and the extent of her lips when she smiled? Allow me to analyze this from the perspective of micro-expression psychology. You do not remember? The enthusiasm of the viewers was ignited, and the popularity of the live stream began to escalate. Chen Ge silently observed the barrage of comments. Failing to discern any valuable insights, it appears I must personally seek out further clues. He positioned his phone before him. I previously conducted an on-site investigation and discovered that the first and second floors of this apartment building had been entirely renovated. Yet certain areas on the third floor still retained their appearance from 5 years ago. Shortly, I shall enter and meticulously search, hoping to uncover something useful. Retaining the appearance from 5 years ago? How unnerving. With the case unsolved, might the deceased linger in unrest, forever haunting the vicinity? A nocturnal exploration of the crime scene. Indeed audacious. How else could one operate a haunted house? Let me recount. During our last visit to the host's haunted house, the two boldest among us were rendered helpless. One was reduced to tears, while the other fainted outright. Wait, why did the two boldest individuals react thus? What of the timid ones? Your words are nonsensical. Who in their right mind would dare enter his haunted house? That does seem somewhat logical. He shone, ha. This time, he had learned his lesson. He first peered through the door crack to ensure the corridor was vacant before gently pushing the door open. As he closed the door, Chen Ge plucked a hair from his own head and placed it in the keyhole, ensuring that if someone were to enter while he was away, the hair would be pushed deep into the lock. Once prepared, Chen Ge traversed the second-floor corridor to the staircase. He moved quietly, avoiding the activation of the motion sensor lights, relying solely on the faint glow of his phone screen to guide him. Ascending the stairs, the walls on either side gradually darkened, and an indescribable, peculiar scent wafted through the air. Upon reaching the third floor, Chen Ge activated the flashlight on his phone, positioning himself against the wall, his focus acutely sharpened. The first time he inadvertently arrived on the third floor, he had glimpsed a vague shadow darting through the corridor, faintly resembling a human silhouette. Regardless of whether it was a person or a spirit, I must exercise caution. The light emitted by his phone illuminated the site of the murder that had occurred 5 years prior. Chen Ge observed the deep scratches etched into the walls and instinctively tightened his grip on the tool he held. The architectural style of Ping An apartment is quite unique, featuring only one corridor entrance located near the right side of the building, resulting in the left corridor appearing particularly elongated. As he walked through, a chill crept up his spine. Even pressed against the wall, he felt an overwhelming lack of safety. If the fire's origin were on the third floor, it would have been impossible for it to remain intact. Thus, the third floor is likely a place the perpetrator did not visit. Holding his phone, Chen Ge traversed the pitch-black corridor, the doors on either side ajar, many having warped and burned. Navigating carefully around the debris on the floor, Chen Ge entered the nearest room to him. Chapter 21. The Murderer? The Murderers? In a dilapidated and narrow room, a pungent odor of mildew permeated the air. The ceiling appeared to be leaking, rendering the interior damp and suffocating, an uncomfortable ambience enveloping the space. All the windows had been boarded up, and upon inspection, Chen Ge discovered that the boards were relatively new, recently installed. This was merely an ordinary guest room. The charred furniture had long been discarded, leaving the room barren and devoid of anything of value. Indeed, 5 years had elapsed. Even if evidence were to exist, it would likely have deteriorated beyond recognition. Exiting the room, he strolled through the pitch-black corridor, where most guest rooms had been cleared out, a mlang of debris and household waste cluttering the area, leaving little room to navigate. Household refuse often reflects an individual's lifestyle and character. Perhaps there were clues to be uncovered within. Changing his focus, Chen Ge braved the unpleasant stench and meticulously searched, and after over an hour, he stumbled upon some peculiar items. Why were there so many plush toys in the apartment building? There were no children residing within. To whom could these toys belong? He spent nearly 2 hours rummaging through all the rubbish, ultimately uncovering 4 stuffed toys. In comparison to the clutter that filled the corridor, these 4 toys were rather inconspicuous. Had he not majored in toy design and possessed a heightened sensitivity to such items, he might have overlooked them altogether. The toys had likely been discarded for quite some time, their surfaces marred with stains, some areas already moldy. A gentle touch could easily dislodge a handful of fur. As Chen Ge examined them repeatedly, his suspicions multiplied. Although the dolls bore different appearances, they were all manufactured by the same company. Could it be that the tenants who resided here after the renovation of the apartment left them behind? Quickly dismissing this notion, he pondered the improbability of families with children choosing to live in a haunted apartment. Even if they did, it was unlikely they would bring 4 stuffed toys with them, especially considering that all 4 were produced by the same manufacturer and appeared to be several years old. The toy market evolves rapidly. Before he took over the haunted house, he had worked for a toy company and was well acquainted with the trends. If these toys were not left behind by guests yet remained in the haunted dwelling, it was plausible that they were part of the apartment's original furnishings. He boldly speculated. The previous owner of the apartment had 2 daughters. If his conjecture was correct, these dolls must have belonged to them. This led him to another question. Amidst the destruction wrought by fire and water, how had these 4 plush toys survived the catastrophe? Was it mere coincidence, or had someone deliberately placed them in a safe location? Chen Ge felt he had grasped a significant clue. The only individual capable of relocating items amidst the inferno was the murderer themselves. But why would they risk everything to preserve 4 stuffed toys? Were these toys of great significance to them? The zipper on the back of one doll had rusted and broken. Without hesitation, Chen Ge tore it open. Among the foul-smelling, deteriorating cotton stuffing, he discovered a small card, palm-sized, filled with affectionate words that sent shivers down his spine. A love letter tucked inside a toy? Such a subtle form of expression seemed overly restrained. Driven by curiosity, Chen Ge tore open 2 more plush toys, each containing a card with similar content. However, upon ripping apart the 4th plush, an icy chill crept silently up his spine. The final plush held no confession card. Instead, it was stuffed with rotting cotton, filled with shredded notes, each bearing the ominous phrase, "Go die." The intense affection had inexplicably morphed into the most venomous curse. What had transpired in between remained a mystery to Chen Ge. The words on the notes were likely left by the perpetrator, representing pivotal evidence. He extracted several notes and tucked them into his pocket, preparing to delve deeper when the motion sensor light at the stairwell suddenly flickered to life. Someone was approaching. Panic seized Chen Ge as he hastily switched off his phone's flashlight and concealed himself in a nearby guest room, clutching the plush toys. He held his breath, pressing against the door, peering through the crack to observe the outside. Footsteps echoed, accompanied by the murmurs of a man and a woman in the dimly lit corridor. We must dispose of that thing swiftly. We cannot afford any delays. The new tenant was on the third floor earlier, and he nearly caught me as he descended the stairs. I'm aware that more outsiders have recently come to the apartment. We must handle this quickly. Yes, summon the others. Let us unearth it tonight and bury it in the hillside. The newcomer carried an old-fashioned mining lamp, and under its glow, Chen Ge discerned the identities of the two conversing in the corridor, the landlord and the woman from the first floor. What brought them to the third floor at such an hour? Chen Ge adjusted his position, ensuring he would not be discovered, pressing himself against the door. Moments later, the tattooed man and the portly fellow he had previously encountered in the apartment building ascended the stairs. They were not only bundled up tightly, but also wielded tools such as iron picks, burlap sacks, and kitchen knives. What was their intention? The group stood in the corridor, seemingly embroiled in a heated dispute. The short, stout man at the back appeared troubled. Are we really going to do this? Once we unearth it, our fingerprints will linger, and we will be unable to explain ourselves. Do you think it's clear-cut now? The landlord shot a glare at the stout man. Quit stalling and help out. I believe we should contact the police, the stout man insisted, staying rooted in place. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man advanced and seized his collar, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Are you going to walk into the line of fire? When the police arrive, they will undoubtedly investigate us first. Then your DUI hit and run and our squatting in the old man's apartment will all come to light. Darling, don't be angry, the woman from the first floor interjected. Approaching the tattooed man, everyone shares the blame. No one can escape. Let us just get to work. We are all tainted. We've finally found a place to hide. If anyone dares to harbor other intentions, don't blame me for turning against you. The landlord thrust the iron pick into the stout man's hands. You take the first strike. Me? Sweat immediately beaded on the stout man's forehead, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed as he gripped the iron pick, moving it hesitantly. Observing the peculiar behavior of several individuals outside the door, Chen Ge felt an increasing sense of unease. What exactly were they preparing to excavate? A short, stout man ventured to the innermost recess of the corridor, pushing aside clutter with a trembling hand. Under the watchful gaze of other tenants, he cautiously lifted the curtain that concealed the heap of debris. Behind it lay a reinforced concrete wall, within which was embedded a female corpse, her back turned towards the onlookers. Chapter 22, Midnight Escape. Chen Ge clenched his teeth, striving to stifle any sound as he beheld the lifeless body. In that instant, he promptly sent a message to Hishan, Call the police, hurry. The dim lighting and the barrier of a door rendered the viewers in the live stream utterly oblivious to the unfolding horror. At this moment, Chen Ge could not afford to concern himself with them. He pressed himself against the doorframe, daring not to blink. A corpse concealed within the building, this was what they sought to unearth. Crouched behind the wall, he refrained from making any movements. It was the most perilous and tense moment. The tenants were merely a few steps away, and if they turned to enter this room, they would uncover Chen Ge's south hiding place. Hurry up, Dick. The landlord muttered under his breath, grasping his tools as he approached. He spread a sack upon the ground and commenced the grim task of clearing away the concrete surrounding the female corpse, perhaps fearing to awaken the residents below. They moved with caution, keeping their noise to a minimum. As the wall was chiseled away, chunks of concrete fell incessantly, and beads of sweat formed on the brows of the individuals, whether from heat or terror. They collaborated, yet it was their inaugural experience in such a macabre endeavor, and their trepidation rendered their progress painfully slow. After several minutes, they finally extricated the female corpse from the wall, placing it within the sack. Fatty, you stay behind to clean the wall. The rest of us will head to the back mountain to find a place to bury her, the landlord instructed, wielding a crowbar as he directed the others. I'll go with you. The short, stout man blurted out without a second thought. After the corpse was unearthed, he felt utterly drained and dared not remain alone in that horrifying place. Look at you, lacking courage. Warner, you stay with him to tidy up. We'll meet at the usual spot in the back mountain, the landlord admonished the only woman present, before he and the tattooed man carried the sack downstairs. As he limped along, his footsteps uneven, he abruptly paused when passing the room where Chen Ge concealed himself. Why is there so much fluff on the ground? Upon hearing the landlord's voice, Chen Ge's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. A stuffed toy had been torn apart, scattering fluff and pieces of paper across the floor. When the motion-activated light illuminated the area, he had no time to gather the evidence of his presence. Never mind that. This thing is heavy as lead. Let us bury it quickly, urged the tattooed man from behind. The landlord, not delving further into the matter, continued onward, and they passed by the door where Chen Ge was hidden, seemingly moving away. Fatty, stop dawdling and get to work, the woman urged as she and the short, stout man began to clear away the debris, wiping the blood from the tools. Minutes later, the two descended the stairs, carrying a large bag. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Chen Ge finally dared to take a deep breath, exercising extreme caution as he peered through the door's crack. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness. The tenants had departed. Damn, that scared me to death. After waiting an additional 3 minutes with no signs of disturbance, Chen Ge cautiously pushed the door open, crouching low as he stepped outside. To evade detection, he refrained from illuminating his phone as flashlight, using one hand to steady himself against the wall as he moved slowly forward, listening to the dialogue among those individuals, despite their dubious natures. He discerned that the corpse within the wall had no connection to them. To speak of it, this unfortunate group of individuals, having seized the elderly gentleman's apartment, could never have anticipated the grisly discovery of a corpse within the walls of the rooftop. A rational person would instinctively contact the authorities upon such a finding. However, these individuals were far from innocent. On one hand, they feared that reporting the incident would unveil their own criminal pasts, and on the other, the unsettling notion of cohabiting with a corpse compelled them to shoulder the blame for the true perpetrator, opting instead to unearth and bury the body. It is little wonder that the landlord repeatedly cautioned against venturing outside after midnight. Chen Ge's eyes had acclimatized to the darkness, and he hastened his steps, intent on vacating the apartment building as swiftly as possible. Treading lightly, he decided to abandon his backpack and made his way to the first floor. Alas, disaster struck. The security door of the apartment complex had been locked, leaving him trapped within its confines. Those individuals, intent on concealing their crime, had not forgotten to secure the door upon their departure. A sense of foreboding began to creep over Chen Ge. The windows in the first-floor corridor were barred and sealed with wooden planks, leaving the second-floor window as his sole means of escape. The corridor loomed dark and profound, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, ready to shred anyone who dared enter. The silence was palpable. Chen Ge's own room lay at the far left of the corridor, adjacent to the landlord's quarters. Heightened vigilance coursed through him. As he dreaded the sudden opening of any door, he slowed his pace, regulating his breath. It took him over a minute to reach his room's threshold. Thankfully, no mishap had befallen him. Once he secured the bed linens to the window frame, descending from the second floor should pose no problem. As he fumbled for his key, using the faint glow of his phone screen to locate the keyhole, his arm froze mid-air. Where had that strand of hair I placed in the lock gone? A chill ran down his spine, and terror surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, leaving him feeling icy and paralyzed. Someone had invaded my room. They were aware of my absence. His breath quickened, as if a block of ice had lodged itself in his lungs. Yet, his formidable mental fortitude allowed him to swiftly recalibrate his state. He needed to escape with utmost urgency, for the longer he lingered, the more perilous his situation became. Step by step, he retreated silently, fully cognizant that the only avenue of egress lay through the second-floor window, as all other paths had been obstructed. In the enveloping darkness of the silent corridor, Chen Ge stealthily maneuvered to the farthest end of the second floor, the furthest point from his room. The group of tenants proved to be even more dangerous than he had imagined. Whether he would survive the night now hinged upon this critical moment. Gritting his teeth, he raised his tool hammer and struck fiercely at the lock of the room on the far right. Bang! The oppressive silence of the peace apartment shattered as Chen Ge, in a frenzy, relentlessly battered the lock. With each resounding impact, the most dreadful outcome unfolded before him. From the far left of the corridor, the door to room 208, which he once occupied, swung open. Hearing the commotion, the tattooed man and the landlord emerged, wielding a steel rod and a kitchen knife, their faces twisted in malice. Hurry! With a series of ferocious blows, the lock finally fell, and without hesitation, Chen Ge kicked open the door. Chapter 23: The True Culprit. The door slammed heavily against the wall as Chen Ge rushed into the room, flinging open the glass window. What? Is it really this high? Standing at the window's edge and peering down, he realized the ground was at least 3 to 4 meters below. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. The landlord and the tattooed man were closing in rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ge clambered out of the window, gripping the sill with his hands while his feet found purchase on the security bars of the first floor. He must have seen us moving the body. We cannot let him escape. The landlord's grotesque and furious face appeared at the doorway, brandishing a kitchen knife, his expression menacing. Still thinking of running? Faced with such a dire situation, Chen Ge had no choice but to let go and leap down. His arms scraped against the wall, and his clothes were torn by the security bars, But after landing, he rolled to the side, seized a nearby hammer, and sprinted towards the outer wall of the courtyard. "Hurry! Capture him!" the landlord roared, hurling the knife towards Chen Ge. A chill ran down his spine as he watched the blade narrowly miss him, embedding itself deeply in the grass behind him, cold sweat pouring down his face. "I cannot fall into their hands. They harbor murderous intent." At that moment, the security door of the apartment building swung open, and the ambushers lurking on the first floor, a hefty man and a woman, charged forward wielding pruning shears. A pack of lunatics. Chen Ge ran with all his might, darting towards the iron gate of the courtyard like an arrow, stepping on the landlord's newly installed lock, and grasping a rusted chain to escape through the gate. The apartment building was encircled by dense foliage. The night was pitch black, rendering the path nearly invisible. With pursuers hot on his heels, he plunged into the woods in haste. His clothes and trousers were torn by branches and vines, his body smeared with mud and leaves. After a frantic 15 minutes, he finally managed to shake off the landlord and his cohorts. Crouching in the underbrush, he gazed at the distant flickering lights, his fingers digging into the earth as he gulped in air, panting heavily. That was too perilous. Trapped within the apartment, if he had hesitated for even a moment or made a wrong choice, he could have easily lost his life. The difficulty of this trial was exceedingly high, with the tasks issued by the ominous black phone wagering life and death, and even more terrifying, it was all occurring in reality. Though he had temporarily evaded the landlord, it did not signify that he was in a secure position. Huddled in the thicket, Chen Ge was genuinely concerned that if he turned around, he might suddenly see the landlord and his companions approaching from behind with their shears and knife. As his heartbeat gradually returned to a normal rhythm, he cautiously rose from the bushes. The beam of the landlord's flashlight had vanished, leaving the midnight forest in eerie silence, where even the sounds of insects and birds were scarce. Which way should he go? In unfamiliar territory, having sprinted through the woods, he now could not discern east from west. Perhaps he should hide here until dawn? Chen Ge took out his phone, realizing the live stream was still ongoing. After over an hour of a black screen, the chat was flooded with question marks. Even the seasoned viewers were beginning to feel bewildered by such a strange stream. Grasping the hammer tightly, his palms sweaty with anxiety, he fixed his gaze on the rustling bushes. Moments later, a faint light pierced through the darkness. Is someone there? Who goes there? As Chen Ge prepared to strike with his tool, he was suddenly struck by a familiar voice. Could it be a mistake? It seemed impossible. Wang Qi, wielding a flashlight, swept the area several times, stubbornly pacing in place. He could not approach. The individual before him bore issues no less significant than those of the tenants at Peaceful Apartment. Rather than drawing closer to Wang Qi, Chen Ge instinctively retreated, moving in the opposite direction. After a short distance, he noticed the terrain steepening, signaling he had perhaps ventured off course, inadvertently entering the mountainous hinterland alone. As he navigated through the underbrush, a sloping clearing emerged before him. Encircled by trees, he beheld a rather rudimentary wooden cabin, with a sign affixed to the door that read, "Prevent fire as one would prevent an epidemic. Do not take it lightly. To improve the investment environment, afforestation must come first." This appeared to be the abode of a forest ranger. He tentatively pushed the door, which yielded without resistance, creaking slightly as an odd odor wafted forth. What could that be? He hesitated to activate his phone's flashlight, opting instead to increase the screen brightness. The cabin was small, cluttered with various living essentials, resembling a refuse heap. With flared nostrils, Chen Ge approached the source of the pungent scent, lifting the bedboard to reveal a large heap of moldy clothing. A hoarding obsession? The sight was far graver than he had anticipated. The majority of the garments beneath the bed were women's clothing, never washed, stained with grime. As he randomly pulled out a few items to compare sizes, Chen Ge noted that these women's garments were of the same size, likely belonging to a single individual. The dirt clinging to them had not fully dried, suggesting they had been worn within the last day or two. Possessing the skill of embalming, Chen Ge was acutely aware of human anatomical proportions. As he measured with his fingers, a vision of the female corpse embedded in the wall flashed in his mind. The size matched perfectly. These garments were likely those of the woman entombed within the wall. Why would clothing worn by a corpse be hidden in this cabin? Moreover, it appeared to have been worn recently. Chen Ge's heart raced as he laid the women's clothing on the ground, rummaging through the pockets to uncover crumpled scraps of paper, faintly inscribed with phrases like "I love you." He compared these notes with those extracted from the stuffed doll's body. Astonishingly, the handwriting bore an uncanny resemblance. The notes from the doll were dated 5 years prior, while the women's clothing had evidently been discarded only in recent weeks. How could they share so many similarities across 5 years? Identical handwriting, the same declarations of love. Could the perpetrators of both cases be one and the same? As he grasped the clothing once more, preparing to close the bedboard, a peach-colored phone slipped from the garment's inner pocket. The deceased phone? He reached down to retrieve it, pressing the power button to find the screen in the midst of composing a message. Help me? A foreboding sensation washed over him as he trembled, opening the sent messages folder, revealing that all contained the chilling words, help me. Chapter 24. I have caught the killer. Chen Ge meticulously examined the timestamps of all the text messages, each one sent after midnight, aligning perfectly with Wang Qi's account. Yet, this was the very detail that sent shivers down Chen Ge's spine. How could a body entombed within a wall possibly send messages every night? Was it a supernatural occurrence? If indeed a malevolent spirit were at play, how could those who exhumed the corpse still be alive? Someone must be orchestrating this. Chen Ge had pieced together all the clues and was acutely aware. The individual using the deceased's phone to send messages to Wang Qi each day was none other than the murderer of his fiancée, as well as the true culprit behind the massacre 5 years prior. I believe I have discerned the identity of the killer, he thought. Clutching the phone within the confines of the room, Wang Qi was regarded as a madman by the tenants of the apartment building, and the landlord made a point of driving him away each time they crossed paths. This individual was the only one he had encountered that night who did not reside in the building yet was frequently seen in its vicinity. Thus, his hideout must be in close proximity. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that when Chen Ge had expressed his grievances about the rental prices to the landlord, he was informed that there were no accommodations within several kilometers. This implied that Wang Qi could not possibly be staying in another apartment or hotel. It was reasonable to conclude that he likely concealed himself within the wooden cabin. If he were indeed the owner of the cabin, everything would fall into place. This pitiful soul, holding a missing person poster and searching daily for his vanished wife, was in reality the very one who had taken her life. Chen Ge could scarcely believe that he had conversed with a murderer, attempting to delve into the depths of his psyche. His throat tightened. A sense of dread washed over him. This lunatic must have endured some form of trauma, collecting the deceased's belongings and using her phone to message himself. Perhaps he harbored a second personality that took control whenever he fell asleep. The more he pondered, the more unnerving the situation became. Chen Ge scrolled through the phone. Eager to uncover additional clues, the pink phone should retain his fingerprints, which constituted crucial evidence that must be preserved. As he stared at the screen, it was uncertain whether his nerves were causing his vision to blur or if something more sinister was at play. He suddenly perceived a faint, indistinct silhouette of a girl reflected on the screen, appearing no older than 17 or 18, clad in a bloodstained school uniform. Rubbing his eyes, he was about to scrutinize the image more closely when an icy sensation brushed against the nape of his neck, akin to a phantom touch. The shock compelled Chen Ge to whirl around. The air within the cabin seemed to freeze, and glancing behind him, Chen Ge felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The door had been opened silently at some point, and there stood Wang Qi, 2 meters away, his bloodshot eyes wide with fury, slowly raising an axe in his hand. Time appeared to stand still as the two stood at opposite ends of the room, neither daring to move. Just a little more. Wang Qi's voice was utterly transformed, imbued with a suppressed madness, akin to a beast unleashed from its confines. Chen Ge remained silent, gripping the tool hammer tightly, harboring a flicker of gratitude towards the ghostly apparition that flickered on the screen. Had it not been for the malevolent spirit's emergence, he might have already suffered harm at Wang Qi's hands. What a pity! As Wang Qi advanced a step, Chen Ge instinctively raised the hammer defensively. Do not act rashly. Have you seen everything on your phone? Uncertain of the madman's intentions, Chen Ge remained on high alert. Yet, in truth, it was nothing too grave. The weariness on Wang Qi's face vanished, replaced by an exhilarating fervor, transforming him into a completely different person. From the moment you entered the apartment building and our first conversation, I told you my wife was surely hidden within. Am I lying? He lifted an axe to prod a garment once worn by his fiancée. After all, I was the one who sealed her into the wall. As he spoke, Wang Qi's tone abruptly shifted, his emotions oscillating violently as he recalled a painful memory. Gripping the axe tightly, he struck the clothing fiercely. I am not in the wrong. She is. She insisted on leaving, and I merely sought to keep her with me. Blocking the doorway, he brandished the axe, staring at the shredded garment on the floor. I never wished for this. Do you understand? I never wanted it to come to this. Regardless of Wang Qi's words, they could not alter the grim reality of his actions, prompting Chen Ge to disregard his ramblings entirely. Clutching the tool hammer, Chen Ge stealthily tucked the deceased's phone into his pocket, eyes fixed on the wooden cabin door, ever vigilant for an opportunity to escape. I am an exceedingly irritating individual. Nearly everyone around me would attest to this. No, even if they do not voice it, I can sense it. Wang Qi was not merely a psychological deviant. He harbored severe mental disturbances. Every utterance seemed akin to soliloquy, as though he had fallen into a grotesque loop from which he could not extricate himself. While Wang Qi spoke, Chen Ge subtly adjusted his stance, mentally rehearsing 3 or 4 escape strategies, such as diverting Wang Qi's attention or luring him closer. However, the limited space of the cabin rendered these plans largely unfeasible. Wang Qi's voice grew increasingly shrill, his stability waning. The longer Chen Ge remained, the more perilous he felt. Thus, he resolved to take action and abandon convoluted schemes. With his muscles taut, he launched himself toward Wang Qi like a cannonball, just as the latter's emotional turmoil threatened to erupt, the axe swinging mindlessly. In a moment of desperation, Chen Ge made the boldest decision of his life, confronting a serial killer with a fervor surpassing that of the murderer himself. The distance of 2 to 3 meters evaporated in an instant. In the darkness, Wang Qi was a heartbeat slow. Anticipating his head, Chen Ge had already aimed at Wang Qi's skull moments prior. Thud. The tool hammer struck down with force, a warmth radiating from his wrist. Chen Ge then delivered a kick to Wang Qi's abdomen before dashing for the exit. Bursting from the cabin, he sprinted into the dense thicket, this time with a clear sense of direction as the trees gradually thinned, offering a broader vista. Yet danger still lurked. He could sense the presence of someone trailing him through the woods, the flickering beam of a flashlight colliding with branches, the sound of snapping twigs serving as undeniable evidence. Not daring to pause for a moment, Chen Ge sprinted forward with all his might, only to find that the sounds behind him gradually faded as he approached the concrete road near the village. They must have departed. Continuing along the concrete path, Chen Ge ran several hundred meters when suddenly, the wailing of sirens pierced the air. Gazing into the distance, he spotted flashing lights at the end of the road, with several police cars racing toward him. Salvation had arrived. He stood in the middle of the road as if reunited with a long-lost relative, exclaiming, "It is I who called for help. I have apprehended the perpetrator of the massacre from 5 years ago." Chapter 25. The scene unfolds. Upon a wooden table lay several used cotton swabs, a bottle of mineral water, and an unopened loaf of bread. The young police officer seated at the opposite end of the table set down his recording device and retrieved his mobile phone, opening a specific folder. "Do you recognize this individual?" Chen Ge glanced at the photograph, which depicted a group of men casually departing from a restaurant, among whom the tallest bore a tattoo of a peony on the back of his hand. Yes, that is indeed him. The peony blooms, heralding prosperity. The man's name is Zhang Ping, a gambler burdened with debts amounting to hundreds of thousands in usury, suspected of burglary and robbery. The officer continued to sift through photographs. "Take a look at this one." The face appeared familiar. "Based on your description, we have cross-referenced with the public security database. The driver in the image is named Feng Chunlei, an outsider who, while under the influence, caused an accident and fled the scene, exhibiting particularly egregious behavior." The young officer tucked away his phone and organized the documents in his hands. "I have completed the record of your statement, but you cannot leave just yet. The criminal investigation team from the Municipal Bureau will arrive shortly for a more detailed interrogation. I hope you will cooperate with the investigation, as you are the sole eyewitness." "Of course," Chen Ge replied, seated on the bed, his emotions gradually settling. Just a few hours prior, the Xiqing police station received a report indicating a suspected homicide at the Ping'an apartment in the western suburbs. The police promptly acted, encountering Chen Ge on the road adjacent to the apartment, where after a basic inquiry was conducted, leading the Xiqing station to split into 2 teams. One team followed Chen Ge to the mountain cabin in pursuit of Wang Qi, while the other delved into the woods to search for residents of the Ping'an apartment. Navigating through dense foliage, when Chen Ge returned to the cabin, only a pool of blood remained, and Wang Qi had vanished without a trace. Upon discovering fresh bloodstains and a plethora of the deceased's clothing in the cabin, the officers at Xiqing Station finally believed Chen Ge's account, promptly requesting reinforcements from the Municipal Bureau to seal off the mountain for an overnight search. As a crucial witness, Chen Ge was afforded close protection. Initially, the police planned to escort him directly to the Bureau, but Chen Ge insisted on remaining at the Ping'an apartment, asserting that more significant clues lay hidden within. Thus, he strongly requested to complete his statement there. What followed was the scene described above, within the confines of the apartment, guarded by 2 officers outside. Chen Ge lay at ease, awaiting the passage of time for his task. At around 3 in the morning, the door swung open, and a middle-aged officer in his 40s entered, removing his police cap and taking several hearty swigs from the bottle of mineral water on the table. "Uncle Sambao." "That water is mine," Chen Ge remarked, rising from the bed to greet the newcomer. The man was named Li Sambao, the deputy director of the Xicheng police station. Ironically, he had been the one responsible for investigating the disappearance of Chen Ge's parents. During that desperate time, Chen Ge had been profoundly grateful for this uncle's diligent efforts on his behalf. "You cheeky fellow, how dare you call me Sambao? How many times must I remind you to address me as Director Li or Captain Li?" Li Sambao set down the water bottle, a smile betraying his amusement. "Very well. Considering your significant contribution this time, I shall overlook it. Have they apprehended the suspect?" Chen Ge instantly stood up, anticipation coursing through him. "The criminal investigation team is not to be underestimated. They have apprehended Wang Qi, while several other residents of the apartment building have also been taken into custody, leaving only Zhang Peng at large. Excellent news. The body of Wang Qi's fiancée has been discovered and is currently undergoing examination by forensic experts. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, as I have other matters to attend to." Officer Li came over merely to provide Chen Ge with reassurance. "Zhang Ping and Feng Chunlei are both fugitives. Are the remaining two also criminals?" Chen Ge, unreserved, directly inquired about his lingering doubts. "The woman is Zhang Ping's wife and can be considered an accomplice at most. The landlord's situation is somewhat intricate. He is merely a caregiver but, swayed by greed, conspired with others to seize the elderly man's apartment. However, he did not mistreat the old man, as we found no visible signs of injury on him." Officer Li adjusted his police cap. "What are you asking this for? It's nothing significant." Chen Ge, mimicking Hishan, displayed a naive smile. "I am wholeheartedly assisting the police in capturing the fugitives. I have heard there might be a reward." "Goodness. Hey." Upon witnessing Chen Ge's predicament, a young officer nearby chuckled. "Officer Li is just teasing you. If Wang Qi is indeed the perpetrator of the massacre from 5 years ago, the reward you could earn would exceed 30,000 yuan, though this sum would be dispersed by the local finance department. Additionally, the old gentleman in the apartment building had issued a personal reward, promising 5,000 yuan for any crucial information. Is there truly a reward?" Upon hearing of the cash incentive, Chen Ge's lips curled upwards. "I was merely asking out of curiosity. My initial intention in acting heroically was not for monetary gain, but rather to contribute to the harmonious and stable development of our city, a duty of every citizen." The young officer smiled, offering no rebuttal, dutifully standing guard at the door. As he gazed at the swiftly retreating scenery on both sides, Chen Ge felt no fatigue. He discreetly took out his black phone and began to check his task rewards. Players who arrive at the designated task location within the stipulated time, successfully identify the murderer, and survive until dawn will complete the Midnight Escape trial task. A brand new horror scene, Midnight Escape, has been unlocked, allowing players to manipulate all mechanisms within this scenario freely. The completion rate of the trial task exceeded 90%, earning the hidden item, Wang Qi's missing person notice. The notice bears an ominous sentiment of 11. "I search every day for the person I have murdered. I have killed her over and over, yet she seems to always find me. Every dawn, when I open my eyes, her belongings inexplicably appear on my bed. I clearly entombed her within the walls, yet it feels as though she is burrowed into my very heart." Chapter 26, Boss. You've appeared on television having exceeded 90% task completion. Chen Ge felt a flicker of excitement upon discovering he had acquired a hidden item. However, this thrill swiftly dissipated upon examining the item's description. Was Wang Qi's missing person notice truly considered a reward? Surely, this ominous black phone could not be what it seemed. It appeared more like a curse than anything else. Gritting his teeth, he finished reading the chilling description, only to be confronted with a new enigma. What was this thing called resentment value? Interpreting it literally, the promotional flyer for the black phone seemed to suggest it contained the lingering grievances of Wang Qi. After a night of relentless toil, Chen Ge found himself utterly exhausted. Collapsing onto the couch in the staff lounge, feeling as if his very bones were about to disintegrate, he pulled out his phone, only to discover the battery had long since depleted, leaving him unaware of when the live stream had ceased. Connecting the device to a charger, he powered it back on. The built-in pedometer revealed that he had run over 40,000 steps the previous night, placing him at the top of his friends' rankings. With a thumbs up from Xiaowan beneath, it seemed prudent for him to engage in some physical exercise, not necessarily to outdo others, but merely to outrun them. Chen Ge scrolled through his phone, locating Hishan's number. Wary of disturbing Hishan's slumber, he tentatively sent a text, only for Hishan to call him back within mere seconds. Whoa, boss, you're still alive. Hishan's exuberant voice was loud enough to cause Chen Ge a headache. Were you really hoping I'd kick the bucket? Keep your voice down. You'll wake everyone in your dorm. Sleep? Not a chance. We all stayed up watching your live stream last night. Chen Ge was touched by this sentiment. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to his friends, Hishan blurted out his next statement. After the stream cut off, everyone claimed you had met with foul play, and they insisted on betting me a meal. Now I'm set for next week's meals. Is my life worth just one meal? You really don't have to share your happiness with me, Chen Ge replied, speechless at Hishan's bluntness. Anyway, it's just great that you're alive. I was genuinely worried I'd see you in the lab one day. Did you know that during our forensic internship, the instructor takes photos of the victims for our analysis? All right. Chen Ge rubbed his temples, feeling a throb in his head. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. I'll treat you to a meal next time we have the chance. Hastily ending the call, Chen Ge opened his personal short video homepage, only to be astounded by a surge of over 3,000 new followers. What? Gaining followers despite a black screen live stream? He then glanced at his inbox, which was overflowing with messages, the most frequent being, "Host, are you still alive?" What a crowd, not a single one offering a kind word. Chen Ge noticed that the advertisement for the haunted house still lingered on his homepage, and he sighed with relief that neither the live stream nor his personal page had been banned. Tossing his phone aside, he buried his head in his pillow, stretching luxuriously. Not wanting to think of anything, he decided to indulge in a day of leisure and sleep. Stripping off his clothes and closing his eyes, Chen Ge swiftly drifted into slumber. As the sun rises, heralding the arrival of a new day, its golden rays cascade into the room, adorning the sheets with a gilded trim. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the protective barrier outside the haunted house swings open, and the sound of light. Hurried footsteps echoes from the staircase. A key is inserted into the lock, the bolt turns, and the door to the employee lounge is forcefully pushed open. The floorboards tremble violently, startling Chen Ge into an upright position. Before he can utter a word, he notices a graceful figure swaying before him, followed by an exuberant voice. Boss, you were on television. After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Ge processes the information. He gazes at the lovely Xiaowan beside his pillow, her presence infused with the refreshing scent of shampoo, and instinctively grabs the sheets to shield his upper body. Please, take it slow. What is going on? It's the first time I've seen someone from real life on a video. Even though your face was pixelated, I recognized you instantly. Pixelated? Chen Ge feels a peculiar nuance in Xiaowan's words. He opens the video, revealing the familiar scene of Ping an apartment. Justice prevails. A significant breakthrough in the 5-year-old Fu and apartment massacre case, with the true culprit apprehended thanks to the assistance of a vigilant citizen. Boss, is that you? The height and build match perfectly. Even the clothing is identical. Let me get dressed first, Chen Ge replies, shaking his head. After donning his clothes, he recounts the previous night's events to Xiaowan, omitting the true reason for his visit to Ping an apartment, merely stating he sought inspiration for the haunted house renovation. Upon hearing his tale, Xiaowan's expression shifts dramatically. Boss, you've worked hard. Why not catch a bit more sleep? I can handle the visitors outside. Her intentions are kind. Yet the mention of visitors invigorates Chen Ge. Are there many? Definitely more than yesterday. Then what are we waiting for? Help me up. Chen Ge urges Xiaowan to entertain the guests while he rushes to the bathroom to splash water on his face. He retrieves his black phone and opens the midnight escape horror scene. The app indicates, Scream Index, 1 star. This horror scene has been fully set up. You may proceed to the 3rd floor for a visit. Note, the internal space of the haunted house is currently insufficient. Expansion is required to unlock new horror scenes. When was it set up? Chen Ge had initially anticipated the need for extensive preparations, only to realize he had gravely underestimated the capabilities of this black phone. After putting on his shoes, he hastens to the 3rd floor, pushing open the attic door to reveal a transformed world. All the discarded and damaged props have vanished, leaving behind only a series of chilling corridors filled with an eerie chill. The newly unlocked midnight escape scene occupies a vast area, encompassing the entire 3rd floor and encroaching upon portions of the 2nd floor's ghost marriage and the 3rd floor's zombie resurrection night scenes. The 3-story layout reveals a transitional 1st and 2nd floor, with the most terrifying experiences located on the 3rd floor, reminiscent of the Ping an apartment. Chapter 27. New props. Chen Ge familiarized himself with the new setting, which bore a striking resemblance to the Peace apartment, suffused with unease and anguish. It was riddled with numerous traps and interconnected rooms, concealed doors, and several darkly humorous Easter eggs. The realism of this place rendered it ideal for an escape game, and he planned to conduct a trial with the visitors shortly. Time was of the essence. After a brief exploration, Chen Ge descended the stairs, mindful that many patrons awaited outside the haunted house. Please bear with us for a moment. The owner will be here shortly. In the meantime, feel free to explore the other attractions in the park. He heard Su-won's voice from a distance. Hey, is your boss really inside the haunted house? We watched his live stream last night. A dozen people were chasing him in the woods. How did he manage to survive that? Stop exaggerating. I also saw the stream. The host was trapped in an apartment by several perverts. It was a classic case of cat and mouse. Can you imagine the outcome? Are you sure we watched the same stream? Last night, aside from the audio, the rest was just a black screen. How did you discern so much? Enough of this nonsense. See the living or see the dead. With that, the protective barrier was removed, and a freshly groomed Chen Ge emerged from the haunted house. I apologize for the wait, everyone. The admission fee for the haunted house is 20, fair and square. The chatter among the crowd fell silent, and several fans who had tuned into his live stream rushed over, eager to inquire about last night's events, allowing Chen Ge to indulge in the attention for a moment. After a few minutes, order was restored, and patrons began to enter the haunted house for their experience. Chen Ge applied makeup on Xiaowan, transforming her into a ghost for the ghost marriage scene while he manned the entrance to collect fees. The number of visitors steadily increased, and the approval ratings rose significantly. At this rate, it would not be long before he could meet the requirements for the haunted house expansion. Chen Ge retrieved his black smartphone. Firstly, to check how many more visitors were needed for the initial expansion, and secondly, to view the daily tasks that had refreshed for the day. General difficulty. The true secret to terrifying visitors lies in ensuring they are oblivious to the impending fright, such as designing scare points in the opposite direction of attention-grabbing objects and verifying that all props in the haunted house meet the required standards. Nightmare difficulty. The bathroom at midnight always emits strange sounds. If you wish to uncover the reason, follow my instructions. Daily tasks refresh at midnight. Only one task can be accepted each day, with varying difficulties and rewards. Caution. Some tasks are extremely perilous. Please choose wisely. After skimming through the 3 daily tasks, Chen Ge promptly dismissed the nightmare-level task. Having endured 2 consecutive nights of turmoil, he was in dire need of rest. Besides, he had not yet unraveled the mystery of the creature in the mirror. If he attracted further entities, it would be overwhelming for him alone. The rewards from the nightmare-level tasks could directly enhance his physical form, granting him certain memories and abilities, but the risk was proportionate to the reward. For now, he chose to set that consideration aside. Tasks of moderate difficulty necessitate a certain level of funding. Currently, the reward for capturing the fugitive has yet to be bestowed upon me, making the completion of such a task exceedingly challenging. After much contemplation, Chen Ge concluded that only a task of ordinary difficulty would be suitable, designing a scare point in the opposite direction of an eye-catching object. This idea was indeed commendable, as applying it within my haunted house would likely provide visitors with delightful surprises. Having accepted a task of moderate difficulty, Chen Ge leaned against the entrance of the haunted house to collect admission fees, occasionally exchanging a few words with Su-won inside. As noon approached, the number of visitors gradually diminished. Chen Ge called Su-won out to have lunch, while he himself entered the wedding scene of the dead. This terrifying setting was entirely of his own design, with every scare point meticulously considered. After accepting the ordinary daily task, he utilized the midday hours to initiate enhancements. Typically, visitors to the haunted house prepare themselves mentally beforehand. In a state of heightened psychological vigilance, it becomes challenging to elicit genuine fright. Thus, it is essential to divert their attention with something unrelated, leading them to mistakenly believe that danger lurks in that area. When they are fully engrossed in observing that direction, an unexpected assault can be launched from an entirely unforeseen angle. This task of moderate difficulty proved to be far simpler than Chen Ge had anticipated. Within just one afternoon, he received a notification on his black phone indicating task completion. You have completed an ordinary difficulty daily task. There are myriad methods to instill fear. Understanding the human psyche and adapting accordingly is paramount. Congratulations, you have earned a reward. The uniform of the Skull Crusher Doctor. Costume prop, the Skull Crusher Doctor, who worked for 20 years in a psychiatric facility, was ultimately driven to madness by prolonged exposure to patients. One day, he resolved to end it all. With madness and pathology seeping into his very bones, he wielded a hammer, seeking to cure his patients fundamentally. Following Black Friday, Chen Ge acquired yet another prop. He tapped the icon, and the black phone informed him that the item had been placed in the prop room. This costume prop arrived just in time. When combined with the midnight escape scene, it was bound to produce an extraordinary chemical reaction. Several ideas formed in Chen Ge's mind. And as he retrieved paper and pen to begin his design, his phone suddenly vibrated. Helshan? Chen Ge answered the call. What is it? Boss. Do you remember what I mentioned last time? Helshan intentionally lowered his voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Senior Gao Rushue was frightened to tears by you. And the seniors in our department have decided to band together to seek revenge. They are already on their way. You better be prepared. Chapter 28. This is not what was promised. They are coming over now? Chen Ge had not truly considered the upperclassmen from Heshan. I am discreetly notifying you. The seniors plan to record a comedic video in your haunted house and share it with the senior sisters. Do not blame them for their cunning. Our department has 5 classes, with only 7 female students in total, and you frightened the one who is the belle of the department. Take care, my friend. It seemed someone was moving about near Heshan, and he hung up the phone after speaking. Recording a comedic video in my haunted house? Chen Ge tucked his phone away. His expression peculiar. Those studying forensic science tend to possess a certain audacity. It would be just the opportunity to have them assist in testing my new scenes. I hope they can still find humor in it. As lunchtime concluded, Chen Ge descended to the ground floor, opening the barrier to his haunted house. Tourists who had not been able to visit in the morning immediately flocked around. Among them were individuals who had specifically come after watching Chen Ge's short videos and live streams. Some were referred by friends and relatives, while others were simply drawn by curiosity, seeing the long queue and sensing that this attraction must be intriguing. The ticket price was 20, and to ensure the best experience, no more than 3 individuals were allowed to enter at once. While maintaining order, Chen Ge communicated with Su Wan, both of them busily engaged. As time passed unawares, around 3 in the afternoon, 7 stylishly dressed youths entered New Century Paradise, seemingly on a mission as they headed directly for the haunted house. Each of the 7 possessed distinct personalities, conversing little among themselves, and they quietly formed a line at the entrance, casting a serious atmosphere over the queue. After a brief wait, as a group of tourists emerged, supporting each other, the tallest among the 7 stepped forward to Chen Ge. Boss, 6 tickets, please. His voice was steady. Chen Ge looked up at him, then glanced at the queue. Aren't you 7 together? This one is just here to guide. The tall individual pushed Heshan forward from behind. Boss, I won't be going inside. Heshan harbored a psychological aversion to haunted houses, greeted Chen Ge, and quickly retreated. You've come all this way. I cannot let you stay outside. Consider this ticket a gift. Chen Ge casually handed over 7 tickets. You are all from the Zhejiang Forensic Medical College, right? I look forward to your support in the future. Chen Ge wore a friendly smile. His enthusiasm inadvertently making some of the students, yet to step into the professional world, feel a bit bashful. Heshan, the boss has given you a ticket. Do not refuse. The tall individual distributed the tickets to each person, and their subsequent actions left the surrounding tourists momentarily stunned. Rather than entering the haunted house directly, they gathered at the entrance. Heshan and I will be in one group. Monkey and Old Zhao will be together. Old Song, Xiao Hui, and Shirling. You 3 will form another group. Have you all memorized the strategy posts from the forum before coming? Yes, we have memorized everything. Heshan had already sketched a simplified map of the scene, clearly outlining the mechanisms. I hope you all are mentally prepared. Do not show even a hint of fear. Let us display the spirit of the Zhejiang Forensic Medical College. Understood. All right, from this moment onward, adjust your state and invigorate your spirit. Accelerate your breathing. Pretend you are preparing for skydiving or bungee jumping and allow every cell in your body to awaken. Yes, assume a fierce demeanor. You are a malevolent spirit, more fearsome than the average ghost. You fear nothing. Do you still remember the oath taken upon your enrollment? With an unworthy heart, the blade is askew. At the Zhejiang Medical College, we voice the words of the deceased and safeguard the rights of the living. Let us embark. A few passionate souls stirred the onlookers, even prompting applause from nearby tourists, and in his heart, Chen Ge cheered for them. The protective barrier was lifted, and Ishan and the tall student stepped forward first. We shall lead the way. Later, we will share our experiences with you. The 2 approached Chen Ge, exuding a certain aura. Just the 2 of you? Isn't the rule that only 3 individuals can tour at once? Oh, that regulation pertains solely to the themed wedding scene. Do not concern yourselves with it. Let us all 7 proceed together to save time. Chen Ge ushered them into the haunted house, where the temperature was significantly lower than outside. Please sign the waiver on the table. Any unforeseen incidents occurring within the haunted house are not the responsibility of this establishment. Only then can I guide you through. Last time, there was this requirement, Hishan remarked, glancing at the table. That is because, prior to your visit, no one had ever fainted from fear, Chen Ge replied with a smile, observing the 7 spirited students of the medical college. I presume Hishan has briefed you on the background of this haunted house, so I shall refrain from redundancy. I retain you here to offer a gentle reminder. Gradually, Chen Ge's smile faded as he retrieved his phone and located the morning news. The massacre case at Ping, an apartment from 5 years ago, has finally been resolved. However, one perpetrator remains at large. This matter does not concern you, but this morning, upon my arrival, I discovered the entrance to the haunted house ajar. As if someone had sought refuge within. Both Ping, an apartment, and New Century Amusement Park are located in the western suburb. I hope I am merely overthinking. With just a few words, Chen Ge sowed seeds of suspicion. He did not require Hishan and the others to believe him, but rather aimed to provide them with a direction for contemplation. After all, no matter how vividly imagined, the virtual can never rival the terrors of reality. Once all had signed the waiver, Chen Ge led them to the 3rd floor and slowly pushed open the door to the Midnight Massacre theme scene. A chilling wind swept through the eerie corridor, and from behind half-open doors, it felt as though eyes were watching. The labyrinthine passages, endless staircases, charred ceilings, and terrifying scars resembling knife marks were evident everywhere. The fervor of the medical students had already begun to cool upon witnessing the scene. They stood frozen in place, collectively turning to Hishan. Where is the courtyard? This doesn't seem to align with what was promised. I practiced weighted lifts all night to ensure I could swiftly open the coffin. Once they all entered the corridor, Chen Ge observed them with a smile. Finally, I wish you a delightful experience. Chapter 29. The skull-crushing doctor. The entrance to the Midnight Escape Massacre slowly closed. The sound of the door creaking resonating like a tightening chain around the hearts of several medical students. Hishan, based on your previous experience, what should we do now? We need to find an exit, and the faster, the better. After locking the scene's door, Chen Ge promptly called Xiaowan, and the two made their way to the prop room. Boss, what is the rush? Aren't the visitors already inside? Suwan, adorned in a mortuary costume and applying her makeup, scurried about, exuding an unsettling aura. I've just created a new horror scene on the 3rd floor called Midnight Escape. These forensic students are quite audacious. It's the perfect opportunity for them to test it out. Chen Ge opened the door to the prop room and began searching according to the hints from his black phone. ISNTA park inspection required before the new scene can be used? Suwan approached, her traditional gown trailing behind her. What are you looking for? The custom uniform I ordered for you. Uniform? Venturing deeper into the room, Chen Ge spotted a familiar wooden box in the corner. One he anticipated to find here, originally intended for storing the black phone and dolls. Approaching the box, he peered inside to discover a peculiar hammer, a blood-soaked robe, and an aged missing person's notice at the bottom. Found it. As Chen Ge lifted the robe, he was taken aback. This seemingly ordinary doctor's uniform was surprisingly heavy, entwined with iron chains inscribed with human faces. Boss, is this the uniform you made for me? Suwan stepped back, the scent of blood wafting from it reaching her even from a distance. Can I not wear it? Haunted house actors are still actors, Xiaowan. Remember what your instructors at the Drama Academy said. You must hold yourself to a high standard. Chen Ge shook the garment, causing a replica human skin mask to tumble out. Uncertain about its presence, he picked it up, only to feel a chill wash over him upon a brief glance. The mask, crudely stitched from various male faces, emanated an air of hysteria. Boss, don't tell me I have to wear this too. Suwan had retreated to the door. It's merely a trial. I wish to see the overall effect of the new scene. I'll don the guise of a ghost next time, all right? Chen Ge's tone was reminiscent of a devil tempting one to moral decline in a fairy tale. Fine. I'll give it a try. Ultimately, Suwan's compassion prevailed, and she accepted the mask and doctor's coat, unreservedly shedding her traditional attire to change. Boss, to be honest, your interpretation of a uniform truly opens my eyes. As she wrapped herself in the blood-drenched outer garment, chains intertwining with the coat, the moment Suwan donned the mask, she seemed to undergo a transformation, emanating an aura of madness, cruelty, and an extreme malevolence. Very good. Chen Ge dared not let Suwan gaze into a mirror, fearing she might frighten herself. Now, take this as well. Chen Ge extracted the oddly shaped hammer from the box. It measured approximately 40 centimeters in length, its handle resembling the spine of a living being. At its end, it was connected to a chain concealed within clothing, and the hammerhead featured specialized pointed spikes designed for bloodletting, hollowed out and not excessively heavy. It could even be dragged along while running if one found it inconvenient to carry. Su-won had relinquished her struggle, nodding as she accepted the hammer. With her phone secured in her outer pocket, she checked her earphones to ensure constant communication. If all was well, it was time for us to take the stage. Us? Boss, are you also entering the scene? Su-won turned to glance at Chen Ge, her melodious voice paired with the fragmented visage of a man, evoking a sense of discomfort within him. Of course, let us hurry. The visitors are likely growing impatient. In truth, only a few minutes had elapsed. He had spotted the silhouettes of 7 medical students on the surveillance feed, far more timid than Gao Rushiwei, as their anxious expressions clearly indicated. After wandering for a while, they were still lingering in the early rooms on the 3rd floor. It seemed he needed to instill a sense of urgency. Chen Ge first changed the background music to Black Friday and then dialed Su-won's number. Xiaowon, this new horror scene is expansive, encompassing not only the entire 3rd floor of the haunted house but also parts of the 2nd and 1st floors. There are staircases on either side. Don't run around aimlessly, follow my instructions. Received. After concluding the conversation with Su-won, Chen Ge briefly applied some makeup and entered the midnight escape scene through the staff passage. Possessing a black phone, he could manipulate dozens of mechanisms within the scene at any time, making the playability of the midnight escape far surpass that of the ghost marriage and zombie resurrection nights. In the chilly darkness of the corridor, a door to a room was pushed open, and Chen Ge emerged, restoring everything to its original state. Xiaowon, they are likely near room 207 on the 3rd floor. You should wait by the left staircase for my next instructions. After speaking, Chen Ge allowed his eyes to adjust to the darkness of the scene and then ascended the right staircase to the 3rd floor. At this moment, the students from Jiujiang Medical College remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, diligently rummaging through various items in the room, hoping for a discovery. This haunted house, while a bit eerie and slightly cold, doesn't he seem particularly frightening? Are we being overly sensitive? Among them, the shortest, known as Monkey, was also the most talkative. Brother Feng, I think we should split into 2 teams. That way, we can search more efficiently. Crowding together is simply a waste of time. The tallest among them was Brother Feng, who, upon entering the midnight escape scene and realizing that all his preparations had been in vain, felt a twinge of panic. However, as time passed, he gradually perceived that the scene did not appear particularly terrifying. Splitting up sounds fine. Monkey, Lao Song, you 2 take the girls and search the left rooms. The 3 of us will explore the right side. It should have been done this way from the start. I really don't know what is supposed to be frightening about this place. Compared to our school's morgue, it pales in comparison. The speaker is a girl, the only one among a few with dyed hair. She possesses a completely different aura from Gao Rushiwei, exuding a mature and sophisticated charm, not quite resembling a typical student. Sister Hui, Brother Feng, let us not be complacent. It is prudent for us to stick together. Yishan, hidden among the crowd, wore a distressed expression. This haunted house owner never plays by the rules. You have not witnessed his live broadcasts. He is nothing short of a reckless madman. Chapter 30. How did one more appear? Yishan, with a tone of earnest persuasion, spoke at length, yet his senior peers remained unmoved, convinced that he was merely exaggerating to mask his own timidity. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. After meandering through the haunted house for a few minutes, they concluded that it was nothing extraordinary. Xiao Shan, if you're scared, just hide behind your sister. A woman addressed as Sister Hui boldly ventured into the adjacent room. The decor was rather similar. It was less intriguing than observing a crime scene in the dormitory. Let us proceed according to the earlier groupings, she declared. The monkey eagerly followed in her footsteps, eager to find the exit and escape the growing tedium. Lao Song and another demure girl named Shirling trailed behind, leaving Yishan, Feng Ge, and Lao Zhao alone in the corridor. To be frank, Yishan felt quite disappointed. Lao Zhao, a portly fellow with a complexion fairer than most girls, struggled physically. After only a short distance, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum and set off. Feng Ge waved his hand and stepped forward, with Lao Zhao hastily following. Soon, Yishan found himself alone in the corridor, burdened by unexpressed anxieties, acutely aware that something ominous was afoot. He took a couple of steps forward but suddenly halted. The background music seemed to have shifted, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. There was no time to ponder, as a crisp sound, intermittent and elusive, seemed to emanate from the path they had taken. Is someone following us? Yishan dared not linger any longer and hurried to catch up with the others. As the ominous tones of Black Friday echoed, the grim game of midnight survival truly commenced. The lighting grew dimmer, and objects in the corridor began to tumble of their own accord. In the distance, the clinking of chains grew louder, signaling impending dread. "I found something," Sister Hui exclaimed, emerging from a room with a fabric doll in hand. "Look, there's a doll placed right in the center of this room. Sister, please do not disturb anything in the haunted house. Last time, we triggered a mechanism by touching a coffin," Hishan cautioned, trying to impart his experience. However, he found himself ignored, standing on the periphery, helplessly observing his seniors recklessly courting danger. This doll must hold some significance. Could its placement in the center symbolize something? The monkey lifted the doll's head, revealing its likeness to a 5- or 6-year-old girl, albeit lacking eyes, with its body charred as if scorched by fire. Could the absence of sight represent darkness? And the burn signify descent into the inferno? Perhaps it alludes to murder? Phone Ge pressed against the doll's body. The stuffing isn't cotton. It feels rather firm. Let us take a look inside. Monkey unzipped the doll's back, revealing it stuffed with shredded paper. He randomly pulled out a piece, the handwriting on it juvenile and hasty, clearly from a young author. What does it say? The only one to glance at the note. Monkey's expression turned grave. He held the paper before the others, which bore a chilling message. "You are all going to die." Every piece of paper seems to bear the same ominous message. What a deep-seated grudge. Let us hastily discard it. It's quite foreboding. The usually reticent Shirling appeared particularly apprehensive towards the doll. Upon a fleeting glance, she quickly retreated to the periphery of the crowd. His voice trembled unmistakably. Revealing his lack of the calm demeanor he attempted to project. "Wait a moment." Shall we raised her left hand, gripping several tattered sheets. "In the room where I discovered the doll, I also found this. Look, it appears to have been torn from a diary." "Let me see," Lao Zhao said, taking the papers and reading aloud. "I suspect there is someone hiding in the house. I cannot discern whether they are concealed beneath the bed or within the wardrobe. I informed my parents and sister, yet they seemed preoccupied with some concerns, unable to listen to my words. As night fell, my father checked all the doors and windows of the apartment before retiring to bed. I am uncertain of their fears, but I am convinced there is indeed someone lurking within my room." "What nonsense is this?" Lao Zhao faltered mid-sentence, returning the papers to Xiaowei. "This is all an elaborate ruse to distract us. Taking it seriously would be our folly. Let us hasten to find an exit and not dawdle." After scouring 4 or 5 rooms without success, they proceeded to the right side of the corridor. The third floor was expansive and still unsearched. Yet I felt the probability of finding an exit there was quite slim. If I were the proprietor of a haunted house, I certainly would not place the entrance and exit on the same level. Peak Brother reasoned with remarkable clarity. "Should we split into groups?" "Absolutely not. Being on different levels makes us vulnerable to being picked off one by one." Hashan interjected, but the group selectively ignored him. "That makes sense. Let us adhere to the original plan for grouping." Just as they were nearing a consensus, the increasingly exasperated Hashan finally stepped forward. "Will you all please listen to me for a moment?" He advanced to the center of the group, gesturing towards the far end of the corridor. "For the past few minutes, I've been hearing the sound of chains in the hallway. Something has been following us." At Hashan's words, the group finally took notice, straining their ears to indeed hear the increasingly distinct clinking of chains. The haunted house owner referred to this scenario as a midnight escape. Given that it involved evasion, a killer was bound to emerge. Lao Zhao patted Hashan on the shoulder. "Don't immerse yourself too deeply in the role. The pursuer is surely a haunted house employee in disguise. Knowing it's merely a person pretending, what is there to fear? Don't you all agree?" The group erupted in laughter, deeming Hashan overly sensitive. "Stay calm. An upperclassman has your back. We fear no one." While saying this, Lao Zhao retrieved his phone. "Didn't we agree to record a short video in the haunted house to mock the owner on his community page? I think this spot is quite fitting. Come on, everyone, let us pose for the camera." He adjusted the angle, capturing all of them in the frame. As his eyes scanned the screen, just as he was about to speak, an indescribable, chilling sensation surged through him. His entire body trembled, and with a sudden jolt, Lao Zhao accidentally flung his phone away. "Fatty, are you out of your mind? What are you doing? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Old Zhao remained silent, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his teeth chattering. "Count for yourselves, including me. How can there be 8 people?" Chapter 31. Who is he? 8. What kind of joke is this? As Lao Zhao's words echoed, the heartbeat of everyone quickened. In the dimly lit scene of the midnight escape, they exchanged glances, their bodies seemingly frozen in fear. "Where is the 8th person? Do not panic." At this critical moment, Brother Feng took out his phone, just about to unlock it. The faint sound of chains from the other end of the corridor suddenly intensified. "Someone is coming." Just as Brother Feng managed to unlock the screen, A blood-soaked monster appeared around the corner of the staircase. The timing was uncanny, as if the creature had recognized their location. What is that thing? Beneath the blood-stained doctor's uniform, a chain dragged on the ground. The monster hung its head low, wielding a hammer that dripped with crimson liquid. Tension filled the air. Yet Brother Feng managed to retain a semblance of composure. Ignoring Chen Ge's earlier advice, he switched on his flashlight within the haunted house. A beam of white light pierced through the corridor, illuminating the creature from a distance. The light captured the monster's attention as her black hair cascaded to the sides. She slowly raised her head. In that instant, every hair on their body stood on end. The monster bore a face fashioned from countless male visages, the stitches marring her features. At the very moment the light flared, the creature seemed provoked, charging madly towards them with the bloodied hammer. Some sought refuge in nearby rooms. Others dashed up the stairs to the second floor, while a few sprinted into the ground level. The scene was shrouded in darkness, all paralyzed by the terror of the approaching monster. The clanking of chains and the sound of footsteps grew ever closer, inducing panic. The instinct to flee is a common trait among living beings, a guarantee of continuous evolution. When the brain senses impending danger, the primal urge to escape emerges. Xiao Hui stood near the stairs at first, momentarily disoriented as the monster charged. Suddenly, a man beside her bolted down the stairs. Overwhelmed by fear, Xiao Hui instinctively followed. Her only thought to evade the monster's pursuit. She had no idea where her phone had ended up. The facade of calm and composure previously maintained by the forensic students shattered as screams echoed through the corridor. Chaos ensued, scattering the crowd. Xiao Hui trailed the figure ahead to the first floor, the screams from the third floor still ringing in her ears, the iron chains clattering against the steps, signaling the monster's entrance into the hallway. An eerie background score played, accompanied by incessant screams. As unease and terror engulfed Xiao Hui, she finally felt fear creeping in. The more fearful she became, the less she dared to linger alone. Desperately, she chased after the figure before her, the darkness of the haunted house making that silhouette her sole anchor. Together, they could face whatever lay ahead, a source of reassurance amidst the chaos. Xiao Hui could hardly bear to envision being left alone in such a terrifying place. To avoid that fate, she bit her lip and quickened her pace, reaching out to grasp the hem of the stranger's clothing. The sound of clashing chains drew nearer, and Xiao Hui followed the person in front of her to the first floor, where they hastily sought refuge in a random room. A dead end? Xiao Hui paused at the doorway, while the man beside her unhesitatingly concealed himself within the solitary wardrobe of the room. At this juncture, Xiao Hui was left with but two choices, to flee alone or to join him in hiding. As the sound of dragging chains grew increasingly distinct, she too slipped into the wardrobe. The door closed behind her, ushering her into an alternate realm, silent and shrouded in darkness. The only solace being the presence of a companion beside her. Her makeup had long since run, and with her hand covering her mouth, Xiao Hui peered through the gap in the wardrobe door. A doctor, clad in a blood-stained coat, halted at the entrance, wielding a hammer that struck the doorframe, his stitched visage intruding into the room. Xiao Hui's heart raced, and she bit her finger, huddling in the corner of the wardrobe, silently praying, "Please do not come closer. Do not come closer." Perhaps her prayers reached the heavens, for the doctor merely glanced inside before promptly departing with his hammer in hand. The tension that had gripped her heart finally eased, and Xiao Hui exhaled in relief, gently tapping the arm of the man beside her. "It seems the monster did not discover us. Let us rejoin the others shortly." The man hiding with her was of a balanced build, neither overly stout nor too slender. He was not monkey or old Zhao. Brother Feng was taller, while Yishan was slightly shorter. Xiao Hui tentatively called out, "Old Song?" Blood rushed to her head, leaving her breathless, a sensation akin to suffocation. She retrieved her phone from her pocket, using its dim, cold light to illuminate the space beside her. In the dark, confined wardrobe, a pallid face, as white as paper and entirely unfamiliar, stared intently at her. The phone slipped from her fingers, and after a few seconds of eerie silence, a scream erupted from the wardrobe, piercing her eardrums. Xiao Hui desperately recoiled, but the wardrobe offered little room. She stumbled backward, her head striking the cabinet wall. Whether it was pain or fear that overwhelmed her, this fashionably avant-garde senior collapsed to the ground, clutching her head, appearing utterly defeated. "I have told you countless times. Do not use your phone in my haunted house." Chen Ge flung open the wardrobe door, retrieved the phone from the floor, and tucked it into the girl's pocket before pulling out his own phone to communicate with Su Wan. "Xiao Wan, do not let them come to the first floor for now." After relaying his instructions, he carried Xiao Hui into the restroom, pushed open the bath, and guided her through the staff passageway to the scene's exterior. Indeed, there was a shortage of personnel. He placed a towel beneath Xiaohui's head and re-entered the midnight escape scene. There were now 6 individuals remaining. Chen Ge restored the passageway and dialed Su Wan's number. "Xiaowan, where are you now?" "Someone is in the first room around the left corner on the second floor. I will flush him out, and you can sneak in from the right side for a surprise." "Xiaowan, you've learned some mischief. Compared to the boss, I still have much to learn." Chapter 32. It seems to be haunted. The monkey secluded himself on the second-floor staircase, ever vigilant of the sounds surrounding him. Positioned in the corner, he had a clear view of both the third and second floors. No matter from which direction the assailant approached, he could swiftly make his escape. The lighting in the scene appeared to dim further, and within the shadowy corridor, an eerie soundtrack heightened his anxiety. The monkey pinched himself sharply and took a deep breath. As a medical student, he understood that a slight pang of pain coupled with ample oxygen could hasten one's composure. With a soft sigh, he pondered. Although everyone was terrified of the monster's approach, they had not yet fled. The chaos stemmed from the first individual who had run. Their actions disrupted our collective thoughts. If my intuition serves me right, that initial coward must be the extra person among us. Moments ago, I heard Xiaohui scream. She was the second to escape, closest to that person, which lends credence to my hypothesis. The monkey was astute, yet timid. He rarely dared to enter or exit the laboratory alone at school. I must promptly relay this information to Brother Feng and join them. Retrieving his phone, the dim glow of the screen illuminated his surroundings, and he suddenly shivered. How did that doll end up on the staircase? Hadn't I left it in the third-floor corridor? Fearing to attract the monster, he refrained from turning on his flashlight, instead enhancing the screen's brightness to illuminate the wall beside him, where a tattered doll lay flat. Who might have inadvertently kicked it downstairs during the chaos? After much contemplation, the monkey could devise no other explanation. The doll, stuffed with a note and devoid of any mechanical components, was certainly not capable of remote control. Yet it appeared quite unsettling. Aside from its shabby condition, the doll possessed no particularly frightful attributes, yet an uncanny sensation arose from prolonged observation, as though it were imbued with life. The monkey found this perplexing, staring at the doll as if it were a pitiable little girl, full of grievances. It must be an illusion. I need to distance myself from this thing. Engaging in a haunted house experience is starting to induce psychological distress. He dialed Brother Feng's number, and a ring-tone echoed through the third-floor corridor. Is he up there, or has he, like Lao Zhao, accidentally dropped his phone? The ringing intensified the already ominous atmosphere of the haunted house. The monkey did not terminate the call, but instead pocketed his phone and stealthily ascended to the third floor. He concealed himself at the stairway entrance, peering inside, where Brother Feng's phone lay discarded in the corridor. Neither Lao Zhao nor Brother Feng had their phones on them. I must try contacting someone else. Standing alone at the third-floor staircase, gazing at the desolate corridor and the doors swaying in the breeze, he felt his legs weaken with fear. He frantically swiped the screen, searching for other contacts, when suddenly, his phone vibrated and rang. What is happening? He glanced down and saw someone was calling. Shirling? What could she want? Is she alone now too? In the presence of girls? The monkey always exhibits a fearless demeanor, a common trait among most passionate youths. Shirling, have you lost your way from the others? Where are you now? I will come to find you. I am locked in a room on the third floor, though I didn't clearly see the room number. Hurry over. Something feels off about this place. Shirling, a gentle girl, spoke in a hurried tone, on the verge of tears, leaving one to wonder what predicament she had encountered. Take your time. How did you end up locked in there? The single rooms along the corridor shouldn't be capable of being locked, the monkey remarked, walking down the corridor, attempting to pinpoint Shirling's location through her voice. I don't know. After I slipped inside and closed the door, I couldn't open it again. Moreover, this room is unlike the others. There are 2 dolls sitting side by side in the center. Sitting. At the mention of dolls, the monkey's hair stood on end, fully aware of the sinister nature of the dolls within this haunted house. Please hurry. Shirling's voice grew increasingly shrill, teetering on the edge of losing control. Right away. Keep your distance from those dolls. Follow what Hashan instructed earlier. Do not touch anything in the room. I suspect those dolls. The monkey abruptly halted, staring blankly ahead at a doll lying half a meter from his toes. He fought the impulse to smash his phone and cautiously approached the doll. With long hair and an expression of pain and guilt, it appeared markedly different from the doll in the corridor, exuding a more mature essence. After speaking, the monkey's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, how am I able to discern so much from a doll? Have I been frightened into hallucinations? Or is this doll simply too lifelike? It feels as if they possess their own emotions, akin to living beings. Now is not the time for such thoughts. As long as the doll before him differed from the one in the corridor, then it meant these dolls wouldn't move on their own. The situation had yet to reach its direst state. His immediate priority was to rescue Shirling. Shaking off his thoughts, the monkey bolstered his resolve. I am merely frightening myself. If the doll from the corridor were to pursue me, how could it possibly appear in front of me? It should be following behind. Clearly, this is merely a trick of the haunted house's owner. There is no need for fear. After saying this, he cast a guilty glance behind him. I told you. There is absolutely no need. Chapter 33. The proper use of missing person. Notices his calves trembled, had it not been for his body's disobedience. The monkey might have slapped himself hard across the face. He reckoned he would never again engage in such a reckless venture as standing in a haunted house. Separated from his companions, utterly alone, he found himself in the dimly lit corridor, confronting the imminent threat of a potential killer, compounded by the unnerving presence of an inescapable puppet trailing behind him. This hellish experience in the haunted house rendered him breathless. How did it come to be here? When had it followed him? Why was it moving? A torrent of questions flooded his mind, shattering the life experiences of the past 20 years. Gripping his phone, his body trembled incessantly. Monkey, have you arrived yet? Hurry, get me out of here. I feel as though the doll in the center of the room is watching me. It truly seems to be gazing at me. On the other end, a frantic voice, nearly driven to madness, echoed with a similar sense of despair. Sister, I'm here to rescue you, but who will save me? The instinct for survival compelled the monkey to step back, and as his ankle grazed something, he instinctively looked down. The puppet that had once been in front of him now leaned against his shoe. Its lustrous black hair framed a face marked by burn scars, slightly lifted. And despite the obscured features, it emanated an uncanny aura. It was smiling. The monkey could not fathom why such a notion arose in his mind. Nor did he wish to ponder it now. He felt he had endured too much in those brief 10 minutes. With a strained expression, he attempted to shift his feet and escape. However, perhaps due to prolonged standing or overwhelming tension, his calf muscles knotted painfully, a sudden ache piercing his heart. Damn it! A cramp. The monkey collapsed to the ground. Abandoning all pretense, he clutched his leg and shouted in the corridor. Is anyone there? I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. To ensure the safety of the visitors, the two dared not linger and hurried up to the 3rd floor. Upon entering the corridor, Chen Ge immediately spotted the monkey writhing on the floor. He gestured for Xiaowan to step back, then switched on his flashlight and approached. Are you all right? I'm not playing anymore. I can't do this. Just let me go. The monkey appeared utterly transformed from the person he was before entering. As he assisted the monkey in alleviating the pain, Chen Ge scanned the surroundings. Puzzled, how could this fellow be so terrified when neither he nor Xiaowan was inside the haunted house? Aside from the two puppets, nothing seemed amiss on the floor. Tentatively, Chen Ge asked, Brother, what did you see just now? What did I see? Don't you have any idea? The monkey's eyes were red. A picture of grievance. Those two dolls were chasing me. Are you controlling them? You're definitely hiding behind the monitors, enjoying this, aren't you? Dolls chasing you? Chen Ge paused, choosing not to reveal the truth to the monkey. He had no desire to further traumatize the fragile psyche of his companion. Let me take you out first. Wait, there is still someone locked inside the room, nearly driven to madness by fear. Let us take her out as well. The monkey was on the phone with Shirling. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Chen Ge picked up 2 fabric dolls from the floor, cradling them in his palm. The dolls, though not particularly large or exquisite, resembled toys crafted by children during arts and crafts class. Could these diminutive figures truly terrify an adult? Chen Ge gently prodded one of the dolls' faces with his finger, and to his surprise, he sensed an air of disdainful resignation emanating from them, as if they were reluctantly accepting their fate. How intriguing. Amid Shirling's cries for help, Chen Ge and the monkey finally located her room and opened the door from the outside. Do not be afraid. I shall lead you out. The quiet girl did not respond. She leaned against the wall, her lips pale, stuttering in fear. The dolls are watching me. Wherever I hide, they follow my gaze. More dolls? Chen Ge glanced toward the center of the room, where 2 larger dolls lay flat. They had been sitting before. Indeed. Terror filled Shirling's beautiful eyes. I understand. This is all part of our project, Chen Ge reassured her as he approached the dolls. One donned a stitched mustache while the other wore an apron. Their attire suggested one represented a father and the other a mother. He placed the dolls he held onto the floor, creating the semblance of a family of 4. This perfectly aligned with the number of victims in the notorious Ping'an apartment massacre. Could these 4 dolls symbolize the individuals who had once met their tragic end? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his black phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a new message. Fortunate bearer of the vengeful spirits, you have triggered the sole hidden task of the midnight escape scenario. The deceased's lingering desires remain unfulfilled. Only by completing their wishes can they be bound to your service. A unique hidden task? The new scenario initiated by the black phone included a hidden mission? This revelation was monumental for Chen Ge. The victim's grievances were undoubtedly connected to Wang Qi. Bringing Wang Qi to justice and ensuring he received his due punishment would surely fulfill their desires. As Chen Ge helped Shirling and the monkey descend the stairs, his mind was preoccupied with the hidden task. Upon entering the room, he was met with a peculiar sight. The three dolls representing the parents and sister lay motionless on the floor, unchanged, while the smallest doll was positioned at the doorway, seemingly ready to flee. Chen Ge picked up the doll at his feet for a closer inspection. It appeared to feign death, yet instead of being frightening, it struck him as somewhat endearing. The lingering remnants of the deceased likely resided within these figures. After closing the door, Chen Ge sat down in the center of the room, holding the doll. Perhaps we can have a conversation. Chapter 34. Benevolent Chen Ge sat alone in the pitch-black single room, conversing with the four dolls before him. The scene was somewhat eerie. Yet fortunately, this peculiar moment went unseen by outsiders. I know not why you have appeared in my haunted house, nor how to address you. But I can assure you of one thing. I harbor no malice. He hoped they would respond, affirming his words. Yet he feared a sudden movement from the dolls that might lead to perilous outcomes. After a few moments, Chen Ge dismissed his anxieties and resolved to alter his approach. The midnight escape scenario simulated the Ping An apartment from 5 years prior. And these four must be the victims of the massacre. Perhaps having touched a nerve, Chen Ge felt a distinct drop in temperature within the room. The door's lock inexplicably clicked shut, and the surrounding furniture began to sway gently. Chen Ge understood that the doll's obsession was linked to Wang Qi, and he sought to use video evidence to prove he was the one who captured the murderer, though the results were minimal. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly tense, the air heavy with unspoken dread. Chen Ge felt helpless. The inability to communicate was the greatest obstacle. Though the situation was dire, Chen Ge was resolute in his stance. This haunted house was everything to him. Allowing the four dolls to wreak havoc within its confines was too fraught with unpredictability, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Stay calm. I am here to assist you. Yet the dolls remained impervious to Chen Ge's words, rendering his pleas futile. It seemed he had no choice but to try another method. He retrieved a missing persons poster for Wang Qi from his pocket. The yellowed paper bore traces of blood, with no other remarkable features. Strangely enough, upon producing the poster, the commotion in the room diminished significantly, and the oppressive atmosphere lightened, as if the grip around his throat had loosened slightly. Is this what you seek? The effect of the missing persons poster exceeded Chen Ge's expectations. He placed the paper in the center of the four dolls, and upon contact with the yellowed sheet, the poster began to flutter violently, seemingly caught in a tempest despite the stillness of the room. What unfolded was surreal. A single sheet of paper encircled by four dolls, all trembling as if caught in an unseen gale. Chen Ge observed intently, and after several minutes, a faint outline of a face began to materialize on the poster, bearing a resemblance to Wang Qi. Before Chen Ge could scrutinize further, the visage was torn apart, each fragment burrowing into the bodies of the four dolls. And then the room fell utterly silent. Is that it? His black phone vibrated in his pocket, and he pulled it out to reveal a new message on the screen. The sole hidden task of the midnight escape scenario has been completed. The malevolent spirit's affection has increased by 1, granting you the benevolence of the victim's lingering sentiments from Ping An apartment. They will now clear all refused daily, preserving the original appearance of the midnight escape scenario. Staring at the message on his phone, Chen Ge stood in place, speechless. Was this truly the completion of the unique hidden task? His mind was in disarray. One must achieve over 90% completion of trial tasks to earn hidden items, and these hidden items are crucial for completing the concealed missions within the eerie abode. In other words, to fully master the newly unlocked terrifying scenes within the haunted house, he must surpass the 90% threshold in the corresponding trial tasks. Reflecting on his experiences at the Peace Apartment, he realized that had he not pursued the truth, he might have survived the night unscathed. However, such a decision would have resulted in a minimal task completion rate, rendering the acquisition of hidden items impossible. This insidious setup clearly encourages players to court danger. Chen Ge scrolled through his black phone, eager to uncover more information. He first opened the section pertaining to the ghostly team, only to be disheartened by the continued display of 0 members. The task prompt indicated that he had garnered the goodwill of the victim's lingering spirit from the peace apartment. Yet the ghostly team section remained devoid of any entries. Was this due to their incomplete submission, or did the victim's spirit not qualify as a ghost, thus excluded from being listed in the black phone? Perplexed, Chen Ge navigated to the item repository, where he discovered that Wang Qi's missing person notice still lingered, albeit with the resentment value now reduced to 0. What precisely is this resentment value? Why had the victim's lingering spirit obliterated it? The gateway to this unknown realm was gradually unveiling itself, and regardless of the utility of such information, Chen Ge committed it to memory. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he rose from the floor. Although the victim's spirit was unable to communicate, it could assist in maintaining the scene's original state, ultimately presenting more advantages than disadvantages. Managing the props within the haunted house was a cumbersome task, and the appearance of the victim's spirit had saved Chen Ge a considerable amount of time. Gazing at the 4 puppets scattered on the floor, the last remnants of fear within him began to dissipate. Employing ghosts to work in his haunted house might indeed become a reality. Observing this scene, a smile graced Chen Ge's face. Not all spirits are malevolent and savage. For instance, the smallest puppet before him resembled a curious cat, playful yet timid. Little one, to be careful not to wander off. You might get stepped on, Chen Ge remarked as he stepped outside. After helping fulfill the wishes of the victims from the peace apartment, he gained a deeper understanding of the black phone. The unlocked terrifying scenes were not merely instruments of fear. Each scene harbored its own narrative, entwined with causality, and perhaps offered a refuge for the homeless spirits. Turning off his flashlight, Chen Ge traversed the pitch-black corridor. After running a considerable distance, ensuring no one could hear him, a sly grin emerged at the corners of his mouth. These entities required no wages or allowances, neither complained of fatigue nor displayed erratic emotions, and were inherently experts at instilling fear. They were, without a doubt, the most exemplary employees one could wish for. In high spirits, Chen Ge felt invigorated in his pursuit of instilling fear. After such a prolonged delay, it was time to conclude this endeavor. With 3 individuals remaining in the haunted house, he pondered from whom he should commence. Chapter 35. What happened? Why is it so quiet outside? Yishan glanced at Lao Zhao. Should we venture out to take a look? If the enemy remains still, so shall we. When the screams begin to echo, we shall emerge and search in the opposite direction, ensuring we evade the terrifying entities. Lao Zhao declared with unwavering conviction. Are we not betraying our comrades? Betray our comrades? We are merely capitalizing on their sacrifices to buy time for victory. Lao Zhao, resembling a plump ball, stood behind Yishan, though Yishan's petite frame could scarcely shield him from view. How much longer must we hide? What if we are the only 2 left in this haunted house? Yishan, ever honest and earnest, gazed at the senior behind him, feeling a sense of trepidation. We have already scoured all the rooms on the 2nd floor and most of those on the 3rd. I suspect the exit lies on the 1st floor. In other words, we are quite close to freedom. Lao Zhao patted Yishan's shoulder. Keep your spirits up. Do not surrender at the threshold of success. At such a critical moment, you still have the energy to dispense motivational platitudes? Yishan lamented, feeling a burden of unspoken woes. He had merely come to guide his seniors and never intended to enter the fray. Do not be so pessimistic. Lao Zhao began counting on his fingers. I previously heard the screams of the monkey and Xiao Hui. They may have already been evacuated. Discounting the 8th individual who infiltrated our ranks, this means there should still be 5 of our schoolmates in the haunted house. The likelihood of the killer pursuing the others stands at 3 out of 5. Thus, we need not fret. Patience is key. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Squatting at the door, Yishan peered through the crack, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared that something had appeared in the dimly lit corridor. Rubbing his eyes, he continued to gaze in that direction, where a tattered doll lay on the ground, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Am I imagining things? Was there always a doll on the floor? That cannot be. I have been hiding here for over 10 minutes, my eyes fixed outside. Yishan gently slapped his face and looked again, noticing the doll not only existed, but had also moved closer to the door. Is it moving on its own? Or am I so tense that I am beginning to hallucinate? Shaking his head, he looked again, only to find the doll had vanished through the crack. How strange. Did I truly misperceive? Meanwhile, in the staff corridor on the 1st floor, Chen Ge donned the attire of the Skull Crusher doctor, instructing Su Wan to tend to the medical students outside while he personally entered the haunted house to apprehend individuals. Clad in the bloodstained doctor's uniform, he wrapped the chains engraved with human faces around himself, wielding a skull-crushing hammer and wearing a replica of a human skin mask. In terms of height and presence, Chen Ge's portrayal of the Skull Crusher doctor exuded far more intimidation than Xiao Wan. Are these brats attempting to engage me in a war of attrition? With each step he took, the chains clinked ominously, creating a sense of pressure while simultaneously revealing his position. After wandering the scene for 5 minutes, Chen Ge had yet to catch sight of anyone. The manager observed the surveillance, noting the absence of individuals. They must be hiding within the rooms. It seemed he would have to inspect each one individually. Su Wan's voice echoed in his earpiece. I suggest we install cameras in every corner of the haunted house. Only having surveillance at the passage intersections leaves too many blind spots. We'll consider it when finances allow, he replied, with a hammer in hand. Chen Ge pushed open door after door, and as he reached the corner of the second floor, he suddenly spotted a doll lying in front of a door. How did this little creature come out again? It's even lying right at the entrance. Holding the hammer, he pondered briefly before realizing there must be someone hiding inside the room, and the doll was aiding him. He feigned ignorance and casually walked past the door. After moving about 10 meters away, Chen grasped the chain trailing on the floor, adhering closely to the wall of the corridor, stealthily approaching the door. He positioned himself in a visual blind spot, crouching down to peer through the crack of the door. Inside, Shan and old Zhao were huddled together, covering their mouths behind the door. With great effort, Chen managed to rise from the floor. We need to relocate to the first floor immediately. We can perfectly evade the killer and manipulate the situation to our advantage. Shan, check the door again. If you confirm the killer has left, we shall move at once. Shan concurred with old Zhao's reasoning, not giving it further thought as he pressed himself against the door, peering through the gap. A faint warmth brushed against his face. This time, what he saw was unlike anything before. No dark corridors, no terrifying dolls, just a bloodshot eye pressed against the door. Peering inside. Oh no. Shan felt his scalp tingle as he collapsed to the ground, scrambling backwards in terror. Old Zhao was equally shaken. What did you see? The response was the sound of the door lock turning, followed by the creaking of the dilapidated door as a figure, drenched in blood and exuding an aura of malevolence, appeared at the threshold. Upon witnessing this, old Zhao retreated incessantly, as if trying to merge with the wall. Being so close to the wall was unwise. What if someone was inside? Chen Ge slipped a hand into his pocket, discreetly pressing the option on his black phone to manipulate the scene. Old Zhao, trembling in fear, was still trying to comprehend Chen Ge's earlier words when his back suddenly collided with something. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to find a woman with an expressionless face embedded within the wall. His mind went blank. It felt as if all his strength had been drained. And he collapsed to the ground, the world spinning around him, his gaze losing focus. Gentlemen, your experience has concluded. I shall escort you out. Just as Chen Ge finished speaking, a crash of shattering glass erupted from the third floor, followed by a blood-curdling scream from Feng Ge. Something has happened. Chen Ge quickly contacted Xiao Wan to come inside. He abandoned Shan and old Zhao, hastily rushing upstairs. Following the sound, he found Feng Ge in a room on the third floor, grappling with something while clutching a wooden chair. He removed the mask from his face and, after Feng Ge in the room had exhausted himself and collapsed onto the floor, he finally stepped inside. Chapter 36. A thrilling encounter after a brief interval. Brother Feng regained his composure, weakly gesturing towards the restroom. Mirror. The simplicity of the word seemed to possess an extraordinary enchantment. Chen Ge's expression shifted subtly as he hastily pulled Brother Feng onto the bed before entering the restroom himself. The mirror on the wall lay shattered. Shards of glass scattered across the floor like remnants of a shattered reality. Chen Ge understood all too well that once any entertainment venue is marked with a label of safety concerns, its continued operation becomes exceedingly difficult. He picked up a fragment of the mirror and gazed into the reflections it held. This entity must be dealt with promptly. Just as chess pieces are divided into black and white, and humans embody both virtue and vice, so too do malevolent beings adhere to this principle. The entity reflected in the shattered glass exuded a palpable malevolence towards the living, an instinct Chen Ge could sense. It harbored an undeniable ferocity, driven by ulterior motives. The fainting of Shan and Brother Feng's fright that led to the destruction of the mirror served as a stark warning to Chen Ge, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Concealing the mirror with black cloth was merely a temporary measure. The presence within had become an impediment to the rapid development of the haunted house. With the mirror shattered and no suspicious objects remaining in the restroom, Chen Ge completed a swift survey before stepping out. Gripping the hammer tightly, he sat beside Brother Feng. Can you tell me what just transpired? After a brief rest, Brother Feng's breathing steadied, though his pallor remained alarmingly ashen. I'm not entirely sure, he replied. That's all right. Just share whatever comes to mind. Chen Ge fixed his gaze on Brother Feng. Unlike Hishan, who had fainted from sheer terror, this individual displayed a considerably stronger psychological fortitude, at least possessing the courage to resist. Brother Feng attempted to sit upright, his complexion improving somewhat, yet the fear in his eyes remained undiminished. I was being pursued by your staff, and, in a moment of panic, I hid in this room. At first, everything seemed fine. But then I faintly heard someone calling my name. Did it call you by name? No, but I could sense it was beckoning me. Brother Feng clutched his hair in agitation. The voice was in this room. It took me a while to pinpoint its source. As he recounted his experience, the dread in his eyes deepened. The sound emanated from the mirror in the restroom. I felt I could hear it, yet it remained indistinct. I couldn't discern its words, only that it pertained to me. And then, Chen Ge committed every word Brother Feng spoke to memory. Recognizing the value of this encounter and unraveling the enigma of the creature within the mirror. Eventually, I stood before the mirror, eager to unravel its mysteries. I attempted to disassemble it, but upon touching the glass, the voice in my ears surged, drowning my thoughts. As I gazed into the mirror, the reflection of myself grew increasingly foreign. Feng Ge touched upon a crucial point, casting a wary glance at the restroom, as if it concealed some lurking monster that could spring forth at any moment. Standing before the mirror, I was startled to find that the reflection staring back was not my own. Under normal circumstances, such a sight would instill fear, prompting a desire to retreat. Yet, the most unsettling event unfolded in my recollection. What transpired? Feng Ge spoke earnestly. At that moment, I felt no fear or trepidation. Everything appeared utterly normal. My body began to lean toward the mirror, my face nearly pressing against the glass. I could distinctly see the face in the mirror inching closer to me. Though it bore an identical visage, it felt profoundly alien, and I could not articulate what was amiss, yet I sensed that the reflection did not belong to me. My thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, my mind devoid of commands, yet my hand pressed against the mirror's surface as if I yearned to penetrate the glass. No. It felt as if I were imprisoned within the mirror, desperately striving to escape. It was still due to the mirror. Feng Ge offered an unexpected revelation to Chen Ge. I was completely oblivious to my actions at that moment. Just as my face was about to touch the mirror, I suddenly spotted a plush toy lying behind me through the reflection. A plush toy? Yes. Similar to the one I had seen in other rooms of the building, about the size of a palm, even stitched with a beard. Feng Ge nodded. Gesturing with his hands, suddenly, a plush toy appeared behind me, and a wave of fear ignited within me, akin to fire. A singular thought raced through my mind. I needed to flee, yet my body refused to comply. My will and body engaged in a fierce struggle, reminiscent of sleep paralysis. Feng Ge recounted this with calmness, but Chen Ge could discern the underlying peril. Then, I suddenly heard a shout from the second floor, awakening me as if from a dream. The terror in my eyes diminished considerably. I was truly frightened to the utmost degree, which compelled me to grab a chair and smash the mirror, an instinctive reaction. This haunted house is far too terrifying. I momentarily forgot I was merely visiting a ghost house. Upon mentioning this, Feng Ge appeared to recall something, gesturing to Chen Ge. What I have shared is entirely true. There is no intent to exaggerate or evade responsibility. I will compensate for the mirror at its original price. There is no need for you to compensate for the mirror. Your safety is the best outcome for me, replied Chen Ge as he rose and paced the room. Where is the plush toy you saw? Feng Ge hesitated. I believe I kicked it under the bed. That must also be your prop, right? My apologies. Lifting the bedspread, Chen Ge retrieved the plush toy, dusting off the footprints on it. You should thank this plush toy. It was he who saved you just now. The plush toy saved me? Well, thank you. May I leave now? Feng Ge recoiled slightly, his complexion growing paler. He sensed that the proprietor of this haunted house was not entirely sane, yet under the circumstances, he felt compelled to express his gratitude, albeit reluctantly. If I were to tell you that everything you just experienced was not merely the result of haunted house props and special effects, but rather a tangible reality, would you believe me? Dressed in a blood-stained doctor's uniform, cradling a tattered doll, Chen Ge tilted his head, scrutinizing the university student before him. The unfortunate Feng, towering nearly 2 meters, now resembled a frightened young girl, huddled in the corner of the bed, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. So, do you think I should say I believe, or perhaps I should say I do not believe? Chapter 37. Meeting the expansion requirements. Feng was utterly terrified as he stood before Chen Ge, who occupied the center of the room, blocking the door. His mind was filled with dark thoughts of murder, silencing witnesses, and erasing evidence. Don't be alarmed. I was merely jesting. Chen Ge internally felt a tinge of disappointment. The reason he posed that question was that he had discerned a rare quality in Feng. something not typically found in ordinary individuals. Under the guidance of the puppet, Feng was able to confront the monstrous reflection in the mirror with sheer determination. His resolve was far stronger than that of an average person, remaining unyielding even in the face of the unknown. This was what Chen Ge admired about him, and if circumstances allowed, he hoped to forge a friendship, collaborating to tackle some supernatural occurrences, such as dealing with the malevolent entities lurking within the mirror. He intended to share genuine insights, but alas, Feng failed to grasp the underlying meaning of his words. With no external assistance to rely on, I must depend on myself. Chen Ge locked the door to the midnight escape scene, and as he supported Feng down to the first floor, his black phone vibrated once again. Startled, Chen Ge thought something unfortunate had transpired and quickly retrieved his phone to check. The number of visitors for the month had exceeded 100, with a satisfaction rate surpassing 60%, fulfilling the criteria for expansion. Note: each time the haunted house undergoes an expansion, a mysterious reward is granted. After 3 expansions, the haunted house will transform into the trembling maze. So soon could expansion be possible. While expansion was undoubtedly a positive development, Chen Ge had no immediate plans for it. His priority was to eliminate the entity within the mirror. Upon exiting the haunted house, sunlight cascaded down onto the steps outside the protective railing, where students from the Forensic Science Department of Zhejiang Medical University sprawled at the entrance. Some clutched their heads, others hugged their legs, while a few, pale-faced, bore tear-streaked eyes. And some stared blankly at the sky, their faces twitching sporadically. History was repeating itself, and this time it was even more shocking. They had entered with exuberance and emerged half-dead. In just 40 minutes, the demeanor of the group had undergone such a drastic transformation. It was truly astonishing. Surrounding tourists pointed and murmured, yet Chen Ge found nothing amiss. After all, how could one call it a haunted house without a thrill? He carelessly placed Feng down beside a few others, achieving a perfect tableau of a family lying together. Chen Ge averted his gaze and cleared his throat. They came to visit. I am simply providing them with the highest quality service. These are all very ordinary attractions, and I assure you, there has been no physical contact between us. You may review the surveillance footage. It adheres fully to the haunted house's operational protocols. Don't play coy. An ordinary attraction wouldn't cause such fright that it leaves a bump on someone's head. Uncle Su discreetly pointed towards Xiaoyi's head, fearful of alarming her, his gesture minimalistic. Well, I couldn't help it. I was running ahead, and she was tugging at my clothes, chasing after me. I even hid in a cupboard, yet she followed me inside. I stood still, not moving an inch, and still, she insisted on shining her flashlight on me. It hurt my eyes. I hadn't even spoken when she collided with the cupboard. What could I do? I was just as helpless. Chen Ge conveyed the actual circumstances to Uncle Su in a different manner. So, you felt wronged? A little bit. Do not dismiss this lightly. Pay close attention. Such situations must not recur, Uncle Su advised earnestly. What if someone were to be frightened into a serious condition? If we encounter a troublesome individual again, you may as well forget about managing this haunted house successfully. I understand. Do you have anything else to say? Chen Ge refrained from retorting verbally, yet internally muttered that should he encounter a troublesome person, he would simply send out that love letter from himself and see who could withstand whom first. Uncle Su scrutinized Chen Ge, aware that his words had not been truly absorbed. He sighed softly, pausing for a few seconds before continuing, Xiaochen, ordinarily, your matters are not mine to address, but with your parents absent, someone must speak up. Yes, I'm listening. This morning, Su-Wan mentioned that you appeared on television, providing crucial leads regarding the massacre case from 5 years ago. Uncle Su did not display any signs of joy. Indeed. What were you doing at the crime scene from 5 years ago in the dead of night? Do you realize how perilous that is? Those individuals are murderers. Uncle Su did not grant Chen Ge an opportunity to respond. If you are in need of money for the reward, there is no need for such actions. You owe rent and utilities to the amusement park. I can advance those for you. You are still young. You must not stray onto a dark path. Rest assured. Uncle Su, I have a plan. As long as you have a plan, I will not belabor the point. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You should tend to those individuals loitering at the entrance. It looks quite unsightly. As Uncle Su turned to depart, Chen Ge stopped him. What is it? Uncle, I do have a favor to ask. Chen Ge felt a bit embarrassed. Could you lend me 5,000? I plan to install cameras in every corner of the haunted house. I will repay you as soon as the reward comes through. With the accidents involving Hishan and Brother Feng, Chen Ge felt a tinge of worry. There were too many blind spots in the haunted house, and the existing surveillance was inadequate. You wish to invest more money into the haunted house? Uncle Su halted. Xiao Chen, I can lend you money. But let us be clear, the current state of our entire amusement park is not favorable. Investing money now could very well result in a loss. He gestured for Chen Ge to follow him to a less crowded, shaded area. Our amusement park has been in operation for 11 years now, and the primary attractions have long become outdated. A new theme park characterized by technological virtual experiences, participatory interactions, and contemporary creativity is on the rise. In simpler terms, we are teetering on the edge of obsolescence. Not just the haunted house. The visitor numbers for all traditional attractions are declining. I am aware of this. Chen Ge was resolute in his determination to revitalize the haunted house, and installing surveillance was merely the first step. What do you know? Uncle Su directly turned off the intercom. The virtual future amusement park in the eastern suburbs of Zhejiang is about to be completed. It is a rare fourth-generation amusement park in the country and will soon become a city landmark. What will we have to compete against them? Now, from the upper management to the grassroots employees, everyone is contemplating how to secure a backup plan for themselves, while you remain foolishly charging ahead. Chapter 38. The underground parking lot. Uncle Su genuinely wished the best for Chen Ge, revealing everything candidly. Do you still wish to invest in the haunted house? I believe it's worth a try. After all, the amusement park remains unfinished, and we still have a chance to turn things around. Chen Ge's confidence stemmed from the black phone, a fact he would certainly keep to himself. Indeed, he recalled the grand opening of the New Era amusement park, bustling with cars and people, where every attraction required a wait of 1 or 2 hours. Those were the zenith days, now regrettably forgotten by the city. Uncle Su reminisced and sighed, yet there is no need for sorrow, at least we once basked in glory, wouldn't you agree? Uncle Su. If I wished to rent the underground parking garage, how much would it cost? What? Uncle Su was bewildered by Chen Ge's abrupt thought leap. Why do you suddenly ask this? I want to utilize the underground garage. It's in a semi-abandoned state, and, given the park's current situation, it's unlikely to be needed. Chen Ge's mind was already swirling with a plan to maximize the opportunity for expanding the haunted house with the aid of the black phone. Are you out of your mind? What would you do with that space? Raise bets? Uncle Su was at a loss on how to communicate with Chen Ge. I intend to expand the haunted house. Given my current financial situation, the underground garage is the most suitable location. The rent is affordable, and the environment won't significantly affect the haunted house. After all, the amusement park would inevitably realize what was transpiring, and Chen Ge was transparent about this aspect. Uncle Su, I am serious. Do you think I'm jesting with you? Reopening the intercom, Uncle Su walked toward the crowd, pausing briefly to turn back and say, 5,000 yuan. I'll give it to you tomorrow morning. Focus on your work, and stop concocting bizarre ideas. Understood. Following Uncle Su, Chen Ge observed a throng of tourists gathered at the haunted house entrance and smirked. I don't sense any decrease in visitors. My haunted house has never had many patrons anyway. Merging into the crowd, Chen Ge approached a group of medical students. Hey, that's enough. One might think I've done something to you. Let me take my time. Your haunted house is quite intense. What are you staring at? I'm not afraid. I merely twisted my ankle while touring inside, which is why I can't stand. What to do? Now everyone looks like a killer to me. Stop being stubborn. This haunted house is indeed extraordinary. A student, nicknamed Monkey, rose from the steps, waving his 5-star review on his phone, standing before Chen Ge. But let us be clear. Don't think this will intimidate us. What is the plan? Will you come back tomorrow? If it weren't for my exam tomorrow, do you think I'd shy away? Monkey spoke fiercely, though his pale lips and trembling legs somewhat undermined his bravado. If you come, I'll always welcome you. Chen Ge had almost come to regard the students from Zhejiang Medical College as his good luck charms. I shall never return, even if it means leaping from the rooftop of the haunted house to my demise. Ishan gazed at Chen Ge with a mournful expression, truly frightened by the eyes peering through the crack in the door. Do not bring misfortune upon yourself, Junior. Xiao Hui, pressing her hand on Ishan's shoulder, stood up and shot an indignant glare at Chen Ge. You are the first man to make me ruin my makeup with tears. I shall remember your face. Noting the swelling at the back of Xiao Hui's head, Chen Ge refrained from provoking her further, merely smiling in silence. He understood the meaning behind her words. Perhaps. By the way, I haven't asked for your full name. I am Yifeng, older than them, and soon I will begin my internship on site. Very well. Until we meet again. Boss, there are still many visitors waiting outside. Why have you closed the establishment? A minor issue has arisen. Today's operations are concluded. Please explain the situation to the guests. Chen Ge removed his skull-crushing Dr. S coat, and slipped into the tool room, cutting some black fabric to take into the midnight escape scene. He covered each mirror meticulously, yet with so many rooms, he ultimately ran short on material. This scene is expansive. We cannot risk allowing visitors inside until the surveillance is properly installed. Otherwise, should an incident occur in a blind spot, the consequences would be dire. After securing the door to the midnight escape scene, Chen Ge descended to the ground floor. The crowd outside the haunted house had thinned significantly, leaving only a couple of stragglers. Xiaowan, it's time to remove your makeup and call it a day. After relaying a few instructions to Su Wan, Chen Ge entered the staff lounge. Since yesterday, he had not rested properly. The moment he touched the bed, sleepiness washed over him. Chapter 39. Sounds from the third floor. As time passed, the night enveloped the haunted house. In the late hours of the night, an eerie sound suddenly pierced the stillness, reminiscent of something being sawed. In the staff lounge, Chen Ge gradually opened his eyes, glancing at his phone, which read 1:10 a.m. He turned over, pressing his pillow against his head, yet the peculiar noise incessantly intruded upon his ears. Am I dreaming? What could be making that sound? Each prop in the haunted house had been crafted or modified by Chen Ge himself, and he was acutely aware that none could produce such a sound akin to sawing wood. After 6 or 7 hours of sleep, his mind was still somewhat foggy. He pinched his thighs sharply, donned his clothes, and retrieved a hammer from his toolbox, grasping it firmly. He switched on his flashlight and pushed open the lounge door. The haunted house, shrouded in darkness, was far more terrifying than during the day. Leaning against the doorframe, Chen Ge hesitated to step outside. It could not be a thief. Only a fool would attempt to steal from a haunted house in the dead of night. Nor could it be a mouse, as their gnawing on wood was subtle and faint, far from the clarity of the sound he heard. Having ruled out the two most logical possibilities, Chen Ge began to consider the supernatural. Could it be that a monster from the mirror had escaped? Due to a shortage of fabric, he had not fully covered the mirror in the midnight escape scene on the third floor. He stared into the pitch-black corridor, retreated a few steps, and placed a cherished plush toy left by his parents close to him before daring to venture out. The sound emanated from above, and Chen Ge ascended the stairs, ultimately halting outside the door of the midnight escape scene. Indeed, the noise originated from within. However, it was unclear whether it was the lingering spirit of a victim from the safe apartment or some malevolent entity from the mirror. Pausing at the threshold, Chen Ge felt a moment of hesitation. To be frank, he himself was reluctant to enter a horror scene at such an hour, tormented by the cutting sound. He gripped the hammer tightly. I bear the title of a favored one by vengeful spirits and have garnered the goodwill of the safe apartment's victims. Even if I encounter the malevolence from the mirror within the midnight escape scene, it should pose no threat to me. He recalled the moment when the mirror monster had incapacitated He-Shan, thwarted only by Su Wan's sudden appearance, indicating that this creature was not overwhelmingly powerful. Let us venture inside. After all, my fate and that of the mirror monster are intertwined. The more I understand it, the better equipped I will be to confront it. Chen Ge remained composed, knowing that his true fear lay not with the monster itself, but rather with the uncertainty of the unknown. As he opened the door to the midnight escape scene, a faint musty odor wafted through the air, increasingly reminiscent of the safe apartment. The doors lining the corridor were ajar, and Chen Ge raised his phone while clutching the hammer with his other hand as he stepped inside. The cutting sound gradually intensified, and Chen Ge realized he was inching closer to the truth. He traversed the entire third floor, finally pausing outside a particular door. Now convinced that the eerie sound was emanating from within, the door was not securely closed, and as Chen Ge grasped the cold lock, a sudden chill jolted him into clarity. His leg muscles tensed as he forcefully pushed the door open. "Who is in there?" he shouted, wielding a hammer as he rushed into the room. Just then, he caught sight of a towering, shadowy figure half-crouched in the bathroom, its silhouette strikingly reminiscent of He-Feng. The figure, taken aback by his abrupt entrance, dropped what it held and swiftly leapt into the mirror, vanishing from view. "Stop!" Chen Ge yelled, swinging the hammer. Yet he struck nothing but air. The bathroom lay empty, as though all that had transpired was but a figment of his imagination. That figure was certainly not He-Feng, but why did it bear such an uncanny resemblance to his height and build? Standing before the mirror, Chen Ge gazed at his own reflection, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Was this monster imitating He-Feng? What was its true intent in doing so? The appearance of the shadow raised numerous questions. Yet it also imparted two crucial pieces of information to Chen Ge. First, the creature in the mirror could escape and move about. Second, it had the capability to transform itself to resemble those who gazed into the mirror. This entity was far more perilous than he had initially surmised. The echo of the slicing sounds within the haunted house finally ceased, prompting Chen Ge to crouch down and examine the items the shadow had carelessly discarded. Scattered upon the rough concrete floor were 4 crooked dolls and several sharp shards of broken glass. He cradled the dolls in his hands for inspection. The dolls representing his mother, sister, and younger sister were merely coated in dust and dirt, undamaged. However, the doll symbolizing his father bore a severed neck and multiple deep gashes, severely harmed. Why was only the father's doll injured? A thought swiftly crossed Chen Ge's mind. The doll representing his father had once aided He Feng in escaping, thwarting the creature's plans, and thus it sought retribution. Considering the experiences of He Feng and the incidents that had just unfolded, Chen Ge arrived at his own conclusion. The mirror creature was indeed troublesome. But in a direct confrontation, its abilities could not manifest. Thus, devising a way to lure it out of the mirror would render it manageable. I must meticulously plan, aiming to resolve this issue tonight, so that the midnight survival game can be set in motion by tomorrow. Chen Ge's gaze remained calm, while the creature in the mirror grew increasingly audacious. Without eliminating it, peace in his dormitory would remain elusive. Clutching the 4 dolls, he exited the midnight survival game area and locked the door behind him before entering the tool shed. As he extracted needle and thread to mend the wounds on the dolls, he pondered his strategy. The creature was highly aggressive, seemingly intrigued by the living. If I wish to draw it out from the mirror, the simplest method would be to use a living person as bait. Chen Ge's hands worked deftly, and within minutes, he had stitched up most of the wounds. Yet the crux of the matter lay in how to kill it once lured from the mirror. It was said that supernatural beings feared salt and garlic. But if a confrontation arose, would tossing such items at it not seem rather juvenile? After careful consideration, Chen Ge resolved to consult a supernatural forum for advice. Chapter 40, The New Nightmare Quest. After a cursory glance, Chen Ge found little of value. The majority of onlookers were merely spectators, captivated by the bizarre. Perhaps, he mused, in treating a dead horse as if it were alive, he might inadvertently lure out an expert. He revised his post, adding detailed descriptions of the mirror monster, and then invoked the privileges of his purple account to seek assistance. After playing the game in the video, I discovered that the monster in the mirror has ensnared me. How can I rid myself of these entities? Host, you are still alive? I suggest dousing it with black dog's blood or keeping a rooster. When the rooster crows, all unclean spirits flee. You seem overly engrossed. I recommend a visit to a neurologist. Monsters are merely memories tethered to this world. You may harm yourself by vanquishing them. In the boundless sea of suffering, it is better to retreat mutually. Are you seriously reasoning with a ghost? The 7 kills ghost-repelling talisman from Mao Shan, authentic from a celestial master. Check my avatar on Taobao. A successful order also grants a complimentary 5 ghosts wealth invocation. Mix yellow soybeans, white rice, and vermilion. Then soak in salt water for 15 minutes. Scatter the beans as soldiers, and you shall see. I once watched a video about a man tormented by a female ghost. To escape her, he sold a gun. When she returned to harass him at night, he shot himself, subsequently dragging her into his bedroom. Host, I am not jesting. I have a genuinely useful method. Acquire an iron blade, preferably one stained with blood from a kill. Ghosts are a unique magnetic energy, and such a knife can wound them. Chen Ge scrolled through the responses for some time, finding the advice regarding the iron blade to be the most plausible. The rest was either nonsensical or impractical. He understood the folklore claiming that black dog's blood and roosters could ward off evil, yet at this hour, where could he procure such items? Exiting the forum, he tossed his phone aside and sat in contemplation. Engaging with an unknown monster was a matter of life and death. He could not place all his hopes on those ambiguous posts. After a moment's deliberation, he retrieved his black phone. In critical moments, it was the one he could trust implicitly. However, the black phone operated on the principle of equivalent exchange. One must first give to receive. Through days of experimentation, Chen Ge had discerned some hidden patterns within the black phone, particularly concerning task rewards. Simple and ordinary daily tasks typically yielded items that assisted in ghost house management, while only the rewards from nightmare-level tasks directly affected him, endowing him with rare and extraordinary abilities. To eliminate the entities within the mirror, completing simple or ordinary tasks was futile. Only the rewards from nightmare-level tasks could produce tangible effects. Yet, Chen Ge found himself in a quandary. The nightmare-level tasks were perilous. And while he might not rid himself of the mirror monster, he could attract new threats. What should he do? Take a gamble or wait a little longer? As he navigated the black phone, the clock struck midnight, and all daily tasks refreshed. In the realm of ordinary challenges, You have been granted a singular opportunity to expand your haunted house. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly identify a suitable venue for this endeavor. Due to spatial constraints, you shall not engage in any trial tasks until the expansion is complete. As for the nightmare difficulty, the bathroom, cloaked in the stillness of the night, emits peculiar sounds. If you wish to uncover the reason behind this, heed my instructions. Take caution. Certain tasks are exceedingly perilous. Choose wisely. Chen Ge surveyed the 3 daily tasks before him. The ordinary task was beyond his current capabilities, leading him to dismiss it. His options lay solely with the simple task and the nightmare task. He sat in the tool room, lost in contemplation. Before he could reach a decision, the ominous sound of cutting reverberated through the haunted house, more jarring than before. Chen Ge glanced up at the ceiling. The noise continued to emanate from the 3rd floor. I have removed all 4 puppets. What else could it possibly be cutting? The unsavory presence reflected in the mirror was beginning to irritate him. He stuffed the mended puppets into his pocket and, wielding a hammer, rushed up to the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door to the midnight escape scene, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Fragments of mirrors lay scattered at the entrance, and the wooden door bore streaks of white marks. This creature is scratching at the door. What could it possibly want? A cold sweat broke out on Chen Ge's back. He shuddered to think of a creature wielding shards of glass running amok while he slumbered. He could not permit such a dangerous entity to exist within his haunted house. Typically mild-mannered, Chen Ge's expression hardened as he locked the door to the midnight escape scene. Gripping the hammer, he ventured into the corridor, flinging open doors and storming into the rooms, shattering every mirror on the 3rd floor into smithereens. The sound of shattering glass filled the air, remnants of broken mirrors littering the ground. It wasn't until he reached the end of the corridor that Chen Ge regained his composure. During his first nightmare task, the creature had been confined behind the mirror, unable to retaliate. Later, during its assault on Hishan, it could only exert a feeble influence on its target. However, after attacking Hifeng, this entity had managed to escape the confines of the mirror. It was evolving and at an alarming rate. Chen Ge could no longer afford to wait. His haunted house was just beginning. It could not fall prey to an unknown monster. Exiting the midnight escape scene and securing the door behind him, he embraced a sense of resolve akin to burning bridges. He opened his black phone and directly accepted the nightmare-level task, hoping for a more substantial reward this time. Are you certain you wish to accept the nightmare difficulty daily task? Acceptance may trigger unforeseen circumstances. Confirm. The screen of the phone flickered, and the specific task details materialized before his eyes. Chapter 41. Holding one's breath. Fortunate are you, the favored of the vengeful spirits. Your courage is astonishing. This nightmarish task serves as both a trial and a reward. The game that follows is entitled Deep Waters, a transcendental experience that allows you to glimpse those who have departed this world. Task requirements. At precisely 3:30 in the morning, enter the bathroom alone, lock the door. Extinguish the lights, fill the bathtub with water, and light a candle around its perimeter. Then, immerse yourself within. The time between 3:30 and 3:44 in the morning is the darkest hour, a pivotal moment of transition between night and dawn. At 3:44, you must hold your breath. Submerge to the bottom of the tub and silently utter the name of the person you long to see. When the clock strikes the delicate seam between night and day, you shall behold them on the precipice of life and death. If you succeed in encountering your loved one, the task is deemed a success. Should you fail to meet them, the task will automatically conclude after 60 seconds of breath holding. Upon reading the task details on the ominous black mobile device, Chen Ge found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Compared to the previous nightmare-level task, this one appeared significantly simpler. Closing one's eyes in a terrifying environment for 30 minutes demands formidable mental fortitude and exceptional bravery, yet holding one's breath for 60 seconds is achievable for most. Yet it is precisely because this feat is attainable for the majority that he felt a twinge of unease. After all, this is a nightmare-level task, undoubtedly concealing some form of unknown peril. The setting is the same as the last nightmarish challenge, a bathroom, but the distinction lies in the requirement to submerge in the bathtub and hold one's breath. He meticulously considered the entire sequence of the task, including preparation time. It amounted to a mere 10 minutes. What horrors could possibly unfold in such a brief span? Chen Ge felt a stirring within, not solely due to the task's seemingly straightforward nature, but also because of the phrase within the task description, to transcend life and death and see the dearly departed. In moments of peril, he often finds clarity. Seated upon a chair, he contemplated a certain possibility. His parents had vanished in an abandoned hospital in the outskirts, leaving behind the black mobile phone and a plush doll. Just as he was on the verge of abandoning the haunted house, the black phone was activated. During the first nightmare-level task, the plush doll became the pivotal item that thwarted the emergence of the creature from the mirror. It is worth pondering whether both the doll and the black mobile phone are remnants left intentionally by his parents. If all of this was indeed orchestrated by them, then this second nightmare-level task becomes particularly intriguing. Might they wish to connect with him through this means and convey more information? Of course, this remains mere speculation on Chen Ge's part. Regardless of whether the nightmare tasks were indeed set in motion by his parents, he felt compelled to undertake this challenge. To transcend life and death and see those he longs for presents Chen Ge with an opportunity to ascertain whether his parents still exist in this world. If he cannot see them, it would imply that they are merely missing, yet alive. Conversely, if he does encounter them, it would affirm his initial hypothesis. The black mobile phone was left with a message for him, perhaps concealing their true last words. It seems I have no choice. Chen Ge glanced at the clock. It was 2:55 in the morning, and there were 35 minutes left until the mission commenced. The delay caused by smashing the mirror on the third floor had consumed too much time, complicating matters. The task required him to lie in a bathtub filled with water. Yet the only room containing a bathtub in the haunted house was situated within the scene of the midnight escape. The end of the staff passageway connected to a room with a bathtub, from which Chen Ge had previously entered and exited while frightening Hishan and the others. With only 35 minutes remaining, venturing out to find a hotel with a bathtub would be futile. He could only confront the creature in the mirror directly. Having made a decision, Chen Ge no longer hesitated. He concealed 4 puppets on his person, dashed out of the haunted house, and stealthily entered the staff cafeteria late at night, where he retrieved 2 kitchen knives. Although these knives had never been used to slaughter pigs or sheep, he had witnessed the chef employ them to dispatch chickens and fish, which could be deemed as having seen their share of blood. He brought the knife to his nose and inhaled. There was no hint of bloodlust, only a strong scent of green peppers that nearly brought him to tears. Upon returning to the haunted house, Chen Ge carried an iron bucket, running between the bathroom and the toilet. With 10 minutes left before the mission began, he finally filled the bathtub with water. Preparations were complete. It was time to commence. The main door of the midnight escape scene was locked, so Chen Ge entered through the staff passage. Following the task instructions on his black phone, he stood alone in the bathroom. The mirrors in this room had long been shattered by Chen Ge, and the shards crunched underfoot. The noise he had made while transporting water had likely alerted the creature in the mirror to his presence, but it mattered little. He merely needed to endure a minute of breath-holding to ensure his safety. Though the task appeared bizarre, Chen Ge did not consider it particularly perilous. He locked the bathroom door behind him, placing the puppet his parents had left him against the door, and arranged the 4 puppets, imbued with the lingering regrets of the victims, around the bathtub. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall rely on you shortly. You must grant me at least a minute." As before, he activated his phone's camera, positioning it at an appropriate angle to record. However, due to the dim lighting in the room, the screen was nearly engulfed in darkness. Only a shadowy figure barely discernible. With 3 minutes remaining, Chen Ge emptied his pockets onto the sink. Following the instructions of the black phone, he lit a candle around the bathtub. The flickering flame became the sole source of illumination, casting reflections on the shards of glass strewn across the floor, each fragment revealing Chen Ge's silhouette. He shed his shirt and approached the bathtub. The water's surface rippled gently. Though the tub was shallow, the darkness obscured its depths. He dipped his hand into the water, a chill creeping up his fingers, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This task was indeed peculiar. After confirming the time, Chen Ge took a seat in the bathtub, holding the 2 kitchen knives. As he settled in, the water overflowed, cascading onto the floor and flowing over the shards of mirror. The chill enveloped Chen Ge, who felt the warmth within his body dissipating rapidly, causing his heartbeat to slow significantly. Drops of water dripped rhythmically from the edge of the bathtub, the only sound breaking the silence of the room. If he could endure just 1 more minute, he would be rewarded and validate the conjecture that lingered in his mind. Chen Ge focused on regulating his breath as he awaited the arrival of 3:44 in the morning. Chapter 42, 60 seconds in the dimly lit bathroom. Chen Ge sat alone in the bathtub, rhythmically exhaling the remnants of stale air from his lungs. At precisely 3:44 in the morning, the cusp of night and dawn, his opportunity was singular and must be approached with utmost caution. The room was enveloped in silence, with no disturbances echoing from the corridor. The creature in the mirror appeared not to have approached. As time trickled away, he placed the meticulously sourced digital timer aside, and when the display transitioned to 43, he honed his focus, parting his lips to begin a slow inhalation. The flickering candlelight danced, and Chen Ge's body gradually slumped lower, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the timer. An unprecedented concentration enveloping him. When the numbers on the screen shifted once more, he didn't hesitate. He reclined backward into the bathtub. 3:44. The frigid water seemed to surge from all directions, engulfing him. Immersed in the depths of the night, this sensation was peculiar. An absolute darkness enveloped him. As if he were the sole inhabitant of the world, descending continuously, an utter silence surrounded him, with only the sound of his heartbeat resonating in his ears. The icy water sparked each nerve, and Chen Ge lay at the bottom of the tub, dismissing all distractions, counting his heartbeats in silence. 60 seconds. He needed only to endure for 60 seconds. He had never experienced anything like this. The night and the water appeared to merge into one. The flickering candlelight resembled a distant lighthouse, while he felt himself sinking deeper into the abyss. 1, 2. After the initial 10 seconds, time seemed to stretch considerably. The sound of water flowed around him, darkness enveloped the walls, and Chen Ge silently recited his parents' names, maintaining his original posture, gripping the handle of the kitchen knife. Allowing the water's currents to guide his body, the oxygen in his lungs was gradually depleting, and he sensed a mild discomfort, akin to a heavy weight pressing down upon him. 15, 16. The discomfort intensified, as if a pair of hands were slowly constricting around his neck. Lying submerged, Chen Ge opened his eyes, but through the water's surface, nothing was visible. It felt as though he had been locked away in another realm. After another 3 or 4 seconds, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, not merely in the conventional sense. How long have I held on? Surely, it must be nearly over. As the water flowed past his ears, an odd sound suddenly pierced the stillness. It seemed to emanate from the corridor outside. Chen Ge could not fathom why he could hear it so distinctly. Perhaps it was a deliberate attempt to distract him. His previously slowing heartbeat quickened once again, and his body involuntarily tensed. Perhaps the creature from the mirror had come for him. He hoped the dolls would hold their ground. In just 30 seconds, he could complete his task. His thoughts began to slow, and a buzzing noise filled his ears. Chen Ge's condition was deteriorating. The footsteps in the corridor heightened his anxiety. He fought to maintain focus, continuing to recite his parents' names while simultaneously counting his heartbeat. As water flooded into his ears, distorting sound, the footsteps outside grew increasingly frantic, as if the entity was devising a means to intrude. Moments later, Chen Ge felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his chest. The veins in his neck bulged, his limbs turned icy, and a profound sense of weakness enveloped him. His cognitive responses slowed, leaving him to cling to his willpower for survival. Suddenly, a series of resounding thuds echoed as something collided with the door. Alarm surged within him. Whatever lurked outside could no longer contain its impatience. Perhaps due to the presence of a puppet behind the door, the intruder ceased its relentless assault after 3 futile attempts to breach the entrance, allowing the room to fall into an eerie silence once more. The circumstances remained largely unchanged, save for Chen Ge's own condition. Ordinarily, he could hold his breath for a full minute, yet the ominous echoes of footsteps and the earlier banging had quickened his heartbeat, significantly increasing his oxygen consumption in this tense state. He sensed he was nearing his limit, the final vestiges of oxygen in his lungs depleted. Each passing second a torturous ordeal. As he silently counted to 40, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. His physical state no longer permitted him to continue. His veins stood out starkly against his pallid skin, the muscles in his neck taut, and his grip on the kitchen knife loosened. He felt himself teetering on the brink of death, grasping the meaning behind the task's cryptic phrase, at the threshold between night and dawn. A dying soul might glimpse the figures awaiting them in another realm. This unmistakably suggested that at the moment of transition from day to night, those on the verge of death could perceive the visions of another world. With unwavering focus, Chen Ge stared into the water's surface, his pupils dilating as it seemed to recede farther from him. He saw no familiar figures, only an abyss of darkness, profound and despairing. His lungs felt as though they were being crushed, an indescribable sensation of suffocation engulfing him. He realized that if this continued, he might truly drown in the bathtub. As the clock approached 3:44 a.m., the time had nearly elapsed, and the figures he longed to see had yet to materialize. He relinquished all hope, or rather felt a sense of relief that his parents had not appeared, as it at least indicated they were still alive. With his cold arms bracing the bathtub's base, he resolved, in the last vestige of rationality, to surrender. Summoning all his strength, Chen Ge attempted to rise from the water, only to suddenly sense something amiss. An unseen force pressed down upon his head, preventing his escape. His dilated pupils constricted to pinpoints as he glanced upward, where nothing was visible. The puppet had sealed the door and the bathtub as perimeter. Surely, the creature from the mirror could not intrude. Who was toying with him? His neck veins throbbed with pressure. His complexion ghastly, as he confronted the life and death struggle before him. With the last remnants of his strength, he gripped the kitchen knife and swung it towards the unseen menace above. After an extended period of oxygen deprivation, both his body and will had reached their limits, akin to a spring stretched to its utmost capacity, on the verge of snapping. As the kitchen knife was swung, water splashed in all directions. In a moment of daze, Chen Ge felt as though he had struck something, accompanied by a sharp crack echoing in his ears. The pressure above him dissipated instantaneously. With no more hindrances, Chen Ge abruptly sat up in the bathtub, gasping for air with fervent breaths. Chapter 43. Mission accomplished. Having narrowly escaped death, cold water cascaded down Chen Ge's head. Still in shock, his chest heaved, lips tinged with a shade of purple, and his hands clutched a kitchen knife with a vice-like grip. After a couple of minutes, he finally regained his composure, the fog of confusion in his mind lifting considerably. He wiped the droplets of water from his face and unsteadily rose from the bathtub. Under the flickering candlelight, the room appeared unchanged. I must have struck something when I swung the knife, he thought, recalling a sharp sound he had heard. Chen Ge followed the angle of his strike and noticed a mark left on the edge of the bathtub. Did I really hit the tub? That seems improbable. I distinctly felt someone pressing down on my head at that moment. The blade should have met flesh. Desperate for the truth, he stepped out of the tub and retrieved his phone, still recording. He halted the recording and replayed the footage from the beginning. From 3:30 p.m. when he entered the bathtub until 3:43 p.m., nothing unusual transpired. Leaning against the wall, his eyes fixated on the screen, he observed that at 3:44 p.m. he lay back into the tub, causing water to splash outward, the surface level aligning with the rim. Viewed from this perspective, it appeared rather peculiar. While the experience itself had not felt overly frightening, witnessing it as an observer through the video evoked a chilling sensation. Comparing the timeline, he noted that 20 seconds prior to his immersion, everything in the bathroom seemed normal, with only the occasional sound of droplets falling. 10 seconds later, his brow furrowed. He realized the content of the video diverged from his own experience in the tub. According to his mental count, footsteps should have echoed in the corridor at this moment. Yet the footage remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any strange sounds. 5 or 6 seconds passed, and the sound of the door banging that lingered in his memory was also absent from the recording, the screen displaying nothing but the dark, still water and flickering candlelight. Could it be that the footsteps and the banging were mere figments of my imagination? A full 50 seconds elapsed before the once placid surface of the water began to bubble profusely, and Chen Ge in the tub felt himself nearing the brink of surrender. At that moment, a disquieting event unfolded. A palm-sized shard of mirror beside the tub gradually darkened, and a shadow emerged from within, crouching beside the bathtub in a most unsettling manner. Judging by the outline, the figure bore a striking resemblance to He-Feng. The bubbles on the water's surface multiplied, leading to a critical juncture. In the recording, Chen Ge's body and will had reached their limits. He could no longer endure. His hands bracing against the bottom of the tub, prepared to concede. Just as his head was about to breach the surface, the shadow beside the bathtub suddenly extended its hands and pressed down on his head. Deprived of breath, water surged into his nose and mouth. Chen Ge fought desperately, flailing the kitchen knife in a frantic manner. The shadow swayed, and the knife seemed to exert some minimal effect on it, but it was hardly significant. At the brink of life and death, the plush toys that had been scattered around the bathtub suddenly stirred as if animated by an unseen force, and the smallest among them pressed its body against the shard of mirror. The mirror was obscured, and the shadow became noticeably more indistinct. In that moment, Chen Ge inadvertently struck its head with his blade, causing the creature to dissipate instantly. The momentum of the blade did not wane. It ultimately found its resting place on the edge of the bathtub, leaving a shallow imprint. At that instant, as the force vanished, Chen Ge emerged from the water. The recording concluded here. Having grasped the sequence of events, Chen Ge's resolve to eliminate the creature from the mirror intensified. It could not be allowed to remain. He carefully saved the video, retrieved the plush toy that had been pressed against the mirror, which had suffered a cut on its back from the mirror's edge and was now drenched. Though both entities hailed from another realm, their natures differed significantly. Some were inherently benevolent, while others were rife with malice. Chen Ge dried himself, donned his clothing, and stuffed the plush toys into his pockets. Finally feeling a sense of calm. Shattering the mirror would be futile. The creature could still manifest within the fragments. How was one to contend with such an elusive being? It was a disadvantageous situation from the outset. Holding a palm-sized shard of the mirror in his hand, Chen Ge's actions were unintentional. Yet he unexpectedly observed droplets of water rolling across the surface, revealing a faint Arabic numeral, 3. Was this a mark left by the creature within the mirror? Was it a display of defiance? Did 3 signify the trio of Hushan, Hifeng, and himself, or did it imply that it intended to eliminate him within 3 days? Chen Ge was perplexed by the significance of this number, yet he was certain it bore no positive connotation. Did it truly believe he was afraid? One day, he would drag it from the mirror and expose it to the blaring sun at noon, ensuring its demise through relentless exposure. As he uttered the most malevolent curse he could conceive, he recollected how perilously close he had come to death moments earlier. After taking a breath, Chen Ge picked up his black phone. Initially devoid of hope, he was instantly invigorated upon swiping the screen and discovering a notification. Fortunate patron of the vengeful spirits. You held your breath underwater for 62 seconds. Congratulations on completing the Nightmare Difficulty daily task. Task reward, Enai. Enai, an ominous sight that connects to the underworld. Drastically enhancing one's ability to perceive the spectral with a corporeal form, other functionalities remain unknown. Having completed 2 consecutive Nightmare Difficulty daily tasks upon completing the third, you will unlock a trial task for a random horror scenario. Achieving a completion rate of 95% or more across 3 consecutive tasks will unlock a new feature, the favorability of the vengeful spirits. After absorbing the flood of information, Chen Ge felt an indescribable emotion well up within him. The nightmare-level daily task required holding one's breath underwater for 60 seconds, and due to anxiety and other emotions, he had nearly succumbed after just over 50 seconds. He had nearly given up, believing the task impossible. Yet, compelled by the murderous intent of the creature in the mirror, he had pushed himself to endure a few additional seconds, ultimately completing the task by the narrowest of margins. Though peril had been narrowly averted, the outcome was fortuitous. Chen Ge scrolled through his black phone, recognizing the significance of this nightmare-level task. Should this task fail, not only will the rewards be unattainable, but the unlocking of the new scenario will also be postponed. Most crucially, the novel feature within the mobile device shall remain inaccessible. Driven by curiosity, he navigated to the newly emerged section displaying the malevolence levels and opened it. The screen transformed, revealing 5 entirely unfamiliar names. Chapter 44, at this moment. Reliance on teammates is imperative. The current affinity levels with the vengeful spirits are as follows. Ingguaheng, Lingering Remnant Stranger. He assists you purely out of instinct rather than friendship. Duruashue, Lingering Remnant Stranger. In Munin, Lingering Remnant Stranger. In Shushao, Vengeful Spirit Mild Affection. You have captured her attention, and in her eyes, you are slightly more familiar than a mere stranger. Zhangya, Red-Clothed Vengeful Spirit Unwavering Affection. You are distinct in her eyes, and she harbors feelings for you, albeit for your posthumous self. The unlocking of vengeful spirit affinities allows for the amplification of such sentiments through various means, eliciting screams infused with the negative emotions of visitors. Offering items imbued with resentment value, or completing affinity tasks for the spirits. Once the affinity reaches a certain threshold, she may selectively choose to heed your commands. It is important to note that only those spirits burdened with profound resentment and malevolence will present affinity tasks. Successfully completing these tasks will significantly enhance affection and may enable her to assist you in endeavors that do not contravene her will. This newly unlocked feature in the mobile game has granted Chen Ge a deeper understanding of his companions. He withdrew the smallest plush doll from his pocket. While it appeared similar to the others, the game designated her uniquely as a vengeful spirit, unlike the remaining 3, which were merely lingering remnants. Is it truly possible for someone like you to be a vengeful spirit? Chen Ge queried, gently prodding the tiny doll's face. Suspended in midair, the doll, seemingly irked, gave off an impression akin to a weaning kitten, furiously asserting her ferocity. This could be deemed an unexpected boon. If Yin Xiao Xiao represents the gentle and benevolent anomaly among vengeful spirits, then Zhangya embodies the stark opposite. This was the first instance Chen Ge had encountered a mobile game that distinctly categorized a spirit as a red-clothed vengeful spirit. What differentiates a red-clothed vengeful spirit from ordinary vengeful spirits? Chen Ge tentatively tapped Zhangya's name, and a crimson interface materialized. Do you accept Zhangya's affinity task? Caution, this task entails certain dangers. The blood-red interface induced a cold sweat upon Chen Ge. It was said that only spirits steeped in profound resentment and sanguinary wickedness would accompany affinity tasks. Could it be that his fortune had truly favored him in this instance? Drawing a rare gem at random? Yet, The unspoken sentiment within Chen Ge was one of apprehension. He would rather not encounter such a gem. He feared the possibility of Zhang Ye, concealed somewhere, overhearing his thoughts. An unwavering affection for the posthumous me. This sister exhibits troubling inclinations. Upon exiting the mobile interface, the dread instigated by the mirror creature had entirely dissipated, rendering the shadow within the mirror comparatively mundane. However, this did not imply that Chen Ge would dismiss it. On the contrary, he had resolved to eradicate it at all costs. Only by vanquishing the mirror creature could the haunted house operate safely. The unlocking of vengeful spirit affinities provided Chen Ge with a plethora of choices, suggesting that this function within the black mobile phone was likely a preparatory measure for facilitating the spirit's employment in the haunted house. As the game's content became more refined, Chen Ge's interest in it deepened significantly. After reviewing the newly unlocked features, he began to examine his second acquisition, the Eni. The rewards from nightmare-level quests could alter one's very essence. Chen Ge attempted to gaze into the distance, apart from a slight enhancement in visibility amidst the darkness. This Eni seemed to possess no other discernible effects. Perhaps, like the Yinrong, this reward required a specific environment to be activated. Amongst a scattering of mirror shards, he casually picked up a piece and held it before his face. Externally, his eyes exhibited no changes, appearing identical to those of an ordinary person. Literally speaking, the Eni should enable me to perceive what is invisible to the common man. However, as he held the shard before him, he saw nothing strange. Was it a matter of lacking the correct technique, or perhaps possessing some special method of utilization? After a brief period of exploration with no results, Chen Ge decided to set it aside. Stretching his stiffened body, he retrieved his phone and, seated in the bathroom, began editing a video. Having endured such torment, it would be a disservice to himself not to share it with a wider audience. He first uploaded the original video to a paranormal forum. It was now 4 a.m, and Chen Ge initially expected minimal viewership. However, as soon as he posted, comments began to flow in. Hello. Is this a game that attracts spirits? Lying in a bathtub at midnight, will dirty things appear around it? A glance at the comments revealed that the first was from the forum administrator. After a moment of contemplation, he added a textual description of the gameplay beneath the video and renamed it, "Why do some people drown in their own bathtubs?" At 3:30 in the morning. Who would dare lie in a bathtub filled with water? Not to mention, I wouldn't even consider it with the lights on. This video is even more eerie than the last one the poster shared. I just want to know who the shadow lurking beside the bathtub is. Damn, that scared me. The bathroom is the most heavily laden area with energy in a home, and the bathtub, being a recessed feature, naturally accumulates this energy. It is no wonder that the poster dared to lie in it while playing such a game. One can only expect to encounter something unclean. At the juncture of day and night, placing oneself on the precipice between life and death is a notion that likely only a madman would conceive, and only a madman would dare to act upon. Short videos generally have a greater impact when their duration is minimal and their content explosive. Upon publication, every follower of Chen Ge's ID would receive a notification. Some viewers, having not finished the video, began to leave comments. A breath-holding challenge? Aren't there any horror videos today? This is just a gimmick. People challenging themselves to down a bottle of liquor are far more thrilling than your antics. I'll try holding my breath for a minute as well. Everyone, disperse. Is the streamer out of ideas? What on earth is that thing peering at me from beside the bathtub? Get out of my phone. Chapter 45. Someone wants to kill me. A mere minute after the short video was released, Chen Ge's comment section erupted once again. Was that shadow lurking in the bathtub for 56 seconds merely a special effect? It appeared to be emerging from beneath the tub. Was the one wielding the kitchen knife in the water the host himself? Goodness, that expression was so genuine. If that shadow had just gritted its teeth and held on a little longer, would we have lost sight of the host? How sinister. I'm tempted to see how long I can hold my breath. If something like that pops up while I'm halfway through, I'd be terrified. I found myself staring at the phone screen for a full minute without blinking, and now I'm having trouble falling asleep. After watching your last video, I couldn't even bear to look in the mirror. After this one, I'm too scared to bathe alone. Unethical host, take this move from me. A belly-to-back suplex. Even at 4 in the morning, the comment section remained fervent, and Chen Ge felt a swell of gratitude. He believed he had garnered a loyal fan base, making all his efforts worthwhile. Before closing the short video page, Chen Ge took a moment to promote his haunted house in the comments. The viewers responded enthusiastically, leaving messages about bringing local specialties to visit him at the haunted house, buying tickets to the ghost house, while also bringing gifts from their hometown. Today's visitors are truly generous. Exiting the page, Chen Ge felt considerably uplifted. He stretched and departed from the midnight escape scene, clutching 5 plush toys. As night faded into dawn, the sky outside the haunted house began to brighten. Chen Ge found some wooden boards in the tool room and sealed off the employee passage connected to the midnight escape theme, choosing not to open this scene until he dealt with the monster in the mirror. With a ticket price of 20, the midnight escape could accommodate 7 visitors at once. Calculating 15 minutes per session, that would yield a profit of 560 yuan per hour, amounting to over 4,000 yuan in an 8-hour day. Though this thought brought a twinge of regret, Chen Ge remained grounded, prioritizing safety above all else. There would be opportunities to unlock more scenes, and money would always be attainable. The trial task from the peaceful apartment served as a constant reminder for Chen Ge. Had he not run fast enough that night, he might very well have ended up buried underground. At 8:40 in the morning, Su-Wan arrived at the haunted house for work and was taken aback to see a drenched Chen Ge returning from a run. In her memory, her boss was not one to indulge in exercise. A new day had dawned, and the protective barriers outside the haunted house were drawn apart, with both of them ready to commence their duties. By 9 o'clock, visitors began to trickle into the amusement park. While the entrance to the haunted house remained eerily quiet, the least crowded time of the day. "Boss, what were you doing in the haunted house last night? Why is everything wet?" "Cleaning up," Chen Ge replied dismissively, then added, "When you're inside acting as a ghost, be careful not to stand too close to the mirror." "Why is that?" Just as Chen Ge was about to explain to Su-Wan, he noticed the park administrator, Uncle Su, hastening towards them. "Uncle Su, is something the matter?" Chen Ge removed his headphones, sensing that Uncle Su's expression was rather unsettling. "You're becoming increasingly peculiar." Uncle Su scrutinized Chen Ge, saying, "Just now, someone from the cafeteria mentioned that a kitchen knife had been stolen. I thought to myself, what kind of thief is so desperate that they would steal a kitchen knife? Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, I found it rather amusing. Why were you out in the dead of night, pilfering a kitchen knife from the cafeteria? Is parading around with 2 knives truly impressive?" At Uncle Su's remark, Chen Ge recalled that the knives he had taken from the cafeteria were still discarded in the bathtub. "I had just assisted the police in solving a case, and there remains one perpetrator at large. I took the knives for self-defense. I shall return them to the cafeteria tomorrow." He was uncertain if the knives, previously used for nefarious purposes, would pose a danger while preparing food. Hence he hesitated to return them to Uncle Su. "I increasingly find you perplexing. Are you secretly up to no good behind my back? What mischief can you possibly conjure with 2 kitchen knives?" Rest assured, Uncle Su, though skeptical, had just reopened the park and was preoccupied with numerous tasks. So he did not press further. He approached Chen Ge and withdrew a tightly sealed plastic bag from his pocket. "Take this 5,000 for now. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me." "Uncle, thank you. I should be able to repay you by this weekend." "There's no need. Just avoid causing me trouble." Once Uncle Su departed, Chen Ge tucked the money into his pocket, leaning against the railing while contemplating the use of these funds. 5,000 was barely sufficient for installing surveillance cameras. The interior of the haunted house was already at capacity. Only after an expansion could new terrifying scenes be added. Leasing the underground parking lot seemed a promising idea, though he was uncertain of the rental fees the amusement park would impose. A plethora of questions awaited Chen Ge's resolution, causing him considerable stress. "My primary issue is a lack of funds. I wonder when the bounty will arrive. Should I follow up on it?" Absent-mindedly, he gazed into the distance, and as his eyes brushed over a certain area, his pupils dilated in surprise at the sight of a peculiar visitor. The individual wore a baseball cap, long sleeves, and had their hands tucked into their pockets, meandering amongst several attractions, seemingly indecisive about which to partake in. This person appeared somewhat familiar. Thanks to his unique vision, enhanced by his shadowy pupils, Chen Ge's eyesight surpassed that of most. The individual likely remained unaware of being observed. Should he confront them? As Chen Ge hesitated, a group of visitors approached the haunted house for a tour, prompting him to become engrossed in his duties, gradually pushing the incident to the back of his mind. At noon, while preparing to dine with Su-Wan, he once again spotted the suspicious visitor near the haunted house. Have I seen him somewhere before? His eyelids twitched slightly, and he abandoned his meal, rushing into the park's administrative office. After obtaining permission from the staff, he reviewed the surveillance footage of this individual. The person intentionally evaded several conspicuous cameras, keeping their hands tucked in their pockets throughout their time in the park. Even while smoking, they managed to light a cigarette using only one hand. Strangely, after purchasing a ticket, They engaged solely in the Ferris wheel ride, repeating it 3 times in succession. There was something amiss. This individual was decidedly suspicious. Chapter 46. Suspect fixated on the man in the surveillance footage. Chen Ge connected all of his unusual behaviors, his fingers gradually tightening into a fist. Without uttering a single word, he stood in the comprehensive management office, retrieving his mobile phone to dial the number of Team Leader Li at the Xiqing police station. Uncle Sambao, I need to report a crime. First, the emergency number is 110. Calling me is futile. Second, refer to me as Director Li. The phone rang twice before being answered, and a hoarse voice emerged from the receiver. I have located the last person who escaped from the Pingan apartment. He has been to the New Century amusement park. Are you certain? Upon hearing this, Team Leader Li's tone shifted significantly. It must be him. Please do not send police cars. We must avoid alarming him and raising his suspicion. Arrive within 15 minutes. As the call ended, Chen Ge held the phone tightly, his gaze still fixed on the surveillance screen. The nearby staff sensed something amiss and quickly summoned Uncle Su. He approached the monitor and, noticing Chen Ge's phone in hand, tentatively inquired, "Who were you just speaking with?" "The police." "The police? Why didn't you discuss such a grave matter with me?" Uncle Su's voice rose sharply. "The park has comprehensive plans for natural disasters and emergencies." "Uncle Su." Chen Ge interjected, turning to face him, his expression calm yet his eyes betraying a disquieting intensity. "Someone is trying to kill me." At this revelation, the control room fell into an immediate silence, all employees turning their attention toward him. "Chen Ge, you've been in the haunted house. Perhaps your mind has been affected by some stimulus?" Uncle Su, no longer addressing him with familiarity, spoke directly. "What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? I assisted the police in solving the massacre case at the Ping An apartment 5 years ago, but one perpetrator from that incident is still at large." At this point, Uncle Su began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Are you suggesting that he has infiltrated the park to seek revenge against you? I had assumed he would flee to another province, yet I never anticipated his audacity." Chen Ge pointed at the man on the surveillance screen. "This visitor exhibits peculiar behavior. Dressed in long sleeves and a baseball cap, concealing his face entirely. The weather is not particularly cold, yet both of his hands remain tucked in his pockets. Even when smoking or drinking, he only uses his right hand. His left hand has never emerged. What could this signify?" Uncle Su pondered. "Perhaps it is merely a personal quirk." Setting down a water bottle, Uncle Su closed the door to the comprehensive management room. The fugitive at large is named Zhang Peng, whose height and build closely resemble that of the man in the footage. Most crucially, Zhang Ping bears a peony tattoo on the back of his left hand. "A peony?" Chen Ge mused. "The blooming peony heralds prosperity. This man is a desperate gambler who has lost everything. Are you suggesting he fears revealing his tattoo? Which is why his left hand remains concealed." Uncle Su's demeanor shifted to one of concern. Could he simply be a patient with a skin condition? "I possess additional evidence." Chen Ge switched the surveillance footage. After entering the amusement park, he engaged solely in the Ferris wheel ride, repeating it thrice. "Do you comprehend what this signifies? The Ferris wheel stands as the pinnacle of the entire park, offering him a vantage point to survey and strategize an escape route." Chen Ge slowed the footage. "When Su Wan and I departed the haunted house for the cafeteria, we noticed him stealthily approaching the haunted house. Throughout the morning, he loitered near the haunted house, yet did not draw closer until the attendant had vacated. Such behavior is utterly atypical for a regular patron." "Indeed." Uncle Su nodded, finding Chen Ge's reasoning compelling. But why would he approach the haunted house when no one was around? Chen Ge tapped his fingers on the table. "Let us consider this from a different perspective. If I wished to eliminate the owner of a haunted house in the most secure manner, I would certainly conceal myself within the haunted house beforehand, striking unexpectedly when it was closed for maintenance. The complex environment within the haunted house allows for effective concealment, and after committing the act, one could easily hide the body. As long as the blood is properly cleaned, the discovery of the corpse would likely occur the following day." A chill ran down Uncle Su's spine at Chen Ge's words. As a vivid scene began to form in his mind, "It is indeed quite terrifying. Where is he now? Should I evacuate the visitors?" Uncle Su recognized the gravity of the situation. "After I spotted him, he left the amusement park at that moment. I had not reviewed the surveillance footage and could not confirm my suspicions, hence I did not detain him." "You handled it well. Had that suspect gone on a rampage in the park, it would have resulted in significant chaos." Uncle Su took a sip of water and addressed the nearby staff. "The police will arrive shortly. Everyone, please cooperate." Minutes later, the door to the comprehensive management room swung open, revealing three men clad in plain clothes, with the foremost, Li Sanbao, carrying a notebook. "Where is Chen Ge? Allow me to view your surveillance footage." With the assistance of the staff, Captain Li compared the man in the footage to photographs in the public security database, ultimately confirming that they were indeed the same individual. "You've done it again, you rascal." Captain Li patted Chen Ge on the shoulder, took out his phone to contact the municipal bureau, and after discussing the situation, they decided to split into two groups, one to pursue discreetly, while the other established a perimeter around the New Century amusement park. Upon concluding his remarks, a sense of unease swept through the staff of the Comprehensive Management Office. While Chen Ge, the central figure in this matter, remained remarkably calm. "In my absence, Shaowan cannot maintain the haunted house's operations alone. If the haunted house closes, Zhang Peng will undoubtedly notice the anomaly, and being as cunning as he is, he likely won't take the bait." "Are you suggesting that you intend to act as bait within the haunted house?" Captain Li furrowed his brow, deeming it somewhat perilous. Chapter 47. I am an emotionless assassin, no way. Captain Li shook his head resolutely, without a moment's hesitation. "Capturing fugitives is our duty as police officers. How could we allow you to take such risks?" "The specific apprehension plan must be discussed with the criminal investigation team at the Municipal Bureau. They are responsible for the massacre case at Ping An apartment, while our West City Police Station merely assists. I will relay your suggestion to them." With that, Captain Li shut his laptop, dialed a number, and exited the comprehensive control room alongside two plainclothes officers. "Xiao Chen, perhaps you should heed the police's advice and step outside for a while." Uncle Su expressed his concern, approaching only after Captain Li and the others had left. "Boss, today's special is stir-fried pork with green peppers over rice." Shaowan leaned against the protective railing, spotting Chen Ge emerging from the control room. She pointed to the lunchbox on the table, adding, "I managed to sneak an extra scoop of meat for you while the old lady was tea-looking." Receiving the lunchbox, Chen Ge glanced at Shaowan but chose not to divulge anything concerning Zhang Ping. Instead, he ate heartily, resuming his afternoon duties as usual. Shaowan portrayed a ghost within the marriage of the deceased, while Chen Ge sold tickets outside, his head bowed and eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly. "The appearance of Zhang Peng was both a misfortune and an opportunity for me. It all depended on how I could exploit him." Having completed several tasks with the black phone, Chen Ge felt that his cognitive abilities had sharpened, rendering him increasingly calm and composed. Within the haunted house, a creature from the mirror was now imprisoned. This entity could traverse freely between the mirror and reality, remaining invulnerable as long as mirrors existed. Chen Ge sold tickets nonchalantly. Yet his mind raced. Yifeng and Yifeng had both been attacked, their experiences eerily similar. According to Yifeng, the creature seemed poised to invade their bodies, usurping their will or residing within them. The creature's intentions remained unclear, but one thought lingered. If it entered a person's body, would it be unable to exit for a time? Chen Ge had contemplated this during his conversation with Yifeng, but lacked the means to prove it, as testing any visitor would be perilous. He had nearly abandoned this line of thought when, that very morning, Zhang Ping appeared. The moment Chen Ge spotted Zhang Peng on the surveillance footage, his internal plan solidified. He intended to use Zhang Peng as a test subject, introducing him into the haunted house while devising a way for the mirror creature to seize control of his body. This approach would not only eliminate Zhang Peng, but also rid him of the mirror creature, an optimal solution that justified his determination to remain in the haunted house as bait. So be it. Despite the inherent dangers, success would simultaneously eliminate two threats. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Ge called Shaowan out, instructing her to leave work early, while he began preparing various items within the haunted house, ensuring everything was meticulously arranged for Zhang Peng. At 5:30, Captain Li called again, informing Chen Ge that they had established surveillance around the amusement park, ready to ensure Zhang Peng would have no means of escape upon his arrival. After dinner, Chen Ge clutched a blanket and the skull-crushing Dr. S outfit as he made his way to the control room of the haunted house. He secured the door and settled in front of the monitors, knowing that barring any unforeseen events, he would likely spend the night there. The number of surveillance cameras was indeed woefully inadequate, leaving many blind spots within the haunted house, and he could not afford to let his guard down. As the sun sank below the horizon, the New Century Park transformed from the vibrancy of day into a haunting silence of night. As the darkness deepened, Chen Ge remained vigilant in the monitoring room, waiting until midnight. What was anticipated did not arrive. Instead, something unexpected did, just like the previous night. Eerie sounds of cutting echoed from the midnight escape scene. As the witching hour struck, he wondered if this creature was trying to intimidate him. Tossing the blanket aside, He approached the door but decided against confronting the mirror monster for the time being. He donned his headphones, tucked the plush toy left by his parents into his embrace, and resumed watching the monitors. Around 1 in the morning, just as Chen Ge was on the verge of giving up, the bathroom door on the monitor suddenly stirred. Was someone there? His spirits lifted, and he fixated on the screen. Moments later, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing a tall, slender man wielding a 20-centimeter bone saw. This very bathroom was where he had first completed his nightmare task. The window was connected to the outside, and it seemed the intruder had premeditated his entry. Tampering with the window lock. Calmly observing the surveillance footage, Chen Ge noted that the control room door was locked, and its location was quite obscure. To anyone unfamiliar with the layout of the haunted house, finding this place would be nearly impossible. On the screen, Zhang Ping moved stealthily, one hand clutching the knife, the other holding a mobile phone, oblivious to the fact that he had already been discovered, as he meticulously navigated through the corridors, avoiding debris and various unexplained prompts along the way. Standing just beneath the monitor, Zhang Ping hesitated for several seconds before finally mustering his resolve. He raised the sharp knife, grasped the doorknob, inhaled deeply, and abruptly flung the door open, charging into the staff lounge like a leopard spotting its prey. A minute later, Zhang Peng emerged once more, the blade stained with a hint of blood, having seemingly nicked his own arm in the process. Switching the knife to his other hand, his expression grew more menacing as he glanced upstairs and quickened his pace down the corridor. The surveillance footage clearly indicated that Zhang Ping was heading in the direction of the control room. Chen Ge quickly sent a message to Team Leader Li and, gripping the over 40-centimeter iron hammer of the skull-crushing doctor, positioned himself behind the control room door. What was this fellow planning? For a moment, Chen Ge could not decipher his intentions, so he hurried to the computer. The monitor displayed Zhang Ping prying open the wooden panel at the end of the staff passage before resolutely stepping inside. What could he possibly want in the midnight escape scene? Chen Ge removed his headphones, his eyes widening in disbelief. The sounds of cutting had been emanating from the midnight escape scene. Could Zhang Ping truly believe he was inside sawing something? Chapter 48. Please, let me go. Chen Ge's expression was peculiar as he recalled Zhang Ping's defiant gaze and fierce demeanor captured in the surveillance footage. This fellow truly is a formidable adversary. The sounds of slicing amidst the midnight chaos did not cease with Zhang Ping's entrance. It seemed the creature in the mirror had not anticipated anyone would so boldly rush in. There was no more time to linger. I must witness the moment the creature from the mirror invades Zhang Ping's body to find solace. After glancing at the monitor and confirming Zhang Ping's location, Chen Ge retrieved the iron chain from the dismembered doctor's coat and tossed it to the ground. Draping the blood-stained garment over himself and donning a human skin mask, he swung the iron hammer a couple of times, a sense of brutality and malevolence emanating from him. Why does it feel as though I am the true villain? Gathering the keys and his phone, he tucked the doll into his embrace and grasped the grotesquely designed iron hammer as he exited the surveillance room. Within the midnight slaughter scene, Zhang Ping felt the weight of the knife in his hand becoming increasingly burdensome. He had prepared for this day for a long time. But who could have foreseen that fate would intervene so unexpectedly? It was already past 1 in the morning. Under ordinary circumstances, even those awake would be confined to their bedrooms. He had been exhilarated upon spotting the sign for the staff lounge, but it took considerable effort to calm his racing heart. Continuously urging himself to stoke the flames of his hatred, he finally steeled his resolve to burst through the door. Upon entering the lounge, he unleashed a flurry of wild strikes at the bed, his strength overwhelming, even inflicting wounds upon himself. The blade was stained with blood. Yet as he discerned that the bed was devoid of any occupant, the only bloodstain being his own, frustration consumed him alongside his fury, his rationality scorched by rage. Having wrecked the peaceful apartment and wrongfully imprisoned Wanner, I will surely end you. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. The sounds of cutting within the building buzzing around him like flies, further aggravating his mood. He tightened his grip on the knife, inching closer to the source of the sound with utmost caution to avoid detection. He was perilously close. On this very floor, Zhang Peng peered out from the corridor, devoid of any illumination, pressing his body against the wall as he made his way into the third-floor hallway. This haunted house exuded an eerie aura, its layout labyrinthine in nature. Once I eliminate him, I can easily conceal the body in any nook, and it would likely take outsiders weeks to discover it. A cruel smile crept upon his lips as he believed his current expression must appear quite sinister. The sound was just ahead. Yet I am curious as to why this individual is awake at such an hour, venturing into a haunted house. Perhaps he is repairing props overnight? Zhang Peng crouched down, relaxing his body, wrapping his long sleeves around his wounds, and slowly approached with the knife in hand. At the end of the third-floor hallway, precisely at the entrance to the midnight slaughter scene, Zhang Ping caught sight of a shadowy figure. The silhouette stood in the center of the entrance, wielding something as it traced along the door. How odd. Why does he not turn on the lights? As he drew closer, Zhang Peng began to sense something amiss. Yet he did not dwell on the reasons. His mind was consumed by the intoxicating thrill of revenge. The air grew heavy with an unprecedented weight as he slowly raised the knife above his shoulder, his body taut like a bowstring. The blade pointed menacingly at the shadow ahead. Die! With a furious onslaught, Zhang Peng's visage contorted as he plunged the sharp knife deep into the shadow. A thrill of excitement flickered across his face, yet within mere moments, that smile vanished entirely. The blade passed straight through the shadow's form, striking emptiness. The immense inertia sent Zhang Peng crashing against the door, nearly wrenching his back. What the hell? This outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. He scrambled to his feet, frantically slashing at the air. Where is it? Where is it? After expending his fury, an unfamiliar emotion began to swell within Zhang Peng. I distinctly saw a shadow standing here with its back to me. It cannot be a mistake. At this moment, his fear of revealing himself dissipated, and he retrieved his phone to illuminate the surroundings. The wooden door bore intricate, crisscrossing marks, and shards of sharp-edged mirror littered the ground, all remnants left by that shadow. I can assert with absolute certainty that a person stood here just moments ago. Why did it vanish in the blink of an eye? An inexplicable chill ran down Zhang Peng's spine. The fire of his anger was extinguished, leaving him bewildered as he gazed into the eerie silence of the corridor. A person cannot simply disappear unless they are not human. His throat tightened. The glow from his phone offered no solace, instead amplifying his anxiety. As though monsters lurked in every shadow untouched by light. The proprietor of this haunted house is not human. There are indeed spirits within this ghostly abode. Beads of cold sweat dotted Zhang Peng's forehead. His grip on the knife slickened by perspiration. Thoughts of vengeance and violence were cast aside as he hurriedly retreated, intent solely on escaping this dreadful place. Clutching his phone, he quickened his pace, oblivious to the altered angle of the safety door at the corridor's entrance. Vengeance could wait. This was no place to linger. As he shielded his arms, just upon entering the corridor, a shadow surged towards him from behind the door. Crack! The unmistakable sound of shattering bones resonated. Zhang Peng stared in disbelief at his limp, unresponsive right hand, his mind momentarily paralyzed. Apologies, I missed. Chen Ge emerged from behind the door, wielding a hammer, his cruel, horrifying human-skin mask contorting into various terrifying expressions as he spoke. I intended to shatter your scapula. His calm tone suggested he was discussing a trivial matter, yet as Zhang Peng beheld Chen Ge, a suffocating dread engulfed him. Why are you so fierce? I'm the murderer here. Zhang Peng felt an urge to resist, but as his gaze swept over the blood-grooved hammer in Chen Ge's grasp, measuring over 40 centimeters in length, his hand, which held the knife, became unresponsive. The hammer bore a blood channel, its handle resembling a vertebra. Are you so eager for the world to know you are a maniac? Without affording his opponent any additional time, Chen Ge swung the iron hammer once more, targeting Zhang Peng's thigh. He required an individual stripped of the capacity for resistance to serve as the vessel for the monstrous reflection. With a resounding thud, the stair railing was forcefully bent, and Zhang Peng narrowly evaded the blow, one hand bleeding profusely while the other lay fractured. In that moment, he no longer dared to resist, discarding the knife and fleeing desperately down the stairs. Such timidity, who granted you the audacity to visit my haunted house alone? Chapter 49. Xiaochen, are you unharmed? Zhang Peng dashed out of the employee passage, resembling a headless fly as he stumbled through the complex, dimly lit corridors of the haunted house. After running a few meters, he tragically realized that he had lost his way. Why have you stopped running? Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to conduct a small experiment. With a hammer tightly gripped in his hands, Chen Ge followed Zhang Peng like a specter, driving him into a corner. Mean no harm? You've barely met me for 3 seconds, yet you've already broken my bones with a single blow. Is that what you call not harming me? Zhang Peng had discarded his knife long ago, his left arm bleeding, while his right arm hung limply from his shoulder like a noodle. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, even contemplating the urge to report himself to the authorities. Stop struggling. I advise you to comply and do as I say. Otherwise, you may find yourself confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Chen Ge approached slowly, devoid of any sympathy. Zhang Peng had come to kill him. Had he not discovered this in time, he would have met his demise. Bro, is that something a victim should say? I must have run out of luck. Zhang Peng, unarmed and desperate, darted deeper into the maze. He was surprisingly swift. Chen Ge continued his pursuit, but after a few steps, an eerie, slicing sound resonated in his ears, and a shadow darted from the employee passage. The creature in the mirror seemed to have only just grasped the situation, realizing that its opportunity had arrived. In a panic, Zhang Peng fled through the first floor of the haunted house. As he rounded a corner, he vaguely saw someone waving at him. Perhaps the pressure imposed by Chen Ge was too intense. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the figure. Chen Ge, following closely behind, felt a chill run down his spine. The shadow's height and build matched that of Yifeng. It was indeed the monster from the mirror. While heaven provides a path, you choose not to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you insist on barging in. That is a genuine ghost. Before Chen Ge could utter a word, Zhang Peng had reached the end of the corridor, guided by the shadow into the restroom. The restroom mirror on the first floor remained intact. Clearly, the creature had lured him there with malicious intent. At this critical juncture, Chen Ge too felt a surge of anxiety. He rushed to the restroom, jostling the door lock only to find it firmly secured. The unfolding events were straying from his control. The shadow had abruptly appeared and whisked Zhang Peng away before Chen Ge could intervene. A piercing scream erupted from within the restroom merely seconds later, accompanied by the sound of something being toppled and shattered. It seemed Zhang Peng had encountered something profoundly terrifying. What transpired in there? Chen Ge raised his hammer and struck the door lock, shattering it, yet the door remained obstinately closed, barricaded by a cabinet stuffed with miscellaneous items. Unable to glimpse the scene inside, Chen Ge grew impatient and relentlessly hammered against the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. A resounding crash echoed even outside the haunted house. As Chen Ge exerted all his strength to breach the hollow wooden door, the cluttered cabinet behind it began to tremble, revealing a narrow gap barely wide enough for a hand. Peering through the opening, he observed a black cloth, which had covered the bathroom mirror, fall to the ground. Zhang Peng, with a dazed expression, stared blankly at the mirror's surface. To his horror, a towering black figure stood between him and the mirror. The shadow slowly began to morph, ultimately taking on a form identical to Zhang Peng's. It stepped back, allowing half of its body to meld into the mirror. And then the most peculiar event unfolded. With a vacant gaze, Zhang Peng approached the mirror, pressing his face against its surface, merging his body with that of the shadow. After a few seconds, Zhang Peng's lips, which had been slightly parted in unconsciousness, curled into a sinister smile. He slowly turned, looking through the door and cabinet at Chen Ge, and with a hand smeared in blood, inscribed something upon the mirror. It took another moment for Zhang Peng's eyes to regain their normality. He shivered and, without a second thought, leaped through the bathroom window, fleeing into the night. Had the creature from the mirror infiltrated Zhang Peng's body? What enmity could it possibly harbor towards me? Could it be due to my repeated interference with its plans? The creature had previously attacked Yishan and Yifeng, but had been thwarted by external disturbances. Perhaps it held a grudge against Chen Ge, the owner of the haunted house, for these failures. The bathroom door was jammed, impervious to force for the time being. Chen Ge hastily made his way to the front entrance, but before he could step outside, he heard the voice of team leader Li calling out, "Chen Ge, hold on. We're almost there." With a loud crash, the protective barriers of the haunted house were pried open, and several police officers surged inside. Upon witnessing this commotion, Chen Ge promptly tossed the hammer into a corner and removed his mask and coat. Footsteps resounded in the corridor as team leader Li was the first to rush in. Spotting Chen Ge standing frozen in the hallway, he hurried over. "Xiao Chen, are you injured?" Chen Ge instinctively took a step back, leaning weakly against the wall, and gently patted his chest. "I was startled, but I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. Go after Zhang Peng. He escaped through the bathroom window. Leave the rest to us. You've done a great job tonight. It's nothing. As long as we can apprehend the suspect, this minor sacrifice is inconsequential. You really shouldn't be so reckless. Tonight is perilous." Team leader Li's eyes gleamed with admiration as he assigned others to pursue Zhang Peng while remaining with Chen Ge to inspect the scene. He first entered the staff lounge and, upon seeing blood on the sheets, became immediately alarmed. "Xiao Chen, are you hurt?" "Let me see. It's not my blood." Chen Ge hesitated, unsure how to explain. The room was very dark. It seems the suspect injured himself. Team leader Li nodded. Raising his flashlight to inspect the grotesque knife marks on the sheets and blankets, his expression grave. A person unskilled with a knife would only inflict such wounds upon themselves in a state of extreme frenzy. He pointed to the knife marks above, 17 in total. This could already warrant a charge of attempted murder. This is the evidence. Gazing at the knife wounds on the sheets, Chen Ge felt a flicker of fear. Team leader Li donned a pair of gloves and gestured for Chen Ge to step outside, Do not disturb anything in this room. Someone will be here shortly to photograph and collect evidence. Chapter 50. The significance of numbers adjusting his perspective. Chen Ge exerted considerable effort to decipher the bloodstains on the bathroom mirror, which formed the Arabic numeral 2. The number itself was not inherently frightening, yet inscribed in blood. It evoked a profound discomfort. What could this numeral signify? After the monstrous apparition departed from the mirror the previous night, he had glimpsed a numeral 3 on the residual glass, which had now transformed into a 2. Was there an intrinsic connection between the two? Why was it gradually diminishing? Chen Ge found himself perplexed. Could this number represent a date? Was it a countdown? Gazing at the still-drying bloodstains, he leaned against the door, lost in contemplation. If this number continued to decrease daily, what would transpire when it reached 0? A foreboding sensation gripped his heart. He paced anxiously at the bathroom doorway. Could this numeral be linked to my very existence? Would a terrifying entity come for me the night it reached 0? Halting his restless movements, Chen Ge reassured himself that he might be overreacting. He would wait until tomorrow night to observe. If the number reappeared in the haunted house, then he would take action. With a sigh, he yearned to manage the haunted house effectively, to lease the underground parking lot, unlock more scenes, and facilitate the expansion of the establishment. Yet, fate seemed to conspire against him, with unforeseen events disrupting his plans. Upon returning to the staff lounge, several police vehicles arrived outside the haunted house. After the City Bureau's criminal investigation team questioned Chen Ge and took a few photographs, they resumed their urgent pursuit. Team Leaderly remained by Chen Ge's side, yet as dawn broke, there was still no news of Zhang Peng's whereabouts. Nonetheless, Li assured Chen Ge repeatedly that in Zhang Peng's current state, he could not have fled too far, and they would undoubtedly apprehend him within 24 hours. Chen Ge's real concern lay not with the pursuit. His mind was preoccupied with the numeral left by the mirror's monster, rendering him rather despondent. Li, mistaking his demeanor for shock, offered some comforting words before departing with the other team members as daylight emerged. Alone in the haunted house, Chen Ge opened the window, allowing the brisk morning breeze to swirl around him. As the proprietor of the haunted house, one might consider him a leader of sorts among the spirits. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of despair as morning light streamed into the room. A cloth doll that had been placed on the bedspread seemed to be stirred by the wind and tumbled to the floor beneath the bed. Chen Ge retrieved the small creature, poking its belly. The only obedient spirit, it seemed capable of nothing but adorableness. In a confrontation, he surmised he would have to protect her. The doll appeared quite displeased with Chen Ge's assessment, attempting to break free, yet failing to do so. The rewards from 2 consecutive nightmare-level tasks had been auxiliary in nature, beneficial for the haunted house's development, yet offering little assistance to him personally. Chen Ge remained uncertain about what might occur when the numeral reached 0. Being inherently cautious, he would never willingly place himself in jeopardy. Drawing out his black mobile phone, Chen Ge scrolled through it for some time, ultimately discovering that the only potential trump card he possessed was the formidable crimson-clad spirit, Zhang Ye. In the wooden cabin behind the peaceful apartment, Zhang Ye had once aided Chen Ge by alerting him to Wang Qi lurking behind, thus saving his life. However, during the nightmarish task that followed, when the monstrous reflection in the mirror pressed down on Chen Ge's head, nearly drowning him, Zhang Ye did not come to his aid. This clearly illustrated her capricious nature. By completing the favorability task, one could command her to undertake an action that would not contravene her own will, thereby enabling me to enlist her assistance against potential dangers. Chen Ge clicked on Zhang Ye's name, gazing at the blood-red dedicated page. And despite having cultivated his courage since childhood, he felt an unsettling trepidation at that moment. This sister was fond of my posthumous self, and the rapid ascent of favorability was worrisome. What if she became impatient and turned against me? The affection of a vengeful spirit is a burden few can bear. Exiting the dedicated page, he felt the air become significantly more refreshing. The favorability task was my final gambit. Should that number reappear tonight and undergo further change, I would utilize this trump card to fulfill the favorability task. With this resolution, Chen Ge felt a sense of assurance and gradually succumbed to slumber. After Su Wan arrived for her shift around 8 o'clock, Chen Ge entrusted her with the management of the haunted house while he set out to procure surveillance equipment. His urgency stemmed from the numerous blind spots within the haunted house, rendering it quite unsafe. Additionally, a daily task from the Black Phone specifically required him to install monitoring and sound-activated devices. By 7 o'clock that evening, following successful final adjustments, Chen Ge received a notification from the Black Phone indicating the completion of his task. Striking a balance would provide the best experience for visitors. Congratulations on completing the simple, difficulty daily task. You have earned the reward background track bridal attire. Note: bridal attire perfectly complements the ghost marriage scene. The Scream index for the ghost marriage scene has risen to 1 star. Upon reading the notification, Chen Ge paused in astonishment. The Scream index for the ghost marriage scene had previously been a mere half star, now elevated to 1 star due to a single piece of music, suggesting that this track was likely more chilling than Black Friday. With a sense of responsibility towards the visitors, Chen Ge previewed the track, discerning it to possess a radically different style from Black Friday. One was gradual, akin to being slowly drawn into an abyss, while the other was far more eerie and exhilarating, transforming joyful melodies into dirges, sending shivers down the spine from the very first note. Indeed, it harmonized well with the ghost marriage scene, though frequent exposure to such music could inflict psychological trauma. Thus, unless someone was to disrupt the atmosphere, it would be prudent to use it sparingly. Chen Ge stored bridal attire on his phone and ascended alone to the 3rd floor of the haunted house to commence cleaning. Lacking sufficient funds to hire workers, and with a few cloth dolls stuffed in his pockets, he wielded his tools to clear away the shattered mirror fragments from the haunted house. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already deep into the night. Clutching his phone, Chen Ge wandered between the restroom and the staff lounge, repeatedly gazing into the mirror, waiting until midnight struck. Chapter 51. Dangerous Fairy Tale. With swollen red eyes, Chen Ge stood before the mirror, clutching a stuffed toy. Just 1 minute remained until midnight. The bathroom lights remained off, and Chen Ge's gaze was fixed on his reflection. He was anxious about missing something, staring unblinkingly, his palm pressed against the sink, his face inches from the mirror. With unwavering focus, all his attention was directed towards the glass surface. As the countdown to midnight dwindled to mere seconds, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. A call. Who could be reaching out at this hour? The unexpected interruption startled Chen Ge. He pulled out his phone to find Li's name flashing on the screen. Had something gone awry? Uncle Sambao? Did you need to speak with me? Chen Ge answered, placing the phone to his ear. Wasn't there a tight security perimeter outside the New Century amusement park last night? That injured man shouldn't have gotten far. To Chen Ge, it was merely a matter of time before Zhang Peng was apprehended. The situation has changed, and I can't provide you with all the details right now. However, I can disclose that a police officer, after successfully intercepting a suspect, appears to have seen something unusual and has now fallen into a deep coma. He is currently in the hospital fighting for his life. What? Chen Ge's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to respond, he inadvertently caught sight of the mirror on the wall. On the smooth surface, a blood-red Arabic numeral 1 had mysteriously appeared. But you needn't worry. Our search radius is continuously narrowing. Evil cannot prevail. He will certainly face legal consequences. Li continued to speak, but Chen Ge's mind was elsewhere. He set the phone aside, lost in thought as he gazed at the mirror. What could this number signify? Yesterday, it was 2. Today it had changed to 1. Would it reset to 0 after midnight tomorrow? The diminishing number weighed heavily on Chen Ge's mind. After Zhang Peng had been possessed by the creature within the mirror, the number had changed for the first time. Moments ago, Li mentioned that an officer had fallen into a coma. With the emergence of a second victim, the number had decreased once more. Could this figure be related to the victims? Did the creature in the mirror require 3 living souls? Regardless of whether this number represented time or lives, Chen Ge was not prepared to wait any longer. A profound sense of urgency surged within him. The monster in the mirror was growing stronger, and tomorrow night might be his last opportunity. He retrieved a cloth and wiped the numeral away from the mirror's surface, no longer able to afford hesitation. Briefly responding to Li, he ended the call and entered the tool room with his black phone. Midnight had passed. A new set of daily tasks awaited refreshment. The 2 tasks that could aid him were the affinity quest with the red-clad specter and a newly added nightmare-level daily task. Opening his black phone, Chen Ge navigated to the daily tasks section. Normal difficulty. You have received 1 opportunity for the expansion of the haunted house. Please find a suitable venue for the expansion as soon as possible. Due to site restrictions, you cannot undertake any trial tasks until the expansion is completed. Nightmare difficulty. Another person has been residing in your room. Do you not wish to discover who he is? Attention! Certain tasks are exceedingly perilous, so one must choose wisely. After perusing 3 tasks, Chen Ge's gaze lingered on the 3rd nightmarish assignment. Another person resides in the room? Merely the thought evokes discomfort. Chen Ge was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the nightmare task. After much deliberation, he opted not to accept it. Instead, He scrolled through his phone and accessed the dedicated page for the red-clad specter. Would he accept Zhang Ye's favorability task? Caution. This task bears certain risks. The phone kindly issued a warning to Chen Ge, who rubbed his temples, feeling indecisive. Both tasks were fraught with danger. However, the Nightmare-esque routine task offered random rewards, potentially granting him an auxiliary ability. Conversely, the favorability task involved Zhang Ye, the red-clad specter, who possessed a dedicated page on his phone, suggesting her formidable prowess, seemingly several levels above the mirror's monstrosity. If he could enlist her aid, his chances of success would significantly increase. After much analysis, Chen Ge steeled himself and selected Zhang Ye's favorability task. Would he confirm acceptance of Zhang Ye's favorability task? Confirmed. The crimson interface began to swirl, akin to withering roses. A new text swiftly materialized on the screen. Andersen's Fairy Tales, Volume 1, 3rd Collection, The Red Shoes. There exists a pair of extraordinarily beautiful and alluring red dance shoes. When a girl dons them, she feels lighter and more vibrant while dancing. However, the girls merely fantasize about it. None dare to actually wear them to dance. For these are enchanted shoes, and once worn, the dancer will be compelled to dance incessantly until her energy is entirely depleted. Please arrive at West City Private School within 1 hour of accepting the task, and locate Zhang Ye's red shoes before dawn. Note: for the first date, be punctual, otherwise she will be displeased. After reading the task prompt on his phone, Chen Ge wore a peculiar expression. West City Private School had been abandoned for several years, the reasons for which remained unclear. Rumors suggested that some horrific event had transpired, necessitating its closure. My first date with a girl is set in a deserted school after midnight. Is there something amiss with my romantic narrative? With the task requiring him to reach West City Private School within an hour, Chen Ge calculated that the time was ample. The old site was not far from the western suburbs. The key factor was that he would be traveling just past midnight. Perhaps he should take a shower first. After all, this was his first experience. After a quick wash, Chen Ge donned a fresh outfit and stood before the mirror once more. With 50 minutes remaining, he suddenly felt a twinge of nervousness. Chapter 52. The first date. Taking several deep breaths, Chen Ge splashed his face with cold water, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. It was time to set off. He retrieved the backpack he had used previously, placing Zhang Ye's love letter, a portable charger, and a tool hammer inside. Learning from his last experience, he tucked a fruit knife into his pants pocket and concealed the cloth doll his parents had left him within his clothing. Though it appeared somewhat bulky and unsightly, it provided him with a sense of security. Once everything was packed, Chen Ge locked the haunted house's door and hurriedly exited the amusement park. The clock read 12:15, and the streets were nearly deserted. After a 10-minute wait, he managed to hail a taxi at the intersection. To the vicinity of the West City Private School, please. I'm in a hurry, so if you could speed up, I would appreciate it. Sure, hop in, replied the driver, a cheerful middle-aged man with a few years old DJ tracks playing in the background. As the car sped off, Chen Ge settled into the back seat and seized the opportunity to gather information pertinent to his task. Upon opening the favorability task, the first thing that appeared was Hans Christian Andersen's tale, The Red Shoes. He glanced through the original version of the story and found it rather unsettling. The narrative revolves around a girl who acquires a pair of beautiful red shoes. She often wears them to church, and possibly due to her sacrilege, she finds herself unable to remove them, forced to dance incessantly. Consumed by fear and helplessness, she ultimately begs a woodsman to sever her legs, after which the severed legs, still clad in the red shoes, merrily bound away. Is this truly a fairy tale? Chen Ge dared not envision that scene in his mind. His mission tonight was to find Zhang Ye's red shoes. When I drew the cursed love letter, the black phone contained a description of Zhang Ye. She was dressed in a blood-stained school uniform and a pair of red shoes, the same attire she wore at the moment of her demise. Could it be that the tale of the red shoes holds a grain of truth? Once dawned, are they truly impossible to remove? A sense of unease gripped Chen Ge. This mission was unlike any he had encountered before. He was about to confront a vengeful spirit in red, one deserving of a dedicated page, a being of profound resentment and ferocity. It seemed that the red shoes were pivotal to this evening's endeavor. Chen Ge read the fairy tale repeatedly, grasping its essence, a warning against vanity, urging humility and reverence. The black phone, presenting this tale at the onset of the task, must carry a deeper significance. Unable to fathom it for the moment, he exited the page and began searching for information regarding the West City Private School. This institution had only operated for 2.5 years before being shuttered, lying in disrepair for quite some time. Various rumors surrounded its closure, Some claimed unreasonable fees, while others suggested incomplete documentation. Chen Ge patiently perused all the information. Yet Zhang Ye's name failed to appear, as though she had no connection to the school whatsoever. Something was amiss. The truth was undoubtedly more intricate than mere speculation. There had to be deeper layers at play. Gazing out at the street lamps whizzing by, Chen Ge squinted. What kind of ordeal could transform a woman into a vengeful spirit clad in red? What is the source of her immense resentment? How does it relate to the red shoes? Chen Ge was lost in contemplation when the DJ's voice in the car suddenly amplified. He turned in surprise towards the driver's seat, where the older driver was also scrutinizing him through the rearview mirror. What troubles you? You seem so young yet burdened with frowns. The driver, a garrulous type, had exchanged a few words with Chen Ge upon entering the vehicle, but Chen Ge, preoccupied with gathering information, had barely acknowledged him. Recently, he had encountered a multitude of unfamiliar situations, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Chen Ge offered a polite smile and tucked his phone away. He opened his mouth, hesitating before finally confessing, "I'm going on a date." Indeed. He was at a loss for words, as the girl's temperament was rather capricious, and her character somewhat eccentric. Chen Ge endeavored to phrase it as normally as possible. For a man who had never been on a date, being invited by a beautiful woman should be a matter of pride. Well, that's splendid. What is there to fret about? Are you afraid she won't fancy you? But then again, who dresses like that for a date? The driver continued, "You see, a man must learn to present himself well. That backpack of yours doesn't match your demeanor at all." The driver rambled on, leaving Chen Ge feeling rather helpless. While others approached dating with joy and anticipation, his situation was far more nuanced. Rather than a date, it resembled a forced act of self-preservation. A man must never be stingy on a date. He should be a gentleman. Don't rush to ask for WeChat. Listen to the girl's thoughts. In their eyes, the most hopeless affliction is the male chauvinism syndrome. First impressions are paramount. As he listened to the driver's earnest advice, Chen Ge wished he could replace the DJ and the taxi with a more tranquil atmosphere, allowing everyone to calm down. The vehicle sped along. With the number of cars and buildings dwindling, the road narrowing and streetlights gradually disappearing, the scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate, with sparse human presence and patches of woodland flanking the road. Are we still going forward? There's nothing but a school ahead. Did you take a wrong turn? The driver glanced at the navigation, finally shifting topics. No, just find a place to stop near the school. How much is it? 19. You can pay with your phone. I just started my night shift and have no change. All right. As Chen Ge reached for his phone, he inadvertently pulled out the fruit knife from his pocket as well. The folding knife landed on the seat, startling the driver in the front. The DJ's volume gradually diminished as the driver pretended to casually raise his hand to grab a water bottle, discreetly pressing a button on his phone. Chen Ge observed these subtle movements with a wry smile, realizing that the driver likely perceived him as a potential carjacker. Payment successful, Chen Ge announced, raising his phone and casting a glance at the driver. Uncle, are you recording? Planning to call the police? The driver, caught off guard while drinking water, nearly choked, coughing violently and waving his hands in denial. In truth, I can empathize with you. However, as Chen Ge gazed at the eerie outline of the school outside the window, he remarked, I am indeed here for a rendezvous. Chapter 53. The chair truly moves. The driver's face paled as he forced a laugh. I wish you success. Sure. Can I turn off my phone? Chen Ge revealed a smile he believed to be friendly. Absolutely. The driver responded with a generous nod, casually tapping his phone a few times. After driving a couple of meters forward, the car's intercom suddenly lit up with a red light. He gently pressed a button, and before he could utter a word, a rough voice emerged from the device. Old Lou, you're at the West City private school too? I was curious why anyone would head there at this late hour. I've got someone as well. We're quite close. By the way, what did you post in the group? Did I get caught? Nothing. Just focus on driving, the uncle said, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he hung up the intercom. Shouldn't I have been kidnapped? Chen Ge raised an eyebrow. What about the fundamental trust between people? He feared that the police might be alerted. Let us stop here. All right. Without a second thought, the driver halted the car, his calves still trembling. Chen Ge checked his belongings, slung his bag over his shoulder, and as he closed the car door, he looked up to see a message scrolling across the taxi's rooftop display. I am being kidnapped. Please call the police. You certainly have quite the tricks. Watching the taxi speed away, silence enveloped the surroundings within moments. The sky was devoid of stars and the moon, heavy clouds threatening rain, casting an oppressive gloom. Chen Ge opened his phone, glancing at the time. There were 8 minutes remaining until the agreed deadline. Earlier, during the car ride, someone on the intercom had mentioned bringing another person to the West City private school, heading in this direction past 1 in the morning. Could it be related to me? He kept his wits about him. If it weren't for the time constraint, he would have concealed himself along the roadside to observe who was trailing behind him. With 8 minutes left, it would be prudent to enter the school, familiarize himself with the layout, and gain the upper hand. The area surrounding the West City private school was a barren expanse, devoid of any illumination, with a narrow road weaving through the trees and bushes. Turning on his phone's flashlight, Chen Ge walked along the road for nearly 100 meters before finally arriving at the main entrance of the abandoned school. The chain and fence had rusted together, the gate firmly shut, and peering through the iron bars revealed nothing but darkness. How do I get in? Chen Ge lingered outside for a moment, then tossed his backpack over the fence. He took a running leap, grasped the edge of the wall, and vaulted over. The campus was not expansive, easily visible in its entirety. Several dark silhouettes of buildings loomed in the shadows, like solitary sentinels. The school sign had been dismantled, and Chen Ge was uncertain of its true name, only knowing it was commonly referred to as the West City Private Academy. Thick bushes obscured the path, making it difficult to see, and he occasionally felt something scrape against his calves, a mixture of itchiness and pain. Arriving within the stipulated time, his next task was to enter and find Zhang Ye's red dance shoes. Chen Ge retrieved a hammer from his backpack, gripping its cold handle, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. With the illumination of his mobile phone, Chen Ge made his way towards the school. However, after taking only a few steps, he abruptly sensed something amiss and halted, retreating a few paces. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it feel as though a force was nudging his shoulders as he advanced into the school? Conversely, as he stepped back, he felt an inexplicable resistance, as if something were blocking him from behind. Turning to glance over his shoulders, he found nothing there, even as he shone his light upon his back, revealing no spectral entities as he had imagined. Could it be that she had already arrived? Was she right beside him, yet invisible to his eyes? A shiver coursed through Chen Ge, who momentarily contemplated striking behind him with his hammer. Yet, he reconsidered, what if it truly was Zhang Ye lurking just behind him? What if his action incited her wrath? He was merely a solitary, powerless proprietor of a haunted house, and the consequences of angering a vengeful spirit in this desolate area were unfathomable. Deciding it best to proceed inside, Chen Ge hoisted his bag, brandished his phone, and entered the campus. As night deepened, a wind began to blow, accompanied by fine, mist-like raindrops. The most probable locations for the dance shoes were the girls' locker room in the dance studio and the dormitory once occupied by Zhang Ye. These two areas warranted thorough investigation. Chen Ge directed his steps toward the nearest building, the trees on campus standing crookedly, with wild grass sprouting all around, punctuated by numerous sculptures, predominantly human figures, which appeared somewhat eerie in the darkness. The girls' dormitory? A 4-story building, not particularly tall, yet its prolonged abandonment lent it a sinister aura. The glass door of the dormitory was secured with an iron chain, and he pressed his face against the door to peer inside. The hallway was shrouded in darkness, with all the doors tightly shut. Strangely, in the middle of the corridor stood a chair, facing away from the dormitory doors. A chair, placed precisely in the center of the corridor. What could this signify? Chen Ge retreated slightly. Both the school gate and the dormitory's glass door were locked, and the corridor bore no litter, indicating a meticulous cleaning during the lockdown. Yet, why had they left a chair in the middle of the corridor? Was it to torment those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies? If the chair was placed there by the school authorities, what could their motive be? Conversely, if it was not their doing, who had moved the chair to the center of the corridor after the doors had been secured? Chen Ge pointed his phone at the dormitory's glass door. The chair was positioned 5 meters from the exit, directly beneath a shattered corridor light. The broken light fixture, with exposed wires, combined with the chair, evoked a scene reminiscent of a hanging. Truthfully, upon witnessing such an eerie tableau, Chen Ge felt a rising sense of trepidation. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He surveyed his surroundings as the night breeze stirred the leaves, and the campus took on an increasingly bizarre atmosphere after midnight. He reminded himself not to frighten himself. The malevolent spirit in the red dress, Zhang Ye, was the most terrifying presence in the school. He possessed her love letters. Who would dare to challenge him? At this point, Chen Ge could only comfort himself with the notion that this was merely a task of increasing affection, essentially a peculiar date. There was no need for anxiety, nor for fear. The chair, which was originally positioned directly beneath the corridor light, now seems to have shifted a meter away, as if it had advanced forward. Am I seeing things? This is the first time Chen Ge has encountered such an occurrence. Chapter 54. the art activity center with his gaze fixed intently on the chair in the middle of the corridor. Chen Ge stood sideways, gripping his tool hammer tightly. After waiting for several seconds, the chair remained utterly still. Could it be my presence that has rendered it immobile? Chen Ge took a few steps forward, activated the video recording function on his phone, and placed it on the chain outside the glass door. Having completed this, he retreated to the desolate expanse outside the apartment building, awaiting silently. The midnight campus was eerily silent, a tranquility that felt unsettling, devoid of even the sound of insects or birds. Approximately 3 minutes later, Chen Ge approached the apartment building, prepared to confront the most terrifying of outcomes. However, upon returning to the entrance of the dormitory, he found the chair still stationed in its original position, a mere meter away from the overhead corridor light. Did it only move when it sensed the presence of a person? As this thought crossed his mind, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He turned to glance down the girls' dormitory corridor, where the chair had inexplicably advanced 2 meters closer, now ominously near the glass door. It has moved further? What does this signify? Is it trying to convey something to me as I approach? To claim that he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Yet, Chen Ge possessed a resilience to fear far exceeding that of the average person, allowing him to maintain a clear mind in such an environment. This school harbored significant issues. Until he grasped the full extent of the situation, it was prudent to refrain from provoking these entities. Despite his desire to smash the glass and drag the chair out to dismantle it, Chen Ge hesitated, knowing the apartment building was fraught with shadows and hidden corners. He feared that upon entering, he might encounter something far more sinister, possibly becoming ensnared himself rather than successfully retrieving the chair. Checking the time, he reasoned that the taxi following him should have arrived by now, yet the street outside remained shrouded in darkness. In absolute darkness. The headlights of a vehicle would be glaringly evident, but after a prolonged wait, he saw no light approaching from outside the school. Could there have been an unforeseen mishap? This thought gnawed at him. It seemed improbable that such coincidences could occur. The individual trailing him to West City Private School must have ulterior motives. It was plausible that they anticipated his ambush by the roadside, disembarking early, and approaching on foot. If this were the case, the situation could become precarious. He would much prefer to be mistaken, to believe he was merely engaged in a battle of wits with the air, rather than confronting a genuinely formidable adversary. It appeared he needed to hasten his pace. He currently enjoyed 2 advantages. First, arriving early allowed him to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Second, there was Zhanya, who surely would stand by and allow him to be bullied on her territory. Chen Ge's eyes had adjusted to the darkness, perhaps due to his dark pupils. His vision was not overly blurred in the night. Light would betray one's position. In this realm, those illuminated became the prey. He refrained from turning on his phone and instead, wielding the tool hammer, made his way toward another building. The tallest structure in West City Private Academy was the teaching building, a 5-story edifice. Behind it lay a playground overgrown with wild grass. And at the opposite end of this playground stood a solitary building. The walls are painted a soft crimson, and due to the separation created by the playground, this building appears quite unconventional. The teaching building serves as the site for classes, and it is improbable that dance shoes would be found there. Even less so in the boys' dormitory. Thus, Chen Ge decided to investigate the structure adorned with a red faade. He ran alongside the playground track, circling around until he reached the entrance of the building. It stands 4 stories tall, matching the height of the girls' dormitory, yet occupies only 2/3 of its area. As he approached, Chen Ge sensed that this building was unusual. A wooden board was prominently displayed at the entrance, boldly painted in red, declaring no entry. In striking letters, what purpose does this building serve? Human curiosity is insatiable, and the more the school forbids entry, the more intrigued Chen Ge became. Surely, something significant had transpired within its walls years ago. Perhaps the red dance shoes he sought were hidden inside. Avoiding the wooden board, he reached the door, which was secured with 2 locks. The main entrance was inaccessible, and making noise by attempting to break it open with a hammer could attract unwanted attention from anyone who might be lurking behind him. Therefore, Chen Ge refrained from touching the wooden door and instead moved to the side of the building where a window was severely damaged, a large piece of glass shattered. This seemed to be his entry point. He reached through the broken window, unlatched the safety lock, and waited a few moments outside to ensure no one was around before he climbed inside. Once he had secured the window, Chen Ge maintained his vigilance, carefully surveying his surroundings. He found himself in an art studio, the walls adorned with students' works and shelves displaying plaster models. It was somewhat eerie, yet it paled in comparison to his haunted house experiences. Navigating between 2 rows of plaster models, he made his way to the back door of the studio. Peering through the glass window of the door, he noticed the words Art Special Activities Center posted in the hallway. It appeared he had not been mistaken in his search. Gently, he pushed open the studio door, which creaked ominously, a sound that could send chills down one's spine, likely due to years of disuse. Stay calm and find the shoes quickly. As he had entered a relatively enclosed building, the light did not penetrate far, prompting him to switch on his phone's flashlight. The dim glow offered little comfort, and in such an atmosphere, the presence of a flashlight felt even more foreboding. Chen Ge examined each room on the first floor, all of which were art studios, some cluttered with easels and unfinished student works. The Art Special Activities Center comprised 4 levels. In the dance classroom, he saw it was likely on a different floor. With his phone in one hand and a tool hammer in the other, Chen Ge ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, his heartbeat quickened and goosebumps prickled his arms. His gaze fell upon a wooden chair placed squarely in the center of the corridor. Why was he encountering such an object again? Gripping the tool hammer, Chen Ge felt his muscles tense in anticipation. Chapter 55. 5 girls. The chairs were positioned in the middle of the corridor, making it inevitable for anyone wishing to ascend to the second floor to pass by them. The earlier encounter at the girls' dormitory lingered vividly in Chen Ge's mind. It seemed as though the chair had an uncanny tendency to draw closer to the living. He concealed himself at the staircase's corner, hesitating momentarily. Unlike the typical chairs found in the activity center's classrooms, this one had a backrest and appeared to have been deliberately relocated from another place. Yet, why had they abandoned this chair in the activity center? Judging by its style, the chairs on the second floor of the activity center resembled those in the girls' dormitory, likely provided by the school for every student's accommodation. Chen Ge illuminated the doorplate of the room across the hall with his phone. It bore words related to vocal training. The dance studio was not on the second floor. Should he ascend directly to the third floor instead? But what if there was also a chair positioned in the middle of the third floor corridor? He envisioned a disquieting scenario where he would be pursued to the staircase's corner only to find the chair on the second floor blocking his descent. As the unsettling image flashed through his mind, Chen Ge resolved not to evade the chair. He gripped his tool hammer tightly and proceeded into the second floor corridor. The dark corridor stretched endlessly before him, with all doors tightly shut on either side. The windows on these doors were coated in dust, rendering the interiors of the classrooms inscrutable. Chen Ge treaded slowly, refusing to overlook anything else in light of the chair's proximity. In fact, he found the vacant classrooms on either side even more intimidating. It was unclear how long it had been since anyone had set foot in this place. Dust blanketed the floor tiles, and footprints were indelible. If someone were to follow him into the activity center, they would undoubtedly discover his presence. Amid such an eerie environment, Chen Ge remained vigilant for any potential third party. I must quicken my pace and resolve this swiftly. The light from his phone flickered as he moved his arm, bringing him ever closer to the chair. Perhaps there was nothing to fear? Could a mere chair truly cause me harm? Chen Ge circled the chair, which struck him as an utterly ordinary piece of furniture. Should he dismantle it for a closer inspection? He entertained the thought, and his actions mirrored his contemplation as he lifted the tool hammer to topple the chair, only to suddenly notice something inscribed beneath it. Chen Yujiao? It resembled a girl's name. The revelation further substantiated Chen Ge's prior suspicions. The chair was indeed not an original fixture of the activity center, but belonged to an individual. During large events, the school permitted students to bring their own chairs, and to prevent mix-ups, many would inscribe their names beneath them. Did the chairs in the girls' dormitory also bear names beneath them? Chen Ge committed the name to memory. After a moment's reflection, he chose not to shatter the chair. Instead, he placed it within a nearby classroom. The longer he lingered, the more uncomfortable he became. He resolved to proceed to the third floor without delay. The desolate corridor revealed nothing of interest. Chen Ge pushed open the doors of several classrooms, finding desks and chairs haphazardly stacked at the back of the rooms. Some walls had been freshly painted, distinctly showcasing 2 contrasting colors. Why would the school undertake renovations at this juncture, when it was on the verge of closure? Who were they trying to impress with the refurbishment? The encounter at the Ping An apartment instantaneously sparked a notion in Chen Ge's mind. The freshly painted walls were likely intended to conceal something. As he scraped the wall with a tool, he found it curious that the surface behind the new paint appeared entirely normal, devoid of the bloodstains or strands of hair he had imagined. It could not be so simple. Traversing several classrooms, he discovered that not every room bore signs of fresh paint. The few areas that had been repainted were all in close proximity to the building's drainage pipes. Before the school was shuttered, the plumbing system of this edifice had presumably undergone a complete overhaul. Gazing upwards, Chen Ge noted the signs of use in the classrooms on the first and second floors of the activity center, while the classroom on the third floor seemed to have ceased operations even prior to the school's closure. Desks and chairs were haphazardly piled together, and the podium lacked even a single piece of chalk. Some classroom doors were even locked. Ghostly occurrences? Homicides? Potential safety hazards? There were myriad reasons for the restrictions. Yet Chen Ge remained uncertain. Exiting the classroom, he made his way toward the fourth floor. Upon reaching the midpoint between the third and fourth floors, he observed a wooden board propped up on the stairs, inscribed with the words "No Entry" and encircled with ropes. Ascending to the fourth floor, Chen Ge's gaze was immediately drawn to a door facing the staircase, adorned with appealing nameplate, Dance Studio. After such a prolonged search within the activity center, he had finally located the most likely venue for the red dancing shoes. The layout of the fourth floor differed significantly from the others. Several classrooms had been merged into a single expansive space. Peeling the seal from the door and prying open the lock, Chen Ge pushed open the long-sealed entrance to the dance studio. Time seemed to have forgotten this place, as everything remained as it had been years ago. Dust blanketed the smooth wooden floor, and an indescribable peculiar odor permeated the air. It appeared that an abundance of deodorant had been sprayed within. Yet the lack of airflow over the years had transformed the scent into something altogether unpleasant. Cautiously adhering to the wall, he ventured inside. This dance studio was remarkably professional. With a cushioned floor laid for students' practice, soundproofing panels adorned the walls to mitigate noise from the speakers, lest they disturb the classrooms below. It was the largest dance studio he had ever encountered. Raising his phone, he illuminated the far end of the room. There, 6 floor-to-ceiling mirrors stood aligned. Their edges seamlessly fused together, each mirror approximately 1 meter wide and about 2 meters high. He almost forgot that dance studios also featured mirrors. Gazing at the wall of reflective surfaces, Chen Ge inhaled sharply. Positioned centrally among them were 3 chairs with backs. 3 chairs simultaneously. Gritting his teeth, he approached the trio. Every movement mirrored back at him. In the early hours within the dance studio, as he beheld his reflection, a sense of unease grew within him with each step closer. Struggling against the impulse to shatter the mirrors, he tipped the 3 chairs over, revealing, just like the one he had previously encountered, a girl's name inscribed beneath each seat. Including the chair in the girl's apartment, I have encountered a total of 5 chairs. If each chair symbolizes a girl, what events have transpired in the lives of these 5 young women? Chapter 56. The name that cannot be mentioned with too few clues at hand. Chen Ge found himself unable to unravel the truth of the matter. The place had been tidied up so thoroughly that it seemed to have been cleaned more than once. The absence of any litter on the floor was not a promising sign for Chen Ge. The scene had been meticulously cleared, and he hoped fervently that the distinctive red dancing shoes had not been discarded. Departing from the vicinity of the mirror, Chen Ge made his way to the corner of the dance studio, where various honorary certificates adorned the walls, alongside what appeared to be a leaderboard. After glancing at it briefly, he suddenly noticed a troubling detail. The name of the top-ranking individual had been obscured with a carbon pin. A leaderboard without a first place? Among the names listed, such as Qian Yujio and a few other girls, he found no mention of Zhang Ye. Shifting his gaze, he observed several photographs of award-winning moments plastered on the wall, one of which piqued his interest. All were individual portraits and small group photos. Why was there no class photograph? Chen Ge took out his phone and snapped a picture of the honor wall, then continued to explore the wall, soon discovering a room devoid of any signage. Driven by curiosity, he pushed the door open. Inside lay an office desk, a wardrobe, and a single bed. It resembled the office of a guidance counselor, but why was there a bed? Was a teacher required to work the night shift? Chen Ge rummaged through the room, holding on to a flicker of hope as he searched for the red dancing shoes. But alas, the wardrobe was empty, and the drawers were crammed with copies of honor certificates. It seemed that the dance students of Xiqing Private Academy were quite accomplished, having garnered numerous awards. Idly flipping through a few certificates, he noted one bearing the names of Qian Yujiao and her peers, champions of the Swan Lake Municipal Ballet Team competition, qualified for the provincial competition. This particular copy of the honor certificate had not been displayed on the honor wall outside, and curiously, while 6 names should have been listed, the last name had been obscured, mirroring the leaderboard's fate. After wandering about the room for a while longer, and finding no further discoveries, he exited. The moment he pulled the door open, his heart leapt. The 3 chairs had shifted from their original positions, trailing behind him. It had begun anew. Chen Ge forced himself to avert his gaze from the chairs and quickened his pace. If he found nothing in the next 3 minutes, he resolved to leave the activity center. Using the light from his phone, He ventured deep into the dance studio until he finally spotted the sign for the women's changing room at the far corner. The women's changing room and the girls' dormitory restrooms were said to be places imbued with heavy, negative energy. He needed to tread carefully. Gently pushing the door to the changing room ajar, he observed 2 rows of iron lockers against the walls, with a long wooden bench in between. So this is what the women's changing room looks like. It was Chen Ge's first time entering this space. He partially closed the door and casually opened one of the lockers. The upper shelf of the iron locker housed a set of female school uniforms, distinctively more elegant and aesthetically pleasing than those of public schools. The skirt barely reached his knees. Was it too short, perhaps? Chen Ge rummaged through the pockets of his school uniform, yielding no treasures. His gaze shifted to the lower tier of the iron cabinet, where a pair of white ballet shoes lay. But he was incorrect. They were not what he sought. Closing the cabinet door, he noticed a small card affixed to the lock, inscribed with a girl's name. This would facilitate his search. He raised his phone to scan the wardrobe. Yet after a thorough inspection, Zhang Ye's name remained elusive. Instead, tucked away in a corner of the changing room, he stumbled upon a solitary cabinet, devoid of any distinguishing marks. This wardrobe seemed isolated, abandoned amid the others. Upon opening the cabinet door, he discovered a soiled ballet dress atop the upper shelf, while the lower section was barren. Without a name, shunned by all, whose cabinet could this be? An answer began to form in Chen Ge's mind as he retrieved the dress, only to find beneath it 5 boxes of candies, long past their prime. What could this signify? A gift? He placed the ballet dress on a wooden bench and examined the candy boxes, each enveloped in handcrafted wrapping, with a girl's name meticulously written on each small bag. The names varied, yet the handwriting was strikingly uniform, indicating they had all been penned by the same individual. The candy boxes were evidently prepared as special gifts by her. As Chen Ge picked up the last box of candy, he noticed a photograph hidden at the bottom of the cabinet. This image was a complete version of the one displayed on the honor wall outside, with a note on the back congratulating Dormitory 414 for qualifying for the provincial competition. The front featured 6 girls, 5 of whom clustered on the far right, their smiles radiant and joyful, while a 6th girl stood apart, separated by a mere hand's breadth. This girl was tall and statuesque, approximately 1.7 meters, resembling a genuine swan, elegant, pure, gentle, and beautiful. Despite her efforts to integrate with the others, her innate grace rendered her distinctly out of place. Could this be Zhang Ye? Chen Ge found it inconceivable to associate the malevolent, vengeful spirit in red with the girl in the photograph. He muttered Zhang Ye's name softly, a mere slip of the tongue. Yet, as he uttered those 2 syllables, a cacophony of creaking emanated from several cabinets in the women's changing room, as if they were on the verge of bursting under strain. To his astonishment, simultaneous with this, a series of loud thuds echoed at the doorway of the changing room, as if something were rushing towards him. Who could it be? Stuffing the photograph into his pocket, Chen Ge wielded his tool hammer and approached the door. He pushed open the partially closed wooden door, only to find 3 chairs lined up outside, effectively barricading his exit from the women's changing room. Did they truly believe he would refrain from dismantling their obstruction? A cold sweat drenched his back. Yet his expression remained largely unchanged as he advanced toward the chairs with his hammer in hand. The women's changing room had no other exits, and if he did not charge forth, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. Chen Ge's gaze drifted outside as he plotted his escape route. However, when his eyes fell upon the mirror in the dance studio, his raised foot could not descend. The mirror reflected the scene at the entrance of the women's changing room. With one notable difference, 3 female students were seated on the 3 chairs within the reflection. Chapter 57. She has arrived. Her body was askew, her uniform stained, her face pale, and her lips seemed to whisper untold tales. The 3 girls bore expressions of terror and desperation, their forms seemingly fused with the chairs they occupied. Chen Ge's gaze wandered between the mirror and the entrance of the women's changing room, a chill coursing through him. Just moments earlier, he had reclined a chair to observe closely. Was this my first intimate encounter with a ghost? He shuddered and approached the door, his pace quickening. As he drew nearer, the 3 chairs blocking the entrance subtly shifted forward, and a faint clattering emanated from the lockers within the changing room. Upon uttering the name Zhang Ye, an uncanny transformation enveloped the dance studio, as if that name was a forbidden taboo, unfit for mention in this space. The mirror could only reflect the entrance to the changing room. Perhaps within lurked something even more horrifying, compelling him to flee. His reasoning was not without merit. The iron doors of the lockers creaked ominously, as if something were trying to emerge from within. With a tool hammer in hand, Chen Ge sprinted to the doorway, kicking over the central chair. Just as he was about to burst through, something seemed to grasp his shoulder. He turned to the mirror, where he beheld two slender, pallid arms draped over his shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ge swung the hammer. Thud. The tool struck the chair's backrest, creating a fissure. A woman's piercing scream echoed in his ears. Through the mirror, he glimpsed the girl seated on the chair, her gaze filled with malice. Her arms clutching his shoulder as if intent on dragging him onto her chair. What was her intention? Did sitting upon her chair mean he would assume her fate, becoming the next soul ensnared? The force from behind intensified as numerous pale hands tugged at him, striving to propel him into the changing room. To make matters worse, strange thuds resonated in the corridor outside, and moments later, another chair appeared at the dance studio's entrance. It felt as though his luck was squandered in the most bizarre of circumstances. He had never before considered himself so appealing to women. Chen Ge could no longer endure. Instead of fleeing, he turned defiantly, one hand pressing against the chair's back, the other raising the tool hammer to strike fiercely at the chair. He had noticed that upon creating a crack in the chair, the expression of the girl on it transformed drastically, her pleading demeanor morphing into one of wrath. From her shifting expressions, Chen Ge deduced that the chair was the vessel of their true forms, akin to how a family of puppets resides within a single doll. To destroy the vessel would not only incapacitate her but might also deliver a significant blow. A force compelled him to sit, and had he been an inexperienced novice, he would likely have collapsed in terror, utterly at their mercy. Alas, they had encountered Chen Ge, the proprietor of this haunted abode, who had spent the previous nights cohabiting with a murderer in a sinister residence. He was not devoid of fear. Rather, through a series of unforeseen encounters, his capacity to endure terror had steadily increased. Even when faced with fright, he could still make the most judicious decisions, his movements remaining steady. With a resounding crash, Chen Ge shattered the backrest of a chair, seizing its leg to swing it at others. The reflection in the mirror was somewhat bizarre, but at that moment, Chen Ge could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. In mere seconds, he had rendered one chair useless, and as he prepared to destroy a second, something suddenly constricted around his neck. Looking up at the mirror, he saw a pale hand gripping his throat. The assailant, seemingly enraged, abandoned the notion of pinning him to the chair, opting instead for direct lethal intent. The situation had escalated, however, rather than slowing his actions. Chen Ge became even more ferocious, brandishing the chair against the wall. With each splintering of wood, the pressure on his neck lessened. It was only when the last of the three chairs lay in ruins that the constricting sensation vanished entirely. These remnants were nothing but a source of peril. Soon, I shall incinerate them all, granting you liberation. Leaning against the dance studio mirror, he gasped for breath, visible marks of strangulation adorning his neck. The commotion from the scuffle had been substantial. The individual trailing him would undoubtedly arrive soon, compelling him to flee, especially since the red ballet shoes were not present here. Chen Ge was eager to depart, finding the studio increasingly peculiar. The sounds of cabinet doors opening and closing in the women's changing room grew louder, a disturbance that could not possibly be attributed to the wind. Moreover, other strange noises emerged, such as the darkening hues of the floor and walls, accompanied by the escalating thuds echoing down the corridor. He prepared to leave, but as he took a step forward, something seized his calf. Chen Ge turned to the mirror, where three female students maliciously obstructed his path, their fingers gripping his leg as if intent on piercing flesh. The ominous sounds from the corridor drew nearer, and vengeful faces emerged from the floor, revealing an unsettling eagerness for retribution. It felt as if a dense veil had descended upon the dance studio. The light from his phone began to distort inexplicably, and a foul stench wafted in from an unknown source. Were there even more horrific entities lurking within this school? Chen Ge startled at his own thoughts. The primary reason for his late-night visit to this abandoned institution was his belief that Chen Ge was the most fearsome presence here, and he had come to assist her, for she had no reason to harm him. Yet, circumstances had shifted. Something seemed to approach the door from the corridor, the stench growing more pungent. The three female students bore grotesque expressions, and as Chen Ge leaned against the mirror, his hand delved into his pocket. Just as his fingers brushed against a plush toy, the strange sounds outside suddenly receded at an alarming speed, the noxious odor gradually dissipating. In that moment, all noise ceased. Only the sound of Chen Ge's heartbeat remained in the dance studio. The light had warped even further, and the temperature appeared to have dropped significantly. What had transpired? The sense of constraint had dissipated from his calves. Chen Ge cast a glance downward, observing that the three female students were retreating as far as possible, their faces etched with panic as they gazed behind him. Behind me? Chen Ge rigidly turned his body, facing a mirror that stretched 5 or 6 meters long. However, the reflection was not his own. Instead, it was a woman, her head bowed, clad in a blood-red school uniform. Chapter 58. The Red Dance Shoes. At this moment, Chen Ge stood merely a finger's breadth away from the mirror, his gaze fixed intently. The exquisite school uniform was stained with blood, clinging to his form, while hair obscured his face, revealing skin that appeared unsettlingly pale. The cold light emanating from Zhang Ye's phone screen distorted and warped, sending a chill through Chen Ge's limbs. Summoning every ounce of strength, he finally managed to utter her name. The girl seemed to hear Chen Ge's voice. She slowly lifted her head, her dark hair cascading to the sides, gradually unveiling her flawless features. Yet, as her head reached a certain height, the mirror seemed to fog over. Taking a step forward, she vanished directly from view. Where has she gone? Chen Ge's eyes remained glued to the mirror as even stranger occurrences unfolded. In the glow of the phone's light, his shadow began to rise. Standing ominously behind him, Chen Ge could see in the mirror that the shadow stood about 1.70 meters tall, accompanied by a rhythmic dripping sound, reminiscent of blood slipping away. Gradually, that silhouette became imbued with color, the blood-stained uniform clinging to it, a vivid crimson at first glance. Rooted in place, Chen Ge dared not move. An icy dread surged up his spine, clouding his mind. At that moment, the blood-red figure retreated a half-step, pressing directly against his back. With their backs against one another, Chen Ge felt as though his body had been frozen in fear, his desperate breaths unable to alleviate the suffocating sensation. Could it be that a vengeful spirit is resting against my back? In certain scenarios, such proximity is terrifying, for one can never ascertain the identity of the person behind them. Suddenly, a cold object seemed to materialize between his fingers, yet he dared not look. His stiff fingers gradually loosened, and his phone clattered to the ground. The light flickered a few times before inexplicably extinguishing, enveloped by darkness. The chilling sensation behind him continued to spread, and Chen Ge could scarcely fathom the ordeal he was enduring. At 2 in the morning, having ventured alone into the desolate, pitch-black dance studio of an abandoned school, standing back-to-back with a ghostly figure in red before a 6-meter-long mirror, perhaps this could be deemed a form of romance. A flurry of thoughts coursed through his mind, as if something was grasping his palm, growing colder by the moment. The dark hair of the girl behind him swayed, intertwining with Chen Ge's own hair. What is her intention? My mission here is to find the red dance shoes. Without locating them, the task cannot be deemed successful. With his body rigid, Chen Ge was left to passively observe the mirror before him. Initially, he paid little attention, but after a few seconds, he suddenly noticed a vague silhouette beginning to materialize within the glass. His eyes widened, the color of his pupils darkening as the figure in the mirror grew clearer. Were those not the very students who had been trapped in their seats moments ago? Within the mirror, 5 girls clad in neat and tidy school uniforms entered the dance studio, their attire starkly contrasting with what had just transpired. This scene recorded by the mirror seemed to belong to a time long past. The 5 girls approached the mirror, chatting and laughing. And it was only after they entered the changing room that Zhang Ye made her appearance. The tall and graceful Zhang Ye donned the same school uniform, yet emanated an entirely distinct aura. With a bag slung over her shoulder and a gift bag in hand, one that Chen Ge had previously spotted in the changing room. Containing 5 boxes of candy, Zhang Ye appeared to be in good spirits as she briskly entered the changing room. Moments later, 6 girls emerged, clad in ballet skirts. The situation remained unchanged, with 5 girls clustered together at the front while Zhang Ye trailed behind. As they commenced their training, the door to the dance studio swung open once more, and a female instructor entered, holding the certificate for the Swan Lake City-level group competition championship. She exchanged a few encouraging words with the 6 girls. It was evident that this was not a typical class day, as no other students were present. The 6 appeared to be practicing during the holiday in preparation for an upcoming provincial competition. The instructor offered guidance for half an hour before departing. Once assured of her absence, the 5 girls halted their practice, sitting on the floor to chat and scroll through their phones, while only the lead, Zhang Ye, persisted in her training. At that moment, one of the 5 girls pointed at Zhang Ye and spoke, causing a ripple of laughter among the group, leaving Zhang Ye visibly uncomfortable. However, she paid little heed, taking a brief respite before retreating to the changing room to retrieve the bag of candies. Zhang Ye intended to share the sweets with her peers, but only one girl reached out to accept them, only to be intercepted by another girl of similar height. This girl passionately gesticulated towards Zhang Ye, then dashed into the changing room to fetch a backpack, rummaging through it to produce several love letters addressed to Zhang Ye. This exchange hardly constituted an argument. Rather, it was a one-sided discourse from the taller girl, whose emotions seemed somewhat heightened. Startled, the girls braced themselves, mistaking the commotion for the arrival of their instructor, hastily rising to feign practice. A vague male figure, approximately 6 feet tall, slightly hunched, and overweight, entered through the door. He uttered something to the girls, his identity remaining elusive to Chen Ge, with only 2 of the girls recognizing him. Soon after, the girls resumed their practice, while the man stepped into the office. Moments later, he unexpectedly gestured for Chen Ge to approach him. Chen Ge, likely unfamiliar with the man, hesitated at the doorway, her apprehensions palpable. The mirror offered no reflection of the office's interior. After a brief 6 or 7 seconds, the scene darkened further as Chen Ge bolted from the office, the man trailing behind, covering his hand and shouting. The 5 girls in the dance studio witnessed this unfolding drama. Yet none rose to speak a word in Chen Ge's defense. As the man drew closer, Chen Ge's hand grazed the window ledge behind her, leaving her with but one escape route. Observing the scene in the mirror, Chen Ge was reminded of the letters, the words on the black phone glaring, the pale visage of the cinder haunting, marking the moment of their descent into taboo within the school. The red ballet shoes, the stained school uniform, and even the name had become subjects unfit for mention. The man gazed at the desolate window, refraining from descending to offer aid. He took several steps backward, halting beside the 5 girls who were utterly paralyzed by fear. Chapter 59. Together forever. The dance studio was enveloped in an eerie silence, the dimly lit mirrors reflecting a scene of tension. The man stood menacingly before 5 girls, threatening them with a fierce and malevolent demeanor. One girl, overwhelmed by fear, burst into tears as he seized her, pointing an accusatory finger at her face, prompting her to shake her head fervently in denial. At that moment, a girl of similar height to Chen Ge rose to her feet and approached the man, seemingly familiar with him, as she began to persuade the other girls to comply. Their prior acquaintance hinted at a deeper connection, perhaps orchestrated by her design, as he appeared just after the teacher's departure. Under the influence of the tall girl's entreaties and the man's intimidation, the girls eventually bowed their heads in submission. After a brief consultation, the man exited the scene first, followed by the 5 girls who retreated to the changing room to alter their attire before leaving the premises entirely. As the mirrors returned to a state of normalcy, the atmosphere within the dance studio grew increasingly oppressive. Chen Ge felt a chilling presence behind him, as if he were leaning against a corpse that had long been frozen. Was it truly over? The mirrors had only captured the events transpiring within the dance studio, and Chen Ge remained uncertain about what had occurred thereafter. A nagging feeling told him that the situation was far from simple. Jumping from the 4th floor, as long as one did not land headfirst, there remained a sliver of hope. Chen Ge was likely still alive at that moment. The specter in red, laden with deep-seated resentment, could it be that the overweight man, fearing exposure, had silenced the barely breathing Chen Ge? The drainage system at the activity center had been completely overhauled. Was it possible that the man had once utilized it to dispose of a body? This thought flickered through his mind, only to be dismissed swiftly. Chen Ge's disappearance from the school would undoubtedly provoke a thorough investigation by the police. After all, handling a body was not a task for just anyone. As the more one engaged in such actions, the greater the likelihood of leaving behind incriminating evidence. His curiosity about the subsequent events piqued. Yet the mirror's imagery had concluded, recording solely the occurrences within the dance studio. Perhaps I should contact Officer Lee. Lives are at stake. And the private school in West City falls under the jurisdiction of the West City Police Station. Surely they must possess pertinent records. Chen Ge's thoughts were commendable, but as he reached for his phone, a piercing scream erupted from behind him. Chen Ge was pressed against his back, her red attire soaking in blood, her hair coiling like serpents onto his shoulders, binding him at the neck and chest, entwining them together. I did not intend to leave. I only wished to help you, Chen Ge exclaimed, struggling for breath, yet her raven locks tightened around him, as if intent on crushing him, attempting to merge every part of his being into her own. Perhaps in Chen Ge's eyes, this was the only way for them to be eternally united. Such was the essence of true love. Chen Ge realized he had barely escaped one peril, only to plunge into another. Now, he comprehended why Chen Ge's love letter felt like a curse. This sister had no affection for the living. The more one was cherished by her, the greater the risk of meeting a tragic end. Back against back, with hands and feet icy and devoid of strength, Chen Ge found himself powerless to resist. All he could do was repeatedly implore, I will assist you in calling the police, ensuring they deliver justice and bring your assailant to account. Yet, as he spoke, a pang of guilt gnawed at him. Chen Ge's situation was remarkably different from that of the family in the Ping'an apartment. The individuals who had wronged her were already confined within the very chair she occupied. The once elegant and kind-hearted girl had transformed into a vengeful specter. And Chen Ge could scarcely fathom the horrors endured by the 5 girls who had previously tormented her before meeting their fate. Having relinquished his attempts at persuasion, Chen Ge was taken aback when he noticed that the dark tendrils binding him began to loosen at the mention of bringing the perpetrator to justice. Zhang Ye seemed to be weighing her options, leaving Chen Ge in a state of anxious anticipation. The dance studio, once filled with tension, returned to an eerie silence, until an unexpected occurrence shattered the stillness. At that critical juncture, the back door of the studio was abruptly thrust open, revealing a tall, slender man who peered inside. Upon spotting Chen Ge, a cruel, exhilarated smile spread across his face, and a hand adorned with a peony tattoo retrieved a fruit knife from behind. Strangely, upon seeing this man, a smile emerged on Chen Ge's face as well, his eager expression seemingly conveying, "At last, you have arrived." He could hardly believe his presence here. The traces he had left were abundant. The ivy on the outer wall of the campus had been torn down. Fresh earth and grass seeds remained on the only window of the activity center, and the floor inside the building was marked with his unmistakable footprints. He had been careless, and today he would settle old scores along with new grievances. The man at the door was none other than Zhang Ping, his eyes bloodshot and alight with manic energy as he gripped the knife with his uninjured arm. However, to Chen Ge's astonishment, as Zhang Ping stepped into the dance studio and unleashed a torrent of words, his expression morphed dramatically, as if a mask had been ripped away. One moment, he was a visage of fury. The next, he recoiled in terror, his eyes brimming with malice and resentment. Had the monster from the mirror taken control of his body? Before Chen Ge could fully comprehend the situation, Zhang Ping dashed downstairs with a speed surpassing that with which he had entered. As if he had glimpsed something horrifying, his limbs twisted in a grotesque manner, resembling a marionette frantically fleeing. As the dark tendrils released their hold, the girl who had been leaning against Chen Ge vanished, leaving only a fleeting crimson shadow in the mirror, seemingly in pursuit of Zhang Ping. The chilling sensation on Chen Ge's back gradually dissipated, and he began to move his stiff, numb body, retrieving his phone and backpack as he sprinted towards the staircase on the opposite side of the building, matching Zhang Ping's pace. With a single ring, the call connected, and the voice of Captain Li resonated from the receiver. "Xiaochen, is Zhang Ping after you again? He is at the West City Private Academy. Moreover, I have something of great importance to share with you." Chen Ge spoke urgently, having distanced himself from the activity center, racing towards the school gate. "Fu Jun, De Yong, you two must notify the criminal investigation team immediately." Captain Li did not hang up the phone. After issuing the command, he turned to Chen Ge and inquired, "Do you have any other pressing matters?" "Indeed," Chen Ge replied, "I have uncovered another murder case at the West City Private Academy." Chapter 60, Have you discovered another murder? Have you stumbled upon another murder? The tone of Team Leader Li on the other end of the phone sounded peculiar. He naturally employed the word another. For years ago, a girl named Zhang Ye at West City Private Academy fell to her death, and her demise harbors deeper mysteries. Chen Ge asserted with unwavering certainty. "Wait a moment. I will retrieve the case files. If the deceased family requested an autopsy, we should have documentation on record." Team Leader Li did not hang up. He switched on the light and hurried into the archives. After 5 minutes of searching, he seemed to have found something. West City Private School. No wonder it sounds familiar. "Xiaochen, you must leave that school immediately." "I'm on my way out." "What is the matter?" Chen Ge inquired. "The school is rather peculiar. It's difficult to explain in a few words. I can only provide you with a number. Within just 2 weeks, 6 individuals have committed suicide there, and their methods of death are all extraordinarily bizarre." The sound of paper rustling echoed through the phone as Team Leader Li skimmed through the files. "Indeed, this figure aligns closely with what I suspected." Chen Ge had already reached the school gate and was about to exit. "It aligns with your suspicions? What is the situation on your end?" "Never mind the situation. First, check if the first girl who committed suicide was named Zhang Ye." Chen Ge was eager to confirm his growing suspicions. Was there no external force involved? "Team Leader Li, have you considered the possibility that someone may have been coercing her? If she did not jump, she might face harm." Chen Ge recounted the scene he had envisioned in the mirror. "We have contemplated this scenario as well." The file contained statements from Zhang Ye's roommates. All 5 girls claimed ignorance. Zhang Ye jumped after they left class, and she was alone in the dance studio at the time. According to them, Zhang Ye's mental state had always been unstable. She was reclusive and had personality flaws. To validate their accounts, the responding officers randomly questioned other girls from the same class, and everyone echoed the same sentiments. Zhang Ye is certainly not as they describe. This group conspired to fabricate evidence. Chen Ge was taken aback that other girls in her class would so readily tarnish Zhang Ye's reputation, especially when she had done nothing wrong. What kind of girl Zhang Ye truly was is not for me to say. It is the witnesses' testimonies that carry weight. Team leaderly responded, puzzled by Chen Ge's fervor. Do not linger at that school any longer. Leave at once. Our team will come to escort you. They are lying. Check Zhang Ye's exact time of death. It should have been before the 5 girls left school. They have deceived regarding the time of death. Those 5 girls are accomplices. Chen Ge's voice gradually grew louder. You are mistaken about this. Zhang Ye's time of death was between 6 and 8 p.m. While those girls left the school at 5:30, as usual, Team Leaderly remained unaware of Chen Ge's experiences at West City Private Academy. He merely judged from an outsider's perspective. That is impossible. Nothing is impossible. The forensic expert conducted a meticulous examination based on the aspects of livor mortis, rigor mortis, and corneal clouding. It was determined that Zhang Ye died between 6 and 8 o'clock, with the cause of death attributed to a fractured spine. Her skull bore damage, and there were fractures in her calcaneus and hip bone, all injuries consistent with a fall from a height. Li's words rendered Chen Ge momentarily speechless, prompting him to pause. Perhaps it is conceivable that Zhang Ye leapt from the building before the 5 girls departed, yet did not perish immediately after her fall from the 4th floor. She may have clung to life for a fleeting moment. However, with multiple fractures and a shattered spine, she was rendered immobile, left to languish in a pool of blood, enduring agonizing struggles for an extended period before meeting her true demise between 6 and 8 o'clock. Your hypothesis holds a certain plausibility, yet you overlook a critical point. If the girl struggled in her pool of blood after the fall, would the other 5 girls not have reacted at all, even if they were deterred from offering assistance for various reasons? Surely others within the school would have noticed her plight. At that time, it was a holiday, and only the 6 of them had convened at the school for a provincial dance competition. Their instructor had already departed, and even if there were security personnel present, could it be possible that individuals with ulterior motives intervened? Chen Ge expressed his dissenting opinion. I do not wish to dispute this matter. Discussing whether Zhang Ye's death was a suicide is futile. You believe that those 5 girls drove Zhang Ye to her demise and are even implicated in perjury and indirect homicide, yet in the ensuing 2 weeks, those 5 girls met with their own deaths. The perpetrators you suspect have already left this world. How can this case continue to be pursued? Li's primary concern now is Chen Ge's safety. Li, I have never claimed that those 5 girls are the murderers. They are merely accomplices. The true culprit who compelled Zhang Ye to her death is a stout man, approximately 1.8 meters tall, with a slight hunch. You speak with such detail. Pray tell. How did you deduce the identity of the true murderer? For years ago, the surveillance system at Xicheng Private School had not yet been completed, and all eyewitnesses present have since perished. Now you assert there exists another perpetrator. How can you expect me to believe you? Li, having worked several consecutive days on the Pingan apartment case, remained at the station past 2 in the morning, his voice tinged with profound fatigue. Chen Ge discerned the skepticism in Li's words. We can investigate individuals associated with Xicheng Private Academy from 4 years ago. We are bound to uncover this person. He was present at the crime scene that day. Chen Ge, investigating is not a trivial matter. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the task in identifying everyone connected to a school from 4 years ago? Even if you can persuade me, the higher-ups will not grant you a case. What you require is evidence, not mere suspicion and speculation. What I speak are facts. Why are you so insistent? Chen Ge was momentarily taken aback by Li's inquiry. Images of Zhang Ye's warning in the wooden cabin of Pingan apartment flashed through his mind, along with the chilling solitude she exuded while leaning against him in the dance studio. In truth, there is no particular reason. In such circumstances, I am the only one left capable of speaking on her behalf and standing by her side, Chen Ge replied to his phone. I still do not comprehend your meaning. After a lengthy pause, Captain Li finally spoke. However, strict impartiality is the fundamental principle of the police force. Since you have raised a concern, once the case at the peaceful apartment is resolved, I will personally assist you in the investigation. Thank you, Uncle Sanbao. Chen Ge exhaled in relief. Capturing the true culprit would provide closure for Zhang Ye. As for this haunted place, he wished never to return. As he turned around, he was startled to find the ghost in red, Zhang Ye, standing just a few meters behind him. Blood flowed from her school uniform, and she tilted her head, scrutinizing Chen Ge. This time, she did not approach him, and her expression appeared rather peculiar. Chapter 61. Elevation of affection. Chen Ge felt a wave of relief that he had refrained from disparaging Zhang Ye behind her back. He offered a somewhat awkward smile and remarked, "I merely thought it was too stuffy in the dance studio, so I desired a breath of fresh air." Crimson blood trickled down from his collar, repeatedly soaking his body. Zhang Ye gazed intently at Chen Ge for an extended moment before raising her pale, slender arm to gesture towards the campus office building. "Do you wish for me to go there?" Before Chen Ge could pose further inquiries, Zhang Ye vanished from sight. Chen Ge now stood just a few meters from the school gate, grappling with a dilemma. Venturing forward might lead him into peril, yet departing felt equally unsatisfactory. Zhang Ye's demeanor towards him seemed to have softened slightly. Her hint likely pertained to the case from 4 years prior. However, it appeared that entities akin to Zhang Ye's terrifying presence were not singular within this institution. It would be wiser to await the police's arrival before proceeding. Once outside the campus, Chen Ge gripped a tool hammer, vigilant at the gate. He remained uncertain of Zhang Peng's fate, maintaining a heightened state of alert, ready to spring into action. 15 minutes elapsed before blinding headlights pierced the night, as 2 police cars approached from the end of the road. Chen Ge emerged from the roadside, waving his phone's flashlight. "I'm over here." The police vehicles halted at the entrance of West City Private School, and Officer Lee, accompanied by an unfamiliar officer, stepped out. "Uncle Lee, your response time is quite impressive." Chen Ge calculated that the police should have taken at least another half-hour to arrive. "We received a report from a taxi driver who suspected he had encountered a robber. We were already en route to West City Private Academy," Officer Lee, bearing dark circles under his eyes, explained, the toll of several consecutive days of intense work evident in his demeanor. "Thank you for your hard work. Please come inside quickly." Zhang Peng should still be within the school. Chen Ge pointed towards the dilapidated school gate, which appeared to beckon visitors as if welcoming them into his home. "De Yong," Officer Lee called out to the rear, and a robust officer, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, retrieved hydraulic pliers from the trunk to pry open the school gate. Upon entering the campus, adhere to the regulations. The suspect is exceedingly cunning, so pair up and do not separate. I am currently unaware of the suspect's location, but there is another matter I need to report to you. Chen Ge approached Officer Lee and gestured towards the office building indicated by Zhang Ye. "Officer Lee, I would like to take you to a place. De Yong will remain. The rest of you proceed as planned," Officer Lee instructed, and he, along with the tall officer, followed Chen Ge into the office building. The structure consisted of only 3 stories, yet its interior was far more elegantly appointed than the other buildings on the premises. "What purpose brings us here? Has the suspect been sighted in this location?" Officer Lee inquired, shining his flashlight, his sharp gaze now invigorated, the fatigue seemingly dissipating as he entered the crime scene. "I mentioned I would assist you with the investigation once Zhang Ping is located. But now our immediate priority is to apprehend him." The door bore a sign reading Sports Equipment Room. After tearing down the seal and forcefully kicking open the door, Chen Ge and Officer Lee stepped inside. The room was chaotically cluttered with various balls, while cabinets along the walls displayed badminton and table tennis rackets among other athletic paraphernalia. "Is this the reason you brought us here?" Officer Lee scanned every corner of the room with his flashlight. "What can they prove?" Chen Ge from the Sports Equipment Management stepped into the center of the room, rummaging through boxes until he paused beside a single bed hidden behind a cabinet. A similar bed was found in the dance studio, significantly narrower than a standard bed, suggesting it was custom-made. Does someone actually stand guard in the sports management office? Chen Ge pondered, lifting the bed frame, only to unveil a shocking sight. Beneath the dilapidated and moldy bed frame lay a collection of ballet shoes in various sizes. One pair stained a deep crimson with blood. So many? Observing the shoes, seemingly preserved with intent, Chen Ge was at a loss for words, torn between anger and disbelief. The case at Xiqing Private College might be more appalling than he had anticipated. "There is more than one victim," he exclaimed to Officer Lee. "Why would the jump girl's ballet shoes be here? Was there no mention of the girl's shoes in your report?" "There is no record of the shoes," Officer Lee replied, his brow furrowed. "There is a thick layer of dust on the shoes, indicating they have been here for quite some time. The shoes are arranged so meticulously, as if someone has been collecting them, likely someone with peculiar inclinations. Uncle Lee, as a public servant, you must seek justice for the victims." Chen Ge cast aside the bed frame. The murderer who drove the girl to her death could freely enter and exit the dance studio and the sports equipment management office. His identity might very well be that of a caretaker or something similar. If what you say is true, the scope of our investigation has indeed narrowed significantly. Officer Lee, captivated by the blood-stained ballet shoes, felt a surge of determination. "Rest assured, I will pursue this case to the very end," no matter who the perpetrator is. He shall face justice. At that moment, Chen Ge's black phone vibrated, prompting him to pull it out for a quick glance. A new message appeared on the screen. Successfully located Zhang Ye's red ballet shoes before dawn. Zhang Ye's affinity task completed, with a completion rate of 50%. It is undoubtedly yours. Zhang Ye's fondness for you has increased. You may write a request on Zhang Ye's exclusive page, provided it does not contravene her wishes. Chen Ge scrolled through his phone and quietly retreated to the door of the room. Despite the night's many tribulations, the outcome remains favorable. He opened Zhang Ye's exclusive page. Watching the screen transform into a vivid crimson hue, any request I make must not violate Zhang Ye's wishes. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ge typed a phrase at the bottom of the screen. I hope Zhang Ye will always heed my words. Regrettably, you have contravened Zhang Ye's wishes. Please submit an alternative request. I wish for Zhang Ye to protect me from harm. Regrettably, you have contravened Zhang Ye's wishes. Please submit an alternative request. I hope Zhang Ye will not harm me and refrain from any thoughts of killing me. Surely, this must suffice? Regrettably, you have severely contravened Zhang Ye's wishes. Please submit an alternative request. Chapter 62, The 4-Star Horror Scenario. To his astonishment, upon exiting Zhang Ye's exclusive page, a new unread message appeared on his black phone. Hadn't he already completed the favorability task? Without further contemplation, Chen Ge opened the second message. Congratulations, esteemed harbinger of the vengeful spirit. You have successfully completed the rare level favorability task for the red attire vengeful spirit. This task is one of the subquests of the 4-star horror scenario, the Spirit School. Note, upon achieving 100% completion of the favorability task, the 4-star horror scenario's Spirit School trial mission will be triggered. The task will remain valid for 3 months. And upon completing all trial missions, you shall successfully unlock this scenario. The Spirit School has a Scream Index of 4 stars. Subquest 1, The Red Dancing Shoes. In the campus after midnight, the blood swan unfurls her wings. She is a vengeful ghost filled with resentment, as well as a dancer clad in red. Task Venue, West City Private Academy. Subquest 2, The Hanging Figure. I never jest with others, in life or in death. Task Venue, West City Private Academy. Subquest 4, The Unyielding Pen Spirit. Oh, Pen Spirit, can you tell me who will be the next to perish? Task Venue, Twilight High School. Subquest 5, The Fifth Stall of the Restroom. At midnight, a red shadow is often seen appearing in the restroom. To capture her, I hid in the 5th stall. Task Venue, Twilight High School. Subquest 7, The Unopened Classroom. At the end of the corridor lies a classroom sealed with a tape, never entered by anyone, yet at night it teems with souls. Task Venue, Twilight High School. Subquest 8, The Undying in the Underground Morgue. In an unopened area, a group of the Eternal resides. Task Venue, Jiaojiang Medical University, Forensic College. Final task, unlocked. Upon reading the message on his black phone, Chen Ge was taken aback. A 4-star horror scenario? If even a 1-star horror scenario could terrify medical students to the brink of collapse, how utterly terrifying could a 4-star scenario be? Every individual possesses a threshold for horror. Once surpassed, the consequences could be dire. He perused the descriptions of the various subquests of the Spirit School, and merely reading them sent chills down his spine. More critically, these tasks were merely subquests. The culminating task remained locked, presumably requiring the completion of the first 8 subquests before he could attempt the 9th. A 4-star horror scenario seemed a formidable challenge for me. Perhaps I will dare to confront it in the future. Chen Ge dismissed the message and glanced at the notifications section of his black phone, where the column for unlockable horror scenarios now included the Spirit School alongside the Deadly Hearse and the 3rd Ward. Unlike the first 2 horror scenarios, the name of this one glowed a blood-red hue. Consolidating all campus supernatural events into a single horror scenario, it is likely that even after unlocking the Spirit School, access will not be granted to everyone. As Chen Ge perused the ratings of horror scenes on his black phone, a thought gradually crystallized in his mind. A 1-star horror scene was accessible to all, yet to gain entry into a 3-star or higher horror scenario, one must first conquer the 1-star and 2-star challenges. In a certain sense, this served as a protective measure for visitors. Consequently, the playability significantly increased. Even those who had previously experienced the attractions might seek to challenge themselves further for the allure of higher-starred horror scenes, striving for a flawless completion. Each visit promised a distinct experience, ensuring that my haunted house would become increasingly well-known. As this notion took shape, an image of Ishan unexpectedly surfaced in Chen Ge's mind. He was the sole visitor to have consecutively faced 2 horror scenes, and in Chen Ge's eyes, this young man had become something of a mascot. Should I invite him over for a glimpse when the next scene is unlocked? Numerous ideas began to swirl in his thoughts, such as the possibility of issuing special rewards and certificates post-rating, to encourage visitors to surpass their limits and tackle even more terrifying scenarios. It evoked a sense of being a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Chen Ge couldn't help but smile. It seemed inevitable that a specialized team would soon come to his haunted house to strategize, all in pursuit of experiencing the utmost thrill. What are you grinning at? Li, the team leader, emerged from the building, having completed his preliminary investigation. I've spoken with teams 1 and 2. There is currently no sign of Zhang Peng. The atmosphere in this school feels off, and the environment is quite complex. We should withdraw for now and reassess when the criminal investigation team arrives. Understood. Chen Ge had already contemplated retreating, as he had achieved his objectives for the visit. All personnel vacated the West City Private Academy, securing the perimeter while awaiting reinforcements. It wasn't until dawn that the criminal investigation team finally arrived, weary from their exertions. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li drove Chen Ge away in the police car. Having spent yet another sleepless night, Chen Ge finally relaxed in the back seat, stretching his limbs. Let us not get into it. He anticipated Li's impending questions and covered his head with his backpack, feigning sleep. Why were you at West City Private Academy in the early hours? And how did you know the exact time the girl jumped? Li queried, seated in the driver's seat as he started the engine. This incident occurred 4 years ago. Even forensic examinations have a margin of error, yet you speak with such certainty. It's rather unusual. It's merely conjecture, Chen Ge replied, turning over. Uncle Sambao, could you please turn on the air conditioning? You really don't hold back, do you? Li grumbled, switching on the air conditioning just as his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Uncle, answer the call. Keep talking, and I might just toss you out, Li retorted, glancing at the caller ID before pressing the answer button. Not a word was exchanged on either end. After 2 or 3 seconds, the call was abruptly terminated. Who has the audacity to harass the police? Chen Ge turned to look but noticed that Li's expression had softened considerably. It is my wife, every time I embark on a mission. She always calls me to ascertain my safety. Given the nature of certain tasks, we have previously agreed that there is no need for verbal communication. The mere connection of the call serves as assurance that I am unharmed. Chapter 63. There is someone in the house. Sister-in-law seems quite concerned about you. Of course. Team leader Li placed his phone down, feeling a sudden awkwardness. What relationship do you think we have? You call me uncle and refer to my wife as sister-in-law? The police car pulled up directly at the entrance of the New Century amusement park. Chen Ge was roused from his slumber by team leader Li, groggily shouldering his bag as he exited the vehicle. Be careful. Zhang Ping, still in a state of uncertainty, warned him. That fugitive has a twisted psyche. He is likely to resort to any means necessary to exact revenge on you. Team leader Li's concern was evident. Understood. The mention of Zhang Ping brought Chen Ge back to reality. He waved goodbye to team leader Li and stepped into the amusement park. The elderly gatekeeper had already succumbed to sleep, and Chen Ge entered through the main gate without raising any suspicion. Tonight had proven fruitful. The favorability task was accomplished, and he could request something reasonable from Zhang Ye. However, would it be too extravagant to ask her to help him eliminate the monster in the mirror? Chen Ge retrieved his black phone, opening Zhang Ye's exclusive page, where his favorability level had ascended from infatuation to indispensable. I must study this thoroughly and endeavor to maximize this opportunity. Chen Ge did not exit the page. Instead, he held the phone tightly as he pushed open the protective barrier of the haunted house and stepped inside. Once he had sufficient funds, he could rent a place of his own. Sleeping in the staff lounge felt rather peculiar. As he walked down the pitch-black corridor, he was intimately familiar with every nook and cranny of the haunted house, navigating effortlessly even in the dark. Creak. As he passed the restroom on the first floor, the wooden door appeared to move with the breeze, emitting a faint sound. The restroom door was already flimsy on that day. Chen Ge had struck it violently with a hammer, causing the door to warp. Attempting to shut the door tightly, he suddenly noticed that the restroom window was ajar. Did I forget to close the window when I left the haunted house? The sky outside was beginning to lighten. Chen Ge stood at the window, inspecting it thoroughly. There were no shoe prints or anything of the sort on the windowsill. Am I perhaps too anxious lately? He casually grabbed the mop beside the cabinet and made his way toward the monitoring room deep within the corridor. The haunted house had recently been equipped with surveillance cameras, covering nearly every corner. A simple check would reveal if anyone had entered. Pushing open the door to the monitoring room, Chen Ge sat at the desk and powered on the computer. All surveillance footage was stored within. First, he located the camera number at the restroom entrance and began to review the footage. His caution compelled him to check, but after a few minutes, he was startled to discover an unfamiliar man appearing on the video. The man, head bowed, exited the restroom and swiftly darted down the corridor. Someone has indeed entered. There is another person hiding in the haunted house besides me. Chen Ge was instantly wide awake. This individual seemed acutely aware of the surveillance at the restroom door, displaying a deliberate intent as he rushed deeper into the corridor. He had undoubtedly been inside the haunted house before. Numerous surveillance cameras lined the corridor. After the unfamiliar man vanished from the footage near the restroom, Chen Ge swiftly located the next camera's identification number, positioned at the corridor's bend, seamlessly connecting its view with that of the restrooms. As the screen transitioned, the video revealed the stranger darting deeper into the corridor, directly into the surveillance room. His intent was undoubtedly to obliterate the recorded footage. This individual was not only seasoned but also possessed an intimate knowledge of the layout of my haunted house. Few could simultaneously meet these criteria, and Chen Ge had narrowed down his search considerably. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the investigation, he unexpectedly found himself appearing in the surveillance video. A storage cabinet, mere meters away, had just been pushed open, and a man brandishing a sharp knife, his eyes bloodshot, emerged from within. Zhang Ping. Upon seeing the twisted visage of that man, Chen Ge shouted instinctively. Perhaps startled by Chen Ge's voice, Zhang Ping retaliated with the knife, charging at him like a madman. After initially succumbing to panic, Chen Ge quickly regained his composure. He opened the door to the surveillance room and brandished a mop, retreating while engaging in combat. Although Zhang Ping had only one usable hand, he fought with reckless abandon, seemingly resigned to his fate, intent on dragging someone down with him before he met his end. Chen Ge evaded left and right, moving toward the maintenance room. Though he appeared disheveled, his mind was clear. Zhang Ping was here to fight for his life. Mere evasion would not suffice. A counterattack was imperative, with only a mop in hand. Inflicting damage was challenging, so Chen Ge recalled the iron hammer belonging to the skull-crushing doctor, which he had previously hidden in the maintenance room out of fear of drawing police attention. As the assault intensified, Zhang Ping seemed to anticipate Chen Ge's plan. He did not evade but allowed the mop to strike him, drawing closer to Chen Ge. Soon, Chen Ge reached the threshold of the maintenance room, seizing an opportunity to push the door open. Before he could step inside, he felt an unfamiliar weight upon him, as if he were carrying a stone. "You're doomed today." Zhang Ping, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, his gaze regaining a hint of vitality, and his knife-wielding movements became noticeably more agile. Chen Ge's actions grew increasingly sluggish. As he reached behind to feel for something, he found nothing. His back was bent under pressure, and turning to look behind him, he discovered a shadow, resembling a human form, clinging to his back. The creature of the mirror. Panic flickered in his eyes, but Chen Ge propelled himself forward, crashing into the maintenance room. He desperately raced toward the cabinet where miscellaneous items were stored. It was not yet time to surrender. Zhang Ping and the shadow were a unified entity. If he could incapacitate Zhang Ping with the hammer, he could turn the tide. The weight upon his back felt like a small mountain. And Chen Ge had clearly underestimated the shadow's growth rate. Compared to their first encounter, this creature had become exceedingly formidable. A sense of suffocation enveloped his neck. The burden on his back only intensified, and he could hear laughter from different individuals echoing in his ears. Exhausted, Chen Ge barely reached the cabinet before he could hold on no longer. Exhausted and immobilized by the monstrous weight upon his back, Chen Ge summoned every ounce of strength to pry open the cabinet door. As he began to rummage through the clutter in search of a hammer, his black phone slipped from his pocket, the screen illuminated with Zhang Ye's dedicated page. Chapter 64, Have You Eaten? With the monstrous figure in the mirror clutching his neck tightly, and the assailant wielding a sharp knife just a meter or two behind him, Chen Ge had no time for hesitation. Upon seeing Zhang Ye's exclusive page, he swiftly reached out and typed 2 words, "Save me." The sinister laughter echoing in his mind grew louder, and before he could input anything further, Zhang Ping's knife lunged toward him. He twisted his body and grabbed miscellaneous items from the cabinet, hurling them at Zhang Ping. His arms were growing weak, and Chen Ge's neck was already slightly deformed. Soon, he would be strangled to death by the creature in the mirror, even without Zhang Ping's intervention. His veins protruding as he touched his neck. He found nothing to grasp. In his final moments, all hope rested on the black phone. He turned his head to glance at the screen on the floor, where a crimson message appeared on the exclusive page. "She is aware of your intentions. Please confirm the content of the first agreement." At that moment, even if Zhang Ye were to make outrageous demands, he would agree without hesitation. His finger moved, and with great difficulty, he pressed the confirm button on the screen. As his fingertip made contact with the screen, the temperature in the sealed repair room plummeted, and a chilling wind swept in from all directions. The grotesque laughter in Chen Ge's mind abruptly ceased, and the creature behind him trembled in fear. The room fell silent, and Zhang Ping, holding the knife, sensed something was amiss. The desperate gambler realized the shift in the atmosphere, but did not retreat. He charged forward, knife raised. However, after just one step, his expression changed. The creature in the mirror forcibly seized control of his body, compelling him to flee. A conflict erupted between man and specter, and amidst their struggle, Chen Ge's shadow gradually rose, supported by a figure in blood-red garments behind him. Perhaps the experience at the West City Private Academy had left an indelible psychological scar on both Zhang Ping and the monster in the mirror. Upon noticing the blood-clad specter behind Chen Ge, both Zhang Ping and the creature came to an unspoken agreement and fled without hesitation, now liberated from the creature's grip. Chen Ge, fueled by a pinned-up rage from his near brush with death, refused to allow Zhang Ping to escape. Grabbing the skull-crushing hammer, he stood, only to find that the speed of the red-clad specter surpassed his own. It seemed Zhang Ye had a particular affinity for violence, without any need for Chen Ge's direction. Her long black hair ensnared Zhang Ping's body. As the assailant's steps slowed, Chen Ge seized the opportunity, swinging the hammer down on Zhang Ping's shoulder. The immense impact caused Zhang Ping to lurch forward, and Chen Ge capitalized on the momentum, aiming another blow at Zhang Ping's thigh. There was only one mirror in the restroom on the first floor. This was problematic. Before Chen Ge could utter a word, Zhang Ye abandoned Zhang Ping and pursued the creature in the mirror, the hideous being successfully capturing her interest. I must devise a way to cover the mirror. He looked around and, seizing the half-full bucket of artificial blood from the repair room, rushed into the corridor. The restroom door rattled in the wind, and as Chen Ge arrived, he caught sight of the creature's half-formed body being pierced by black hair, drawing perilously close to the mirror. This time, I shall not allow you to escape. Regardless of its utility, Chen Ge splashed half a bucket of artificial plasma directly onto the bathroom mirror. The reflective surface became obscured, and a shadow paused momentarily before the mirror. Before it could react further, its body was ensnared by long black hair, which pierced through it, swiftly eradicating any semblance of human form. Bloodied garments danced in the air, and after Zhang Ye had her fill of amusement, she divided the indistinct shadow into two halves. One she ingested, while the other she thoroughly shredded before gently blowing it towards Chen Ge's face. A shiver coursed through him as he felt something drift into his eyes, a sudden chill enveloping his body. What was that? Chen Ge sought answers from Zhang Ye, but alas, this brutal and terrifying specter in red vanished into shadow after completing her gruesome task. The bathroom door still trembled slightly, yet no trace remained within the room. Everything felt as though it had never transpired. The mirror's monster had been consumed by Zhang Ye, with remnants having blown into my eyes. Chen Ge gazed into the bathroom mirror, a sense of unreality washing over him. The mirror's specter had been dealt with, and surely no numbers would appear in the reflection tomorrow night? Even now, he remained perplexed by the meaning of the numbers in the mirror, sensing that a vast secret lay hidden within. Closing the door, Chen Ge retrieved his phone to report the incident to the police, refraining from troubling Officer Li this time. Recognizing that even the strongest of men require respite after arduous days. Blocking the doorway, he observed Zhang Peng sprawled on the floor. It seemed the departing monster had taken something from him, leaving him listless and devoid of vitality. Perhaps it was poetic justice. By 6 o'clock in the morning, at the Xiqing police station, the Municipal Bureau's criminal investigation team, along with the head and administrators of the amusement park, gathered at the entrance of the haunted house. The final suspect in the 5-year-old case of the Ping An apartment massacre had finally been apprehended. The remnants of the Ping An apartment case had been thoroughly resolved, and the mirror's specter had been vanquished by Zhang Ye. There were no longer any threats to my haunted house. Come dawn, all scenes could be unveiled to welcome visitors. Lying in bed, Chen Ge contemplated the future. The expansion of the haunted house was imminent, for without it, new trial tasks could not be unlocked. Upon awakening, he resolved to consult Uncle Su about securing a rental for the underground parking lot at any cost. Closing his eyes, a sudden chill enveloped him. Persisting even beneath the covers, this coldness seemed to seep from his very eyes. Zhang Ye had blown a part of the mirror's monster onto my face. Could it be the cause of this sensation? Chen Ge sought the mirror to inspect his visage. Everything appeared normal, save for his eyes, which had grown deep and hollow, reminiscent of a lifeless abyss. After a prolonged examination yielded no answers, drowsiness overtook him. He placed the mirror upside down beneath his pillow and soon drifted into slumber. At 10:30 in the morning, feeling as though he had scarcely slept, Chen Ge was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered on speakerphone. "Xiaowan, you're not working this morning. Come by in the afternoon." "Boss, there are a multitude of people downstairs. Police and reporters. Have you done something?" Chapter 65. Captain Yin, I haven't done anything at all. Just wait a moment. I'll be right down. Chen Ge leaned out of the window for a glance and indeed saw a throng gathered outside the haunted house, forming several layers of onlookers, the crowd ever increasing. "Boss, perhaps you should consider turning yourself in. It feels like this situation has escalated." "Turn myself in? Absolutely not. Just wait for me downstairs." After ending the call, Chen Ge hastily donned his coat, wiped his face, and rushed to the entrance of the haunted house. He lifted the opaque curtain and forcefully pushed aside the barrier. As sunlight bathed him, the boisterous crowd gradually quieted upon his appearance. Visitors outside turned their gazes toward Chen Ge. Their expressions a blend of curiosity and a tinge of disappointment. The man closely monitored by the police appeared rather ordinary. It was Chen Ge's first experience being the center of such attention, and the atmosphere felt awkward. He felt compelled to speak. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" "You are Chen Ge?" The leading officer, holding a box, was slightly plump. With sharp eyes and a mature demeanor, yet his baby face lent him an inexplicable charm. "Yes. Could I see your identification, please?" Chen Ge rummaged through his belongings for a while before producing his ID and handing it over. During this time, he discreetly observed the officer before him. The uniform differed from that of Officer Li and his colleagues. The slightly rotund officer stood beside Chen Ge and lavished praise on him in front of the reporters taking pictures, the entire process lasting a full 15 minutes before concluding. As the crowd dispersed and the reporters departed, Chen Ge discreetly approached the officer. "What should I call you?" "My surname is Yin. You may call me Captain Yin. I am a classmate of Old Li from the West City Police Station. He has mentioned you." Captain Yin appeared amiable, his gaze towards Chen Ge carrying a hint of admiration. "Your handling of the peaceful apartment massacre case was commendable. We were both astonished by your reactions and insights during the subsequent pursuit by the suspect." Flattered by Captain Yan's praise, Chen Ge hesitated to inquire about any rewards. "What I did could only be deemed a stroke of cleverness, without your assistance. I might not have escaped the peaceful apartment at all. The saying the people's police serve the people holds true. I came here today solely to express my gratitude. Each unresolved case weighs heavily on the hearts of the police, with case files passed from master to apprentice, continuing through the generations. I was involved in this case 4 years ago. It remains a personal burden for me." Captain Yan's smile was genuine. "By the way, the elderly gentleman from the peaceful apartment wishes to meet you. He is paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair, unable to speak, yet his mind remains sharp. He knows you are the one who saved him and solved the case from years ago, and he wishes to thank you in person." "Understood." To Chen Ge, the massacre case was merely a task assigned by the Black Phone, yet for the victim's family, it held profound significance. "You should make haste, for the old gentleman is in the hospital. It may be due to the tumult of his emotions, or perhaps the steadfastness that once sustained him has waned. In any case, his condition is far from optimistic." After conveying this, Captain Yin entered his vehicle. "Very well, I shall visit today if time permits." Chen Ge observed the peculiar uniform worn by this individual, sensing that Captain Yan's identity was anything but ordinary. Once the police car departed, Suwan and the staff of the amusement park approached. "Boss, are you about to appear on television again?" After exchanging a few casual remarks, Chen Ge located Uncle Su among the crowd and pulled him aside into a corner. "Uncle, how is the matter regarding the rental of the underground parking facility progressing?" "The funds will be available shortly." Upon hearing that Chen Ge intended to rent the underground parking, Uncle Su immediately furrowed his brow. "This is not merely a matter of finances. I cannot stand by and watch you leap into the fire. The overall visitor numbers at the park are declining, and everyone is considering their exit strategies. Can't you be a bit more rational?" "I am quite rational. I am fully aware of my actions." Chen Ge's demeanor was resolute, for the haunted house might harbor crucial clues regarding the disappearance of his parents. Only by continuing to develop this venture could he qualify and gain the ability to access that level of information. "You truly do not heed advice." Despite Uncle Su's lengthy counsel, Chen Ge remained unwavering. Reluctantly, he nodded. "Come with me." Due to the matter of a fugitive infiltrating the park, Mr. Luo has also arrived. "You may inquire with him directly." "Mr. Luo is here as well?" Chen Ge recalled hearing his parents mention him long ago. "Mr. Luo was the true helmsman of the New Century Amusement Park. What did you expect? The criminal investigation team from the Municipal Bureau has established a presence around the park and will certainly inform the management, urging full cooperation. Mr. Luo has been residing at the park these past few days. Uncle Su led Chen Ge to the northernmost office building of the amusement park, the tallest structure aside from the Ferris wheel. When you meet Mr. Luo, refrain from speaking carelessly. The less you say, the fewer mistakes you will make. If you say nothing, you will encounter no issues. Do you understand? Chen Ge accompanied Uncle Su into the elevator, ascending to the top floor of the office building, where they paused before a particular office door. The door was unlocked, and Uncle Su rapped on it lightly. Soon, a man in his 50s emerged from within. He was of modest height, with hair interspersed with gray, his features appearing gentle. Though his suit was not of a renowned brand, it was clean and tidy, without a single wrinkle. Is this Mr. Luo? He seems quite different from the photographs. To Chen Ge, the man before him resembled more of a soon-to-retire schoolteacher. Chapter 66. Creating a paradise for her, is there something you need? The man exuded an air of refined elegance, entirely unlike a businessman. Mr. Luo, this is Xiao Chun, the young man who bravely assisted the police in capturing a fugitive, Su Shu said, pulling Chen Ge closer. It's regarding the matter I reported to you earlier. He wishes to lease the idle underground parking lot. Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties. Mr. Luo gestured for Su Shu to leave, leaving only himself and Chen Ge in the room. I am already aware of your intention to lease the underground parking lot. Might you share with me your plans for its use? Mr. Luo invited Chen Ge to take a seat on the sofa and poured 2 cups of tea. I plan to expand a haunted house. I intend to transform the underground parking lot into an underground labyrinth. An underground labyrinth, what a splendid idea. However, do you possess the capability and resources to realize such a vision? The cost of leasing the space is but a fraction of the overall expenses. The true challenge lies in perfecting the scene. Mr. Luo leaned back against the sofa, weariness and a hint of melancholy reflected in his eyes. I do not oppose your idea, nor am I unwilling to lease the space to you, but I must first pose a few inquiries. Though Mr. Luo had consented to lease the underground parking lot to Chen Ge, he refrained from mentioning the rent, leaving Chen Ge somewhat apprehensive. Please, ask away. You are in the haunted house business. You should be more acutely aware than I of the substantial initial investment required. Unlike restaurants or hotels, if a restaurant fails, its dishes and furniture can still be sold secondhand. If you find yourself unable to continue, who will you sell the severed limbs and various props from your haunted house to? Mr. Luo's reasoning was sound, and these considerations had not crossed Chen Ge's mind before. And one final question. If you construct your haunted house within the underground parking lot, how will you generate visibility? The number of your visitors will depend on the amusement park's attendance, but what will become of your haunted house if the amusement park were to close one day? Chen Ge discerned that Mr. Luo was genuinely trying to dissuade him for his own good, as those attempting to deter him were often the ones who sincerely wished to assist him, not wanting to see him suffer a loss. The 3 questions posed by Mr. Luo echoed in Chen Ge's mind. The first 2 queries were mitigated by the existence of the black phone, yet it was the final question that troubled him. If the New Century Amusement Park were to shut down, his haunted house would inevitably face the same fate. Establishing operations elsewhere was fraught with challenges. Merely acquiring a plethora of permits would be enough to keep Chen Ge occupied, and with his current limited funds, finding a venue capable of accommodating the terrifying scenes depicted in the black phone seemed nearly impossible. Remaining seated on the sofa, Chen Ge did not stir. Instead, he looked up at Mr. Luo and suddenly asked, "Is the amusement park truly on the verge of collapse?" Mr. Luo neither confirmed nor denied, but the weariness in his eyes deepened. If I were to say the amusement park is indeed nearing closure, would you still wish to lease the underground parking lot? Yes. Chen Ge's response surprised Mr. Luo, his gaze resolute. Mr. Luo, I have already devised solutions for your first and second questions. As for your third question, it is fundamentally flawed. In Chen Ge's eyes danced a flicker of flame. He was utterly unacquainted with fear or retreat. My haunted house has never relied on anyone, nor does the number of my visitors hinge upon the total attendance of the amusement park. Given time, I shall not only draw countless visitors to my haunted house, but also invigorate the entire park. Having expressed his thoughts fervently, Chen Ge suddenly recalled Uncle Su's counsel, to speak less and err less, for silence often avoids missteps. He cast an anxious glance at Director Luo, feeling a twinge of regret for having bared his innermost thoughts. Upon hearing Chen Ge's words, Director Luo set down his teacup, the weariness in his eyes dissipating. After a brief silence, He chuckled. Every word you utter reflects your aspirations and ambitions. You bring to mind my own youthful self. Rising from his seat, he drew back the curtains, revealing a panoramic view of the entire amusement park. The impending closure of New Century Amusement Park weighs heavily on my heart, more than anyone else's. He opened the window, letting the breeze tousle his hair, a mix of white and black. This park holds a unique significance for me. If it were within my power, I would wish for its perpetual operation. Director Luo wore a smile, albeit a complex one. Imbued with a calmness born of enduring tumultuous times. I have heard your story. Your parents vanished. You resigned from your job to manage the haunted house they left behind. In truth, we share a remarkable resemblance, though fortune has favored you far more than me. He picked up a picture frame from the table. The sole decoration in the room, which contained a photograph of a father and daughter. The man, not particularly tall but possessing an elegant demeanor, held a charming girl in his arms, whose arm was deformed, her smile vacant. Regrettably, she never lived to see the day the park was restored. Setting the frame down, Director Luo's gaze remained serene. Many fail to comprehend why I would risk everything to sustain a park that incurs losses year after year. But I believe you might understand this sentiment, this empathy. Chen Ge had already risen, taken aback that Director Luo would share such personal reflections, while others sought their own paths. You have surprised me. After closing the window, Director Luo retrieved a document from his drawer. In truth, when they first broached this matter with me, I acquiesced immediately. Here. Take it. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. But remember, you may have only 2 to 3 months. Chapter 67. Can you see her? Chen Ge received the document, the first line of which stated the usage agreement for the underground parking lot of the New Century Amusement Park. After casually flipping through a few pages, he found no mention of rental fees. Director Luo, is there something missing from this document? As Chen Ge stepped out of the office with the agreement in hand, he could hardly believe that he had not only acquired the rights to use the amusement park's underground parking but also at no cost. According to the terms of the agreement, as long as the New Century Amusement Park remained operational, he could enjoy free rental indefinitely. It seemed that Director Luo had little faith in him, believing that with the completion of the future virtual amusement park in the eastern suburbs of Zhejiang in a few months, the New Century Amusement Park would inevitably close down. Hence his generosity. The underground parking area was a third the size of the amusement park itself, although it had been idle and abandoned. Securing it for free was still a tremendous gain. Could it be that disposing of the unsavory could enhance one's fortune? Chen Ge merely entertained the thought without dwelling on it. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Ge exited the haunted house and informed Xiaolan that after work, he would gather all the necessary documents to claim his reward. The figures in his bank account were on the verge of surpassing 4 digits for the first time, and he felt it was essential to treat himself that evening. After changing into clean clothes in the staff lounge as he approached the door, he noticed a plush toy lying by the bed, the little creature half hidden beneath it, seemingly engrossed in its own world. It was still light outside, and yet it had ventured out. Chen Ge picked up the toy and suddenly recalled what team leader Yin had mentioned earlier. The old gentleman's condition seemed dire, and he had no relatives by his side. Perhaps he should pay him a visit. Chen Ge poked the toy's belly, tucked it into his pocket, and exited the haunted house. At 6:15, Chen Ge emerged from the municipal police station, having received a bounty of 36,000, slightly less than he had anticipated. After purchasing a fruit basket and fresh milk, he hailed a taxi to Zhejiang People's Hospital, where, guided by the on-duty nurse, he entered a patient room on the 3rd floor. Initially, he intended to check on the old gentleman briefly, but to his surprise, he encountered a familiar face upon entering. Team Leader Li, what brings you here? Beside the hospital bed, Team Leader Li was feeding the old gentleman, displaying a tenderness that surpassed even that of a young girl. How curious. It seems I run into you wherever I go, he remarked as he placed a towel on the old man's chest. After a long morning, the station thought I could use a lighter assignment. Do officers like you handle these matters? Chen Ge inquired. The old gentleman had an incident in our jurisdiction. Until we find a dedicated caregiver, it is our duty to look after him, Team Leader Li explained. He made a couple more attempts to feed the old man, but it appeared he lacked an appetite. Not wanting to impose, he set down the bowl and spoon, gesturing towards Chen Ge at the door. Old gentleman, this is the person who provided us with crucial clues for the case, the one who reported the incident that night and rescued you. Upon seeing Chen Ge, the old man managed to lift his only movable arm, though it was unclear what he wished to convey. Reflecting on the matter, I ought to express my gratitude to the elderly gentleman. On the very day I arrived at the peace apartment, he shattered his bowl to alert me, which allowed me to sense that something was amiss. Chen Ge placed the fruit basket and fresh milk on the bedside table, casting a glance at the frail old man, whose condition was quite dire, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Captain Li, could you step outside for a moment? I have a few words to share with the old gentleman. Captain Li, unaware of Chen Ge's intentions, trusted him implicitly and did not inquire further, simply exiting the room. Once the door was closed, Chen Ge retrieved the plush toy from his pocket. Old sir, I have brought Xiao Xiao to see you. As Chen Ge presented the toy, the ailing man initially showed no reaction. However, when his clouded eyes fell upon the plush, time seemed to come to a standstill. His eyes began to flicker with heightened emotion, a soft whimper emanating from his throat, and his only functioning arm reached out anxiously, as if yearning to grasp something. Can you see her? Chen Ge was taken aback by the turn of events. He had merely intended for Xiao Xiao to meet her family. Yet it appeared that the old man could perceive the spirit residing within the plush toy. Hastening to the bedside, Chen Ge gently placed the toy into the old man's embrace. With a few moments, the elderly gentleman settled down, clutching the plush with his only movable arm. It is said that one can only see what should not be seen when their time on this earth is drawing to a close. Suddenly, the black phone in Chen Ge's pocket vibrated inexplicably. He chose not to disturb the elderly man, quietly exiting the ward while holding the phone. I just heard the old gentleman's excited voice. What did you say to him? I must warn you, he cannot bear too much stimulation right now. Captain Li stood at the door, ready to intervene should any issues arise. I merely brought the person the old man most wished to see closer to him. Seated on a bench in the corridor, Chen Ge pulled out the black phone, sifting through the cause of the vibration. He soon discovered that on the affinity page, his rapport with Yin Xiao Xiao had elevated from mild liking to a level of trust. The little one was the most unconventional, malevolent spirit I had ever encountered. What might transpire if her affinity were to reach its pinnacle? Chen Ge stowed away his phone, leaning back against the chair. Uncle Sambao, do not be anxious. The old gentleman will recover. You seem quite optimistic. Chen Ge and Captain Li conversed for quite some time outside. Upon re-entering the ward, they found the old man's condition had stabilized. He gestured towards Chen Ge, but no one could decipher his meaning. After exchanging pleasantries with the on-duty nurse, Chen Ge departed with Xiao Xiao, who appeared disheartened, hiding within the plush, seemingly asleep. Among the 3 refreshed daily tasks, the expansion task was the most suitable for Chen Ge. He merely needed to select the direction for expansion and a general location. Chapter 68. The midnight ticket booth. Prior to his visit to the West City Private School last evening, Chen Ge had perused the 3 daily tasks awaiting him today. The first was a straightforward task focusing on identifying potential safety hazards. The second, a task of moderate difficulty, involved scouting for an appropriate location to expand the haunted house. And the final, nightmarish task required him to locate another individual residing in the same room. As he scrolled through his black phone, it became evident that maximizing benefits would necessitate the selection of a nightmarish task. However, based on his prior experiences, such tasks often came with stringent time constraints, typically set around the witching hour. Missing this window would likely result in an automatic failure of the task. Therefore, rather than gamble, he opted for a more cautious approach and selected the task of moderate difficulty. Moderate difficulty task. You have been granted an opportunity to expand the haunted house. Please find a suitable location for the expansion promptly. This marked Chen Ge's inaugural attempt at expanding his haunted house, and he found himself at a loss regarding the operational procedures. The black phone offered no guidance, devoid of even a novice tutorial, leaving him to figure it out independently. Upon revisiting the haunted house panel, 2 elements captured his attention. The section for team members remained conspicuously empty, indicating that neither Zhang Ye nor Yin Xiao Xiao had joined his haunted house. It was likely that Yin Xiao Xiao's lack of rapport was the reason, while for Zhang Ye, Chen Ge was merely content that she was not constantly plotting his demise. The second aspect that intrigued Chen Ge was the conditions for expanding the haunted house, where the previously gray text had transformed into crimson. Upon interaction, the phone screen displayed a prompt. Please select the position for the door. The change to red indicated that activation was possible. As for the placement of the door, underground constructions were prohibited near major amusement park attractions such as roller coasters and Ferris wheels. However, the haunted house's remote location exempted it from such restrictions, with a parking lot situated directly beneath Chen Ge's residence. With the black phone in hand, Chen Ge approached the entrance of Zombie Resurrection Night on the 1st floor. Following the addition of the 1-star horror scenarios Ming Hun and Midnight Escape, Zombie Resurrection Night had seen little use. The door was conveniently located beside it, and should space become limited in the future, he could consider replacing Zombie Resurrection Night. Thoughtfully, Chen Ge marked a designated area on the floor adjacent to Zombie Resurrection Night with a carbon pen. It was only after completing this that he realized he had no means of communication with the black phone. Since acquiring it, he had been passively accepting tasks and rewards. Had he overlooked something? Flipping through the pages once more, he attempted to double-tap the phone's home screen, causing the previously background haunted house image to gradually enlarge, revealing a structure identical to his own haunted house, complete with its internal horror scenes and room layouts. Was he meant to make selections from this interface? Finding the Zombie Resurrection Night scene on the desktop, he clicked on the adjacent ground, and instantly a message appeared on the screen. Are you certain about the position of the door? Confirming his choice, he was then prompted to select the direction for the expansion. Down. After making his selection, the desktop reverted to its original appearance, and Chen Ge received a series of notifications in quick succession. Continuous expansion is essential for your haunted house to accommodate more homeless souls and harvest a greater cacophony of screams. Congratulations on completing the routine task of moderate difficulty, earning a reward of 1 free spin on the terrifying Wheel of Fortune. Upon selecting the venue, your first successful expansion has granted you a special, yet incomplete structure. The Midnight Ticket Booth. Midnight Ticket Booth. Incomplete. It possesses a 1 in 1,000 chance of attracting extraordinary visitors, beings that are distinct and may prove to be your allies. Each message on the black phone is scrutinized with great attention by Chen Ge. The routine task has awarded him a spin on the wheel, a reward laden with uncertainty. One must amass 100 screams to redeem a single lottery opportunity. According to the principle of equivalent exchange dictated by the black phone, it is certain that treasures await within the wheel. However, the crux of the matter is his luck in certain aspects, which has become a source of trepidation. What if he draws a love letter once more? The prospect of 2 vengeful spirits quarreling could lead to a literal division of his being, not in the sense of alternating visits to different palaces, but rather a symmetrical bifurcation of his corporeal form. Visions of this scenario flashed through Chen Ge's mind. 2 malevolent spirits wielding bloody blades, embroiled in fierce debate over the ownership of his head and torso. Best to avoid such a predicament, he momentarily dismisses the notion of spinning the wheel and instead contemplates the other reward, the incomplete Midnight Ticket Booth. His haunted house has never possessed a dedicated ticket booth. Prior to acquiring the black phone, visitor numbers seldom exceeded a mere dozen in a week, rendering the construction of a ticket booth unnecessary. The black phone has indeed resolved one of his dilemmas, yet what does it truly mean to have a 1 in 1,000 chance of attracting special visitors? Does this refer to spectral entities? Chen Ge deliberately approached the entrance of the haunted house, peering at the protective barrier that remained unchanged, devoid of any anomalies. It is likely that, akin to the previous unlocking of the midnight escape scene, such peculiarities will only manifest after midnight. With the task completed and the reward secured, Chen Ge's interest in this matter wanes. As he tidies up, he awaits the arrival of the midnight hour. Although the monster in the mirror has been dispelled, this does not imply that the dwindling numbers within the mirror have vanished entirely. Armed with a cloth, Chen Ge rolls up his sleeves and diligently cleans the artificial blood splatters from the restroom walls. His urgency to cleanse the blood is spurred by a minor incident earlier that afternoon, when a visitor, caught in a moment of desperation, hesitated at the sight of the splattered walls upon entering the restroom. The fellow, overwhelmed, bolted from the haunted house, his face turning a shade of green. Scare them where it counts, but ensure comfort where it does not, is a phrase his father once imparted to him, a lesson Chen Ge has always held dear. By 11 o'clock at night, having eradicated all traces of blood and repaired the restroom door, he positions himself before the mirror, phone in hand. Perusing his personal short video page, he notes a steady increase in followers. His videos have been widely shared, even attracting the attention of advertisers. As the clock ticked away, when it struck 11:59 in the evening, Chen Ge put away his phone and stood before the mirror. He locked the door behind him, much like he did when he first encountered the harrowing task, and extinguished all the lights within the room. Chapter 69. The Door in the Mirror in the Pitch-Black Bathroom. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, allowing Chen Ge to faintly perceive the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He gazed into the mirror before him, and as the hands of the clock swept past midnight, the mirror's surface became somewhat hazy, as if shrouded by an unseen veil. Suddenly, a figure emerged at the center of the mirror, a solitary numeral, 0. The digit within the mirror transformed once more, catching Chen Ge utterly off guard. To him, it seemed as though this number was a remnant left by the monstrous entity within the mirror, which he believed had been consumed by Zhang Ye. Thus, he reasoned, the numeral should have vanished alongside the creature. Could it be that this number bore no connection to the mirror's monster? He retrieved his phone, intending to capture the numeral in a photograph, but as he raised his hand, he found himself frozen in disbelief. The scene reflected in the mirror diverged from reality. The door of the toilet stall had inexplicably turned crimson. It was a hue thoroughly saturated with blood, as if the stall were brimming with it, the liquid seeping incessantly through the cracks of the door. Why had the door of the stall and the mirror morphed in such a manner? Chen Ge commenced recording with his phone, slowly turning to push open the stall door. As he did so, the door in reality swung open simultaneously. Yet the interior of the stall remained empty. In stark contrast, everything within the mirrored stall was drenched in red, encompassing the partition, the wastebasket, and even the small advertisements plastered on the wall. In the dimly lit restroom, the blood-red stall appeared strikingly vivid. He hastily retreated, and after approximately a minute, the door in the mirror reverted to its original state. Upon re-entering the reality of the stall, the peculiar sensation had dissipated. The blood-red door in the mirror had only materialized for a fleeting minute after midnight, and then all returned to normal. Why had the stall door within the mirror transformed into such a harrowing shade? Moreover, upon pushing that door, the wall and decorations behind it were equally stained crimson. Chen Ge flicked on the light and leaned against the windowsill, lost in contemplation. Could that be the world within the mirror? Was the monstrous entity that had haunted him an escapee from that blood-red realm? To validate his suspicions, he searched through his black phone for the information from the first nightmarish task he undertook. The task prompt had stated that to glimpse another world, one required extraordinary courage, exceptional luck, and a touch of assistance. It explicitly mentioned the need to witness another realm, the one likely referring to the blood-red world within the stall. Reflecting on the eerie progression of that task, Chen Ge realized that although he had kept his eyes shut, his ears had remained acutely aware of the happenings around him. I am certain that I heard the sound of the stall door rattling at that moment. Initially, everything had seemed normal. All the bizarre occurrences began only after the door started shaking. Halfway through the task, he had heard a sudden noise from the stall door, attributing it to the wind at the time and dismissing it. In hindsight, it was highly likely that the sound of the door rattling originated from the mirror itself. The mirror may serve as a buffer zone connecting two worlds. When the door of the restroom stall within the mirror was pushed open, a monstrous entity escaped from a blood-red realm but was ultimately trapped within the mirror due to the intervention of a puppet. Chen Ge stared blankly at the wooden door of the stall, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. What if, when the door in the mirror turned red, I were to enter the stall in reality? Would that mean I had stepped into another world? Shaking his head to dispel this insane notion, Chen Ge approached the mirror once more. As the numbers reset to 0, a blood-red door materialized within the mirror, indicating that all of his previous assumptions were incorrect. This number bore no relation to the count of killings, but rather seemed to serve as a countdown, possibly denoting the duration of the monster's activity in the real world. If it were to appear again tomorrow night, he would have to remove the mirror. For now, that was the only course of action available. Chen Ge procured a thick black cloth to cover the mirror's surface before departing the restroom. Upon returning to the staff lounge, he activated his black phone to review the daily tasks for the day. For regular difficulty, a lone tree cannot stand. A successful haunted house requires a stellar team to operate. Recruit more talent. They will help you through the challenges. For nightmare difficulty, another person has been residing in your room. Don't you wish to know who they are? These 3 tasks felt all too familiar to Chen Ge, and he found himself in a quandary. To facilitate the rapid development of the haunted house, opting for the nightmare task would be prudent. However, after the incident with the mirror monster, he felt a sense of trepidation towards the nightmare tasks presented on the black phone. Never mind. He decided to rest well today and contemplate his plans tomorrow. Ever since acquiring the black phone, Chen Ge had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. If this continued, his body might not endure much longer. Snuggling under a blanket, he soon drifted into slumber. By 8 in the morning, rejuvenated, Chen Ge hurriedly exited his room. He first made his way to the first floor, where the zombie resurrection night scene was set. The area he had selected the previous night had undergone a transformation, revealing a passageway leading underground. The black phone proved to be quite efficient. The floor had been excavated, and he descended the stairs, arriving directly at the abandoned underground parking lot. Looking around, he found the parking area devoid of any lights and in a state of disrepair. Was that it? Had the expansion merely resulted in a staircase? A tinge of disappointment washed over him. But the thought that this entire underground parking lot now belonged to him quickly reignited his determination. The future virtual amusement park in the eastern suburbs would be completed within 3 months at the latest. He aimed to unlock as many horror scenes as possible and upgrade the haunted house during this time, striving to create a theme park that could rival any competitor. Returning to the first floor of the haunted house, Chen Ge approached the entrance once more, holding his black phone. Between the protective railing and the corridor of the haunted house, an opaque black wooden structure had emerged, resembling two wardrobes fused together. Was this the midnight ticket booth? It seemed rather rudimentary. Opening the door, Chen Ge stepped inside to experience the cramped interior, feeling as if he had been confined within a coffin. Chapter 70. The unusual visitor. The midnight ticket booth remained in a state of disrepair, its means of restoration a mystery, and this peculiar black phone consistently produced bizarre items. Chen Ge emerged from behind the ticket counter, increasingly convinced that this contraption was ill-suited for the living. Boss. At the entrance of the amusement park, Su-won approached in casual attire, her hands clutching steaming buns. Upon seeing the vibrant Su-won, Chen Ge felt an immediate uplift in his spirits. This girl, somewhat scatterbrained at times and prone to mistakes, possessed an innate charm that radiated the warmth and beauty of life. Accepting the buns from Su-won's hands, Chen Ge wasted no time in devouring them. What brings you here so early today? Boss, look. Su-won perched herself on the steps beside Chen Ge, pulling out her phone to scroll through a series of articles and downloaded news videos regarding the massacre at Ping'an apartment. They're all about you. It seems you're on the verge of trending. Let me take a look. Chen Ge examined the reports, surprised that what had seemed like a mere routine interview the previous day had garnered such attention. What a pity. What do you mean, what a pity? I think it's great. Su-won, her cheeks flushed from her recent sprint, replied earnestly. I was worried about the reward money and forgot this could be an excellent publicity opportunity. He lamented while flipping through the screen. Had I known so many people would be watching, I would have interrupted Yan's speech to promote our haunted house. These reports are hardly accurate. They don't even disclose the location of our haunted house. Shawan, I have a task for you today. After this, we will go to the comments sections of all these articles and reveal our identities, leaving the address of the haunted house. Everyone who comes as a result of these reports will receive a 20% discount. Is that really appropriate? Su-won hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed, but ultimately complied with Chen Ge's request. As the park opened at 9 o'clock, the two of them stowed away their phones, ready to commence their work. Upon opening the protective barrier, Su-won finally noticed the ticket booth standing in the center. Did you make this last night? Indeed, though it may be a bit unsightly. It is quite functional. Yes, I believe we needed a ticket booth. With Su-won nodding seriously, Chen Ge internally mused on what a wonderful employee she was, never contradicting him. Entering the haunted house, Su-won headed to the makeup room to touch up her appearance, while Chen Ge dragged several wooden boards from the props room to conceal the entrance to the underground passage, which remained unused as the new trial scene had yet to be activated. Once they were prepared, they commenced their operations for the day. Although it was not yet peak season, a line had already formed at the entrance of the haunted house. While it was not lengthy, it marked a significant improvement compared to the past. Su-won donned her ghostly attire in the ghost marriage scene, while Chen Ge, clutching a makeup box, sold tickets and collected money, simultaneously embodying a maniac in the midnight escape scene. Maintaining an expansive haunted house is quite a daunting task for two individuals. Notably, during the midnight escape scenes, the small puppet occasionally engages in delightful interactions with the visitors. This menacing creature appears particularly fond of trailing behind the living, which has caused Chen Ge some concern, fearing that one day she might be whisked away by a guest. They toiled until noon, at which point they finally found a moment of respite. Chen Ge unlocked his black phone to check the metrics. Both the ratings and visitor numbers had surged significantly, indicating that the second expansion was not far off. With each of them responsible for 2 scenes, they had reached their limit, should any new terrifying scenarios be unveiled. New staff would certainly need to be recruited. Gazing at the black phone, Chen Ge noted that although the nightmarish tasks issued daily were often quite ludicrous, the simpler, more moderate challenges incisively highlighted the flaws within the haunted house. Completing these tasks indeed contributed to its improvement. The phone had even issued a task to recruit new employees, reinforcing the necessity of bolstering their team. Since the departure of a long-serving employee who had been with his parents for several years, Chen Ge had developed a certain aversion to hiring. If only Xiao Xiao and Zhang Yu could behave and not cause chaos, they would be his best options at present. However, this thought remained solely in his mind. The prospect of sending Xiao Xiao and Zhang Yu to frighten guests was daunting. While Xiao Xiao might handle it, Zhang Yu could likely turn the situation into a crime scene. His team of spectral companions remained non-existent, and the road ahead was undeniably arduous. Sitting on the steps at the entrance of the haunted house, Chen Ge prepared to continue working in the afternoon, seizing every moment to rest. As the sun reached its zenith and the midday crowd dwindled, his black phone vibrated unexpectedly. He opened the message on the screen, the content leaving him somewhat astonished. Midnight ticket booth special effect triggered. The first special visitor has arrived. Seize this opportunity, as your choices will lead to vastly different outcomes. A special effect had been activated. The odds of 1 in 1,000 had been defied. Based on past experiences, this visitor would undoubtedly not be a benevolent presence. Chen Ge braced himself, posture rigid, scanning the area around the haunted house. With the sun blazing overhead, it seemed improbable for any malevolent spirits to manifest. It was the time of day when the yang energy was most potent, and the heat had driven many visitors away. Was that the quarreling couple? The woman was strikingly beautiful while the man was rather unattractive. They could pose a problem. Who was conversing with Uncle Sue? A new employee, perhaps? I don't recall seeing them before. As Chen Ge speculated, a slender, dark-skinned woman in her 30s approached, her footsteps light. Could it be her? He quietly observed her features. Her skin was somewhat dark, she was not tall, her smile was gentle, and she wore a slightly faded jacket. Hello. How much is a ticket for the haunted house? The woman's voice was somewhat high-pitched, yet not unpleasant. We currently have 2 scenes. Each ticket is 20 yuan. Allowing you to choose one for your experience, Chen Ge replied with a professional smile. All right, then I'll take 2 tickets. The woman produced the money and handed it to Chen Ge. Are you planning to experience both scenes alone? We are 2 people. The woman smiled shyly and waved at a child who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, emerging from the shade. This child had a somewhat androgynous appearance and seemed quite timid. He stood beside the woman, refraining from taking her hand, remaining there with a rather expressionless demeanor. I apologize, but our haunted house has an age restriction. Entry is prohibited for those under 14, Chen Ge remarked, casting a glance at the young boy. There was something about him that felt different from ordinary children, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Could you possibly make an exception? This child has a keen interest in visiting haunted houses. With so few people around, we could easily slip inside without causing any trouble, the woman pleaded. Such a young child is interested in haunted houses? Chen Ge quietly tucked his black phone into his pocket and shook his head. I am afraid. But this is a regulation. Chapter 71. Heaven in the well. The midday sun was somewhat blinding as a woman and a boy stood before the haunted house. Even after being explicitly refused by Chen Ge, they remained steadfast. The woman had longed to explore the haunted house. It was a promise made between her and the boy. Could you lend us a hand? She implored, retrieving a crisp $100 bill from her backpack. Nothing will go amiss. Chen Ge, however, did not accept the woman's money and, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, why are you so insistent on entering the haunted house? The child appears to be merely 8 or 9 years old, and the environment within is complex and potentially psychologically unsettling for young ones. Before she could finish her sentence, the boy swatted her hand aside. He was not fond of being touched, even by those with the best of intentions, regardless of the woman's entreaties. The boy remained rooted at the entrance of the haunted house, glancing up intermittently, his gaze betraying a mix of insecurity, timidity, and a touch of indifference. Fan you? Chen Ge's attention shifted entirely to this peculiar child. He had never encountered such an unusual boy. Kneeling down to meet the boy's gaze, Chen Ge asked gently, could you tell Uncle why you wish to play in the haunted house? It is dark inside, and there are frightening things. The boy's eyes darted about, occasionally flicking to Chen Ge's shadow, yet he remained silent. Sensing the awkwardness, the woman hurriedly interjected, Xiao Yu is not like other children. He rarely communicates with others. I hope you won't take offense. Not at all. Chen Ge noticed that the two were unwilling to leave the entrance of the haunted house. And with the sun beating down, he softened his demeanor. How about this? I won't charge you for entry. I will accompany you inside, but you may only observe from the periphery. Thank you, sir, she exclaimed. First, we need to sign a waiver. Both adults and children must fill it out. Once inside, do not touch any props, do not run, and stay behind me. Lifting the opaque curtain, Chen Ge placed 2 waiver forms before the woman and the child. Normally, only the guardian's signature would suffice, but in an effort to glean more information about the boy, Chen Ge insisted that the child also sign. Once the waivers were completed, Chen Ge led them into the scene of a ghost marriage. In life, they were not husband and wife. In death, they are buried together. This is the essence of a ghost marriage. Chen Ge briefly recounted the background story as the trio stood at the entrance of a courtyard illuminated by white lanterns. The woman appeared anxious, gripping the strap of her backpack tightly, while the boy hung his head, his reasons for trepidation unclear. The withered trees swayed, and the ground was strewn with paper money, crackling beneath their feet as Chen Ge pushed open the courtyard door. This is the internal setting. You may observe from outside. We have strict regulations. Children under 14 are not permitted to enter. No sooner had he spoken than the previously quiet boy suddenly dashed into the courtyard, leaving the two adults momentarily stunned. Fan Yu. The woman and Chen Ge raced into the courtyard, discovering the boy halted beside a dry well in the center, leaning over the edge as if searching for something. I apologize. Truly I do. The woman busily apologized to Chen Ge as she attempted to grasp the boy's arm. However, the typically quiet and shy boy suddenly transformed, not only wrenching his arm away from her grasp, but also digging his nails into her skin, resembling a startled wildcat. His emotional fluctuations were rather extreme. The dry well in the center of the courtyard was merely a prop and posed no real danger. Chen Ge was not concerned about any mishap, but rather intrigued by the boy's peculiar fixation on the well. After lingering by the well for 2 to 3 minutes, perhaps failing to find what he sought within, the boy reluctantly released his grip. He was unlike most children, or rather, he was unlike any normal person. The more eerie and uncanny the surroundings, the more exhilarated he became. Having entered this realm, Chen Ge decided to guide them on a casual exploration. His full attention was riveted on the boy, who was among the shorter of his peers, with delicate features and large eyes that resembled pure black gemstones. The scene of the ghost marriage was modeled after an ancient courtyard, where the east and west wing rooms were typically designated for the residence of nephews and younger generations. He casually pushed open the door to the east wing, and without warning, a female ghost in a bridal gown emerged from behind the door. The thin, dark-skinned woman screamed in fright and recoiled. No need to be alarmed. She is an actress, Chen Ge reassured, gently pressing down on the ghost's head and softly instructing. Su-wan, you may step outside now. Your reaction is rather lackluster, Su-wan remarked, stepping across the threshold of the wing, while unbeknownst to anyone. The boy who had been standing behind Chen Ge suddenly approached Su-wan, gazing up intently at her. Huh? Boss, why did you let such a small child in here? Su-wan expressed her astonishment, yet among those present, only Chen Ge sensed something amiss. The bridal gown was a vivid crimson, and with special effects makeup. Su-wan now appeared more akin to a corpse. In this context, rather than feeling fear, the boy moved closer to Su-wan, gazing up at her face with rapt attention. It seems this child is quite fond of me. Su-wan smiled at Chen Ge, appearing unperturbed. I want to take you through the other rooms. They are all quite similar in arrangement. Can we leave now? As Chen Ge and the thin woman made their way outside, the young boy lingered in the courtyard, scanning his surroundings as if searching for something. Fan Yu. We're leaving. The boy's call went unheard by the woman as he stood beside the dry well, seemingly engrossed in whatever he was observing. Did this child not feel any fear? Chen Ge chose not to rush him, and instead initiated a conversation with the woman. Are you the boy's mother? I am his aunt, the woman replied, her voice laden with regret. I apologize for the trouble. Xiaoyu is quite different from his peers. Ever since his parents had their accident years ago, he has become like this. We've consulted many doctors to no avail. Psychological issues? Chen Ge cautiously probed. Both of Xiaoyu's parents were teachers at Muyang Middle School. They went missing one after the other and have yet to be found. At that time, Xiaoyu was merely 5 years old, and I didn't know how to explain it to him, so I had to deceive him, telling him his parents had gone to a faraway place called Heaven. Muyang Middle School. Upon hearing these 4 words, Chen Ge's nerves instantly tensed. The boy stubbornly remained at the edge of the well, which only deepened Chen Ge's perplexity. He quietly approached the boy and inquired, Why do you keep gazing into the well? Is there some kind of monster residing within? Fan Yu shook his head. In the dim light where the sun's rays could not penetrate, he seemed to lower his guard. Can you tell Uncle why you were standing by the well? The boy cast a glance over Chen Ge's shoulder, pondering for a moment before responding, I am searching for something. What are you looking for? Chen Ge asked, intrigued. The little boy stared vacantly into the pitch-black, desolate well for a long while before uttering 2 words, Heaven. Chapter 72, The Screaming Index, 2 stars. Searching for paradise in the well? As Chen Ge observed the silhouette of the young boy, a sudden realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to nearly spiral out of control. He turned away, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Fortunately, the emaciated woman had not noticed his momentary aberration. Just as he felt a wave of relief wash over him, he glanced down only to find the boy's gaze fixed upon him, reminiscent of the look Su-wan had given when witnessing the mortuary visage. The frail woman offered her gratitude to Chen Ge before leading the boy away. It was not until they exited the gates of the amusement park that Chen Ge exhaled a long sigh of relief. At that moment, his black mobile phone vibrated ominously in his pocket. The notion of searching for paradise in a well may, for the boy, not be an inherently erroneous concept. During their conversation, the woman revealed that the boy's parents had vanished when he was merely 5 or 6 years old. To spare him undue anguish, she had spun a benevolent falsehood, claiming that his parents had not perished, but rather had journeyed to a place called paradise. She hoped that as the boy matured, he would come to comprehend the truth. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the boy's psyche had become profoundly disturbed, rendering him far from a normal child. While his parents were said to have ascended to paradise, the boy was left to search for it in a well. Did this not indirectly suggest that the child had witnessed a heinous murder, with his parents ultimately disposed of in that very well? The bodies concealed within its depths. Chen Ge instinctively retrieved a cigarette. He hesitated to alert the authorities, instead delving deeper into speculation. The boy's parents were educators at Muyang Middle School, and coincidentally, there was a spiritual quest associated with that very institution, linked to a well. If both instances referred to the same well, then the scene of the crime must lie within the confines of Muyang Middle School. Chen Ge extracted his black mobile phone, the screen displaying an unread message which he opened with a casual tap. Different choices yield entirely different outcomes. The first special visitor has departed. During this interval, you made the most astute decision. Congratulations on receiving a reward. Unlocking the hidden trial task at Muyang Middle School. This scenario is a 4-star horror setting within the spiritual quest branch. Upon completion, the 2-star horror scenario at Muyang Middle School will be unlocked, subsequently reducing the difficulty of the 4-star horror trial task. The Muyang Middle School trial task has a screaming index of 2 stars. There are 4 branch tasks within this scenario. Surviving through all experiences will ensure successful unlocking of the scene. Task location, Muyang Middle School. Task requirements: arrive at the task site by 11 p.m. today and survive until dawn. Will you accept the task? Note: trial tasks exist for only 24 hours. Failure to accept within this time frame will be deemed a forfeiture, and this scene will remain forever inaccessible. The new information on the black mobile phone caught Chen Ge off guard. He had not anticipated that the reward for hosting special visitors would entail a 2-star horror scenario trial task. His previous encounter at the Ping An apartment had already acquainted him with the terror of trial tasks, which proved far more perilous than the nightmarish daily tasks. And that was merely a 1-star trial task. As Chen Ge glanced at his phone, he committed the task details to memory, perusing each word several times. The previous mission had involved tracking down a murderer, while this one merely required him to survive until dawn to be deemed successful. On the surface, it appeared straightforward, however. According to the principles of equivalent exchange dictated by the ominous black phone, the peril associated with this task was likely to far exceed that of a midnight manhunt. The demand to simply remain alive was deceptively simple, yet it left Chen Ge utterly uncertain. The trial task could only exist for 24 hours. If he declined, it would remain forever locked. This uncertainty was particularly tormenting for him, as he was unsure whether abandoning this task would impact the 4-star horror scenario of the Spirit Communication Ghost School. Although, given his current predicament, unlocking the 4-star scenario seemed nearly impossible, he still felt a pang of regret. To forfeit this task would mean relinquishing the Spirit Communication Ghost School, resulting in the loss of 2 scenarios, an unfortunate outcome indeed. Chen Ge weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If he refrained from losing 2 scenarios, and perhaps managed to survive, he could not only unlock a 2-star horror scenario but also inadvertently complete a side quest within the Spirit Communication Ghost School. The haunted house required continual renewal to maintain its clientele, and the arrival of this 2-star horror scenario was opportune. He should give it a try. With the new Century amusement park nearing its closure, he needed to achieve results within 3 months, which was utterly impossible with just the 2 scenarios he currently possessed. After much contemplation, Chen Ge finally made his decision and clicked the confirmation button to accept the task. The young boy was the initiator of the trial task at Muyang Middle School, and there was surely more to uncover from him. Chen Ge raced to the entrance of the amusement park, only to find the boy and the emaciated woman just boarding a bus. Route 14. He hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to the next stop of the Route 14 bus. Soon, he arrived ahead of the bus at the station, waiting nearly a minute before the Route 14 bus slowly pulled in. The vehicle was crowded with passengers, and the thin woman was shielding the young boy at the rear, utterly oblivious to Chen Ge's presence. After the bus made 6 or 7 stops, the number of passengers dwindled, and the destinations became increasingly desolate. Just before reaching the final stop, the woman and the boy disembarked, opting not for the main road, but rather diving into an alleyway. Living in such a secluded area? It made sense. The woman had previously mentioned seeking numerous doctors for the boy's treatment, likely incurring significant expenses. Chen Ge followed them into the alley. But not far into his pursuit, the woman and the boy suddenly quickened their pace. Had he been discovered? Or were they evading something else entirely? Chapter 73. Red and black. The dilapidated alleyways crisscrossed, and Chen Ge, fearful of losing track, quickened his pace. After navigating several turns, he was confronted by a row of low, two-story buildings, where the gaunt woman and the boy had vanished. The stench of sewage permeated the air, and the walls bore bold crimson characters proclaiming demolition, while the corners were heaped with a variety of refuse. Approaching the base of the small buildings, a multitude of questions arose in Chen Ge's mind. Living in such dire conditions, it was evident that the black, emaciated woman and the young boy were not faring well. Yet, at the entrance of the haunted house, the woman had resolutely produced 100 yuan to allow the boy entry, revealing her deep affection for him, though he appeared markedly indifferent towards her. After entering the haunted house, the boy spoke only 2 sentences, both directed at Chen Ge, suggesting a strong aversion to the woman. Was it a personality disorder that rendered him unable to accept affection, or was there a deeper story? Ascending the stairs, he found that only one household occupied the second floor. Clothes and trousers hung on the railing, and the corridor was impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the mess below. Is anyone home? The door stood ajar, and Chen Ge hesitated to intrude, opting instead to knock. Just a moment, came the response, followed by footsteps. Soon, the gaunt woman emerged from within, pausing noticeably upon seeing Chen Ge at the door. What brings you here? Did our visit to the haunted house cause you trouble? She inquired cautiously. No, not at all. I am simply interested in the boy's situation and would like to ask him a few questions, Chen Ge replied. Remaining at the threshold, noticing her lack of invitation, he mustered the courage to continue. Please don't misunderstand. I have many friends at Jiuzhang Medical College who might be able to assist you. Thank you, but that's unnecessary, she declined without hesitation. Chen Ge felt his approach was somewhat intrusive. I assure you, I mean no harm. You can check the Jiuzhang morning news from today on your phone. Seeing her remain unmoved, he retrieved his phone and casually searched for a news piece regarding his assistance in solving the Peace Apartment case. He presented the phone to the gaunt woman, who took it and glanced at the headlines. Ghost hunting host rescued by police in mountain crisis? Haunted house owner's reckless actions nearly lead to catastrophe? These headlines are not significant. My photo should be within, Chen Ge reiterated. After further explanation, the woman's suspicion waned, and she returned the phone to him. Come into the living room. There's no need to close the door. Very well, Chen Ge acquiesced. The woman led him into the living room, which was, in truth, a rather spacious 30-square-meter room cluttered with a dining table and a bed. I didn't expect visitors, so I haven't tidied up. Please forgive the mess. Would you like something to drink? The woman said, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor that mirrored the boy's. No need. I merely wish to inquire about the child's parents. The more details, the better, Chen Ge stated, ready to record anything useful on his phone. Why ask about that after so much time has passed? She questioned. A slender, dark-skinned woman sat across from Chen Ge, recounting the events that transpired 3 years ago at Muyang Middle School. She reiterated her statements made to the police 3 years prior. It appeared that the root cause of the boy's parents' disappearance lay within the boy himself. Chen Ge diligently noted the crucial points from the woman's account on his phone, striving to piece together the sequence of events. It was likely the haunting memories of those scenes that had rendered the young boy somewhat disturbed. The task system of the black phone could not be mistaken, so what did the presence of a brother and sister signify? Based on the information at hand, it should have been the boy's parents who were concealed in the well. Where had the discrepancy arisen? Chen Ge put away his phone and, observing the woman's reddened eyes, tentatively inquired, Is Fan Yu an only child? Does he have a brother or sister? Upon hearing his question, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. Her fingers dug deeply into her flesh as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. If my 2 children had not met with misfortune, little you should now have a brother and sister. Your children? Chen Ge had seen the garments hanging on the balcony before entering, which belonged solely to the boy and the woman, with no indication of an adult male, leading him to believe she was unmarried. They passed away at a very young age. The woman's emotions spiraled out of control. She muttered an apology before retreating into the kitchen. She rummaged for something within, yet did not emerge. Chen Ge rose and headed towards the solitary room in the house. Fan, you should be there, as this little one was the crux of the entire matter. Pushing open the door, he found the bedroom meticulously organized, with Fan Yu standing before his desk, seemingly engrossed in some form of writing. Chen Ge approached the child from behind, glancing over to discover the boy was drawing, particularly favoring hues of red and black. "Little Yu, what are you drawing?" Chen Ge spoke softly, wary of startling the child. As he continued to apply strokes, the patterns on the paper began to take form. In a pitch-black house, several small figures in red stood. Once finished, the boy crumpled the white paper into a ball and tossed it to the ground. Commencing a new drawing, Chen Ge observed for a while, noting that the central theme of the child's artwork revolved around two black houses and red figures. What could this signify? He picked up the drawing from the floor, smoothed it out, and after a moment of contemplation, discreetly tucked it into his pocket. Chapter 74. The photograph red is the color with the longest wavelength and the most vibrant hue in the visible spectrum, while black is its stark opposite. The combination of these two colors creates a distinctive visual effect. The black house resembles the depths of night, while the red figure evokes the essence of blood, merging into a suffocating unity. The child often finds solace in daydreaming and drawing, showing no inclination to play outdoors, preferring to confine himself within the walls of his room. At an indeterminate moment, a gaunt woman entered, carrying 2 glasses of water. "I have ceased to desire anything," she remarked. "I only wish for him to grow up joyfully, like any normal child." She handed one glass to Chen Ge and placed the other beside the boy. "Let us converse outside. He is afraid of strangers." The woman appeared somewhat reserved. The plight of Fan Yu was indeed pitiable. It seemed he had endured some form of trauma. To heal his affliction, one must uncover the root cause before administering the appropriate remedy. Chen Ge articulated his thoughts. "You are his only relative. Your affection for him is evident. May I ask you a few more questions?" The woman nodded, and perhaps due to the oppressive heat, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. "You previously mentioned that Fan Yu's parents went missing while searching for him. Where was he ultimately found?" "At Muyang Middle School. He was hiding in my brother's office." Again, Muyang Middle School, an institution seemingly plagued by misfortune. "Is that so?" Chen Ge listened attentively as the woman recounted her experiences, which proved far more enlightening than his own inquiries. "There are even graver issues," she continued, sitting upright with solemnity. "That school is tainted, according to local elders. The original site was once a crematorium, demolished long ago due to city planning. But consider this, a school built upon such grounds may attract peculiar entities. I had warned my brother, but he refused to heed my counsel." "Why did your brother insist on teaching at Muyang Middle School?" "The salary was attractive, and given his past mistakes, finding employment was a challenge. He intended to earn money, yet tragically, he ended up causing harm to my sister-in-law as well." "That was not the case," she added. "My brother had a penchant for alcohol, and his poor behavior while drinking had led to his dismissal from the school, leaving a negative record in his file. There are only so many schools in Jiangxing. Everyone is aware of each other's past transgressions, which made it difficult for him to secure new employment. It appears this is not a case of vendetta. Indeed, it is not." The woman's choice of words caused Chen Ge to narrow his eyes. "How can you be so certain?" "I shall not conceal anything from you." The woman retrieved a photograph from the innermost part of a drawer and placed it on the table. Since its establishment, one classroom at Muyang Middle School has had its front and back doors locked, prohibiting student entry. The reason remains unknown to all but the former principal. After the passing of the former principal, an enigma enveloped the school, with numerous legends surrounding that particular classroom. Tales of vengeful spirits from the crematorium haunting the space, and workers meeting their demise during the construction of the school lingered in the air. In essence, it was a place steeped in foreboding. But how does this relate to your brother's disappearance? Chen Ge remained somewhat perplexed. "Look at this photograph." Chen Ge received the image from the woman's hand. It depicted an eerily peculiar group shot. A visibly intoxicated man sat dazed at the center, surrounded by several rows of students of varying heights. At first glance, the scene appeared to be an ordinary graduation photo, yet the peculiarity lay in the fact that all the students stood with their backs turned towards the camera. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that each student's posture was rather odd, as if they were all on tiptoes. "Where did you obtain this photograph? Has the police examined it?" Chen Ge placed the photo on the table, wiping the sweat from his palms. The night before his disappearance, he had partaken in a night of revelry with friends, watching a football match, and in a state of inebriation, he had headed directly to school, determined not to miss class. At the time, dawn had yet to break fully, and he thought to take a brief rest in the infirmary. As he passed a classroom, he noticed a multitude of people standing within. He pondered which class was so industrious, pausing momentarily at the door. It appeared that the students were preparing for a group photo, and upon noticing him, they invited him to sit in the center. After the photo was taken, the students departed, and he never discovered who had slipped this photograph into his possession. The woman's voice was steady, yet the narrative she wove was chilling. They took the photograph to Muyang High School for investigation. Although the students donned the school's uniform, none were recognized within the institution. Subsequently, they opened the sealed classroom, scouring both inside and out, only to find his brother's footprints, confirming that he had indeed entered the classroom that day. The woman's account grew increasingly unsettling. All right, I understand. Chen Ge posed a few more questions to the woman, yet her answers remained vague and elusive. Convinced that no new information would emerge, he rose, preparing to depart. Are you leaving? It's quite hot outside. Why not have a drink before you go? No, thank you. Chen Ge declined the woman's kindness and exited the two-story building with his phone in hand. His conversation with the woman had afforded him a more comprehensive understanding of Muyang High School. There were 4 side quests associated with the school, 2 of which involved the young boy's family. He took out Fan Yu's drawing from his pocket and examined it once more. The stark contrast of black and red appeared to convey some profound message: a black house and a red figure. Did this signify a connection to Muyang High School? Could the motifs in the drawing represent one of the school's buildings? Chapter 75. Muyang Middle School. The thoughts of a child are often simple and direct, unlikely to depict anything abstract or nuanced. Could it be that the scene illustrated in the drawing is reminiscent of a crime scene that Fan Yu once witnessed? The house is rendered in black, suggesting that the incident occurred at night, while the diminutive figures within are painted in red, perhaps indicating that the parents have met with a tragic fate. This is the most straightforward interpretation. Chen Ge examined the painting from various angles. The boy's brushwork was hasty, and the figures bore no distinguishing features, making it impossible to discern gender. However, it seems that the red figures do not represent victims, as the number of small figures in the black house is considerable. Chen Ge attempted to count the red figures within that dark room, but each attempt yielded a different tally, and it felt as though the more he counted, the more there appeared to be. The painting was too vague. What was this child truly trying to convey? Inside the room, Fan Yu repeatedly sketched several drawings, all depicting the house and the figures. Yet after each completion, he would crumple the paper and discard it, seemingly unable to capture what he intended. Regardless, this artwork remains a crucial clue. After pondering for some time without substantial revelations, Chen Ge carefully stored the drawing and turned to glance at the 2-story building behind him. The door that had been ajar was now firmly closed. Cautiously, Chen Ge took out his phone to gather information about Muyang Middle School. There was an abundance of material, most of it discovered in various school forums. By estimating the timeline, it appeared that these children who posted were likely former students of Muyang Middle School. Due to the school's closure, they were compelled to transfer, and in their departure, they carried with them the legends of Muyang Middle School to other institutions. As he skimmed through the posts, a few details truly captured Chen Ge's attention. A year prior, 5 students had dared each other to explore Muyang Middle School. Armed with their phones, they live-blogged their experiences on the forum, posting updates every few minutes. The original post had long been deleted, but Chen Ge found content that had been reshared. It was said that they entered the now-closed classroom and engaged in a game of Pin Fairy. Seated at their desks, they invoked the Pin Fairy, and by the end of the game, there were 7 figures standing in the classroom. No one knew how 2 additional figures had appeared, and the 5 children, terrified, fled the school. Fortunately, none of them suffered any dire consequences. Though 2 of them were profoundly affected, one developed a violent temper and a drastically altered personality, while the other became fearful of sunlight, eventually transferring schools and reportedly leaving Zhejiang for another province. Truly, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. Chen Ge perused the comments beneath the post, where some users speculated that with the addition of 2 figures during the game and the subsequent issues faced by the 2 students, it was plausible that the 2 who escaped were not themselves anymore, while the original children remained trapped within that classroom. This comment garnered numerous likes, though some expressed alternative viewpoints, suggesting that perhaps all 5 had been replaced, with only those 2 exhibiting resilience, thus displaying aberrant behavior. The second piece of information was released by a teacher who sternly prohibited any discussion of Muyang Middle School. Among the subsequent comments, there was a folded one that was quite peculiar, stating that a company associated with his father intended to purchase the land on which Muyang Middle School is situated at a low price, a project overseen by his father. Initially, there seemed to be no issue, but as the contract neared finalization, his father began to experience the same dream every night, in which numerous students clad in Muyang Middle School uniforms invaded their home for classes. Strangely, upon waking each morning, there were indeed signs that someone had visited their room. This unsettling experience led his father to fall ill from fright, prompting him to resign, and thereafter, the matter faded into obscurity. After perusing all the posts, Chen Ge found himself unconsciously comparing Muyang Middle School with West City Private Academy, leading to a curious revelation. There were numerous supernatural legends surrounding Muyang Middle School. However, none of these tales specifically mentioned any casualties. In stark contrast, West City Private Academy was nearly devoid of information, yet the records at the West City Police Station clearly documented fatalities at this institution, with more than one incident noted. This led Chen Ge to feel that West City Private Academy seemed to possess a more sinister aura. Grasping his phone, he could only seek solace in this thought. Lost in contemplation while gazing out the window, Chen Ge's phone, whose screen had gone dark, suddenly vibrated. Looking down, he discovered it was a call from Hishan. Could this fellow have sensed the emergence of a new scene to explore and called in advance to make a reservation? Chen Ge answered the call. Placing the phone to his ear, "What's the matter?" "Boss, you must check the official page for short videos immediately. Someone is trying to usurp your place." "Usurp my place? Is he planning to open a haunted house too?" Chen Ge opened the short video app, and before logging in, he saw a promotional screen featuring the host Qin Guang, inviting viewers to explore a real haunted house. Clicking the screen revealed a detailed introduction. Qin Guang was a prominent host on this platform, boasting 600,000 followers, primarily known for his quirky short videos and occasional outdoor live streams. In the notes section, it mentioned that he belonged to a specific studio, which happened to be the same one that had previously tried to recruit Chen Ge at Peace Apartment. As he continued to read, the advertisement detailed that this individual planned to venture into a haunted house for a live mystery-solving event that very night. While this in itself was not alarming, Chen Ge felt somewhat speechless upon realizing the location Qin Guang had chosen for his live stream, Peace Apartment in the western suburbs. "Boss, did you see that? This guy, seeing you as a newcomer, is attempting to steal your thunder with his first live stream attracting nearly 10,000 viewers." Hishan lamented on Chen Ge's behalf. "There's no need to worry. Some things cannot be imitated." Chen Ge initially thought Hishan had something significant to share, but it turned out to be this. He barely regarded Qin Guang as a competitor, suspecting that Qin Guang had likely never seen him as one either. On the other end of the line, Hishan's pace quickened. He has so many fans. Once this type of content gains traction, he might even turn the tables and claim that you are merely following the trend. It is of no concern. By the way, do you possess an understanding of adolescent psychological disorders? I have several inquiries I wish to pose to you. My dear fellow, considering the time, do you still have the leisure to inquire about such matters? Furthermore, I am a forensic expert for psychological issues. You ought to consult a neurologist or seek the counsel of a psychologist. Chapter 76. Entering the school on a rainy night today, a child visited my haunted house. Appearing to be merely 8 or 9 years old, he was taciturn, and the more eerie and terrifying the environment became, the more excited he seemed. What condition do you think this aligns with? Chen Ge directly articulated his concern. The only individuals he could consult were Hishan and Yifeng. As forensic specialists, our primary focus lies in applied medicine and biology, encompassing certain chemistry courses. In contrast, psychology delves into mental phenomena, cognitive functions, and neuroscience, representing entirely distinct branches. Asking me about this is futile. Hishan expressed his helplessness. "Boss, are you truly not considering taking any action? I've noticed your short videos haven't been updated for several days, and you haven't conducted any live streams. If this continues, the popularity you've painstakingly built will gradually dissipate. Look at your homepage. There are already comments suggesting your creativity has run dry. And some have even begun to malign your haunted house." "Malign the haunted house? Is that so?" Chen Ge could no longer maintain his composure. Upon checking his personal homepage, he indeed found numerous negative comments. "Boss, there are far too many short videos nowadays, and they're severely homogenized. Once the popularity of your videos wanes, viewers will swiftly divert their attention to other streamers." "All right, I appreciate your concern," Hishan added with a hint of regret. "That Qin Guang is a major streamer with abundant resources. The platform will undoubtedly promote him. However, I believe his broadcasts cannot compare to yours. His content consists of what I've already explored," Chen Ge replied with a smile. The most significant distinction between his short videos and those of other streamers lay in their authenticity. They were entirely genuine and irreplicable. In terms of resources, channels, and follower count, Qin Guang may indeed outshine him, but when it comes to the mastery and application of horror and suspense, he still has a long way to go. True enough, after all, you're the professional. Ishan paused momentarily before continuing. Boss, I just remembered something. What is it? Do you recall the senior who was frightened to tears during your last encounter? I've frightened quite a few seniors. Just mention her name. Gao Rushua. Her father is a psychologist and a senior lecturer in criminal psychology. I'll see if I can obtain her phone number tonight. Excellent. Once you have it, I'll treat you to a meal and take you on a complimentary tour of the new scenes in the haunted house. Chen Ge was grateful for this straightforward medical student and made a promise. Please don't. I was so terrified after my last visit that I endured several nights of nightmares, feeling as though my mental state had deteriorated. Ishan lamented, once, during class. I dozed off. I had no idea when the teacher approached. I was dreaming of being chased by a doctor wielding a hammer, racing through a building. Just as I was about to reach the rooftop, I suddenly felt someone grasp my shoulder. I was genuinely terrified and elbowed out instinctively, only to realize I had knocked the teacher's glasses off. After suppressing laughter for some time, Chen Ge finally chuckled. All right, I want to force you to visit. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Ge ended the call. He gazed out the car window at the scenery. The sunlight was obscured, and thick clouds amassed in the sky, signaling an impending change in weather. Returning to the New Century amusement park, Chen Ge spotted a considerable crowd gathered at the entrance of the haunted house, where Su Wan was engaged in conversation with them. You're doing well. You can stay outside and sell tickets while I handle the rest, he instructed. Chen Ge pushed aside the protective barrier, donned the Skull Doctor's coat, and entered the midnight escape scene. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a light rain began to fall, and the clouds thickened ominously. Many outdoor attractions in the park ceased operations, prompting reluctant visitors to congregate around indoor activities. Unbeknownst to Chen Ge, his haunted house inadvertently became the most sought-after destination. The number of guests swelled until it began to wane around 5:30 when the park closed. After spending the afternoon dragging a hammer through the haunted house, Chen Ge felt fatigued. He removed his doctor's uniform and stepped outside. The sky was overcast, the clouds looming heavily, and a torrential downpour was imminent. He hastily stuffed his lighter, flashlight, tool hammer, and puppet into his bag before donning a raincoat and leaving the haunted house. With an excessive number of visitors that day, it was already 6 o'clock by the time Chen Ge exited the park. He hailed a taxi at the entrance. But when he mentioned the location of Muyang High School, the driver flatly refused to take him. Reluctantly, Chen Ge hailed another taxi. The new driver informed him that the area around Muyang High School had become a desolate wasteland, devoid of roads, and he could only drop him nearby. The task on his black phone was time-sensitive. Arriving earlier would afford him more time to explore freely and minimize risks. Unwilling to waste time, Chen Ge negotiated a fare with the driver before setting off. During the journey, Chen Ge attempted to glean some information about Muyang High School. But the driver remained serious, fixated on the road ahead in silence. At one moment, Chen Ge found himself reminiscing about the loquacious uncle who had once driven him to West City Private Academy. It was just past 7 in the evening when the taxi finally reached the destination. The road conditions were poor, and they had ventured far beyond the suburbs into a more remote area. I can't drive any further. I can only drop you off here, the taxi driver said, gesturing outside. There should be some residences nearby. If you're unsure, feel free to ask someone. You can pay via QR code. I don't accept cash. Not accepting cash? The driver's assertion was resolute. Although Chen Ge found it peculiar, he did not inquire further. After paying through WeChat, he exited the vehicle. The rain intensified, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Looking around, Chen Ge noticed a few rows of houses in the distance, but they appeared abandoned, devoid of any lights. How am I supposed to find Muyang High School? Chen Ge thought, intending to ask the driver for assistance. However, when he turned around, he was startled to see the driver tossing the seat cover he had occupied out of the window. Without a hint of hesitation, the driver started the engine and sped away. He refuses my cash and discards my seat cover? What does this mean? Is he afraid his car will be tainted by something undesirable? Chapter 77. The paper and pen on the desk. The actions of the taxi driver instilled a sense of unease in Chen Ge. They could be considered the most familiar individuals with this city, well aware of its forbidden locales. Did this driver harbor some misunderstanding about me? The mat was discarded onto the muddy ground, quickly soaked by the rain. While perusing the eerie legends surrounding Muyang Secondary School on the campus forum, Chen Ge had not felt particularly frightened. However, after the driver's unsettling behavior, he felt a chill running down his spine, beginning to waver in his confidence. The task at hand merely required survival, indicating that, in the eyes of the ominous black phone, living itself had become a test. In the blink of an eye, the taxi vanished into the distance, leaving Chen Ge, clad in a raincoat, standing alone in the desolate expanse, feeling as if he were the sole inhabitant of the world. The rain intensified, compelling Chen Ge to pull down the hood of his raincoat and retrieve his flashlight as he ventured down the dirt path. Dark clouds loomed overhead, blocking any trace of light from the sky. Approaching the few remaining structures, he soon realized they had long been abandoned. Rusty chains hung from the doors, and the windows were shattered, revealing a clutter of dilapidated furniture and refuse within. Occasionally, he spotted unfamiliar insects scuttling amidst the debris. Was this place truly so sinister? Before coming here, he had inquired with Fan Yu's aunt to gain a general understanding of the environment surrounding Muyang Secondary School. With no one to ask for directions, he could only rely on his memory to navigate towards the more desolate and remote areas. The rain fell steadily, and the road was muddy, flanked by oddly shaped trees, possibly overgrown due to years of neglect, some even encroaching upon the dirt path. The site of the former Muyang Secondary School was a crematorium. Although it was not a pristine location, it surely had access roads for vehicles. Yet, as he walked further, the path narrowed, making it increasingly difficult for vehicles to pass. Had he taken a wrong turn? After 30 minutes of trudging forward, he arrived at the end of the dirt road, where he spotted several toppled signs and a wooden fence. One side was covered in moss, appearing to be remnants from years past. Chen Ge straightened the sign, but the inscription had become indecipherable. Battling the rain, he illuminated it with his flashlight. Why did only one side harbor moss, while the other remained unburied in the earth? Was it due to sunlight exposure, or had someone recently visited this place, moving the sign and fence? He paused, pulling out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and he still had not located the task site. The only silver lining was that his phone still had a signal, alleviating concerns of losing contact with the outside world. On a rainy night, the sky would be exceptionally dark, with Chen Ge's flashlight providing the sole source of illumination. The signs and fence were indeed present, and more curiously, it seemed someone had recently disturbed these items, raising suspicions. Chen Ge lifted the wooden sign to clear the underbrush ahead and proceeded further into the depths of the forest. Finally, the scene before him transformed. A row of fragmented wooden fences stood amidst the trees, with a few low-rise buildings scattered within the enclosure. Was this Muyang Secondary School? Compared to West City Private Academy, this institution appears rather shabby, occupying an estimated area only one-third the size of its counterpart. Casting aside the wooden sign in his hand, Chen Ge remained undaunted by the school's modest dimensions. Often, a smaller space does not necessarily equate to an advantage. Although there are fewer areas to explore, the corresponding reduction in hiding spots is equally significant. As he vaulted over the fence, Chen Ge officially entered Muyang Middle School. The entire campus unfolded before him in a single glance. Near the entrance stood the teaching building, which bore the scars of a severe fire, its exterior charred, and portions of the walls cracked, threatening to collapse at any moment. To the left lay the dormitory, which, perhaps due to the limited number of boarding students, comprised merely 2 floors with a scant number of rooms. On the right was the office building, also 2 stories high, yet from an external viewpoint, this structure appeared to be the best preserved of all. Behind the teaching building sprawled an uneven playground, flanked by 2 basketball hoops and several table tennis tables. The architectural layout of Muyang Middle School was thus dilapidated and rudimentary. While it was steeped in numerous supernatural legends, the school itself bore no remarkable features. Chen Ge even harbored doubts that the true reason for the academy's closure was not the paranormal events, but rather its inability to sustain operations. Upon arrival, Chen Ge found himself surprisingly composed. He embraced the situation with a calm demeanor, adept at swiftly adjusting his mindset. There were 4 side missions awaiting him: the Spirit of the Pin, the 5th stall in the restroom, a deep well, and a sealed classroom. To unlock the scenes entirely, he could not afford to overlook any of these tasks. During the last trial, his accomplishment rate had exceeded 90%, earning him the hidden item, a missing persons notice for Wang Qi, which had facilitated the establishment of a favorable rapport with the Shao family, garnering their approval. He understood the significance of task completion, yet achieving it was easier said than done. Any one of these 4 side missions could rival a nightmare task, let alone the challenge of undertaking them consecutively within a single night. With midnight still a ways off, when the malevolent entities were not at their most active, he decided to investigate these 4 locations first. If completion proved impossible, he could always depart. Chen Ge tucked the puppet into his embrace and retrieved his tool hammer as he entered the teaching building. The walls were a deep black. Remnants of the fire still vividly apparent after several years. The entire structure had been engulfed in flames. Could this have any connection to the site of a former crematorium? Moving cautiously, he recalled the task prompt on his black phone, noting that at the end of the corridor was a classroom sealed with tape, never before entered, yet teeming with activity at night. Fan Yu's father had met his unfortunate fate upon entering that very classroom, which could be deemed the epicenter of all supernatural occurrences at Muyang Middle School. An eerie photograph surfaced in his mind. And tonight he might encounter those figures with their backs turned to the camera, perhaps with no faces at all, lingering for an entire night. All the classrooms were locked tight, the doors and windows securely fastened, leaving Chen Ge with no choice but to crouch beside the window, flashlight in hand, peering inside. The preceding classrooms exhibited no anomalies, until Chen Ge reached the last classroom at the end of the corridor, where he suddenly encountered some peculiarities. This classroom's desks and chairs remained almost intact. It appeared that the fire had not spread to this location. What struck Chen Ge as particularly unsettling was the sight of books and writing materials arranged neatly atop the central desk, as if someone had recently conducted a lesson here. Chapter 78. I can no longer control my right hand. Should I venture inside to take a look? Chen Ge grasped the tool hammer, feeling as if his heart were being clawed by a cat, yearning to smash open the door and unveil the secrets inscribed upon the paper. A post on the campus forum recounted an incident where 5 students had dared to enter Muyang Middle School, engaging in the game of pin spirit in the final classroom. Might the paper and pen on the desk be remnants of their activity? After pondering, Chen Ge deemed it unlikely. According to the post's account, the 5 students, during their game, had been startled by the sudden appearance of 2 additional figures, sending them into a panic as they fled the classroom. In such a frenzied escape, they would undoubtedly have disturbed the classroom's furniture. Yet, the desks and chairs were impeccably arranged, showing no signs of intrusion. Of course, it was also possible that the furniture had been rearranged after their departure, or that the 5 students had been entirely replaced, with the apparitions who emerged from the classroom being 5 ghosts. Contemplating this, Chen Ge set down the tool hammer, deciding it would be wiser to leave this classroom for last. Exiting the teaching building, he arrived at the entrance of the dormitory. The dilapidated 2-story structure had only a few rooms. After searching for a while, he finally spotted a chipped iron sign in the hallway, its inscription barely legible, indicating that the 2nd floor housed female students and that males should not proceed. This school was indeed quite rudimentary. Removing his raincoat hood, Chen Ge wiped the moisture that had seeped into his collar, just as his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered casually, "Hashan? Is there something you need?" "It's nothing serious, really. Qin Guang has already started his broadcast. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? The actors he hired are pretending to be the culprits next door, and the entire opening mimics your style. Even the reasoning is similar to yours. I can't even muster the energy to critique it. Let him broadcast. I'll be going live myself shortly, so remember to support me." "Wait, you're going live?" Hashan's voice escalated with excitement. Chen Ge felt a sense of happiness knowing that an audience awaited his return. "It's been a while since my last broadcast. This time, I plan to engage in something thrilling." The line fell silent for a moment before Hashan's footsteps could be heard, as he seemed to be darting around the dormitory in slippers, enthusiastically urging everyone, "Get up and watch the live stream. It's another life-or-death game today." Hashan's enthusiasm was palpable, yet Chen Ge felt something amiss in his words. After hanging up, Chen Ge opened a short video application, where Qin Guang's haunted house live stream was prominently featured on the homepage. He watched for a while. It appeared to be a well-coordinated team effort, with dedicated cameramen while Qin Guang focused solely on reasoning and clue finding, setting aside all else. Just the quality of the live stream presented a stark contrast to Chen Ge's efforts. They had indeed made comprehensive preparations, with a view count of 680,000. If he were to promote his haunted house, the park would surely be inundated with visitors the following day. But there was no rush. He would take it slow, setting a modest goal for himself to survive the night. Chen Ge exited Qin Guang's live stream and commenced his own. He found himself in a desolate wilderness. The signal was abysmal, the live stream image was blurry, and at times, the comments would freeze, leaving him in silence for a stretch of time. Though the quality of my live broadcast leaves much to be desired, the substance of my content is noteworthy. In comparison to Qin Guang, both have their merits. The barrage of comments was imperceptible, and Chen Ge found himself unable to engage with the viewers. He briefly introduced Muyang Middle School while holding his phone, before losing interest in the broadcast altogether. After wandering the first floor of the dormitory for quite some time with no significant findings, Chen Ge ascended to the second floor, wielding a tool hammer. The girls' dormitory appeared no different from the boys', rooms cluttered with textbooks and remnants of neglect since the school's closure. With a flashlight in hand, he patiently examined the area and, upon passing the fourth dorm room on the second floor, he was struck by the sight of 4 chairs arranged in parallel at the center of the room, atop which lay several sheets of pristine white paper and a ballpoint pen. The paper and pen appeared brand new, starkly contrasting with the surrounding disarray, suggesting they had been placed there recently. This marked the second occasion Chen Ge had encountered such fresh stationery, and an unsettling notion crept into his mind regarding these items. The rusted padlock served merely as a prop. With a few forceful strikes, he managed to pry the dormitory door open. A musty odor assaulted his senses as he covered his mouth and nose, approaching the chairs to scrutinize the laid-out sheets of paper. There were 4 in total. The first read, "When will I die?" The second inquired, "What manner of death awaits me?" The third posed the question, "Who will be the next to die?" The fourth remained blank, devoid of any writing. A game of pen spirit, perhaps? Chen Ge rummaged through the room, hoping to uncover any lingering clues, but the passage of time had rendered many items incomplete. Finding nothing of value, Chen Ge's gaze returned to the white paper in the center. The pen spirit was likely a self-imposed fright, and he reasoned that attempting it would not lead to dire consequences. Due to the body's inherent rhythms of breathing, heartbeat, and blood flow, it tends to sway gently at all times. An untrained individual would instinctively shift positions if required to maintain the same pose for an extended period, as it is a natural reflex unrelated to the pen spirit. Securing his phone to the bed to capture both himself and the 4 aligned chairs, Chen Ge understood that completing all 4 side quests at Muyang Middle School was essential to fully realize the trial's objectives. He resolved to begin with this task. After closing the dormitory door behind him, he stood alone in the room, contemplating for 3 to 4 minutes before settling on the floor and grasping the ballpoint pen. "Calm your nerves," he reminded himself. Chen Ge placed the plush toy against his chest, gripped the pen in his right hand, and held the tool hammer firmly in his left, preparing to engage in the pen spirit game. After reciting the incantation, he endeavored to steady his breathing. His hand hovered above the paper, his body motionless. Outside, the rain intensified, and a subtle transformation began to manifest within the shadowy confines of the campus. The mustiness in the dormitory lessened as an inexplicable chill swept through, stirring the white papers atop the chairs. Moments later, Chen Ge abruptly opened his eyes, having felt an unfamiliar grip on his hand. Without resistance, he focused intently on his right hand, while his left hand tightened around the hammer, poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 79. An opportunity to reorganize your words. A peculiar odor wafted through the narrow girls' dormitory, where the sheets fluttered gently in the dim light, as if something were emerging from beneath. Raindrops pelted against the window frame. Outside, a tempest raged, while inside the dormitory, an unsettling silence prevailed. With his arms suspended above a blank sheet of paper, Chen Ge gripped his pen, striving to relax. After uttering the incantation to summon the spirit of the pen, an unmistakable force enveloped his hand, akin to being gently clasped by another's hand, from which a chilling sensation emanated. "Spirit of the pen, you are my past life. I am your present. If you wish to come, draw a circle on the paper." Chen Ge recited the incantation once more, the frigid sensation on the back of his hand intensifying. Yet, perplexingly, the pen remained upright on the paper, failing to draw a circle or perform any other action. Was the spirit unwilling to manifest? The atmosphere within the room grew even more oppressive. As the icy feeling spread to his forearm, it felt as though several additional presences had joined him within the confines of the room. He focused intently, his pupils gradually constricting in the darkness. Perhaps the effects of his dilated pupils were taking hold, allowing him to vaguely discern 3 faint shadows standing in different directions, each extending a hand to grasp the pen in Chen Ge's palm. 3? His heart skipped a beat, and he blinked. The vision he had just witnessed vanished instantaneously. The absence of sight did not imply their departure. Chen Ge was acutely aware that at least 3 other hands were gripping the pen standing upright in the center. Was it about to commence? The light from the nearby flashlight appeared to dim considerably, and under Chen Ge's gaze, the pen in his hand began to rotate slowly. The pen tip pressed against the white paper, the ballpoint nib creating friction with the surface, swiftly forming a blood-red circle. His own hand remained motionless, yet the pen inscribed a shape upon the paper. Chen Ge fixated on the image, recalling the name of this side quest, the unyielding spirit of the pen. The game of the spirit of the pen entails 3 prohibitions: One must not inquire about the cause of death. One must not ask about lifespan. And one must ensure the spirit is dismissed. Any violation of these rules could lead to uncontrollable consequences, with the third rule being the most severe. If the spirit is summoned and not dismissed, it will linger until it possesses the body of the participant or brings about their demise. I hope no unforeseen events occur. Chen Ge silently mused, redirecting his gaze to the white paper. The blood-red circle connected seamlessly, inscribed at the very center of the page. It seemed to have heard my voice. Now it was my turn to pose a question. Chen Ge had merely come to fulfill the task assigned by the black phone. He had no desire to engage in any bizarre experiments, for should he provoke the spirit, he would ultimately bear the consequences. Successfully summoning the spirit of the pin was indeed a rare opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, he voiced his greatest curiosity. Spirit of the pin, spirit of the pin. Do you know where my parents have gone? During the arduous task of playing the bathtub game, Chen Ge yearned to see his parents more than anyone else. Yet, his desire remained unfulfilled. However, this at least signified one thing. His parents were not deceased, but merely missing. Chen Ge sincerely sought the answer to this perplexing question. Unexpectedly, upon voicing his inquiry, the pin in his palm began to tremble gently, and fine cracks appeared along its shaft. This was quite different from the scene he had envisioned. Was his question truly so daunting? A few minutes later, Chen Ge sensed a slight illumination in the room. The pin in his hand resumed its motion, drawing a circle upon the blank paper. What could this mean? Had it bypassed the question? Observing the two circles on the paper, Chen Ge began to grasp the pin spirit's implication, feeling somewhat embarrassed that it too was unaware of the answer. The pin spirit's earlier reaction was peculiar, suggesting that the mystery of his parents' disappearance was far from straightforward. After a brief silence, Chen Ge found himself at a loss for further inquiries. Resolving to ask something else, he thought, perhaps I should hasten to conclude this side quest. The chill in his arm had spread to his shoulder, and as the game progressed, he felt an increasing numbness enveloping half of his body, rendering it difficult to control. I shall pose another question. Pin spirit, can you reveal to me who my future wife will be? The pin tip quivered, and the flashlight flickered as if something had passed by, heightening the atmosphere of tension within the room. The window creaked, raindrops pattered inside, and a bolt of lightning cleaved the night sky, momentarily casting four shadows upon the wall. With a tentative grip, the pin in Chen Ge's hand resumed its movement. Blood-red characters emerged on the white paper, each stroke meticulously crafted, until the first character was completed. Su? Is it Su-wan? Chen Ge felt a genuine curiosity arise within him as the pen continued its flow, completing the final stroke of the previous character and commencing the next Chinese character. However, midway through, the ballpoint pen abruptly ceased its movement. Powerlessly, Chen Ge observed the unfolding events. Despite his lack of exertion, the pen in his palm began to tremble violently, the cracks multiplying. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the eerie dormitory, as if several forces were clashing. The pin could no longer withstand the pressure, and the upper part of its shaft completely shattered. One side seemed to concede, and then Chen Ge witnessed an astonishing scene. The pin in his hand crossed out the previously inscribed character for Su and proceeded to inscribe another name in the adjacent blank space. Zhang Ya? The blood-red name was inscribed neatly on the white paper, leaving Chen Ge at a loss for words. Pin spirit. Are you certain this was the name you intended to write from the start? As the game concluded, Chen Ge rose from beside the chair. The moment he released his grip, the ballpoint pen shattered into several pieces, appearing quite tragic. It seemed that my experience with the pin spirit game was rather different from others. Picking up his phone, Chen Ge was astonished to discover that the viewership of his live stream had inexplicably surpassed 20,000, marking a new personal record for him. Chapter 80, the fifth stall of the restroom. When did the viewership surpass 20,000? I recall that at the onset of the broadcast, there were merely a handful of spectators in the live stream. Chen Ge held his phone aloft, grappling with a weak signal. The barrage of comments lagged, often taking an eternity to appear, only to be inundated by a sudden surge moments later, rendering them nearly impossible to follow. With over 20,000 viewers and a subscription count barely touching 5,000, the conversion rate seemed rather dismal. He captured images of the papers used in the recent pin spirit game and then directed the camera towards the shattered ballpoint pen resting in the chair. Dear viewers, have you noticed? I engaged in the pen spirit game, only for the pen to meet its demise. Are you still not inclined to follow me? Do you realize the magnitude of the risk I undertook? As a modest streamer without equipment or a team, I am perpetually teetering on the brink of danger. Alone in this endeavor, I am aware that my setup is far from ideal, and I cannot even see your comments. Yet I can guide you through the most authentic paranormal experiences, an experience that is singular and irreplicable. Upon uttering these words, the follower count in the live stream began to rise, indicating that Chen Ge's efforts had borne fruit. For him, this was merely a task assigned by the enigmatic black phone. However, from the perspective of the viewers, the situation was markedly different, especially when contrasted with Chen Ge, where Chen Ge's meager equipment paled in comparison to the thrilling content he offered, which was utterly incomparable in terms of both entertainment and peril. Viewers tuned in for novelty, while Chen Ge and his team meticulously scripted their performances and employed actors for a polished presentation. It ultimately felt stiff. In contrast, Chen Ge's broadcasts were a delightful unpredictability, even he himself uncertain of what the next moment would unveil. Thank you all for your support. The Pin Spirit game, this is not for the faint of heart. Please, do not attempt this without proper expertise. Now, we must proceed to another location. Chen Ge, buoyed by the surging popularity, felt a surge of elation, as he was already bound to undertake these tasks as dictated by the black phone. He resolved to maximize the potential of these assignments, extracting their hidden value and transforming the execution of the tasks into a means of garnering attention. Uncertain of what transpired within the live stream, the increase in viewership was certainly a positive outcome, justifying the risks he had undertaken. Having effortlessly completed a side task, Chen Ge felt increasingly confident about surviving the night. He donned a raincoat and hat. Stepping out of the dormitory, the search had been concluded, and there was no reason to linger further. 3 tasks remained: the final classroom, the deep well, and the 5th stall of the restroom. The 5th stall of the restroom should be located within the academic building. Having visited the restroom in the dormitory earlier, which contained only 4 stalls, he deduced that if the office and dormitory buildings shared a similar layout, then only the restroom in the academic building would satisfy the task's criteria. Glancing at his phone, he noted that he had arrived at Mu Young Middle School at 8 in the evening. Although the Pin Spirit game had not consumed much time, it was nearly 9 o'clock by the time he checked again. With 3 hours remaining until midnight, he had to complete 3 tasks, just barely enough time. In his mind, he had already devised a plan. Once all the side tasks were completed, he would seek a corner that offered both safety and retreat, remaining quietly until dawn. Once again standing at the entrance of the teaching building, Chen Ge was enveloped by an odd sensation. As if before him lay not merely the ruins of a structure, but rather an immense coffin entombing countless souls. The side quest did not specify the exact location of the restroom. The teaching building boasted 3 stories, implying that the 5th stall on each floor could potentially be his objective. Illuminating his path with a flashlight in one hand while the other clutched his phone, Chen Ge ventured inside. Wandering through the dimly lit, vacant classrooms in the dead of night was a chilling experience in itself. He was gripped by fear, apprehensive that peering into the rooms might reveal some grotesque sight. He hastened to the end of the corridor and slipped into the restroom on the ground floor. The flames had not reached this sanctuary. The restroom retained much of its appearance from years past, with cracked floor tiles through which weeds sprouted. Dark brown stains marred the walls, and only one window remained, creaking ominously in the wind and rain. The mission was urgent. He could not afford to dawdle. There were 6 stalls within the restroom, and after years of neglect, many doors had succumbed to disrepair, allowing a glimpse of their contents without the need for force. Gripping his tool hammer, he proceeded past the 6 stalls, finding the first 4 to be entirely unremarkable. However, the 5th and 6th stalls exuded an air of unease. Their doors were firmly shut, and upon a gentle push, he discovered they were locked. Typically, stalls are secured only when occupied. This notion flitted through his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. The school had been abandoned for 3 years, and it was conceivable that what lay within was not human. He resolved to investigate further. Raising his hammer, he struck the lock, and the stall door swung open with a resounding creak. Before Chen Ge could react, dark figures surged forth toward him. What on earth? He swiftly dodged aside, and as the beam of his flashlight illuminated the interior, he found nothing but a haphazard pile of mops and brooms. Relieved, he reorganized the items on the floor and peered into the last stall, which was likewise crammed with debris. The 6 stalls on the ground floor were entirely normal. His target must lie on another level. If this scene were set in a haunted house, it would undoubtedly terrify many. Contemplating this, Chen Ge ascended to the restroom on the 2nd floor. The layout was consistent, yet the windows had been sealed with wooden planks, creating a far more oppressive atmosphere than that of the ground floor. Could this be the location? Perhaps due to the boarded windows, the 2nd floor restroom remained remarkably intact, showing little change since years prior. As he reached the entrance of the first stall, he paused before pushing the door open, for faintly, he discerned the sound of footsteps echoing through the corridor. The torrential rain obscured clarity. Was someone racing down the hall? He concealed himself in the restroom's corner, clutching his hammer, and crouched for several minutes, yet nothing unusual passed by. A nagging feeling grew within him, as if the very essence of the school were shifting, awakening anew. It seemed he must hasten his pace. Chen Ge no longer hesitated and stepped into the restroom. He pushed open the doors of the first 4 stalls in succession. As he stood before the 5th stall, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor once more. This time, he discerned clearly that 2 individuals were walking side by side. The task information for the 5th stall indicated that a red shadow would always appear at midnight. Could it be that it had arrived now? Chapter 81. The Dangerous Child. This side quest is narrated from the first-person perspective, recounting the tale of an individual who, in pursuit of a crimson shadow that appears only at midnight, seeks refuge in the 5th stall of a restroom. What transpires thereafter is not elaborated upon in the mission briefing, leaving ample room for Chen Ge's imagination to wander. He extinguishes his flashlight, a sense of perplexity enveloping him. The task mentions a red shadow haunting the restroom at midnight, yet the sound of footsteps distinctly suggests 2 individuals walking side by side. Could it be that during the years of abandonment, the red shadow has befriended another? The footsteps draw ever closer to the 2nd floor restroom. According to the task stipulations, Chen Ge should conceal himself in the 5th stall. However, he perceives this action as overly passive. Should something truly horrific emerge, he would find himself unable to escape. Perhaps I ought to adopt a more proactive stance. Gripping his tool hammer, Chen Ge positions himself behind the restroom door, prepared to deliver a swift blow to whomever enters. Taking a deep breath, he holds his breath, raising the hammer in anticipation. The footsteps grow increasingly distinct, resembling 2 figures racing side by side, now perilously close to the restroom. The wait is a torment for Chen Ge. He remains oblivious to what lurks outside and its intentions, straining to listen while suppressing any sound from his own lips. After a few agonizing seconds, the footsteps finally halt before the restroom door. They have arrived. Chen Ge's grip on the hammer begins to perspire, his heart racing with mounting trepidation. Outside, the storm rages, raindrops inundating the interior and soaking the floor. Where are they? Chen Ge turns to glance behind him and above the door frame, yet no visage of a face emerges. His patience frays, and he clutches the door frame, poised to venture outside. Before he can step out from his concealment, a bolt of lightning illuminates the night sky. In that fleeting brilliance, Chen Ge glimpses 2 shadows upon the restroom floor. There are figures at the door. He freezes, his flashlight long extinguished, enveloped in utter darkness, unable to see anything. The shadows are diminutive, resembling those of children. He dares not relax his vigilance, waiting several more seconds as footsteps resound at the entrance. Contrary to his expectations, the owners of the footsteps do not enter the restroom but rather venture into the adjacent corridor, seemingly descending to the 1st floor. Are they leaving? Chen Ge cautiously shifts his stance, peering toward the restroom door, which reveals nothing. The figures that stood at the entrance appeared to be 2 children. A stark deviation from the red shadow described in the black mobile task. Is this a result of the passage of time, manifesting unforeseen changes? Or has my presence in the campus awakened strange entities prematurely? Unable to discern the answer, Chen Ge dismisses the notion of delving deeper. He reignites his flashlight and approaches the 5th stall, resolute in his intent to investigate, regardless of whether it aligns with the objectives of the black mobile task. He pushes the door open, yet finds the dilapidated stall empty, just as it had been before. Given the current circumstances, the compartment I seek should be located in the restroom on the 3rd floor. The 2 children from earlier have made their way to the 1st floor. Presenting an opportune moment, Chen Ge hastily exited the restroom, but before he could fully step out, his phone vibrated unexpectedly, signaling an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Whose number could this be? Chen Ge had few friends, and those he did possess rarely kept in touch. He hesitated for a moment, retreating to a corner, exiting the live stream, and answered the call. Hello, good day. You are a classmate of Gao Ruxue, correct? I have heard that you encountered a child exhibiting unusual behavior today, possibly suffering from a psychological disorder. The voice on the other end was mature and composed, instilling a sense of trust. Yes, and you are? I am her father and a lecturer at Jiujiang Medical University. Before, Hashan had informed Chen Ge that he had given his number to Gao Ruxue, and it appeared that the senior with an aura of composure was indeed reliable in her dealings. Could you elaborate on the child's condition? Psychological disorders are like weeds deeply rooted in the psyche. If not eradicated promptly, they can obliterate a person's future. Gao Rushue's father was acutely aware of the dangers posed by psychological maladies, believing them to be even more perilous than certain physical ailments. Well, there is a child, around 7 or 8 years old, who appears physically normal but seems quite withdrawn, reluctant to engage with others, and fearful of sunlight. Are there any other symptoms? It would be best to provide as much detail as possible. I encountered this child at the entrance of a haunted house. His aunt informed me that he particularly enjoys playing in such places. Within the haunted house, he displayed none of the typical fear one would expect, unlike in the sunlight. He appeared much more animated. It seems he only feels secure in areas devoid of sunlight. Chen Ge expressed his inner questions, unable to believe such a child existed without witnessing it firsthand. A 7 or 8-year-old who enjoys playing in a haunted house and is unafraid? Indeed. The child even exhibited curiosity towards the actors made up as ghosts. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. If he merely lacks fear, it may be indicative of Urbach-Wieth disease, a condition that can impair the functioning of the amygdala and the brain. I'm sorry, I'm not quite following. It's quite simple. The amygdala serves as the neural hub for the formation of fear memories and is also responsible for regulating emotions such as fear and anger. Should there be a malfunction, a person may not experience fear even when in proximity to high-voltage wires, ferocious beasts, or venomous snakes, let alone entering a haunted house. Gao Rushue's father made a compelling point. Yet Chen Ge felt that this condition did not entirely align with Fan Yu's situation. Professor Gao, that child is not devoid of fear. He is afraid of sunlight and strongly dislikes walking in its rays. Moreover, his demeanor transcends mere indifference to the haunted house. He genuinely revels in its atmosphere, exhibiting a stark contrast between his behavior inside the haunted house and outside. Chen Ge pondered for a moment and added, outside the haunted house, he uttered not a word, completely avoiding contact with others. However, upon entering the haunted house, he became exhilarated. If forcibly removed from the premises, he would resort to aggression. And I witnessed him viciously mutilate his aunt's arm. From your description, it seems reminiscent of symptoms associated with bipolar disorder. During manic episodes, there is an overwhelming urge for destruction, a complete loss of reason, and even the potential to harm those closest to them. Conversely, during depressive phases, one experiences profound loneliness, sorrow, a refusal to communicate, and a retreat into their own world. Teacher Gao diligently analyzed the situation for Chen Ge. However, there is one aspect I find perplexing. Patients with bipolar disorder experience episodes randomly. There is no indication that merely entering a haunted house would trigger such a transformation. Personally, I believe that since his personality changes occur within the haunted house, the root cause of his condition must be linked to this location. Could it be that he experienced a traumatic event in the haunted house during his childhood? Or perhaps his parents worked there? After listening to Mr. Gao Rushue's remarks, Chen Ge began to form a vague hypothesis. The boy's change in character is connected to the haunted house. And the most significant distinction of his haunted house is that it truly harbors ghosts. Chapter 82 The sole witness Fan Yu's fondness for visiting the haunted house stemmed from a peculiar affinity for spirits. Drawing upon Gao Rushue's father's deductions, Chen Ge arrived at a rather absurd conclusion. I dare not hastily speculate about this patient. If time permits, you may bring him to see me. Gao Rushue's father had never encountered such a case and wished to conduct a face-to-face diagnosis. Mental illnesses are profoundly intricate, their origin shrouded in uncertainty, intertwined with one's environment, personal experiences, and even genetic inheritance. As he lifted his raincoat, Chen Ge retrieved Fan Yu's painting from the inner pocket of his garment. In the dark house depicted, several crimson figures resided. Prior to arriving at Mu Yang Middle School, Chen Ge had assumed this artwork represented one of the school's buildings. However, upon his actual arrival, he realized that the three modest structures on campus bore no resemblance to the Black House in Fan Yu's painting. Instead, it was the dilapidated residence where Fan Yu lived with his aunt that bore a striking similarity to the illustrated abode. If Fan Yu had indeed been painting his current dwelling, then the notion that the house was inhabited solely by spirits sent shivers down Chen Ge's spine. Each of Fan Yu's creations, rendered in shades of red and black, depicted the same black house and red figures, yet each painting possessed subtle distinctions. Chen Ge's lips turned pale as he recalled that in every one of the boy's artworks, the positions of the red figures varied. Initially, he had believed this to be mere childlike scribbling. Reflecting now, he realized it was likely the unclean entities residing within that house shifting about. Could Fan Yu perceive them? The boy had only spoken twice in the haunted house, both times addressing Chen Ge. Initially, Chen Ge had thought it was his charm that attracted the child, but he now understood that the boy likely regarded him as akin to himself. It was no wonder he shunned sunlight and preferred to frolic in the haunted house. The child had evidently developed a severe cognitive distortion. Gripping his phone tightly, Chen Ge pondered the reasons behind Fan Yu's condition. However, based on the boy's numerous aberrant behaviors and the testimony of the emaciated woman, a chilling hypothesis took shape in his mind. Years ago, on a similarly stormy night, the young boy had vanished and his parents had met a tragic fate while searching for him. To murder two adults amidst a torrential downpour, while simultaneously concealing the bodies and erasing all traces, would require an almost unfathomable level of planning. Further contemplating, even if someone had intended to harm Fan Yu's parents that fateful rainy night, why would a perpetrator capable of perfectly disposing of the bodies and obliterating the scene allow Fan Yu to escape unharmed? After his aunt had told him that his parents had gone to heaven, Fan Yu sought paradise in the well, clearly aware that his parents' remains had been concealed within. He had witnessed everything. He was one of the scene's witnesses, and the murderer had no reason to spare him. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Ge felt a chill course through him. Unless the murderer knew the boy, or perhaps the murderer was the boy himself. Both hypotheses should either hold true. Filled Chen Ge with dread. The aunt herself harbors significant suspicions regarding her involvement in the crime. There exist discrepancies in the woman's statements, and it is rather peculiar that while she was in the kitchen pouring water for Chen Ge, she rummaged through drawers and cabinets in search of something. If it were merely a matter of pouring water, such a convoluted effort would seem unnecessary. Furthermore, throughout their conversation, including at the moment Chen Ge was about to depart, the woman repeatedly and subtly alluded to water, expressing a desire for Chen Ge to take a sip. If the aunt indeed murdered Fan Yu's parents, what would be her motive? The gaunt woman has become excessively indulgent towards Fan Yu. She possesses striking beauty, yet has neglected her own care. Her skin dark and her figure slender. It is evident that raising Fan Yu alone has been a considerable challenge for her. Managing his daily needs while also taking him to see a psychologist, thus sacrificing her own life. Could such a woman truly be the perpetrator? Frankly, the slender woman left a positive impression on Chen Ge. She is independent and resilient. However, in comparison, Chen Ge finds it difficult to accept the latter hypothesis. If the culprit is not the aunt, then the most likely suspect is the boy himself. He is the sole eyewitness and survivor of the homicide scene. Chen Ge previously did not harbor suspicions, believing a child incapable of committing murder. However, after seeing the drawings by Fan Yu, he realized he had gravely underestimated the child. Fan Yu possesses a pair of extraordinary eyes. He coexists with spirits and seems to thrive, indicating that there are indeed profound issues with him. Chen Ge even suspects he might possess the ability to command spirits effortlessly. Were it anyone else, such notions might not arise, but Chen Ge is different. He is, after all, a guardian of vengeful spirits. The likelihood of the boy being the culprit is quite high, yet what could his motive be? The motive for murder remains the most perplexing aspect for Chen Ge, as neither the aunt nor Fan Yu has any reason to harm their kin. What truly transpired that day? Ultimately, Fan Yu's parents were concealed in a deep well at Muyang Middle School. What connection does this incident have with the institution? Chen Ge carefully stored away Fan Yu's drawings and suddenly realized he had yet to hang up the phone. He hastily apologized to Teacher Gao on the other end of the line, saying, "I apologize, I became lost in thought. It's quite all right. I was reviewing some materials myself, and am now quite intrigued by the patient you mentioned. Shall we arrange a time for you to bring him to see me?" Teacher Gao Rushue's father had not hung up, displaying remarkable patience. "Certainly, I will make it a point to bring him by when the opportunity arises. Yes. This number is my contact. Reach out to me then. Lastly, I have one more thing to mention." Teacher Gao hesitated, seemingly uncertain whether to proceed. "What is it?" Chen Ge felt grateful for the assistance of this caring psychologist. We must approach patients with psychological disorders with the correct methods and ample patience. However, it cannot be denied that certain severely afflicted patients may pose a certain danger. Please remember, when interacting with them, to avoid provoking them at all costs. Chapter 83. How should this task be completed? Regardless of whether it is for his future rehabilitation or for your own safety, do not let your guard down. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ge leaned against the bathroom wall, his mind in disarray. The murderer was either Fan Yu or her aunt. They were the most suspicious individuals and also the closest to the victim. Fan Yu's aunt concealed the truth from me. There must have been other events on that rainy night years ago. Why would those closest to a person turn into a murderer? This perplexed Chen Ge the most. The crime scene was at Muyang High School. Perhaps I can uncover something here. Chen Ge reopened the live stream on his phone. The barrage of comments was still lagging, but the streaming video gradually stabilized. After briefly apologizing to his viewers, Chen Ge exited the second-floor restroom with his tool hammer in hand. He stood at the restroom door and shone his flashlight on the ground. But there were no footprints or any signs. Just moments ago, when I was hiding behind the door, I heard footsteps that stopped right at the restroom entrance. Yet now, upon inspection, there was nothing there. It seems that the figures I heard moving in tandem were not living beings. Chen Ge glanced downstairs, recalling that he had last heard the sound descending to the first floor. Uncertain if the owner of the footsteps was the red shadow from the side quest, he cautiously decided to keep his distance for the time being. Holding the flashlight, he ascended to the third floor. But just as he reached the midpoint between the second and third floors, footsteps suddenly echoed in his ears, seemingly originating from the first floor. Two individuals were moving in tandem on the staircase. Have they noticed me? Chen Ge decisively turned off his flashlight and pressed himself against the wall, intently watching the stairway entrance. The footsteps did not cease. The two figures continued up to the second floor. They appeared to have entered the restroom on that floor. Just as this thought crossed Chen Ge's mind, he heard the sound of the restroom doors opening and closing. The doors of each stall were being checked, producing 6 distinct sounds in succession. Chen Ge cautiously shifted closer to the second floor, attempting to peek through the gaps in the stair railing to observe the situation. After the sounds of the doors ceased, the footsteps also vanished, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. He waited in the stairway for 5 minutes. Yet no peculiar entities emerged from the restroom on the second floor. The absence of further footsteps could indirectly suggest that the two figures had not exited the restroom. They might be hiding in one of the stalls, waiting for me to unwittingly approach. Though Chen Ge was quite courageous, it did not mean he was devoid of fear. Should he open a stall door and confront something terrifying, he would likely be thoroughly frightened. With the monster lurking in the second-floor restroom, it would be prudent for me to explore the third floor first. Chen Ge did not switch on the flashlight. He possessed shadowy pupils, a reward for completing a nightmarish daily task. Perhaps due to not being fully activated, they were not as miraculous as described by the black phone. They merely enhanced his vision significantly, allowing him to see with difficulty in the darkness. On this pitch-black, rain-soaked night, lightning sporadically illuminated the sky, casting an eerie glow over everything around him. Chen Ge felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that something might be trailing behind him unbeknownst. After glancing back a few times and finding the corridor empty, he finally felt reassured, gripping his tool hammer as he stepped into the third-floor restroom. The restroom on the third floor was peculiar compared to those on the other 2 levels. The windows were boarded up, and the walls bore almost no stains, suggesting that this place had rarely been used even before the school was closed. Upon entering, he noticed that all 6 stall doors were tightly shut, which evoked a strange sensation in him, as if living beings were hiding within those stalls. The 5th and 6th stalls on the first floor were closed due to clutter inside. Could it be that the stalls on the third floor were similarly filled with debris? Chen Ge approached the first stall, leaning against the door to listen. There were no cries of infants or the soft laughter of girls as he had imagined. Then he ventured to do something bolder, crouching down to peer through the gap beneath the stall door. Empty? There were no mops, brooms, or any objects within, nor any feet standing inside. It was simply an ordinary stall. He tried pushing the door, which swung open with ease. Inside was remarkably clean, touching the partition. He would have almost believed that someone cleaned it daily were it not for the thick layer of dust accumulating on top. The entire teaching building had been ravaged by fire, yet this restroom bore no signs of scorching, much like the last classroom on the first floor. This shared characteristic piqued Chen Ge's interest. It seemed that the task objective he sought should be located here. He continued to push open the doors of the subsequent stalls until he halted before the 5th stall. A foreboding feeling washed over him. Was something sinister concealed behind that door? Stuffing the plush toy his parents had left him into his collar, he gripped the hammer tightly, using its head to push the stall door open. As the door creaked on its hinges and revealed the interior, Chen Ge instinctively took a step back. The partition and walls of the 5th stall were adorned with numerous eyes, rendered in a manner akin to graffiti, all proportionate to real human eyes. Before opening the door, Chen Ge had imagined various scenarios. Perhaps a pale-faced girl, a monstrous figure with a grotesque visage, or a madman smeared in blood. Yet, he had never envisioned such a bizarre sight awaiting him. Why had someone drawn so many eyes on the partition and walls? In the midst of a torrential downpour, witnessing such a scene in an abandoned school sent a shiver down his spine. As the doors swung open, it felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon him, instilling fear even from the threshold, let alone stepping inside the stall. Isn't it rather peculiar that individuals would choose to adorn the restroom stalls with such eyes? Each one seems to be surveilling the occupants within, and after staring at them for a while, Chen Ge decided to close the stall door once more. The unsettling sensation of being observed by numerous eyes in the dead of night was simply too much to bear. I have located the designated area for the task. Yet I ponder how to accomplish this side mission. Should I conceal myself and await the arrival of the Crimson Shadow under the watchful gaze of all those eyes on the partitions and walls? Is that not a tad excessive? After fixating on the door panel for an extended period, Chen Ge opened the door to the sixth stall, which, much to his surprise, was similarly adorned with an abundance of eyes. Curiously, these eyes were painted on the partition shared with the fifth stall, while the walls remained stark and devoid of any markings. Chapter 84. A direct encounter. The sixth compartment bore only an illustration of eyes on its partition, while the walls remained bare, prompting a sense of intrigue in Chen Ge. He ventured back to the fourth compartment, which was devoid of any graffiti. Could this be a prank by the students? Yet, why would they specifically choose to deface the fifth compartment? It was neither the first nor the last one. The drainage pipes were concentrated in the sixth compartment, rendering it somewhat cramped in comparison to the others. There appeared to be nothing amiss. Was it necessary for him to enter the fifth compartment to uncover something? Gazing at the eyes depicted on the partition, he raised his hand and gently touched one. It was, indeed, merely a painting, albeit a rather unsettling one. He locked eyes with the painted gaze, staring for an extended period. The fourth compartment seemed entirely ordinary, while only the fifth and sixth compartments bore graffiti. A wooden board separated these two compartments, and both sides of this partition were adorned with eyes. A vague sensation of grasping a clue washed over him as he extended his hand once more, tracing the eye patterns on the partition. When his finger brushed against an eye positioned at knee height, Chen Ge's expression shifted dramatically. Just as I suspected, he crouched down, directing the beam of his flashlight onto the partition. At the spot where his finger made contact, there lay a hole precisely the size of an eye. The partition had been drilled through, and due to the hole's size and shape mirroring that of an eye, coupled with its placement in the corner, it was exceedingly difficult to detect. All the eye graffiti served to conceal this small opening. Chen Ge stared at the hole in the middle of the partition, an increasing sense of unease enveloping him. Amidst the eye illustrations lay a hole that connected the fifth and sixth compartments. This indicated that someone had utilized this hole to spy on the fifth compartment from the sixth, who, while attending to their business, could foresee that among the surrounding eye motifs there lurked a genuine eye, with all the drainage pipes situated in the sixth compartment. As long as one stood atop the pipes, an observer outside would be unable to discern their presence through the gap beneath the partition. This individual had clearly considered their actions thoroughly. The most terrifying aspect for Chen Ge was the notion of being unwittingly surveilled. Reflecting on the introduction to the side quest, that person had been hiding in the fifth compartment, waiting for the Red Shadow to arrive. And it was highly probable that they had been observed by the Red Shadow for quite some time. Now that the secret of the fifth compartment had been unraveled, how was the side quest meant to be completed? Should he remain in the fifth compartment, awaiting the appearance of the Red Shadow, and then allow it to spy through the small hole? Chen Ge swung the tool hammer in his hand. If this was indeed the course of action, he would not hesitate to deliver a blow to that lurking gaze. As he pondered how to fulfill the side quest, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed once more in the corridor, this time advancing rapidly towards the third floor. What was happening? They seemed even more anxious than he was. Was it due to his having opened the fifth compartment? Yet, that did not make sense. He had opened it long ago, so why were they only now rushing over? Lost in contemplation, Chen Ge stood in the sixth stall as footsteps echoed on the third floor. He hastily closed the stall door, barely managing to conceal himself before the sound entered the restroom. The moment of confrontation was imminent. He switched off his flashlight and raised his tool hammer high. However, the unfolding events diverged completely from his expectations. Instead of inspecting each stall, the footsteps directly slipped into the fifth stall. As the door to the fifth stall slowly shut, an eerie silence enveloped the restroom. They were right next to me, but had the sequence been misaligned? According to the side quest protocol, I should be in the fifth stall. The restroom on the third floor lay in oppressive stillness. After the footsteps entered the fifth stall, no further sounds emerged. Minutes ticked by, and Chen Ge's curiosity about the occupant of the fifth stall intensified. He gazed at the solitary small hole in the partition, crouched down, and leaned closer. The dark aperture seemed to possess a mysterious allure. As he approached, his pupils constricted slightly. Peering through the hole, he found not bloodshot eyes or ghostly apparitions, but rather two children, a boy and a girl, huddled on either side of the stall. They clung to each other, their expressions fraught with tension. The side quest had mentioned a brother and sister, and given the connection to Fan Yu, Could these children be the son and daughter of Fan Yu's aunt? But what brought them to this place? It appeared as though they were being pursued by some unseen terror. A cascade of questions flooded his mind. Chen Ge swung his tool hammer, feeling a surge of confidence. If his adversaries were merely these two children, he believed he could hold his ground. Yet, he hesitated, sensing that more ominous entities might be approaching. As night deepened, the stillness of the third-floor restroom shattered, new footsteps echoing from the corridor. Chen Ge gently cracked the stall door open, peering outside. When the footsteps halted at the restroom entrance, a faint red shadow flickered against the tiled wall. It was here. At last, he encountered the target of his mission. He dared not breathe, his gaze riveted in that direction. The footsteps were crisp and distinct as the red shadow entered the third-floor restroom. Creak. The door to the first stall was pulled open, and through the narrow gap, Chen Ge glimpsed the red figure leaning into the stall, pausing for an eternity before it moved to the second stall. For the first time, the sound of the door creaking open struck him as unbearably jarring. Soon, the doors to the second, third, and fourth stalls were all opened, the red figure halting at the entrance of the fifth stall. Witnessing this, Chen Ge's muscles tensed, his body coiled like a spring at the brink of release. He had held his breath. If he followed the side quest's directive, he would find himself in the fifth stall, facing the very ordeal that awaited the red figure there. In the silent darkness of the restroom, the crimson shadow grasped the handle of the fifth stall and slowly pulled the door ajar. The room seemed to plunge into deeper obscurity as the sounds of a child's laughter and cries emanated simultaneously from within the stall. The crimson figure lingered at the threshold, refraining from entering as it glanced around before making its way toward the final stall. Chapter 85. I should be the one to fear. The partition door was not securely closed, and Chen Ge watched as the crimson figure halted at the entrance of the sixth stall, separated from him by merely a flimsy door. Time appeared to slow, and a confrontation loomed imminent. After a few tense seconds, the figure leaned towards the door. And in that same moment, Chen Ge raised his tool hammer. As the red shadow made contact with the door, accompanied by the creaking sound of the door opening, every nerve in Chen Ge's body tightened to its utmost limit. Before the door had fully swung open, the figure had already begun to tilt inward. Faced with an impending threat, Chen Ge's survival instinct provoked an instinctive response. He swung the raised hammer with force, striking the figure as it leaned in, and then kicked the stall door wide open. Bang! The old restroom stall door could not withstand such force. The lower hinge shattered, and the entire door crashed into the unsuspecting crimson figure. The shadow outside had not anticipated such a turn of events. It became dim and ethereal, rolling on the ground before fleeing outside the restroom. Chen Ge gasped for breath, having expected a fierce battle. Yet it seemed the adversary was even more terrified than he was. Had this creature forgotten its own identity? With the hammer still in hand, Chen Ge did not relax. As the red figure escaped, the sounds of a child sobbing emerged from the fifth stall, where the two children, possibly the offspring of the emaciated women, remained. Stop crying. In horror films, countless similar scenarios unfold, where eerie cries emanate from restroom stalls, creating a chilling atmosphere. However, as Chen Ge brandished his hammer and shouted for silence, the children's cries indeed ceased. He stood menacingly at the entrance to the fifth stall, his presence looming large as the two children, hands clasped over their mouths, wore expressions of sheer terror. What are you two pretending to be victims for? After being on edge from the crimson figure's earlier antics, Chen Ge's emotions spiraled slightly out of control. His voice rose alarmingly, and the children, terrified by his demeanor and the hammer in his hand, hurriedly clasped each other and scrambled towards the restroom exit. Had I been too fierce? The two children were likely Fan Yu's siblings. Whether to accomplish the Deep Well mission or to uncover the true reason behind Fan Yu's parents' disappearance, he felt compelled to follow them. The children ran with remarkable speed, and Chen Ge pursued them with all his might. They swiftly exited the teaching building and entered the adjacent office building. Chen Ge kept close behind. But upon reaching the second floor of the office building, the two children suddenly vanished. Where did they go? The internal architecture of this office building differed entirely from the other structures at Muyang High School, and thankfully, the fire had not spread here. The surroundings appeared relatively clean. Pushing open a nearby door, Chen Ge peered inside, discovering a room furnished with 2 desks and a bookshelf, while the windowsill bore pots filled with soil. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Where could they possibly be hiding? As Chen Ge entered the office, his gaze was immediately drawn to a faded sign discarded on the floor, inscribed with the words Mathematics Group. Were all the mathematics teachers from the 3 grades of Muyang Middle School working in this small room? After a moment's contemplation, he soon found solace in the realization that the school harbored a limited number of students, and consequently, the faculty would not be extensive. He surveyed the room briefly and ultimately discovered a dilapidated, moldy backpack tucked away in a drawer of a desk against the wall. The backpack was rather small, its surface adorned with childish cartoon motifs. Chen Ge placed it on the desk and unzipped it, revealing a cartoon art book and a box of crayons. Why would such items find their way into a mathematics teacher's office? Neither the backpack nor its contents seemed befitting of a middle school student. After some deliberation, Chen Ge surmised that the backpack likely belonged to a teacher's child, perhaps inadvertently left behind for some reason. Upon opening the crayon box, he noted the conspicuous absence of red and black crayons. The familiarity of these colors instantly brought to mind Fan Yu. Flipping through the art book, the various illustrations further solidified his assumptions. The entire collection depicted a singular scene, two red figures ensconced within a black room. All the backgrounds were the same black house, with only the positioning of the red figures varying. Chen Ge retrieved Fan Yu's drawing from his pocket and placed it alongside the art book. After a moment of contemplation, he inhaled deeply. The child had maintained the same style over the years. These two simplistic drawings conveyed a wealth of information to Chen Ge. The moldy scent of the backpack and the cobwebs in the drawer suggested that it had been stowed away prior to the school's closure. This implied that the boy had begun drawing ghosts long ago, and his peculiar eyes might be an inherent trait. If the black house depicted in his drawings represented home, then several years prior, the boy's dwelling had already been inhabited by two ghosts. Recalling the words of his aunt and his own recent experiences, it became evident that the ghosts living alongside him were likely the offspring of the emaciated woman, having cohabited for such an extended period. Fan Yu's ability to perceive these malevolent entities was undoubtedly known to his aunt. As Chen Ge perused the array of black and red illustrations, it became apparent that her indulgence towards Fan Yu stemmed from a deep understanding, an understanding that permitted her to allow him to visit the haunted house. An understanding that led her to shower her affection upon him, as if consolidating her love for three children into one. Lingering near the desk, the presence of the backpack revealed yet another truth to Chen Ge. This desk was likely where his father routinely worked and graded assignments. Through conversations with Fan Yu's aunt, Chen Ge learned that Fan Yu's father had been dismissed from his school due to misconduct while intoxicated. Initially, Chen Ge dismissed this information, but his aunt's subsequent remark that other schools had also barred Fan Yu's father piqued his curiosity. Faced with no alternatives, Fan Yu's father had resorted to teaching at Muyang Middle School. This left Chen Ge perplexed. What transgression had Fan Yu's father committed while under the influence that warranted such severe repercussions, rendering him a pariah among reputable educational institutions? At that moment, Chen Ge was enveloped in perplexity. However, before he could voice his inquiries, Fan Yu's aunt produced a photograph, subsequently diverting Chen Ge's attention entirely. What manner of man was his missing father? Chen Ge pried open the locked drawers on either side of the desk with a tool, meticulously rummaging through the contents, and ultimately discovered several notes hidden within a book. Teacher Fan, we are already aware of what transpired in the 6th stall of the ladies' restroom on the 3rd floor. You are to apologize to that girl immediately and vacate this school. You have 2 nights to contemplate this. We require your public apology. This shall be your final evening. If you refuse to leave, then remain here forever. Chapter 86. The final classroom concealed within the 6th cubicle was Fan Yu's father. Prior to examining the notes, Chen Ge had never considered this direction. It appeared that Fan Yu's aunt had concealed a crucial piece of information. In his previous conjectures regarding the murderer, Chen Ge had overlooked a vital element, the motive for the crime. The emergence of these notes now illuminated the path forward for him. There were 3 notes in total, each written in a distinct hand, indicating that at least 3 individuals were aware of the sordid deeds committed by Teacher Fan. This was unlikely to be mere slander or malicious intimidation. Chen Ge refrained from touching the notes within the book, as time had rendered the paper exceedingly fragile, and he feared the destruction of this critical evidence. The handwriting was clear and unambiguous. Teacher Fan had presumably left these notes to facilitate the identification of these 3 students through handwriting comparison. After all, Muyang High School was not particularly large, and given his position, 3 days would suffice to analyze the handwriting of all the students. Chen Ge committed the contents of the notes to memory. His curiosity piqued regarding how these 3 students had uncovered the secret within the cubicle. Were they all victims? Yet, the tone conveyed in the text did not suggest such. Particularly the final line, expressing a reluctance to depart, implying a resolve to remain indefinitely. This was hardly the sentiment one would expect from a victim. The messages conveyed through the 3 notes were undeniably forceful, yet the demands they articulated struck Chen Ge as childish. The appropriate course of action for Fan Yu's father, given his behavior, would be to report the matter to the authorities, allowing the law to impose the necessary consequences, rather than resorting to his so-called public apology. Such disclosures could inflict secondary trauma upon the victims, exposing their inner anguish to public scrutiny. I must have overlooked something. Chen Ge endeavored to adopt the perspective of Fan Yu's father. A public apology was inconceivable for him. Should this matter become public knowledge, it would lead to his disgrace, coupled with potential legal repercussions. He had already erred prior to his tenure at Muyang High School, and a subsequent infraction would classify him as a repeat offender, warranting harsher penalties. Fan Yu's father must be acutely aware of these ramifications, which is why he preserved the notes, attempting to identify the students who threatened him through handwriting analysis. However, from the results, it appeared he had found nothing after 3 days of searching. Summarizing the known facts, 3 notes pinned by different individuals. Teacher Fan compared the handwriting of everyone in the school and found no matches. These 3 individuals had uncovered the secret of the 6th cubicle, yet curiously, they did not report the matter to the authorities or notify the school. Instead, they resorted to the least effective and most self-incriminating method, directly threatening Teacher Fan. Lastly, the contents of the notes had indeed come to fruition. These 3 points struck Chen Ge as illogical when interconnected. 3 individuals, elusive within the school, had discovered Teacher Fan's voyeuristic secret. After fruitless warnings to him, they had caused his disappearance. The likelihood of a single individual satisfying all 3 criteria was virtually non-existent. Chen Ge had formed a hypothesis regarding the identity of the murderer, yet he could not yet confirm it. It was already 10:30, and should this continue, completing the remaining 2 side quests would prove exceedingly difficult. Chen Ge emerged from the office building, wielding a flashlight as he braved the torrential downpour in search of a well within the school grounds. Despite an exhaustive hour of searching, he found no trace of it. Where could the well be? It seemed impossible for his black phone to air. Having scoured the campus without success, his shoes and trousers were thoroughly soaked, rendering him quite disheveled. With merely half an hour remaining until midnight, he decided to set aside the quest for the well. Grasping the brim of his raincoat hood, he lowered his head and headed towards the teaching building, intent on inspecting the last classroom before the clock struck 12. If the task there proved insurmountable, he would prepare to flee. Water had seeped into his shoes, each step feeling heavy as he left a distinct imprint on the ground. Upon entering the teaching building, Chen Ge made a beeline for the final classroom. It was not in his nature to refrain from exploration once he had arrived. Peering in through the window, he noted the solitary desk in the center, adorned with textbooks and stationery, an incongruity that struck him as oddly unsettling. The site of Muyang High School was once a crematorium, as mentioned in various posts he had read. Some claimed that the final classroom corresponded to the area where bodies were stored, imbued with a heavy aura of negativity, which prompted the former principal to secure it. Another narrative was more uplifting. Before Muyang High School was shuttered, it was the least academically proficient institution among all secondary schools in Zhejiang, with students' average grades undeniably at the bottom. In an effort to amend this situation, teachers proposed categorizing students into classes based on their performance, relegating the lower-achieving classes to the back. However, this suggestion was rejected by the principal, who locked the last classroom to inspire students, asserting that no one is inherently destined for failure and that labeling them as such was fundamentally erroneous. Numerous legends surrounded the final classroom of Muyang High School, but Chen Ge distinctly recalled the 3 most frequently discussed. Confirming the time once more, he pried open the door to the last classroom at 11:36. His footsteps were swift, for his objective was clear: to take a closer look at the items resting on that central desk. Upon entering the classroom, he noted little difference from the exterior, save for a palpable stillness. Approaching the desk, he perused the textbooks and blank sheets of paper, discovering them devoid of content. However, as he lifted one of the textbooks, he was startled to find numerous inscriptions etched into the wooden surface of the desk. Chapter 87. Within the painting, the words inscribed upon the surface of the table were etched with a fervent intensity, revealing the profound anguish and despair of the writer. The script was concentrated in the center of the wooden desk, and to discern it more clearly, Chen Ge leaned closer to the table. The eyes upon the restroom partition seemed to come alive. I beheld them, the pupils shifting. I could not fathom why such an illusion arose, yet since that fateful day, I have been plagued by the sensation of being scrutinized by a pair of eyes. They could be concealed in any nook, within drawers, cabinets, by the bedside, or behind my pillow. I lacked the courage to even reach into the drawer, fearing it might be lurking within my backpack. I dreaded solitude. I could no longer bear to enter confined spaces, and darkness terrified me. The moment the light was extinguished, I would awaken from nightmares in a frenzy. I felt as if madness were closing in, that those eyes were ever present beside me. What was I to do? Somewhere beyond my sight, a singular eye was fixated on me. It must be hidden in some corner, an eye I recognized, yet I could not recall where I had seen it before. I confided in my parents and homeroom teacher, who attributed my experiences to the overwhelming pressure of my studies, suggesting that I was merely hallucinating. Perhaps it was indeed an illusion. Otherwise, why did I perceive such a striking resemblance between my teacher's eyes and that watchful eye? My parents encouraged my teacher to keep a close watch on me, ostensibly for my benefit, but each time I approached my esteemed homeroom teacher, an overwhelming urge to blind him surged within me. Had I lost my sanity? I dared not share my plight with others, fearful of both that eye and the judgment of those around me. I feigned my former self, yet that I seemed to manifest with increasing frequency, and I was at a loss as to whom I could confide in. I felt as though I were on the brink of unraveling. The mere sight of needles, threads, and fruit knives would evoke dark thoughts within me. One moment I could maintain my composure, and the next, I would find myself weeping uncontrollably, unable to restrain my emotions, acutely aware that all my turmoil was being observed by that eye. This could not continue. I was utterly exhausted. I longed for liberation from this torment. I hoped the legends surrounding this classroom were true. I would willingly sacrifice everything, yearning only to obliterate that eye. After absorbing all that had transpired, Chen Ge did not hasten to depart, but instead recorded the inscriptions on his phone to preserve evidence. The words upon the desk were likely etched by the girl who had suffered at the hands of Teacher Fan. The eyes within the restroom had left her with deep psychological scars, compounded by the subsequent actions of Fan Yu's father, which ultimately led the girl to the final classroom. After paying a certain price, she managed to make Fan Yu's father vanish, effectively dealing with that eye. It was noteworthy to Chen Ge that the final classroom played a crucial role. In other words, the true perpetrator of Fan Yu's father's demise may indeed be the malevolent entity residing within that very classroom. 3 distinct notes, bearing different handwriting, indicated the presence of a being outside the realm of the school, possessing the capacity to commit murder. If the entity within the classroom were indeed the culprit, it would need to fulfill all 3 aforementioned criteria. Chen Ge glanced around, feeling somewhat uneasy. He recalled the group photo that Aunt Fan Yu had shown him, leading him to ponder the possibility that the spirits in this classroom were not merely 1 or 2 in number, but perhaps an entire class had become trapped within these walls. Turning his gaze towards the other desks, he noticed that each one bore inscriptions. The carvings varied in style, yet all seemed to share a common purpose. As he raised his flashlight to inspect further, he inadvertently brushed against the desk he had just examined, causing a pin to roll off and clatter to the floor. When he bent down to retrieve it, a hand unexpectedly reached out from a neighboring seat, picking up the pin and extending it towards him. "Thank you." A chill raced through Chen Ge's mind. Where had that hand come from? The surrounding desks and chairs remained unchanged, yet his perception of them had shifted dramatically. A classroom that had never hosted anyone before was now teeming with souls at midnight. And the clock was nearing 12. The chilling notion of a side quest flickered through his thoughts. The very idea was enough to induce terror. Abandoning any intention of completing the task, he clutched his phone and flashlight, sprinting towards the classroom door. It seemed this side quest was destined to remain unfinished. As Chen Ge cast his gaze towards the last classroom, the chilling legends began to feel all too plausible. An entire class had transformed into spirits, lingering here. Upon closing the classroom door, he was still reeling from the encounter when he noticed something astonishing. At the entrance, another person's shoe print had appeared, indicating that someone had lingered outside for quite some time before departing. The tread resembled that of rubber shoes, suggesting the individual had come prepared. It dawned on him that while he had been inside the final classroom, another person had been waiting just outside. A wave of dread washed over him. Had he encountered danger in the classroom and attempted to flee, only to find the door blocked by this stranger, the consequences would have been dire. Gripping his tool hammer tightly, Chen Ge quickly regained his composure. The shoe print could not be hidden. He needed to pursue this person first. Following the prints, he noticed that the individual showed no intent to conceal themselves, almost as if they were waiting for him to catch up. He raced up to the 3rd floor, where the shoe prints veered into the restroom. Stowing his phone, he slowly pushed open the restroom door. Standing before the 5th stall was a woman clad in a raincoat, her slender frame appearing fragile. "Whether you are human or spirit, it's unclear tonight. You likely won't be leaving here." Chen Ge maintained a distance of 3 meters from her. After a long silence, the woman finally lifted the hood of her raincoat, revealing her face. I didn't expect you to come to this place. I'm here to save you. In the dead of night, at Muyang Middle School, the woman before him was none other than Aunt Fanyu. Save me? Chen Ge dared not underestimate her. Aunt Fanyu had her own share of suspicious actions, and he could not forget her persistent reminders about that cup of water. Yes, I saw Fanyu's drawing. The woman rummaged through her raincoat, producing a crumpled piece of white paper. It contains your image. Place it on the ground and step back. Aunt Fanyu tossed the drawing in front of her and retreated beside the sixth stall. Chapter 88 Confrontation Upon witnessing the cooperation of Fanyu's aunt, Chen Ge took the initiative to approach and retrieve the painting from the ground. On the white canvas was depicted a black house, crowded with red figures. While a conspicuously prominent black figure occupied a position that the red figures seemed reluctant to approach. Is this the painting you claim contains me? How can you prove it? Chen Ge was not inclined to place his faith in mere artwork. Fanyu's figures had always been red, and this was the first time he had encountered a black figure. After much contemplation, he concluded that this black figure must represent him, as he was the only outsider to have entered Fanyu's home in the past month. Fanyu's aunt stood in the corner of the restroom, droplets of rain cascading from her, producing a rhythmic patter on the ground. Is that all? What do these red figures signify? What distinguishes the black figure from the red ones? Fanyu's aunt silently regarded Chen Ge from the shadows, and just when he thought she would remain reticent, she spoke. The red figures represent ghosts. I have never seen a black one before, so it may signify a human. Ghosts? I know you may not believe me, but some matters are indeed not easily explicable. Fanyu's aunt spoke with a calm demeanor, as if she had rehearsed this explanation before anything happened to Fanyu's parents. I was aware that he possessed the ability to perceive what others could not. His parents were cognizant of this, yet they did not believe in ghosts or similar entities. If his parents did not believe, why do you? Chen Ge's curiosity was piqued. Initially, no one was aware of Fanyu's gift until my husband and 2 children perished in a car accident. That was the darkest period of my life. Merely seeing their photographs would send me into a spiral of grief. During these moments, Fanyu would come to me with his drawings, depicting 2 red figures in a black house. He claimed those red figures represented my brother and sister. A rare warmth flickered in Fanyu's aunt's gaze. At first, I was skeptical, thinking Fanyu was merely trying to comfort me. However, as he produced more drawings, my doubts began to wane. I approached Fanyu and inquired about what my brother and sister were doing, and he described their activities in vivid detail, including certain peculiar habits that only I, as their mother, would know. Thus, you came to believe that Fanyu could see spirits? Indeed, perhaps I subconsciously wished for it to be true. At times, I even fancied that my children had somehow attached themselves to Fanyu. Even if this were true, a single painting does not substantiate anything. Does that mean everyone depicted by Fanyu in his paintings is destined to die? Chen Ge remained cautious. You may wish to examine the reverse side of this painting. Following Fanyu's aunt's suggestion, Chen Ge flipped the painting over, revealing a dry well on the white canvas. Several vividly colored red figures were depicted climbing out, while a black figure stood at the edge of the well. Intriguingly, the position of the black figure on the back of the paper precisely mirrored that of the black figure on the front. It is said that this school harbors a well that has claimed many lives, and the spirits within are on the verge of escaping. You stand at the well's edge, already marked by their gaze. Lingering here may lead to dire consequences. Aunt Fanyu spoke with genuine concern, as if truly contemplating Chen Ge's well-being. Gently touching the drawing paper, Chen Ge scrutinized the artwork for an extended period, his brow slightly furrowing. Comparing the figures on both sides of the paper, he arrived at a conclusion. It seems I have misunderstood you. Chen Ge casually stuffed Fanyu's drawing into his pocket, showing no intention of returning it. Perfect. I too intend to leave. We can accompany each other on this unnerving journey. Indeed, Aunt Fanyu nodded and approached Chen Ge. He seemed to fully trust her now, turning to depart, exposing his unguarded back to her view. Each harbored their own thoughts, one leading and the other following. Chen Ge walked slowly, gripping the tool tightly, while Aunt Fanyu quickened her pace, seemingly afraid to be alone. If one were to observe Chen Ge's expression at that moment, they would note that his calm demeanor was eerily unsettling. As the distance between them diminished, just as Aunt Fanyu was about to surpass Chen Ge, her expression transformed dramatically. Veins bulged on her forehead, and her hand, hidden beneath her raincoat, suddenly emerged, brandishing a weapon aimed at Chen Ge. I suspected you all along. Chen Ge's response was swifter and more forceful than hers, as he swung the tool with determination, following it up with a powerful kick. Bang! Aunt Fanyu collided with the restroom's back wall, the object in her hand clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. As Chen Ge approached, he finally discerned that the source of the noise was a boning knife. This knife, small yet razor-sharp, was designed for severing tendons and cutting soft cartilage. Commonly used in butchery. With disheveled hair, Aunt Fanny rose from the ground like a malevolent spirit, but Chen Ge denied her the opportunity to attack, forcefully bringing her back down. I sensed your treachery when I was at your home, but I could never prove it until now, when your true nature is laid bare. The disparity in strength was stark. Aunt Fanny attempted to rise but failed, her eyes filled with loathing as they met Chen Ge's. How did you discover my secret? From the very beginning, I never trusted you, and that drawing, its reverse, is a forgery crafted by you. Do you think a child's artwork is so easily replicated? Do not regard me with such disdain. The one at fault is you. To keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Chen Ge picked up the boning knife, gazing at its chilling blade. You killed Fan Yu's parents, didn't you? Regardless of your motives, taking the lives of your own kin. How do you differ from a beast? I do not know the specifics of what transpired, but I am certain you are one of the murderers. The real killer is Fan Yu's father. Are you attempting to shift all blame onto a deceased man? Do you believe this will absolve you of your sins? Chen Ge relaxed only slightly, having confirmed that Aunt Fan Yu bore no other weapons. It is indeed true. Fan Yu's aunt lay on the ground, finally revealing a memory long concealed within her heart. My brother had peculiar inclinations, and it was in this very restroom that he drove a girl to madness. I later heard that she took her own life. After that incident, my brother became increasingly unhinged, plagued by paranoia, convinced that someone was out to kill him. My sister-in-law, unable to endure it any longer, resolved to divorce him. However, my brother vehemently opposed this decision. Left with no alternative, my sister-in-law threatened him, declaring that if he refused to agree to the divorce, she would expose all his peculiarities and transgressions. Chapter 89. The Deep Well. What was your brother's reaction upon hearing that? A person already ensnared by spirits and in a fragile mental state is likely to resort to extreme measures when threatened. The subsequent words of Aunt Fan corroborated Chen Ge's conjecture. The sister-in-law threatened to report to the police if a divorce was not pursued. Yet my brother surprisingly calmed down upon hearing this. After contemplating for an entire afternoon, he ultimately consented to the divorce. Aunt Fan's expression was complex. In retrospect, it seemed my brother was not deliberating whether to divorce, but rather how to silence his wife. Behind the school, there lay a dry well, its mouth submerged due to a landslide from the rain in the days preceding the incident. When I arrived, I happened upon my brother clearing the mud around the well's entrance. Initially, I did not notice my sister-in-law, and it didn't cross my mind until I called out to my brother and drew closer, only to discover her body lodged in the well's opening. I was utterly unprepared for my brother's actions. He typically exuded refinement, and, above all, he genuinely cared for his wife. After I inadvertently uncovered the murder, my brother presented me with two choices: assist him in concealing the truth or face death at his hands. In the interest of survival, I complied, inflicting wounds upon my sister-in-law as he instructed, and then helped him excavate the dry well. Aunt Fan leaned against the wall, her expression one of anguish. I had become an accomplice. What was even more terrifying was the uncertainty of when my brother might turn on me. He would undoubtedly not spare me, and perhaps once he had buried his wife, he would execute his plan against me. So, did you strike first and kill your brother? Chen Ge listened silently to Aunt Fan's narrative, perceiving the entire family as fundamentally unhinged. The husband was a madman with peculiar obsessions, while the wife, upon learning of these, refrained from reporting him, opting instead to use the situation as leverage for divorce. If I do not kill him, I might perish. By killing him, I would become Fan Yu's sole kin, with no one competing for his affection. In that moment, Aunt Fan finally spoke the truth. Fan Yu was never truly your child. If there were to be competition, it was merely your own delusion. Chen Ge believed only half of her words. The events of 3 years ago were shrouded in mystery, and the definitions of right and wrong rested solely with Aunt Fan. You are mistaken. The two children I lost have possessed Fan Yu, which is why he exhibits the habits of my children. Fan Yu is not only the offspring of my brother and sister-in-law, he is my child too. Veins began to surface on Aunt Fan's face, and her lips bled from being bitten. Witnessing her in such a state, Chen Ge refrained from further provoking her. This woman claimed her brother was mad, yet to Chen Ge, she herself appeared to be unwell. Perhaps it was the tragic loss of her husband and 2 children that rendered her unable to accept reality, leading her to impose her distorted affection upon Fan Yu, who could see the spirits of her lost siblings. Get up, take me to where your brother concealed the body. It can no longer be found. After my brother shoved his wife into the well, I pushed him in as well. He remained there with her body, cursing and shouting. But the torrential rain drowned out his cries, leaving no one to hear him. Fan Yu's aunt grasped her hair tightly, her arm trembling uncontrollably. I filled the well with dirt and restored everything. 3 years have passed. That well must be lost now. You only need to give me a rough estimate, she pleaded. Chen Ge's inquiry was entirely reasonable, yet Fan Yu's aunt reacted with increasing agitation. No one can find it. The memories pierced her heart like a knife, and her expression morphed into one of sheer ferocity. I will raise Fan Yu. I will give him all my love. If you truly cared for Fan Yu, you would not act in such a manner. Your love only serves to comfort yourself. During their time in the haunted house, Chen Ge had noted that Fan Yu preferred conversing with a stranger like himself rather than engaging with his aunt, indicating the deterioration of their relationship. You once mentioned that in your most difficult moments, after your husband and children faced tragedy, it was Fan Yu who drew pictures of his brother and sister to cheer you up. He genuinely helped you, yet you took his father's life. Chen Ge recalled the room filled with red figures. Had he not intervened, the situation could have escalated into something even more brutal. You should be grateful that Fan Yu is merely a child. The acceptance of legal consequences would serve as a boon for both Fan Yu and his aunt. Fan Yu's search for paradise in the well indicated his awareness of the truth, that he knew his aunt was a murderer. As he matured, he might very well replicate the horrors she had inflicted upon him. Committing murder would irrevocably destroy Fan Yu's life. Let this tragedy come to an end. Ending the live stream, Chen Ge dialed the police. The nature of the punishment that awaited Fan Yu's aunt was beyond his purview. Living alongside the one who had slain his parents, it was no wonder that Fan Yu exhibited symptoms of bipolar disorder. She was the source of his affliction. As Chen Ge reported the incident, Fan Yu's aunt shook her head vehemently, her words incoherent as she desperately attempted to flee towards the restroom. Do not struggle any further. Chen Ge followed closely behind, fearful that in a moment of impulse, she might commit an even graver folly. Upon reaching the first floor as they passed the last classroom, Fan Yu's aunt suddenly collapsed without warning, remaining motionless on the ground. It was as if she had been inexplicably yanked down, an eerie sight indeed. Chen Ge halted several meters away, slowing his pace. Fan Yu's aunt had fallen right at the entrance of the final classroom, a place that filled him with unease. He pressed himself against the wall of the corridor and cast a glance inside. The classroom, once empty, was now filled with students, and on the podium stood a short, stout elderly man. Chapter 90. The pin entangled in grievances, she fell to the ground, her face frozen in terror, her limbs unresponsive, unable to rise for an extended period. Do not speak. Chen Ge hastened to the side of Aunt Fan Yu, grasped her arm, and dragged her toward the exit of the school building. You saw it too, didn't you? The experience of witnessing it firsthand differed significantly from observing it in photographs. Aunt Fan Yu's eyes bulged as if she were struggling to breathe, her voice fragmented. Having been in the school for quite some time, I had never been actively attacked by them. The lingering entities within this institution seemed not to be malevolent spirits. Chen Ge's thoughts were grounded in some rationale. The girl driven to madness by Fan Yu's father had taken her life in the last classroom. And it was the souls within that classroom that had come forth to assist her. Those spirits had also previously warned Fan Yu's father, as if they were attempting to protect the students within the school, albeit through misguided means. Chen Ge supported Aunt Fan Yu to the front entrance of Mu Yang Middle School, taking refuge beside the dilapidated school gate from the rain. It was past midnight, and he dared not linger in the 3 school buildings any longer. With the unpredictable presence of Aunt Fan Yu, he had to exercise caution. As the rain began to subside, a glimmer of light appeared outside Mu Yang Middle School around 1 a.m. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ge promptly switched on his flashlight and called out loudly. The bushes parted, revealing a group clad in raincoats, forging a path forward. Here, the suspect has been apprehended. Chen Ge's voice, initially robust, faltered as he beheld the leader of the group, an inexplicable wave of guilt washing over him. Why is it always you? As Team Leader Lee led the way and reached the school entrance, his face twitched. Within a week, there had been 3 emergency alerts, all concerning a single individual, an unprecedented occurrence in the 35-year history of the Xicheng police station. Do you know? The dispatch center staff have begun to find your voice somewhat familiar. Chen Ge was rendered speechless by Team Leader Lee's remarks. He too felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurriedly assisted Aunt Fan Yu to her feet, approaching Team Leader Lee. The officer summoned those behind him to force open the school gate and enter. She is the victim? No, this woman is one of the murderers. Chen Ge handed Aunt Fan Yu over to a nearby officer. One of the murderers? Team Leader Lee flicked the flashlight 3 times, signaling everyone to remain vigilant. Are there other perpetrators still hiding within the school? Another perpetrator is already deceased. Chen Ge succinctly relayed what he knew. This woman's brother had a voyeuristic tendency, and upon discovering this, his wife sought a divorce. Consequently, her brother killed his wife. She happened to witness her brother committing the act, and in a bid to save herself, ultimately killed him. Excessive self-defense resulting in death? Team Leader Lee grasped the crux of the matter immediately. If that were the case, this woman should have reported it right away. Yet, after committing murder, she personally tampered with the crime scene. This incident occurred 3 years ago, and now there is no evidence to corroborate her account. Everything I know has come from her. Chen Ge pointed toward Aunt Fanyu. We cannot dismiss the possibility that she is lying. Where is the location of the concealed bodies? Team Leader Lee, without bothering to inquire about Chen Ge's presence here, seemed accustomed to the situation, as did the accompanying officers, who expressed no suspicion towards him. You would have to ask her. Chen Ge too was eager to ascertain the location of the deep well, as it was the only missing piece in the 4 subtasks. Team Leader Lee possessed significantly more experience in questioning suspects than Chen Ge. He accepted a clean towel from a colleague and handed it to Aunt Fanyu. The maximum penalty for intentional homicide is death. But if it is a case of self-defense leading to death, or if the individual shows a good attitude and has made contributions, leniency may be sought. Aunt Fanyu grasped the towel in silence, seemingly unperturbed by the concept of death. Consider the loved ones around you, at your age. You should have children of your own. If you refuse to cooperate, there is a high likelihood you may never see them again. Uncle Lee, perceptive to the atmosphere, quickly identified the right approach. Upon hearing his words, Aunt Fanyu began to waver. After an additional 10 minutes of persuasion, she finally spoke. The location of the concealed bodies is on the earthen hill behind the school. I only remember a rough area. She led the police and Chen Ge to a small hill beside the back gate of the school, stating, the bodies are hidden in a well, which was covered when a landslide occurred at that time. There are no proper roads surrounding Muyang Middle School, and large vehicles cannot access the area. Locating the well would require human effort. Chen Ge had considered this as well, which is why he decisively reported to the police upon learning the truth. Team Leader Lee, realizing the urgency of verifying her statement, knew that delaying until the following morning could hinder the investigation. Eagerly, he positioned himself beside Team Leader Lee. His thoughts focused on the final subtask. First, secure the scene. Excavation would commence once the subsequent team arrived with tools. Without needing Chen Ge's reminder, Team Leader Lee had already made the necessary calls to arrange everything. At 2:15 a.m., the follow-up team arrived with tools, and Team Leader Lee began to coordinate the excavation, assigning each individual their designated area. Chen Ge took a shovel to assist, digging vigorously. Many officers were moved by the sight of an outsider working so diligently. Shortly after 3 a.m., the deep well behind Muyang Middle School was finally uncovered. At 4:30 a.m., the well was excavated, and the 2 bodies were retrieved by the police. Simultaneously, Chen Ge's black phone vibrated lightly, indicating he had received a notification of task completion. Setting down the shovel, Chen Ge found a secluded spot to check the message. The player arrived at the task site within the stipulated time, successfully completed the 4 subtasks, and survived until dawn. The trial task at Muyang Middle School is complete. A new horror scene at Muyang Middle School has been unlocked, allowing the player to freely manipulate all mechanisms within this scene. The completion rate of the trial task exceeded 90%, earning the player a hidden item, the Pin of Grievance. The Pin of Grievance is tattered. The spirit of the pin does not wish to acknowledge you. It rolled its eyes and concealed itself. Chapter 91. A surge in popularity. The terrifying scene, rated with a 2-star Scream Index, was somewhat simpler than he had anticipated, possibly due to the fact that the specters within Muyang High School bore no particular animosity towards him. Midway through the task, he discerned that the apparitions haunting the school were not malevolent spirits or vengeful ghosts. Most, including the Pin Fairy, were devoid of any harmful intentions. The threats faced by Fan Yu's father were a consequence of his own misdeeds. The most challenging aspects of the trial involved the classroom and the deep well, with the enigma of the final classroom remaining unsolved. He had merely ventured inside for an experience, and fortunately, the spirits in that class showed him mercy and did not trouble him. The difficulty of the deep well task was equally formidable, even with the assistance of the police. They toiled throughout the night before finally locating the well's mouth just before dawn. Had he relied solely on his own strength, the likelihood of completing this side quest would have been nearly non-existent. After a night of rain, the downpour finally ceased. The officers from the Shiqing police station did not neglect their duty towards Chen Ge, the hero of the hour, and after a brief record-taking, they whisked him away. The urgency of their mission had exhausted the officers, one of whom fell asleep in the vehicle. Chen Ge shifted his position to afford them more space, and the ride remained enveloped in silence. Whether it was due to his eerie pupils or the prolonged exposure to malevolent forces, Chen Ge felt an inexplicable chill coursing through his body. Wide awake, he lay on the bed in the staff lounge, and upon opening his phone, he discovered several missed calls and numerous messages. Most were from Hashan, expressing concern over whether Chen Ge had encountered any mishap and suggesting the possibility of notifying the authorities. Scrolling to the bottom of his inbox, he was surprised to find a message from Dr. Gao, who indicated that Fan Yu's condition might be linked to her family members, advising Chen Ge to remain vigilant. The message had been sent at midnight, by which time Fan Yu's aunt had already laid her cards on the table with Chen Ge. The live stream lasted 4 hours, during which he refrained from interacting with the audience, even shutting it down impulsively several times, leading to a significant drop in viewership. After managing the situation with Fan Yu's aunt, Chen Ge chose to terminate the live stream out of respect for the child's privacy. Unable to provide an explanation to his viewers due to the urgency of the circumstances, upon loading his homepage, Chen Ge casually glanced and was astonished to see that the number of followers in his live stream had skyrocketed to 39,000. He recalled that prior to the broadcast, the count had been under 10,000. What had transpired in the live stream the previous night? He had been preoccupied with side quests, adopting a laid-back approach to streaming, aiming to draw in at least one new viewer without incurring any losses. Yet he had stumbled upon unexpected success. Just as he was grappling with the bewildering situation, Hashan's call came through. As soon as he answered, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. "Boss, I knew you were still alive." Ignoring Hashan's exclamations, Chen Ge inquired, "What happened in the live stream last night? Why has my follower count surged so dramatically? Right after you started the stream yesterday, your popularity began to climb." "Albeit slowly at first," Hashan replied. "As you embarked on the game of Pin Spirit, whispers of Qin Guang's alleged plagiarism began to circulate on the platform's forum, accompanied by the upload of your inaugural live stream recording. Ishan's voice gradually escalated. Qin Guang was mimicking your deductive reasoning during his live broadcast, employing actors to portray the murderer, with the scene's arrangement and certain dialogues echoing your previous stream with uncanny resemblance. This seemed to constitute undeniable evidence, however. Qin Guang's fans obstinately refused to acknowledge it, resorting to disparaging remarks against you in the comments, even accusing you of imitation. Surely, that must be the work of hired trolls. What transpired next? Chen Ge could vividly envision the chaotic atmosphere of his live stream from the previous night. Yet it was a case of misfortune leading to unexpected fortune, as his collection and follower count indeed surged significantly. He was not lacking in quality content, but rather in visibility. Patience was key. After all, this was merely his second live broadcast. After exchanging a few more words with Hishan, Chen Ge ended the call. He perused the private messages from viewers on the short video platform, most of which were meaningless curses. Though some bystanders who disapproved of Qin Guang firmly sided with Chen Ge, offering their support. Upon scrolling further, he stumbled upon a somewhat familiar account, whose avatar resembled that of a previous studio account. The individual sent him a message, warning him against engaging in underhanded tactics, lest he be rendered unable to navigate this platform. With a dismissive gesture, Chen Ge deleted the account, exited the short video page, and retrieved his black mobile phone. The warning on the device read, Muyang Middle School Scream Index, 2 stars. This scene has been fully set up. You may proceed to the basement for exploration. Note, Muyang Middle School is a 4-star horror scene, a branch of the Spirit Communication Ghost School, with an area twice that of a standard horror scene. Please familiarize yourself with the internal mechanisms before use. Upon reading the notification on his black phone, Chen Ge sat upright on his bed, a space twice the size of a regular horror scene. Surely, they hadn't relocated half of Muyang Middle School here? He slipped on his shoes and dashed to the first floor near the zombie resurrection night scene, moved aside the wooden panel, and peered down. The abandoned underground parking lot had undergone a complete transformation. The staircase bore the marks of a fierce blaze, while the dim corridor was littered with unfinished exam papers. Classroom doors stood ajar, desks and chairs were toppled, and indistinct shadows flitted through the darkness. Chapter 92. The Entrustment. The scene before Chen Ge, the proprietor of the haunted house, was astonishing, for the terrifying atmosphere of Muyang Middle School was considerably more expansive than that of the Midnight Escape. Stepping inside, an ominous chill enveloped him, as if something might emerge from the darkness at any moment, instilling an instinctive sense of unease. The haunted house mirrored the layout of Muyang Middle School, featuring 4 classrooms, a corridor, a restroom, and an office, all reconfigured into a cohesive arrangement. As he traversed the dimly lit corridor, Chen Ge frequently turned his gaze towards the classrooms on either side. Outside the windows loomed solid concrete walls, and the doors, devoid of locks, creaked ominously despite the absence of wind. While the first few classrooms bore an eerie quality, they remained within the realm of the acceptable. However, upon reaching the final classroom at the corridor's end, a chill ran down his spine, as it was the first time he felt such a visceral horror within his own haunted house. This classroom bore a striking resemblance to the last one at Muyang Middle School, yet there were notable differences. Each desk was inscribed with a myriad of characters in crimson paint, and more unsettling was the sight of dark school uniforms placed atop every chair. The style of the uniforms was identical to those worn by the students in the photograph taken with Fan Yu, the only distinction being that in the photograph, all the students faced away from the camera, whereas in this classroom, the uniforms were positioned directly facing Chen Ge at the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge steeled himself and entered the classroom. Standing at the podium, he gazed down at the rows of dark uniforms on the chairs, as if they were a congregation of silent figures. Why were uniforms present only in this classroom? Did they symbolize the lingering remnants of souls trapped here? He counted silently, realizing there were 24 sets of uniforms. With the completion of the midnight escape trial, the scene within the haunted house had transformed into a new dwelling for Yin Xiaoxiao's family. If this were to be extrapolated, Chen Ge's expression darkened, for it seemed that the 24 sets of uniforms might represent the 24 souls that lingered here, unwilling to depart. Yet, perhaps he was overthinking it. Exiting the classroom, he closed the door behind him and continued forward. At the end of the corridor, he turned the corner to find the restroom, and ahead lay the first fork in the path. To the left, the offices, and to the right, the girls' dormitory. Chen Ge opted to step right, where the corridor narrowed, with the rooms flanking closely on either side. At the end of the passage, 2 even narrower corridors branched off. For a mere second-tier scene, the complexity was remarkable. Should he unlock several more horror scenarios, this underground parking lot might truly transform into a trembling labyrinth under his management. He casually pushed open a door, revealing a scene reminiscent of a crime scene. Notably, in the penultimate dormitory, he discovered a cluster of chairs, atop which lay several sheets of paper and a severely damaged ballpoint pen. This must be the hidden item rewarded for unlocking Muyang Middle School. Chen Ge held a shattered ballpoint pen in the palm of his hand, its appearance woefully dismal. Surely, hidden tools possess their own unique functions. Wang Qi's missing person notice had forged a friendship between me and Yin Xiaoxiao's family, allowing me to harness their assistance in managing the midnight escape scene. Could it be that this very pen is the key to resolving the mysteries surrounding the students in the last classroom? Chen Ge pondered perplexedly for quite some time before he stepped out of the scene at Muyang High School, meticulously reassembling the pen with transparent tape. Spirit of the pen, I am aware of your grievances. I have repaired you now. If you forgive me, please draw a circle on the paper. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life, and I am your present. Are you there? Is there something you wish to inquire about in this life? I too am a victim. You know? Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered it was a call from Team Leader Li. If you are not too busy at the moment, could you come to the city branch? The perpetrator of the corpse in well case wishes to see you. See me? Chen Ge found this bewildering. Yet out of respect for Team Leader Li, he acquiesced. All right, I shall be there shortly. Upon arriving at the city branch by taxi, a familiar officer guided Chen Ge into the interrogation room. In a corner of the room sat Fan Yu's aunt, her hands shackled. The body is still under examination, and the suspect is currently in a highly unstable emotional state, refusing to divulge any information. He insisted on seeing you, which is why I asked Team Leader Li to reach out, explained a middle-aged officer who rose to shake Chen Ge's hand. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all. Chen Ge approached Fan Yu's aunt, noticing how much she seemed to have withered over the course of the night, her head bowed, hair obscuring her face. As she sensed someone approaching, her vacant gaze sharpened, locking onto Chen Ge with a gaze filled with complexity. You sought me out? Chen Ge was halted by the officers present, instructed to maintain a safe distance. Fan Yu's aunt nodded gently, pausing for a moment before uttering a statement that took Chen Ge completely by surprise. Do you still have the drawing I gave you in the third-floor restroom? Had she not mentioned it, Chen Ge might have forgotten about the incident altogether. He retrieved the drawing he had kept close and placed it in front of Fan Yu's aunt. As she gazed at the eerie artwork, rather than feeling fear, she experienced a profound sense of familiarity. After the unexpected passing of her child and husband, it was this very drawing that had helped her emerge from her abyss of despair. After a lengthy silence, Fan Yu's aunt finally spoke. I raised Fan Yu for 3 years, yet the first person to appear in his artwork was you. Is that fair? The circumstances differ from what you might think. Perhaps Fan Yu sees me as akin to himself. Chen Ge indicated his eyes. We perceive the same visions. Is that so? Fan Yu's aunt again lowered her head, the interrogation room enveloped in silence. Did you summon me merely to inquire about this? Chen Ge folded the drawing and tucked it away. After several minutes, Fan Yu's aunt seemed to regain her composure, as if she had reached a decision. In a hushed tone, she confided, I am Fan Yu's only relative, and now I too must depart from him. That child possesses a peculiar disposition. Having no friends at all, I do not expect you to care for him in the future. I merely hope that when you have the time, you can visit him, engage in conversation, and ensure that he is not subjected to bullying by other children. Chapter 93, 24 Names Regardless of the Misdeeds of Fan Yu's aunt in the past. At this moment, her thoughts were solely for Fan Yu's welfare. I will do my utmost to look after that child, Chen Ge replied without hesitation. Recognizing that among all involved in the corpse concealment case, Fan Yu was the most innocent. You needn't worry about such matters. A police officer who had approached from behind the interrogation table said, We can assist in contacting a children's welfare institution for aid. As long as you display a good attitude toward confession, you might even see your child again in the future. My child? Fan Yu's aunt gazed at the officer. Her initially vacant expression gradually transforming, a smile inexplicably breaking across her face as she looked at his shoulder. Very well, I shall tell you everything I know. As the police officer initiated the regular interrogation process, Chen Ge felt it inappropriate to remain and voluntarily requested to leave. Upon exiting the municipal bureau, he hailed a taxi to Fan Yu's residence. The sky had cleared, with the sun ascending the horizon, yet its warm rays seemed unable to penetrate the intricate alleys. After alighting from the taxi, Chen Ge navigated the familiar route into the depths of the alley. He located the dwelling rented by Fan Yu's aunt and rushed to the second floor, knocking on the door for several minutes. Eventually, the sound of a latch moving echoed from within, and the door opened slightly. To his astonishment, Chen Ge found the room devoid of occupants. He lingered at the threshold, feeling the sunlight fail to provide any warmth. Fan Yu? He called as he stepped inside, sensing the chill intensify. The living room and kitchen were empty, prompting Chen Ge to stealthily approach the bedroom. He pushed the door, which, like the first time he entered Fan Yu's room, yielded easily as it was unlocked. Thick curtains shrouded all light, and the dim interior was unlit, littered with crumpled pieces of paper on the floor. He casually picked one up, which depicted the familiar black house crowded with red figures. Why discard all these drawings? Are you dissatisfied with them? Chen Ge mused, his gaze shifting to the desk where Fan Yu sat, her back turned, seemingly lost in thought, carefully avoiding the scattered drawings. He approached and noticed a solitary drawing on the desk that had not been discarded. On the white paper, a house was sketched in black lines, with a solitary black figure standing inside. Where have all the red figures gone? Have they been removed? Chen Ge recalled the 24 school uniforms that had mysteriously appeared in his haunted house, beginning to grasp the implications. Are you friends with them? The boy shook his head, his eyes fixed on his drawing as he reached into the drawer and retrieved a paper box, offering it to Chen Ge. For me? Chen Ge peered into the box, discovering 24 name tags, each inscribed with a different name. Nestled among them was a group photograph featuring 24 students standing with their backs to the camera. These 24 names must be the reason behind the last classroom's creation, and now Fan Yu had entrusted them to Chen Ge. After handing over the school badge, Fan Yu fell silent, and no one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. Both parties remained mute. Chen Ge, observing Fan Yu, found himself unable to voice the pressing question that lingered in his heart. Just as they lingered in silence, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the rental unit, where a man and a woman halted at the door. It seemed the street office had pointed them to this very place. Why was the door unlocked? Is Fan Yu at home? Hearing the commotion, Chen Ge stepped outside to inquire. Who are you? We are staff from the Jiujiang Welfare Institute, and here are our credentials. As per the established protocol, we are to take Fan Yu for a medical examination and to facilitate the necessary arrangements for the placement of children of incarcerated individuals. The man and woman exchanged curious glances with Chen Ge, perplexed by the sudden presence of an unfamiliar stranger who was not documented in their files. Fan Yu is in the bedroom. He has quite a mind of his own. I apologize for the inconvenience, Chen Ge said. It is our duty, the woman replied, entering the bedroom to fetch Fan Yu while the man remained outside, watching Chen Ge with a hint of skepticism. Upon noticing the woman entering his room, Fan Yu reacted strongly, seizing a drawing from the table and bolting towards the door as if to escape. Stop him! The woman shouted from inside. The man, in perfect synchrony with her command, intercepted Fan Yu as he dashed past, firmly grasping his arm. This man, adept in handling children, swiftly secured both of Fan Yu's hands, ensuring neither he nor the boy would come to harm. Struggling fiercely against his captor, Fan Yu's resistance compelled Chen Ge to intervene. Exchanging a few words with the man before he reluctantly released the boy. Clutching the drawing tightly, Fan Yu, now free, did not attempt to flee again. It seemed he understood the futility of such an endeavor. As Fan Yu was led away, Chen Ge could no longer contain himself and rushed after them. Squatting before Fan Yu to pose a question that had haunted him for far too long. You know that heaven lies in the well, having witnessed everything. Why did you not intervene? Chen Ge had never regarded Fan Yu as an ordinary child. The room filled with red figurines spoke volumes. Watching Fan Yu depart, Chen Ge felt an inexplicable dampness on his back, realizing it was soaked with sweat. It was the first time he had seen Fan Yu smile. Following the rain, the skies cleared, heralding a splendid day for an outing. The park was bustling with visitors, and gradually, Chen Ge's spirits lifted. Upon entering the amusement park, he noticed a throng gathered at the entrance of the haunted house. Initially mistaking them for fellow visitors, he soon discerned that they were not waiting in line for tickets. Instead, they were assertively blocking the entrance. Pushing through the crowd, they spotted Chen Ge and surrounded him, as if they had finally found their quarry. Chapter 94. An unexpected visitor. Chen, where have you been? Why are you so late? Uncle Su tugged at Chen Ge's arm, fearing for his safety, and pulled him behind himself. What? A corpse concealment case? Uncle Su stared blankly at Chen Ge, suddenly at a loss for words. Yes, unlike the previous massacre case. This one is unlikely to be made public. And the previous one? The massacre case? The group of individuals who had initially surrounded them with menacing intent suddenly seemed to lose their bravado. All right, allow me to handle this, Chen Ge declared, standing before them. Are you looking for me? Alone, he exuded a commanding presence that surpassed theirs. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, the shortest middle-aged man was awkwardly pushed forward. Qin Guang's live stream merely coincided with your chosen location. You cannot claim that subsequent streams are imitating your creativity simply because you were there first. The middle-aged man did not retreat, attempting to justify himself. Compare my live stream with Qin Guang's. The opening scenes in the room are identical, and the entire process is clearly mimicking mine. Is that not plagiarism? He only mirrored you at the beginning. The subsequent plot is uniquely his. This cannot be classified as plagiarism. At most, it can be considered following a trend. Chen Ge had never encountered such unabashed audacity. With no common ground for discussion, he chose to ignore the man. Opening the protective barrier of the haunted house, preparing to commence operations. You are a novice streamer, and we understand your aspirations. But you must realize that riding on the coattails of major streamers is not as simple as it appears. Initially, Chen Ge assumed the document he received was a legal notice, but he evidently overestimated their resolve. Do not deflect your shortcomings onto the internet trolls. They bear no responsibility for your predicament. It is merely that bystanders can no longer tolerate your antics. Chen Ge remained unfazed by their threats. For the platform had never provided him with recommendations, and even he was uncertain as to how he garnered such attention. Acting impulsively benefits no one. Consider your stance once more. The middle-aged man's tone softened, revealing none of the previous bravado displayed when they had blocked the entrance. Initially, the 5 or 6 of them had come to confront him with great fervor, but before they could approach, Chen Ge's single remark disrupted their plans entirely. In truth, this was not entirely their fault. Who would have imagined that Chen Ge would open with references to a corpse concealment case and a massacre? It sounded far too chilling. No need for further contemplation. I am well aware of the selling points of my short videos and live streams. Even if I am forced to depart from this platform, I can swiftly reassemble my fan base. Chen Ge dismissed the individuals from Qin Guang's studio to the side and informed Su Wan to prepare for business. After a night of tireless effort, he felt somewhat fatigued and sat outside to purchase tickets. Following the initial waves of visitors, several individuals from Qin Guang's studio returned. Why are you following us like a persistent adhesive? Must you obstruct the path if you do not wish to visit? Even a clay figurine has its limits. Chen Ge believed he had been quite courteous previously, yet these individuals continued to pester him. Who said we do not wish to visit? We also want to enter your haunted house and experience just how terrifying this so-called most frightening haunted house in Zhejiang truly is. In the Qin Guang studio, 2 young men stood by the gate, backpacks slung over their shoulders. Do you wish to enter and explore? Chen Ge mused, sensing an ulterior motive behind their intentions. As if the weasel were offering New Year-esque greetings to the chickens, nothing but insincerity. If you fear our exposure of your deceptive promotions, then we shall not intrude. Among the two, one was robust and evidently a frequent visitor to the gym, clad in a tank top that deliberately showcased his muscles. Chen Ge chuckled at the audacity of this youth. Do not blame me for the warning. The last individual who spoke so boldly entered on foot, but exited on a stretcher. Now that you mention it, I am even more inclined to test that theory. The burly young man retorted. Beside him stood a bespectacled fellow, seemingly more reserved. I have cherished horror films since childhood. Before being recruited by Brother Chen, I had accompanied a horror film crew on several shoots, though I found their sets utterly lacking in authenticity. I truly admire those of you who seek thrills. Chen Ge lifted the opaque black curtain, inviting them in. Please enter and sign the waiver. With the opportunity for experimentation presented before him, Chen Ge could hardly refuse, his smile growing more genuine. Observing the grin on Chen Ge's face, Uncle Su felt a shiver run down his spine. Recalling the scene of the medical student sprawled across the floor. Clearing his throat, Su halted Chen Ge. Young Chen, do not go overboard. They are merely visitors at present. Quite the performance. Are you beginning to set the stage for the prelude? Before Chen Ge could respond, the bespectacled youth, with an air of self-importance, declared. I perused the reviews on the haunted house prior to my arrival. Some claimed the owner possessed a modicum of psychological insight. Today's encounter indeed confirms that reputation. Su regarded him with exasperation, inwardly muttering, psychology, my foot. Were it not for the risk of serious consequences, I would hardly concern myself with you. Rest assured. I know my limits, Chen Ge assured him, leading the two young men into the haunted house, witnessing them sign the waiver. The burly one was named Zhu Jining, while the slender, bespectacled youth was Fei Yuliang. Chapter 95. All in school uniforms upon entering, photography and videography are strictly prohibited. Inside, there are 4 scenes: the last classroom, the 5th stall of the restroom, the pin spirit, and the deep well. The clues to the exit are concealed within these 4 scenes, and one must experience them all to discover the way out. Chen Ge meticulously reviewed the liability waivers for both individuals several times. He needed to exercise caution, for these documents might soon prove essential. This is not our first encounter with a haunted house. We are well aware of the protocol. Fei Yuliang adjusted his glasses and peered into the haunted house. The ambience was quite well crafted. Since you are all informed, I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration, Chen Ge decided. He initially intended to provide a brief introduction to each scene, but it seemed entirely superfluous. Follow me. Chen Ge guided the 2 young individuals to the entrance of the zombie resurrection night scene on the 1st floor, where they beheld the antiquated arrangement and substandard mannequin models reminiscent of styles from over a decade ago. Frankly, even a 20 yuan ticket feels like a deception to consumers given the quality of these scenes. Zhu Jining and Fei Yuliang stepped directly into the zombie resurrection night. Brushing off the dust from the mannequins, how long has it been since anyone visited? It appears they are struggling to stay afloat. Indeed. The glowing reviews on public forums are somewhat misleading. Have you two finished your commentary? Chen Ge lifted the wooden plank on the ground. The entrance to the scene is here. The basement? The 2 young men felt no embarrassment as they exited the zombie resurrection night scene, pausing at the staircase leading downwards. The dim corridor stretched into obscurity, with classroom doors ajar on either side, faint silhouettes flitting within. Even before entering, a chill emanated from below. Now this resembles something. As the 2 young men descended the staircase into the scene of Muyang High School, Chen Ge called out from above, if you are truly frightened, you may call for assistance via the surveillance cameras. The staff will escort you out. Upon closing the door, Chen Ge suddenly recalled that there were no surveillance cameras installed in the Muyang High School scene, nor seemingly any other exits. His earlier comment about clues being hidden within the scenes was merely a casual remark. I suppose I should venture in personally to investigate. I hope these 2 foolish youngsters are not overwhelmed. He instructed Su Wan to maintain order at the entrance, donned the Skullcrusher doctor's coat, and entered the control room to change the background music to Friday the 13th, clutching a box of school badges and photographs gifted by Fan Yu. He too stepped into the Muyang High School scene. Once Zhu Jining and Fei Yuliang descended the staircase, they lingered near the exit, waiting until Chen Ge had closed the wooden plank and moved away before signaling to one another. They retrieved a Bluetooth camera from their backpacks, fastening it to their chests. We will each capture a side of the haunted house's interior, and after formulating a strategy, we shall reveal it to him. Is this approach truly effective? In a haunted house fixed at a specific location, the interior design is a closely guarded commercial secret aimed at enticing visitors. If the detailed strategy is disclosed in advance, the thrill would be lost. This is also one of the reasons why photography and videography are prohibited within the haunted house. They aim to cultivate a sense of mystery and anticipation among visitors. Fei Liang adjusted the camera, leading the way. The video is ready. We can edit it later, making the entire process rather dull, and perhaps we can leave him with a wave of negative reviews. Zhu Jining chimed in, glancing around. But honestly, this place is quite impressive, evoking a sense of immersion. Yet, the experience felt artificial, incomparable to the 3D horror films he had watched. Unfazed, Fei Liang was merely annoyed. Let South finish exploring this place first. The two walked through the dimly lit corridor, flanked by empty classrooms. Doors creaked, and strange sounds occasionally emanated from within. Do you think the exit might be in one of those two classrooms by the main entrance? Fei Liang pondered, recalling a review which mentioned that the haunted house's proprietor excelled at exploiting the cognitive blind spots of ordinary individuals. When you fixate on finding the exit, you have already lost, as you have fallen into the proprietor's game. He maintained his composure, having both him and Zhu Jining trained in professional cinematography. Indeed. I'm glad you joined me, he remarked. The haunted house, in essence, was rather mundane, merely a spectacle of humans preying upon one another, if one took it seriously. They had already become a part of the performance. The corridor, shrouded in darkness, seemed endless. Though they verbally claimed to be unafraid, their pace was notably slow. Evidence of a fire's devastation lingered, the air thick with the mingled scents of mildew and charred remnants, assaulting their senses. As they ventured further into the scene of Muyu Middle School, the atmosphere subtly shifted. In the unseen corners, it felt as if pairs of eyes were gradually opening. Leading the way, Fei Liang, a seasoned aficionado of horror films, had traversed similar sets, and although the environment was oppressive and eerie, it had yet to instill fear in him. Conversely, the robust Wang Jining began to falter. As they walked, he found himself retreating behind Fei Liang, casting nervous glances to either side. The background music may not have been overtly terrifying, yet it heightened his anxiety, quickening his breath. Suddenly, Fei Liang halted, and Zhu Jining, distracted, nearly collided with him. "What's wrong?" he whispered, feeling a chill seep into his lungs as he spoke. "This classroom feels different." Fei Liang stood at the threshold of the last classroom, observing the rows of dark school uniforms on the seats, an uncanny sensation washing over him, as though the room were filled to capacity with unseen occupants. "There are many more uniforms here," Zhu Jining quaked at the thought, peering through the window. "Shouldn't we head elsewhere?" "Do not fear. This classroom likely conceals the actors of the haunted house, hence its distinct setup." Fei Liang managed to maintain his composure. "The proprietor mentioned we would experience 4 small scenes. This must be one of them. The horror aspect is a crucial selling point of the haunted house. Later, we shall record an analysis video and share it after we exit." As he spoke, the front door of the classroom appeared to swing open on its own, seemingly moved by the wind. "There is definitely someone controlling this," he mused, recalling similar mechanisms he had witnessed on set. Fei Liang gently tapped Zhu Jining on the arm and said, "Let us go inside and uncover the one masquerading as a ghost." Zhu Jining, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, "You make a valid point. However, I just took a glance around, and it seems the classroom is filled with students in uniforms, devoid of any concealed individuals. There may exist hidden compartments or the like," he continued. "So we must exercise caution once we enter, for the performer may emerge from an unexpected angle at any moment." After lingering outside the classroom for quite some time, Fei Liang and Zhu Jining finally ventured inside. Chapter 96. The game begins. The final classroom was a place where Chen Ge was reluctant to linger. Yet Fei Liang and Zhu Jining entered with an air of nonchalance. The atmosphere felt tainted by an inexplicable essence, and as they traversed the classroom, it was as though they had been plunged into deep waters. An unexplainable sense of oppression enveloped them, rendering their breaths labored. "Yu Yang, perhaps I should wait for you outside?" Wang Jining suggested, standing behind Fei Yang, her complexion pale and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "What did we agree upon before entering the haunted house?" "To advance and retreat together. Are you already faltering at the very onset?" Fei Liang's agitation mounted as the dark uniforms surrounding them, though merely ordinary attire, bore an uncanny resemblance to props from a horror film, instilling in him a profound sense of dread. Zhu Jining, seemingly oblivious to her teammates' rising anxiety, cautiously inquired in a hushed tone, "Where do you think the actors in the haunted house might be hiding? Could they leap out from beneath those uniforms?" "Uncertain. The typical pattern in a haunted house should follow this script," Fei Yang replied, as he shifted his stance and descended from the podium, clenching his fists. He maneuvered between two rows of desks, yet nothing terrifying unfolded. The room appeared devoid of inhabitants. If there are no hidden actors, then why go through the trouble of setting up the scene? The blood-stained inscriptions on the desks and the deliberate placement of tattered uniforms seem rather excessive, Zhu Jianing remarked, casting a glance towards the nearby door. Moreover, it seemed as if the door to this classroom opened on its own, almost as if beckoning us inside. Do not be irate. I was merely attempting to assist you in analyzing the situation, Zhu Jianing assured, proceeding to another part of the classroom. His robust frame inadvertently knocked a uniform from a chair as he passed by. He paid it no mind, choosing instead to step on it and advance towards the back door. There truly is little to fear. I expected something to leap out from beside the desks. However, as he spoke, his voice dwindled, and upon turning around, he realized that the classroom remained precisely as it had been, with no alterations whatsoever. I believe a uniform fell to the ground as I passed. Yuyang, did you pick it up? A uniform fell? I did not see it. Fei Yuyang replied from the opposite end of the classroom, several desks separating them. He retrieved the uniform, shaking it slightly, releasing a peculiar odor akin to that of fish. How strange, Zhu Jianing remarked, carelessly tossing the uniform onto a desk and crouching down to inspect the surroundings for any hidden mechanisms. He jostled the desks and chairs, confirming their normalcy, but just as he was about to abandon his search, a sound akin to marbles colliding emanated from a desk drawer. Is there something inside? Zhu Jianing bent down, using one hand to support himself as he leaned closer to the drawer. Within the inky darkness lay a collection of test papers and textbooks. Why would there be a sound of marbles clashing? Does this drawer possess a hidden compartment? He gazed into the pitch-black drawer, reaching in to extract some crumpled papers. Just as he removed a sheet, he was startled to discover two round eyes glaring back at him from behind. The sudden fright caused Zhu Jianing, who was half-squatting, to topple backward, his scalp prickling as he collided with two desks. What on earth? The commotion startled Fei Yuyang, who was on the other side. There is someone in the drawer. Zhu Jianing struggled for what felt like an eternity to regain his footing, his face drained of color. Are you out of your mind? How could a person fit in a drawer? Fei Yuyang muttered under his breath, approaching the desk in the middle. It must be some props or something. He pulled out all the rolled paper and textbooks from the drawer and tossed them onto the floor. Look closely. Don't be so jumpy. There is nothing in there. After a brief pause, Zhu Jianing finally managed to rise from the floor. I truly saw them, a pair of eyes. I wouldn't lie about this. Really. The two of them hurried out of the classroom, leaving chaos in their wake. Do we continue exploring? Zhu Jianing, still shaken, gazed at the dimly lit corridor that seemed endless, his heart quaking. You're backing out after less than 5 minutes? We're here to seek thrills, not to promote this haunted house for free. Fei Yuyang could hardly restrain himself from kicking Zhu Jianing. You're such a coward. You're embarrassing the muscles you have. After saying this, he pressed on, and despite his fear, Zhu Jianing followed, determined not to bring shame to Qin Guang's studio. The two rushed ahead, completely bypassing the restroom around the corner, arriving at the first fork in the path. How vast is this haunted house that it has branched into two routes? Zhu Jianing was at a loss, while Fei Yuyang frowned, a lover of horror films who had visited many haunted houses. Yet, this was his first encounter with such an eerie establishment. Throughout their visit, they hadn't seen a single staff member masquerading as a ghost. Yet an unsettling sense of dread lingered, intensifying with every passing moment. In previous haunted houses, the appearance of a ghost would reveal some flaw, as those specters were merely humans in disguise, reassuring him of the presence of living beings within the frightful scenes. However, this haunted house shattered his previous perceptions. Devoid of actors, it conjured a disquieting ambience that kept him in a state of constant tension, unsure of when something terrifying might transpire. Let us explore this way first. The corridor narrowed as Fei Yuyang and Zhu Jianing made their way toward the girls' dormitory. The first few rooms were not overly frightening, easing their tense emotions and dissipating much of the dread that had clung to them. But soon, they entered the room where the Pin Spirit resided. The girls' dormitory, seemingly the scene of a gruesome incident, contained 4 chairs lined up side by side, each bearing several sheets of white paper and a ballpoint pen held together with transparent tape. Chapter 97, The Frantic Spirit of the Pen. It was bewildering. I had never encountered such a high degree of freedom within a haunted house. The proprietor must possess a remarkable sense of audacity, unconcerned about the potential mishaps that might befall visitors. Fei Yuyang approached a chair and casually picked up several sheets of white paper, each inscribed with ominous queries. When shall I meet my demise? What manner of death awaits me? Who shall be the next to perish? The atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to the game of Pin Fairy, yet Fei Yuliang's gaze shifted to the ballpoint pin bound in transparent tape atop the chair. Surely, this pin is rather peculiar. Could it harbor some hidden mechanism? Zhu Jianing joined him, taking hold of the pin and pressing it with considerable force. Nearly shattering the barrel, it appears to be merely an ordinary pin. Do you recall what the haunted house owner mentioned before entering? He asked. The establishment comprises 4 distinct scenarios. One must experience them all to unveil the clues leading to the exit. Indeed, the hints to the exit were concealed within these 4 scenes. Let us search thoroughly. Based on my experience, this dormitory should contain keys or notes of some sort. The dormitory was modest in size, and despite their diligent search of every nook and cranny, they uncovered no clues. The haunted house presented a formidable challenge, ingeniously designed. Fei Yuliang spread the sheets of paper across the table. 3 bore inscriptions, while 1 remained blank. Must we truly partake in the Pin Fairy game to discern the answers? Zhu Jianing murmured, apprehensive about the implications of engaging in such a game within a haunted house. Glancing at the questions inscribed on the paper, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He felt an inexplicable discomfort, a surge of suppressed negativity urging him to obliterate everything. Reluctantly, Zhu Jianing positioned himself opposite Fei Yuliang, each standing at either side of the chair. Yet, the mechanics of the game eluded him. Do not fret. I have watched numerous films about the Pin Fairy and have attempted it at home several times in the past. It is all a ruse. This game can be rationally explained. Fei Yuliang grasped the pin upright, hovering it above the solitary blank sheet. You must slide your fingers between mine, gripping the pin, and then relinquish control. Very well. Zhu Jianing replied, placing his trust in Fei Yuliang as he squatted beside the chair, clutching the ballpoint pin in the center. What do I do next? Simply remain silent. Fei Yuliang inscribed the words yes and no on the blank paper, and when the dormitory fell into an eerie silence, he softly intoned, Pin Fairy, Pin Fairy. You are my past life, and I am your present. Should you wish to join us, draw a circle upon the paper. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gust of wind suddenly propelled the half-open door, causing it to creak open, revealing an eerily silent corridor beyond. Zhu Jianing shivered, instinctively retreating into the room. Do not move, Fei Yuliang commanded, his attention fixated on the pin's tip, his body as still as a statue. A chilling breeze lingered within the dormitory, scraps of paper brushing against their legs, as if caressed by unseen fingers. The temperature plummeted, the cold creeping upward from their ankles. Maintaining their posture, in a heightened state of tension, their senses sharpened, a torment for the 2 engaged in the Pin Fairy game. The dilapidated girl's dormitory seemed to grow dimmer, its stained sheets disturbed as if something were crawling out from beneath the bed. After a brief pause of several seconds, the arms of the 2 hovering above began to tremble gently, their pin tips leaving a series of disjointed dots upon the blank paper. Surely, the spirit of the pin would not calm, right? Zhu Jianing finally broke the oppressive silence, unable to endure the stifling atmosphere any longer. No sooner had he spoken than the ballpoint pin in his hand wobbled slightly, a movement so subtle that both noticed it. Was that you? They exclaimed in unison, their eyes searching each other's faces for signs of surprise. Not me, Zhu Jianing quickly refuted, still ensnared by the terror induced by that pair of eyes. Now confronted with this unsettling occurrence, his expression tightened. You don't think the Pin Spirit has truly arrived, do you? Impossible. The Pin Spirit game merely exploits environmental factors and psychological suggestions. The extended duration of the game, coupled with arms suspended in midair, can cause involuntary tremors due to breathing and pulsation, Fei Yuliang reasoned, as if trying to convince himself. In our subconscious, we might imagine that the pin is moving, and our subconscious can influence our subjective judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, the pin in his hand moved once more, this time with striking clarity. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked at the white paper, where the previously scattered dots had formed a line, drawing an irregular circle. Regardless of the authenticity of the Pin Spirit, they felt compelled to continue the game. Why? Zhu Jianing inquired. What should we do next? Pose a question, then send the Pin Spirit away. Fei Yuliang managed to maintain his composure. What shall we ask? Those questions on the other sheets? Zhu Jianing pointed to the nearby papers. That's a trap. One must never inquire about matters related to death while playing the Pin Spirit game. We should ask trivial questions instead. Trivial questions? Allow me. Fei Yuliang grasped Zhu Jianing's hand firmly, pausing for a moment before signaling for silence. He then whispered, Pin Spirit, can you tell me the name of my future wife? Initially a casual inquiry, Fei Yuliang was taken aback when, upon uttering the question, the chilling wind in the girls' dormitory abruptly ceased, and an oppressive aura emanated from behind him. The pens in their hands began to tremble ever more violently, swiftly inscribing 3 words upon the white paper. Go to hell. Chapter 98. Is there someone behind you? Fei Yuliang found himself perplexed. How could a mere inquiry about his future wife's name provoke such a foreboding phrase? The connection was utterly nonsensical, and he had adhered strictly to the rules of the spirit game, having committed no transgressions to incite the spirit's wrath. After a brief contemplation, he surmised that this must have been preordained by the haunted house proprietor, ensuring that regardless of the question posed, those 3 words would inevitably manifest. A sense of insight swelled within him, leading to a growing impression that it was merely an elaborate ruse. Xiaozhu, why are your hands so cold? He raised his gaze to find Zhu Jianing staring vacantly behind him, her mouth agape, features contorted in an expression of terror. What are you looking at? Her demeanor was unsettling. It was as if she had not heard his words at all, her body trembling violently, much like the battered ballpoint pen in her grasp. An ominous premonition began to brew within Fei Yuliang as he sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere of the girls' dormitory. An indescribable weight pressing down upon him that had not been present before. It seemed to emanate from directly behind him. He attempted to turn, yet felt as though some unseen force held him fast, rendering every muscle in his body rigid. A flurry of questions raced through his mind. The maddening urge to see what was there gnawing at him. What had Xiaozhu seen? What lurked behind me? A chill coursed through his body, as if he had been thrust into an icy abyss. He shivered, noticing dark, mottled bruises materializing upon his skin, as if invisible hands were grasping at him. The sensation of something sinister attempting to invade his being intensified, compounded by an increasing coldness pressing down upon his shoulders, growing ever heavier. At that moment, Zhu Jianing, pushed to her limits, summoned all her strength to shout, "There is someone behind you." Behind me? The distinction between someone on his back and someone standing behind him struck him. One was an encumbrance, the other a threat. While his mind was still engaged in instinctive analysis, Zhu Jianing leapt to her feet and, shaking off his grasp, bolted toward the door with unwavering resolve. Abandoned by his companion, Fei Yuliang sat frozen on the ground, the pen wrapped in transparent tape seeming to meld with his hand, refusing to release its hold. His arms were stiff, immobilized, yet the pen's tip began to scrawl upon the blank sheet of paper. Die, die, die. The grotesque crimson letters appeared one after another. And with Zhu Jianing gone, he was left alone, acutely aware that his hand had not moved at all. These words were inscribed by something else present in the room. Even in this dire moment, a flicker of hope remained within Fei Yuliang. He relished the thrill of the unknown. For he had never believed in the existence of malevolent forces. He had always prided himself on being a person of absolute rationality. Little Zhu observed what might be a 3D projection. Chairs were arranged in parallel, and the spot where visitors engaged in the spirit pen game was fixed. As long as the equipment was installed at the correct angle, a similar effect could be created. The principle should be sound, yet why was his body trembling? He admitted to underestimating that tattered ballpoint pen and the haunted house itself. Given another chance to choose, he would certainly not have been so rash as to enter. The chilling sensation on his back continued to spread, and after frantic scribbling, the pen in Fei Yuliang's hand finally succumbed to the strain. The tape broke, and it snapped once more. The top of the pen fell away just as the word death was completed on the paper. Was it over? His arm gradually regained control, and it was only then that Fei Yuliang dared to exhale. His muscles remained somewhat stiff. He wished to move, yet found his shoulders heavy, rendering him immobile. He thought he had endured the spirit pen game, but in reality, this terrifying experience had only just begun. Why could he still not move? Struggling to twist his neck. Fei Yuliang glanced behind him. A false alarm? Yet why did little Zhu react so dramatically? What had he seen? Fei Yuliang's mind raced, and during this time, his shoulders grew even heavier, as if something were standing upon them. Shoulders? Standing upon? A vision flashed through his mind, and Fei Yuliang seemed to realize something. Slowly lifting his head, with disheveled black hair, his face swollen from asphyxiation, and eyes bulging with an inexplicable rage, there stood a hanged woman upon his shoulder. Her mouth was agape, yet no sound escaped. Every hair on his body stood on end, his glasses askew upon his face. In that moment, Fei Yuliang felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. The words I meant to utter remained unspoken as his pupils began to dilate, his body tilted, and he slumped to the ground. Chen Ge deliberately waited outside for a few minutes before entering the scene of Muyang Middle School, intending to stagger his entrance with the 2 visitors. After a prolonged silence without a scream, He concluded these two were rather formidable. He would need to take things seriously. Donning a mask made of human skin, Chen Ge first entered the final classroom, placing the box containing 24 school badges upon the lectern. The desks and chairs had been overturned, indicating they had indeed been here and encountered something. What had transpired between the two remained unclear to Chen Ge. He had yet to fully explore this scene. Who could it be? Clad in a blood-stained doctor's coat and wearing a mask composed of numerous faces. He slowly exited the classroom. Chapter 99. I shall quietly watch you. The footsteps echoed with urgency, reminiscent of a frantic escape from a ferocious beast. As Chen Ge exited the classroom, he chanced upon the scene. Zhu Jianing, towering at over 6 feet, emerged from the girls' dormitory, shrieking in terror, his face ashen. Having lost all semblance of rationality, sprinting as if possessed by the frenzy of a rampaging bull, Panti claimed to be unafraid. He had entered with such composure. Yet now he dashed about like a rabid dog. A new scene unfolded before Chen Ge, leaving him perplexed about the encounter that had so shaken them. To be cautious, he decided to intercept Zhu Jianing and seek clarity. As Zhu Jianing bolted from the girls' dormitory, he barely had time to catch his breath upon slowing his pace. He caught sight of movement in the last classroom. The school uniform was animated. This thought flashed through his mind as he sprinted, not having discerned the details until he reached the classroom door, where he suddenly spotted a figure clad in blood-soaked garments surging forth from within. Time seemed to decelerate for Zhu Jianing as his gaze fixated on the figure's face, a grotesque amalgamation of twisted, cruel, and anguished expressions. I knew the classroom was tainted. Unable to halt his momentum, Zhu Jianing collided with the corridor wall, disregarding the pain, pushing off the wall with his hands, and turning to flee. Whether it was the dizzying rush of speed, the abrupt halt, or sheer terror that clouded his mind, Zhu Jianing charged headlong into the restroom around the corner. Caught like a fish in a barrel? Chen Ge's curiosity deepened. What had this young man witnessed in the girls' dormitory? Moreover, where were his companions? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ge resolved to ascertain the truth from Zhu Jianing. He touched the human mask upon his face and entered the restroom. He stifled a gasp upon discovering a muscular man huddled by the squat toilet, heart racing, his pupils constricted unnaturally. Zhu Jianing was indeed terrified. Moments ago, while playing the spirit game, he had sat opposite Fei Yuliang, and as Fei Yuliang lowered his head to analyze, Zhu Jianing had distinctly seen the spirit materializing behind him. The image of that woman, her face grotesquely swollen, suffocated him with dread. That was certainly no actress. This haunted house was genuinely sinister. They had just searched the girls' dormitory, including beneath the beds, and could attest that no one was concealed within. That wretched woman had appeared out of thin air. It had to be a ghost. The visage of the woman lingered in Zhu Jianing's mind, casting a shadow over his thoughts, so that even with closed eyes, he could see her face swirling in his consciousness. He felt utterly helpless, pressed against the restroom wall, his muscular physique providing no solace. Fei Yuliang remained in that room. The ghost perched upon his shoulder. How could such a scene possibly manifest before his eyes? Zhu Jianing took several deep breaths, sensing a lack of oxygen in his brain. I must establish contact with those outside. This haunted house is fraught with danger. He endeavored to reassure himself not to succumb to fear. Yet his arms continued to tremble uncontrollably. After fumbling through his backpack for an eternity, he finally retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Xiaoxiu? Why are you calling me at this hour? Have you finished recording the video? The voice of a short, middle-aged man resonated from the other end of the line. Brother Yuan, please come in and save me. There are indeed ghosts in this haunted house. Zhu Jianing's voice quivered with impending tears. I can't hold on much longer. And I have no idea how many ghosts are lurking outside. Isn't it to be expected for a haunted house to have ghosts? The middle-aged man outside seemed unfazed. It's not just people dressed as ghosts. There are real ghosts. Zhu Jianing dared not raise her voice for fear of attracting the attention of the apparitions outside. Panic and urgency engulfed her. Pass the phone to Yuliang. I need to speak with him. The middle-aged man, sensing the distress in Zhu Jianing's voice, grew serious. Yanggu is being controlled by a ghost. He is still in that room. Controlled by a ghost? What do you mean? I saw it with my own eyes. A ghost was standing on his shoulders, a hanged ghost with a face ashen and eyes bulging out. Standing on his shoulders? Have you been assaulted by the haunted house staff? No, it's a ghost. There are no staff in this house. Zhu Jianing's explanation was interrupted by the sudden sound of footsteps at the restroom door. The ghost is coming in. What did you say? Hello? The voice of the short, middle-aged man crackled through the receiver. Fearing to attract the attention of the lurking spirits, Zhu Jianing abruptly ended the call. Please, let it not have heard me. Do not discover my presence. I will never return to this place again. Zhu Jining switched off her phone and bent low, her eyes fixed intently on the wooden door of the stall, uncertain of when the door before her might be pulled open. She could only imagine the horrors that might emerge. Nightmarish images flooded her mind uncontrollably, such as the sight of a ghastly woman's face or her own school uniform creeping through the gap beneath the door. What should I do? Brother Yuan, you must hurry. Anxiety clutched at her heart, her thoughts a chaotic tempest. The footsteps had entered the restroom, drawing nearer. Creak. The door of the first stall swung open, the ancient wood groaning ominously, causing Zhu Jining to hold her breath. After a brief pause, the door of the second stall also creaked open. It was closer now. That entity was approaching. After another tense moment, as anticipated, the door to the third stall opened. Right next door, that thing was about to open my door? Zhu Jining's muscles tensed, terror and dread threatening to drive her to madness. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly, yet curiously, the door before her remained untouched. After an interminable half-minute, the door to her stall was still closed. Had it left? Gathering all her courage, she edged the door open a crack. Peering outside, nothing was there. It really is gone? Slowly, she pushed the door wider, revealing an empty expanse outside. What incredible fortune! She had narrowly escaped detection. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Jining dialed the middle-aged man's number once more. As the light illuminated, he suddenly discerned something reflected on the screen. Following the direction of the reflection, he beheld a face silently observing him from the partition of the third cubicle. Chapter 100, The Indomitable Fei Liang with a sharp sound. The phone slipped from his fingertips and crashed to the ground, faint echoes of voices still lingering from the receiver. Fei Liang's call was unanswered. What calamity had befallen you within? Xiaozhu, can you hear me? Zhu Jining, are you all right? Speak to me. Zhu Jining certainly heard his voice, yet at that moment, he found himself utterly speechless. His eyes rolled back, and with a violent thud, he collided against the partition, his body twitching slightly, unable to rise. I had warned you repeatedly against taking photos or recording in the haunted house, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Chen Ge removed his mask and tucked it into his pocket, gazing at the crumpled form of Zhu Jining on the ground, contemplating the brilliance of the waiver agreement. His method of instilling fear was distinct from typical haunted houses, where actors masquerade as apparitions, lurking in blind spots to startle unsuspecting visitors. Chen Ge's approach was exceptionally unique. He would heighten the atmosphere to its zenith, patiently awaiting the guests to seek out the fright themselves, an entirely silent and unexpected ordeal. To be terrified under the weight of psychological anticipation would render one, as Zhu Jining was now, incapable of releasing that fear, akin to a massive block of ice lodged in one's throat, suffocating and bone-chilling. Emerging from the third stall, Chen Ge switched off the phone lying on the floor and placed it into Zhu Jining's pocket, then dragged him out of the restroom, discarding him into the corridor. Why is he still convulsing? He breathing. He should be fine. Chen Ge pinched Zhu Jining's philtrum, halting only when his gaze returned to normal. Can you hear me? Where has the person who entered with you gone? Fearing that the other individual might also succumb to fright, he removed the coat of the cranial fracture doctor and held it in hand. This person had fled from the girls' dormitory. His companion should be in that direction as well. Chen Ge dashed toward the fork in the path, yet after searching all the dorms, he could not locate Fei Liang. Where could he have gone? He paused at the room designated for the spirit writing game, where the tape binding the pin had once more snapped and fallen to the ground. There were no signs of struggle within the room. Where could that bespectacled fellow have run off to? Exiting the girls' dormitory, Chen Ge stood at the junction. Could he have gone that way? The other side of the fork led to a deep well and the school office, the ground uneven. After navigating past several office cubicles, Chen Ge finally found Fei Liang. This fellow fared even worse than Zhu Jining, with white foam at the corners of his mouth and shattered lenses. More disturbingly, he lay perilously close to the well's edge. One hand draped over it, as if he were on the brink of being dragged in. What had this man encountered? It seemed he had provoked something far beyond just the spirit writing. With no surveillance installed in the haunted house, Chen Ge could not ascertain what had transpired with Fei Liang. Witnessing his pitiful state, Chen Ge compassionately administered CPR. His symptoms closely resembled those of Hashan. First, he needed to be extracted. After considerable effort, Chen Ge finally managed to drag both individuals toward the exit. As he lifted the wooden board, Chen Ge had just dragged two individuals to the ground floor of the haunted house when he heard a commotion outside. It appeared that personnel from Qin Guang Studio were attempting to force their way in. Truly, what a hassle. With one person in each hand, Chen Ge escorted the two visitors out of the haunted house. The sunlight bathed him as he unceremoniously tossed Fei Yuliang and Zhu Jianing in front of the remaining members of Chen Ge's studio. Casting a glance at them, "What are you arguing about?" Two lively individuals entered, yet emerged half-conscious. And one had white foam at the corner of his mouth. Was he so frightened that he vomited? The onlooking tourists instinctively took a step back, clearing a space. "Xiaozhu, Yu Yang." The personnel from Chen Ge's studio rushed over to help the two young men. Zhu Jianing appeared to have recovered somewhat, though her legs still wobbled. The situation was dire for Fei Yuliang. If one were to say he was unconscious, his eyes were still open, and if one were to claim he was alert. He did not respond to his name, his expression vacant, with remnants of foam at his lips. "What have you done to them?" A short middle-aged man demanded angrily. Confronting Chen Ge. "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Chen Ge genuinely had no understanding of the situation when he entered. The two were already so terrified that they could not distinguish their bearings. "We called in the middle of it." Xiaozhu said. One of your employees stepped on Yu Yang's shoulder. "How dare you assault visitors in the haunted house? Is there no professional ethics left? Which of your eyes saw my employee attack him?" Chen Ge shot a glance at the two sprawled on the ground. "You can go to the police station for fingerprint analysis, I assure you." No one touched the visitors aside from their hands. "Enough with the noise. I'll summon the park's doctor. Saving lives is paramount." Uncle Su, overwhelmed, dialed the park's medical personnel. "Look at the state they're in, and yet you refuse to admit it?" "Fortunately, we were prepared." The short middle-aged man opened Fei Yuliang's backpack, extracting a laptop, and removed the wireless camera from Fei Yuliang's chest as well as the microphone affixed to the backpack strap. There certainly was an abundance of items. Chen Ge had noticed the camera while dragging the bodies inside and had surmised the intentions of these individuals. However, he had not paid it much mind. Other haunted houses strictly prohibited filming or recording to avoid revealing design secrets. Crafting an elaborate horror scene was exceedingly costly, with the internal structure considered trade secrets. Yet for Chen Ge, this was of little consequence. He merely needed to complete the trial tasks to continuously unlock more terrifying scenes. In terms of scene update speed, no haunted house could rival his. In his view, these individuals disseminating videos of the haunted house was a form of unconventional publicity, as exposure was precisely what his haunted house lacked at present. "You won't be laughing for long. I will retain the video of your haunted house employee assaulting a visitor. This is far from over." The short middle-aged man spoke loudly, seemingly to attract the attention of surrounding tourists. "We are professionals. There is absolutely no occurrence of assaulting visitors." Chen Ge approached the laptop. Curiosity piqued about what Fei Yuliang had encountered in the haunted house and why he ultimately collapsed beside the deep well. The short middle-aged man adjusted the laptop and began to play the video he had just recorded. The screen is enveloped in darkness, yet a faint buzzing sound resonates. At this moment, Fei Yuliang has yet to enter the haunted house. The audio device must have been affixed in advance, but the camera remains stowed away, leaving only the auditory noise, devoid of any visual imagery. After several seconds, the voice of Chen Ge emerges from the computer, cautioning, "Do not blame me for not warning you." The last person who uttered such words walked in and was carried out. Immediately following, the dismissive laughter of Fei Yuliang fills the room. "Your words only ignite my curiosity further. Friendship is indeed profound. I feel a surge of excitement and extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the brothers and sisters who cherish this book. I am thankful for the recommendation list from Yuming Jiyu during the 30,000-word mark, for the whimsical little fairy who has tirelessly promoted my work, and for the support from the silver-haired entity of Hell's Blowing Snow. Lastly, I owe a special thanks to my editor, Ziliang, who, though new and unfamiliar with the literary style and reader preferences, has patiently assisted me in refining the beginning. Ziliang is the first editor who engaged in a plot discussion with me past midnight, displaying exceptional dedication. The promotional campaign concludes tonight at midnight. Yet the activities will persist until midnight on August 3rd. Everyone can scroll to the bottom of the page for a detailed explanation of the event. After the promotion ends, participants can locate the activity in the Discovery section. Ultimately, I humbly beseech for your initial subscriptions. As an ordinary young man with experience in air conditioning repair, anti-theft installation, and mold delivery in a copper pipe factory, I have always harbored a dream to one day author a book that achieves over 10,000 initial subscriptions. It will be available tomorrow. I earnestly seek your support in subscribing. Thank you. Chapter 101. The Hidden Task of Muyang High School. The sound emanating from the computer was not particularly loud, yet the few individuals surrounding it could hear it distinctly. In unison, they turned their gazes toward Fei Yuliang, who lay sprawled on the floor, frothing at the mouth with a vacant expression, their faces reflecting an array of peculiar emotions. After a couple of minutes, the computer screen illuminated with images as Zhu Jianing and Fei Yuliang ventured into the haunted house's interior. The onlookers outside were captivated by the eerie scenes, with some even pressing forward to glimpse the layout of the traps within. The setting of Muyang High School was constructed underground, enveloped in an eerie silence, and the microphones clearly captured the voices of the two young men, including their discussions about uploading videos and leaving negative reviews for the haunted house. Were these individuals truly here to cause trouble? I nearly fell for their claims moments ago. The spectators murmured among themselves, and the short middle-aged man hastily fast-forwarded a few times. Due to the lighting conditions, the video footage was somewhat unclear, revealing only a dimly lit corridor and vacant classrooms on either side. However, even these glimpses were sufficiently unsettling. The personnel from Qingguang Studio were not broadcasting the footage to promote Chen Ge's haunted house. Rather, they sought to uncover evidence implicating Chen Ge and instructing his staff to assault visitors. Yet, after 5 or 6 minutes, the video solely displayed Fei Yuliang and Zhu Jianing yelling, with not a single ghostly figure in sight. This left not only the staff of Qingguang Studio in a state of unease, but also piqued the curiosity of the surrounding tourists. How could such a grand haunted house boast no actors portraying spirits? What, then, was meant to instill fear? Before long, the video transitioned to the scene where the two engaged in a game of pin fairy. Initially, there was nothing amiss. But when Chen Ge heard Fei Yuliang pose a strangely familiar question, he nearly bit his tongue in shock. The antics of these two young men sent shivers down his spine, and he began to grasp the reason behind their dismal predicament. The subsequent footage took a bizarre turn as Zhu Jianing suddenly fled, leaving Fei Yuliang alone, fervently scribbling on a sheet of white paper. Die, die, die. The spectators were left perplexed by the words on the paper. What was he doing? Is he experiencing a mental breakdown? It seems unnecessary to bother the amusement park's doctor. A call to a psychiatric hospital would suffice. So one of them was rendered unconscious by his own teammates' fright during their visit to the haunted house? The pin fairy must have indeed manifested, but whether it was due to the camera's inability to capture it or the angle of the shot, it remained unseen, leaving only the seemingly possessed scene on display. The video continued, and Chen Ge leaned closer to the computer, his curiosity piqued by what would unfold next. After Zhu Jianing's flight, Fei Yuliang remained alone in the room. After a prolonged period of writing on the paper, he suddenly paused. The camera, affixed to his chest, captured a still image. Then, after a few seconds, the angle shifted abruptly, revealing that Fei Yuliang appeared to have fainted. No one had touched him, right? How could he have lost consciousness? Moments later, even stranger occurrences transpired as the angle of the footage reversed, and Fei Yuliang stood up once more. He staggered out of the girls' dormitory, the screen shaking violently, resembling a child who had just learned to walk, tottering and colliding with the air. A person who had been unconscious suddenly stood up and managed to walk. From Chen Ge's years of witnessing tourists faint, such a feat seemed nearly impossible. This fellow might have been replaced by a spirit. Chen Ge remained silent, yet his expression became intensely focused. At first, Fei Yuliang appeared to struggle with his new body. But within seconds, he began to move with increasing speed, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary person. When he reached the fork in the path, Chen Ge and Zhu Jianing had just entered the restroom, their paths not crossing. Was the spirit attempting to escape the haunted house? Chen Ge was startled by his own thought. Had it not been for the subsequent events, the spirit might have succeeded. In the video, Fei Yuliang seemed aware of someone in the restroom, tiptoeing past the restroom door before turning and dashing into the last classroom. He moved with great purpose, heading straight to the back row, clutching a school uniform from a particular seat. Just as he was about to leave the classroom, he spotted a paper box on the podium containing 24 school badges given by Fan Yu. Seemingly struck by a troubling thought, Fei Yuliang dumped the badges onto the desk, selecting one to pocket before sprinting towards the exit. However, before he could escape the classroom, the old classroom door slammed shut. I consider this classroom my home. Yet I have compelling reasons to leave. I must clarify things with Wang Xin. Let me go? Get out of my way. I must leave today. No one shall stop me. The frantic shouts of Fei Yuliang echoed from the computer, his voice a desperate roar directed at the empty classroom. Let me go. Let me go? The footage trembled incessantly, seemingly due to his violent struggles, causing the camera to fall to the ground. From below, it captured Fei Yuliang's face at that moment, his expression shifting continuously, as if his body housed a multitude of different souls. After a few seconds, Fei Yuliang's countenance returned to normal, and the classroom door reopened. He said nothing, picked up the fallen camera, and reassembled it, moving like a marionette towards the deepest part of the scene at Muyang High School. At this juncture, Chen Ge's black phone vibrated suddenly. He discreetly pulled it out and stepped back a few paces, yet his gaze remained fixed on the computer screen. He was merely separated by a wall from the restroom corner, and he hadn't heard Fei Youyang's cries from the classroom. At the moment the classroom door shut automatically, it seemed to transform completely. The video continued to play, and the now stiff Fei Youyang approached the edge of a deep well. Standing on its brink, beginning to speak to himself. Should I jump? I can understand Xin Yalan. She had her reasons for doing so. I would have acted similarly. After all, Wang Xin was her dearest friend. Perhaps she deserves another chance. Fei Youyang descended from the edge of the well, his expression gradually becoming vacant. With a tilt of his head, he collapsed onto the ground. After a few minutes, Chen Ge arrived. The camera captured every moment. Chen Ge promptly administered cardiopulmonary resuscitation and provided emergency assistance, a fact evident to all present. The haunted house proprietor acted correctly, even taking the initiative to render aid. It was reminiscent of the farmer and the snake in a haunted house. The staff of the Qingguang studio were rendered speechless by the comments of the onlookers. At this moment, Chen Ge had retreated to the periphery of the crowd, glancing at his black phone. Fortunate are the favored by vengeful spirits. Congratulations on triggering the 2-star horror scenario at Muyang Middle School, the hidden task of the spirit writing. Chapter 102. Reward. Hiring the spirit of the pen. Second update. Task requirement. Locate the dearest friend of the spirit of the pen and fulfill her wish. Task reward. Significantly increased affection from the spirit of the pen, with a certain probability of hiring her as an employee of the haunted house. Chen Ge's gaze was firmly fixed on the final phrase of the task reward. Hiring a ghost as an employee was a whimsical fantasy he had long imagined. Yet he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. When he initially acquired the black phone, he paid particular attention to the roster of ghost team members in the haunted house. However, despite completing numerous tasks, the number of his ghost team members remained at 0. Azin Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yalan were unable to be hired for various reasons. Having nearly abandoned such notions, after all, humans and spirits were fundamentally different. He was astounded to find that the black phone had spontaneously issued such a task. The benefits of employing the spirit of the pen were manifold. She possessed the ability to foresee peculiar occurrences and could frighten visitors without the need for makeup. To Chen Ge, she represented a skilled, cost-free labor force. Allow me to assist in fulfilling the spirit of the pen's wish. Stowing away the black phone, Chen Ge rejoined the throng of people. The members of the Qingguang studio were hastily packing away their computers, seemingly preparing to depart. Who said you could leave? Chen Ge approached Fei Youyang, retrieving the school badge from his pocket. The unblemished badge bore the name of a woman, Chen Yalan. Why did you steal props from the haunted house? Chen Ge waved the badge in his hand. Don't tell me this antique badge belongs to Fei Youyang himself. The members of the Qingguang studio exchanged glances, bewildered by Fei Youyang's erratic behavior and his peculiar choice to pilfer this badge from the classroom. Xiao Chen, allow me to handle this, Su Shu interjected, concerned about the potential escalation of conflict. Let's not discuss anything else for now. First, they must delete all the videos on their computers. Otherwise, I cannot permit them to leave. Each scene in the haunted house has been meticulously crafted over a lengthy period, and I cannot allow my hard work to be destroyed. Once the videos had been thoroughly eradicated, Chen Ge paid no further attention to the group. It was merely a stroke of bad luck for them to have crossed paths with the spirit of the pen. Boss, are we still open for business? Suwon emerged from the haunted house. Brother, why is there no review for that school scene on the public rating site? It looked incredibly thrilling. Is the admission fee for the school tour also 20? Can we enter as a group of 4? It's been ages since I felt this excited. Everyone, hold on tight to me. Chen Ge was taken aback by the enthusiasm of the surrounding visitors, who seemed undeterred by the recent incident involving Fei Youyang and Zhu Jianing. A cursory glance revealed that the majority of the visitors were students. I apologize, but due to recent incidents, this scene will remain closed for maintenance for approximately 2 days. Fei Youyang and Zhu Jianing were the inaugural participants, and judging by the outcome, the scene had the ability to induce terror without his intervention. The fear experience was exceptional. Yet the multitude of uncertainties posed significant risks. The scene of the midnight escape began with a similar occurrence, as the mischievous little one trailed behind the monkey, causing the fellow to scream in terror. It was only after Chen Ge completed the hidden task of the midnight escape that the situation began to improve. to gain complete control over the terrifying scenarios at Muyang High School and ensure the lingering spirits obey. The simplest and most effective method was to fulfill the corresponding hidden tasks. Chen Ge's hand delved into his pocket, where he felt the black phone. Already resolved in his decision, the haunted house continued its operations. The earlier incident was merely a minor interlude for the visitors. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the number of guests dwindled, prompting Chen Ge to summon Su Wan and allow her to leave early. Once Su Wan had departed, he ventured alone into the underground realm of Muyang High School. This was the first 2-star horror scene he had unlocked, also serving as the entrance to the haunted house's underground garage. No matter how the haunted house expanded underground, this entrance remained unchanged. It was the first terrifying scene encountered. Thus Chen Ge proceeded with utmost caution. He switched on his flashlight and passed by the last classroom door, where the overturned desks and the school sign on the podium had returned to their original state, save for one missing from the box. "Can you hear my voice?" Chen Ge called out towards the room from the doorway. Shaking his head, he entered the girls' dormitory, retrieving a battered ballpoint pen, reassembling it carefully before stowing it in his pocket. Exiting, he made his way to the deep well on the other side of the fork. The video had shown Fei Yuliang standing by the well's edge, muttering to himself. His condition at the time was likely due to several lingering spirits or ghosts possessing him, leading to his incoherent ramblings. Peering into the well, which was only about 2 or 3 meters deep, Chen Ge mused that even a jump would not prove fatal. Why had they spoken so? Did this well harbor some deeper secret? Chen Ge recalled the door in the bathroom mirror of the haunted house, which only appeared within the first minute after midnight. No one would provide answers. After a thorough inspection, he exited the underground, securing the wooden planks. He withdrew 5,000 yuan from the drawer in the staff lounge, locked the haunted house door, and proceeded to the amusement park's administrative office. Upon meeting Uncle Su, Chen Ge repaid the debt, then inquired about matters concerning Qingguang's studio. Uncle Su informed him that the issue had been resolved and he need not worry. Having dealt with these trifles, Chen Ge left the amusement park and dialed Captain Li's number. After 3 rings, the call connected, met with eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint sound of tense, suppressed breathing. "Uncle Sanbao? What have you discovered?" "Nothing much. I merely wish to ask for your assistance in locating someone. Not a murder suspect, I hope?" "No. Just an ordinary student." Captain Li released a sigh of relief. "I thought so. 4 times a week seems excessively frequent. It's no wonder these individuals are frightened." "Uncle Sanbao, the person I seek is named Chen Yalan. She should have perished 3 years ago at Muyang High School." "Perished 3 years ago? You wish to find a deceased individual?"